shot in the blue and white Scarab from 1960. Joachim Falk-Russenol in the Lotus 16 alongside. So that's 48 and 38 on the front row. John Spears and Marino Franchitti in the 250Fs, one from 55 and one from 57. They are numbered 34 and 32. The pool is on the pit side, the pit wall side, the right-hand side of the start-finish. I was going to say straight there, but it is absolutely not as straight. Marino with his helmet depicting the saltire and the tricolore of his two nations, Italy and Scotland, of course. Mark Shaw on pole position in the Scarab. Four-wheel drive, tinkered with, tried down through the years in circuit racing and in formula racing. Eventually got banned, of course, at the very highest level. Varying degrees of success, which meant not that much success, really, to be honest.
Yeah, ideas that don't get copied, normally there's a reason for that. What I must say is I love the attention to detail. Looking at Mark Shaw on pole position, when he races his Lotus, this is a green helmet, but he's got a blue, he always has a matte helmet that matches his car, blue with the white stripe. He's on pole position, incredible high shot over the piscine. We'll see that through the course of the day. Drivers never get to see it, they have to jink the way around it. So there is Mark Shaw in the Scarab with that wonderful Scarab cartoon on the side of the car, or crest if you prefer that. But the view down, these are the cars that a lot of them created just after the Second World War. Some actually, like the 4CLT further back for Pat Blakeney-Edwards, is really taking a design from before the Second World War. But this is the point. This is the toothpaste tube shape, if you will. That's the Lotus that did things increasingly differently, but this was their last front engine car. And for the rest, this is about finding out what level of grip there is this morning. That little, you can almost see the sun at sea level, but higher up, coming down off the hills behind Monaco, as has happened for time immemorial. There's a cloud, but it will shift, I'm sure of that, but not during this race.
They came out from the paddock behind the run down into Raskas and ran round onto the grid, and now this is the formation lap. So this is a second opportunity for the 18 drivers to have a look at conditions and work out perhaps where they may have an advantage. Fairly compact grid here. Looking at the times from yesterday, we might, if Mark and Joaquin and John and Marino at the front of the field, Max Smith-Hilliard actually in the Lotus 16 from 1959 on the inside of row 3, and Guillermo Fiorelletta in the Maserati 250F, the number 30 car, the dark red number 32. Love the shade of red on that. They might get into a little bit of traffic before the end of the race. There's a fairly big spread of lap times here. I think the key thing for Mark is to get that Scarab off the line with the drive shafts on the front wheels as well. He should have a little advantage. But remember, this is a clutch start, and therefore there's always, Bruce, the opportunity not to get the biting point or for the revs to die just as you want them to be biting.
No, absolutely, and of course these cars with a very simple shift, but many a race in Monaco, a missed gear change was all it took for the chasing driver to go, hello, this is my opportunity. So with these cars, and let's face it, I was trying to remember last night the number of likely gear changes around the lap. It is a lot here, and particularly if you haven't got an engine that's particularly torquey, you're going to be working your box, your right hand is going to feel very battered by the end of it. Don't forget, quite a lot of these drivers are competing in several of the races here at the Monaco Historic, so you have to remember it's going to be quite a physical day. You don't have the high G-force, but you have everything else.
Yeah. Remember, these non-supercharged cars, 1500cc engine. There was a lot of changes of the engine regulations within the period of cars that we've got here. So the variety and the spread of capacities of the engine is quite wide here, Bruce.
Yeah, if you take it, the World Championship started in 1950. There weren't enough cars, effectively, by halfway through 51, so they decided to drop it down to Formula 2 regulations for 2 years, 52, 53. Ferrari dominated, and they went back to 2.5 litre engines, full Grand Prix cars all over again. But it chops and changed, and then just after the end of this period, they went to 1.5 litre cars, and the cars at this stage became much, much smaller. These are the last of the large, I was going to say the last of the large Formula 1 cars. Of course, we've had them to within a couple of years ago. But it's great to see Formula 1 has gone back to smaller dimensions for the cars this year to make them more nimble. But right now, this was the final hurrah, if you will, for front-engine Formula 1 cars. And a lot of people, it's one of their favourite periods.
And you could have also a compressed 750cc, you know, and DB had one, you know, DB had one, but it wasn't competitive.
No,
even with the compressor.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that was always the thing. What was the equation between? We had this.
Equivalency, yeah.
What was the equivalency? So when turbocharging came to Formula 1 in 1977, they went half the size of the 3 litre. Yeah, that'll do. 1.5 litres. And for a while, it didn't really work, but eventually, it sorted out.
The cars pulling into the famous grid slots on the curving start-finish line at Monaco for the 15th Grand Prix de Monaco Historic, and our A2 categories named for Juan Manuel Fangio. The lights are out, we're racing, and the Scarab on pole position. The blue and white car of Mark Shaw jumps off into the lead. The green Lotus 16, Joachim Foch-Rossenol follows him through.
It was a good start from Max Smith-Hilliard in the second of the Lotus 16, so making his way forward, but everything that needed to be done was done at the front of the field to have Mark Shaw leading up through Massenet now, and then you can't really see where you're going. Round comes the white-nosed Scarab, and looking clean and tidy. Of course, he's got plenty of grip down there, but those behind will be hanging their tails out a little bit. And the second of the Lotus is Max Smith-Hilliard now being challenged, having got ahead of one of
Marino.
He was ahead of Marino. Marino
Yeah.
will pick his moment. Remember, he was not supposed to smash up his father-in-law's lovely Maserati 250F, but Marino, so much experience, he'll choose his moment.
Behind that, it's a Fiero Eletta in the number 30, the darker coloured car. That one easy to pick out as well. You can easily pick out Marino Franchini's helmet with the Italian tricolore and the blue and the white Scottish Saltire through the tunnel for the first of 10 times, all 30 minutes. We're on a very, very tight schedule today with 8 races spread across this morning and into this afternoon. And Mark Shaw has pulled out a comfortable lead at the moment. The best start is John Spears in 3rd position. He's moved up. Mark pulling out round about 1.3 seconds. 4-wheel drive. If you look carefully, you can see the front drive shafts on that blue and white Scarab that leads. Added complexity, added weight as well, Bruce. Whilst there was an advantage, and we've seen down through the years of having it.
Yeah, well, what we have, the national colours leading away, America from the UK, from the red of the Maserati. John Spears chasing over, right, coming down the start-finish curve, as we could call it here at Monte Carlo. Neat and tidy start there, so, you know, full of relief. And that curb on the right-hand side has caught a few drivers out through qualifying practice, but still that view looking back down. Even the climb from Sandibot is not in a straight line. It sometimes looks that way on television, but that wonderful shot looking halfway down the hill to the first corner shows the drivers, as Olivier said, are always working, always adjusting around this course. And right now, things starting to tighten up at the front, because John Spears in 3rd place is now right on the tail of that's Max Smith-Hilliard, being chased by Marino Franchitti. Marino's starting to have a look down past the tip top. No time for a drink in that famous bar, but the nose is there, the intention is there. Clean move, and well done to Max Smith-Hilliard, giving away a lot of grunt in that Lotus, and decided, hey, discretion is the better part of valour.
So down towards the tunnel, and Marino Franchitti getting heat into the tyres. Actually, I'm going to correct myself there, because that Scarab is not the 4-wheel drive, the 1960 car. It's the steel space frame chassis.
Yeah, no, it's the Ferguson. The Ferguson
4-wheel drive.
Yes, absolutely. The Ferguson FF, Ferguson Formula. You had on Jensen Interceptor, among other things.
Well, indeed. And of course, Ferguson, Massey Ferguson, Harry Ferguson, the guy, the genius behind it, you know, his business was tractors. can't say that's my family. They always drove Ford tractors, or Fordsons as they were in the period. But great creative genius. And sometimes you get, this is motor racing highlights this. You get technology that someone has an idea, but the rest of the car isn't ready to receive it. And sometimes a great idea resurfaces 30 years later. But what we're having is a cracking. What it's about at Monaco is having a really good scrap, and right further back, Fiero Eletta is getting very, very close to the tail of Max Smith Hilliard, that dark, beautiful dark red Maserati, and tucked in behind Will Nuttall, who always drives brilliantly, the little Cooper Bristol Formula 2 car, which I know, Olivier, is one that attracts you. You always like slightly smaller cars, taking it's a David to the Goliath, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, keep an eye on that dark green number 6. That is a class leader as well, sitting in 7th position, the Cooper Bristol. But at the front of the field, Mark Shaw doing what we saw him do yesterday in the qualifying session and getting that jump off the line. But the battle behind is beginning to get interesting.
Well, what we have, John, is 2 battles with Maserati 250Fs trying to get past Lotus 16s, which in terms of straight line speed, the Maserati will have the legs, but in terms of anything else, they won't. And the first of those battles is for second place. Joaquin Folk-Rossinol being pushed very, very hard indeed by the 34 John Spurs Maserati 250F. To Portier they go. We saw some people riding the curbs there, but quite a vicious exit, and then through the famous tunnel, which is so much lighter than it used to be. When these cars raced in period, they went into some sort of Stygian gloom under the hotel. The tunnel wasn't as long then, but yesterday, particularly with the bright sunlight bursting out there, your eyes, especially as you get a bit older, take a little longer to adapt to the sunlight. But what a wonderful treat to have.
Started as a railway bridge, really, didn't it? Because it was the station that was on top there, beside where the hotel is now, and it used to be called the station hairpin. Through to the swimming pool. Let's see who has the handling now. You can see, can't you, though, gentlemen, even in these cars, if you look at John there in the 38 John Spurs in second, the Foch-Russinol car in second place, John Spears behind. Look how much lower the driver sits in the second place car. He's more in it than on it, Bruce.
Yeah, no, 100%. And John's a relatively tall driver, but he's certainly not the tallest out there. But he looks absolutely towering over his car, driving it beautifully. But through the twistier parts, of course, that's where the Lotus has the benefit. Doesn't have as much grunt. But just think for a second, the Lotus, car number 38, 1958. Yet the Maserati that John's driving is only 3 years earlier, and you go, wow, that is a massive, massive change. Just look at the scale of the cars as they come into casino.
But we have to notice also that the driver at the time were not that
big. That tall.
Yeah, of course.
Tried telling that to Dan Gurney when he arrived at Ferrari, but they wanted people more Phil Hill size.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wanted flat race jockeys, didn't you?
Yeah.
So just added weight.
And then later, of course, John, the designers wanted tiny little jockeys so they could make the cars as small as they possibly could.
Absolutely.
I mean, Adrian Newey was always quite affronted that drivers needed lower legs, wasn't he? And there was a time when they insisted that the cockpits in Formula 1 had to be a certain scale because the taller drivers like Gerhard Berger, Eddie Cheever were getting cramp in their legs during races because they were in an artificial position, and that doesn't bear thinking about, particularly on a street circuit.
Well, and
here comes the move John Spears has been waiting for.
Yeah.
Can he get the braking done? Yes, he can.
Wow.
And that, I will take my hat off there, if I was wearing a hat, to Joaquin Folk-Rossinol, because he knew he'd been beaten. He could tell there, and what was the point of these two cars tangling? These drivers have so much historic racing experience. You have to choose your battles.
And he had a good look in the mirrors.
He did. Because actually, they go past the tiny little Gordini of Eric Leroy, who now knows the next lap is going to be very busy for him because all the front runners are going to be coming past. Eric, of course, giving away an awful lot of cubic capacity and horsepower in that little Gordini.
Well, and just talking about the size of drivers, the driver for whom this race is named, Juan Manuel Fangio, was not slight of build, was he?
He wasn't, but I tell you, next to his compatriot Gonzalez, he was a Silph-like man. Gonzalez, the Pampas Bull, and half the clue was in the name, wasn't it?
Oh, brilliant stuff through Sandoval for the new second place car, the Maserati 250F, and the pass was made coming into the Nouvelle chicane. Telegraphed it, gave plenty of room, and as Bruce rightly said,
well, there was I said there
No.
were two battles, and the
Yes.
second of the Max Smith-Hilliard Marino Franchitti battle was in the background. Maserati. This is the first of those. That's John
That's
Spears
clean as you
going
like.
through,
Yeah.
and in behind Max Smith-Hilliard got very crossed up going to chicane. So we'll have to see which came out ahead. But I think it would be Marino Franchitti from that little scrap. And now the Scarab just continues to pick everyone off. He's sitting, he's 9 and a bit seconds clear. He goes past the car with the most lurid livery of the lot. No problem at all, that little Gordini dispatch. That's Jean-Jacques Bally. And that's a car that, I don't know, I remember before we discovered why it has that lovely, it's like a little pastoral scene painted on the lower flanks of the car.
Yeah, from years.
For a long time ago.
There is not, we don't see any spinning wheels, you know.
No,
here.
I'm very surprised.
Yeah.
I think the track condition is better than perhaps we might have thought this morning. Still quite chilly. Track temp around about 20 Celsius. Now here's the battle for second and third, and traffic affected here. Max Smith-Hilliard joined onto that, and he goes to the inside through to back and into the first part of the swimming pool, and that is a change for third position. The first of those green cars with the yellow wheels, the number 42. That's a position made up in that 1959 version of the Lotus.
You know, a lap ago we were talking about the two battles between Maserati and the Lotuses, and I thought Marino Franchitti would come out ahead in his battle with Max Smith-Hilliard. He absolutely hasn't. He had to adjust going to Nouvelle Chicane as the Lotus got sideways, and he lost positions accordingly. So Marino is down in 7th place. He will pick his way back up, but he was the loser in someone else's incident to an extent. But that happens at Monaco when it's that tight. You come down the hill, the curve, into the chicane, and then if someone goes sideways in front of you, you don't have a large number of options. John Spears being challenged now for second place.
Amazing, the ebb and flow of this race, and traffic, as ever it has been, has played a part. Traffic gives, traffic takes away. Beautiful controlled four-wheel drift from John Spears in that red Maserati 250F from 1955.
And obviously what you understand is a lot of these drivers have driven these cars for a long time, so they know them well, but a lot of them are just constantly adjusting. They're driving a big stable of cars, and so testing and a bit of driver coaching is really what sort of polishes the diamond, if you will, that gets them absolutely to their best level. And John Spears is a very, very willing student. He has an amazing stable of cars that he races, and he races them really well. Max Smith-Hilliard won't have the horsepower as he gives chase, so through the tunnel he'd be losing time, but when he gets into the chicane he can brake a little bit later, and then round Piscine he can gain a little bit more. So it's a game of cat and mouse, I would suggest, and we're rushing through this race, already past the halfway point. It's 10 laps or 30 minutes, but we're galloping through here. And what's the gap for our racing leader? 11 seconds. Now, how do you like your Lotuses? Close together, please. And this is the move. Replay of Max Smith-Hilliard. Better run through to back. And by the time they got to Piscine, he'd moved ahead of Joaquin Rossignol there to be the predominant Lotus within this race.
Maserati 250F. Some people will argue that is the prettiest Grand Prix car ever.
Beauty is always in the eye of the beholder, and we all have differing tastes, but the fact it crops up in pretty much anyone's top 5, even top 3, suggests it really is something extraordinarily beautiful. I just love seeing the great exhaust going down the flank, and I just, when you see a car and you can understand its purpose from what you're looking at now, a better exit for Max Smith-Hilliard, a bit of a slide, a bit of a slip, and there's the grunt of the 250F. But Max Smith-Hilliard, he's showing plenty of intent, and he's setting a lot of very, very good sector times. He's just got to string them together.
John Spears just put the fastest lap of the race in last time around, and he needed to. That 1955 car was run within the framework of the official team. Jean Bera winning the Grand Prix of Pau and Bordeaux, and third here in Monaco.
Yeah.
And then went to Australia and continued its career down there. We were just talking about cars disappearing off to various parts of the world and continuing their career, talking about that over dinner last night, and some of the adjustments that were made to cars, not always exactly as they came out of the factory in far-flung places in South America, South Africa, or indeed Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah, and this car was third at Monaco.
Yeah, with Cesare Pediza, and maybe he didn't cut the chicane, because unfortunately Max Smith-Hilliard, in his attempt to try and get back under braking, to make a move for second place, went straight on at the chicane, and rejoined in third position. But right now, with the fastest lap of the race set last time around by John Spears in second place, he is being kept right on his toes. We saw the mistake he made at Saint-Devote, so if Max Smith-Hilliard can go, let's have a look at the approach to chicane.
Oh, the rears up.
I'm just going to try and turn in. No, the car's not allowing me to do so. He slowed it down. He did it fine. He didn't gain any advantage, but more importantly, he didn't try and turn in and go for a spin, so that makes sense.
That was that'll wake it up better than even an espresso lungo this morning.
And did you see the little hand signal? No, you go back in front. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I did that. So great politesse. But now up the hill, is it going to be a better exit this time from John Spears? Perhaps, but of the pair, the Lotus is getting through Saint-Devote better. But in that curving run up the hill, he can't get alongside. Max Smith-Hilliard head down. And in fact, touching on that, the Maserati in second place. You have to remember that Maserati and the work seems to run not 2 cars, sometimes 4 or 5 cars, and so there were a large number, and you had a sort of rotating cast of drivers. And then the other thing was, Olivier, was the number of non-championship Grand Prix.
Yeah.
You touched on
Yeah,
Pau
that's
and
right.
Bordeaux, and there were many.
Yeah. Pau, Bordeaux. Yeah, that's right.
And of course, there'd be prize money.
Well,
And that's why people went. Why would you go to a non-championship race? Because you could earn a bit of money there.
well, in time, well, that's pretty much why most of them, that was their modus operandi, because you did need to get a wage, and certainly, Sterling Moss was always a man who knew where the prize money would be, and that was their salary. I mean, what they earned relative. That's why they did most of the support races as well.
Yeah.
It was great for the fans, wasn't it? See them
Yeah,
different cars, different races, trying it out.
Yeah, sometimes when it wasn't a French GP at Reims, people were coming because they knew there was some money in Reims and some bubbles too.
Bubbles too. Well,
Yes.
there may be some bubbles for Max Smith-Hilliard for second place, because he didn't fancy third for too long, did he? He worked his way up, and already Joaquin Folk-Rossignol, who passed to be the leading Lotus in this race, is out of the background of the shot, because they're pulling clear. This is the main scrap of the race, and they're lapping faster than our race leader, because Mark Shaw got 11 seconds clear last time I checked. He's now down to under 8 seconds clear, and how they work the traffic could be interesting.
I was about to say, Mark hit a whole gaggle of cars that were having their own little battles in the early teens, and Max Smith-Hilliard now puts the fastest lap in that Lotus, and is eked out quite quickly, actually, 10-12 cars lengths as he heads up towards Casino Square. The rest of the field coming through with the Lotus in 4th position.
What is so impressive, of course, we talk about how the driver sits high in the car. So when they do hand signal, it's very clear. Pat Blakely-Edwards, very quick driver, but his Maserati 4CLT 48, no match for these cars from the 50s. And he is super clear. He's pointing exactly where he intends them to go. And that's a help, because though the drivers sit high and they've got good line of sight from these cockpits, it's not always easy around Monaco, because you're sort of busy in your office.
So, working the 9th of 10 laps for our opening race. Mark Shaw, I think, doing it the thinking driver's way, win the race at the slowest possible speed. He's done the hard work in the early laps. He can afford to, if not stroke it home, have a little look. But there's a battle for second again through the tunnel, and traffic's played a part again there. Half an opportunity. No, this is further back. This is the number 30 car.
He's not going
to get that stop.
Surely.
He really is. That is incredible. 4th and 5th position. Guillermo Ferreira Aleta in the darker reds, number 30 Maserati 250F, that more dry blood colour, which that for me is the colour that you should have a Maserati in.
Yeah, and this
right.
I absolutely agree. And this was the one that then went on and got into the hands of Maria Teresa de Felippis, who then, of course, became the first woman to compete in Formula 1 right here. But I tell you what, you ask Guillermo after, what do you remember about the race? My prayers as I arrived at the Nouvelle Chicane, how he turned that in. You know, sometimes when you look at the speed of a car somewhere, you go, that's a bit faster than normal. You don't think it's going to work, but he absolutely got that in. So on to the last lap we go. The advantage for Mark Shaw in the Scarab is down to 5 seconds. Remember, it was out to 11, 12 seconds. And John's right. I hope that he's just cruising it in. But with every sector, he's being caught a little bit.
You've got to think as well that Max Smith-Hilliard cursing the fact that he couldn't find another couple of tenths or a half a second to start further up, because he spent the first 3 or 4 laps trying to pick his way through the traffic. He's certainly got the pace now.
Here he is in control here.
Yeah.
So Mark Shaw, half a lap to go. He's got the dark bit coming up, that's the tunnel, but nobody in his mirrors. And that's the thing, John. Of course, at Monaco, once you're more than about 4 seconds clear of someone, there are very few places you can see anyone in the mirrors because it's constantly twisting and turning.
Yeah, particularly with the triple layer arm core now, that you can't even look across to the other parts of the track, because these guys, even these guys, who are sitting a little bit higher in some of the more elderly cars, they can't see over the top of the arm core, can't take in the view. Mark looks in his left-hand mirror just to make sure he's not being challenged.
Yeah.
His last couple of laps, 157s, 158s, his best lap, a 155, so he has been pacing himself.
Yeah, he's picked it up on this last lap.
Yeah, he has.
He has a clear one.
Yes, nice clear run to the checkered flag here, and the first checkered flag of the 15th Grand Prix de Monaco Historic for 2026 will go to the 1960 Scarab F1 and to Mark Shaw. The checkered flag is out. It's well round that corner. It is quite a run to the line, and we have seen positions change. Matt Smith-Hilliard gets the hard charger award, if there was one, because he's made up the positions to second, and John Spears takes the third step on the famous podium on that start-finish line. Guillermo Ferreira is in fourth place, so it's Scarab, Lotus, Maserati. Then Joachim Falch-Russenol in the Lotus in fifth. Marino coming back to sixth after running as high, I think as fourth at one stage. Gets the 10/10ths Maserati into the top half dozen. Will Nuttall in seventh wins his class 2. And the top 10 made up by Brad Baker and Tom Schlereth. And who's in 10th, waiting for them to come across the line? It should be Alex Birkenstock, I think, in the 246 Ferrari Dino. We'll wait for those two to come through, just in case they're having a scrap. They weren't that close at the start of the last lap. That, I think we could say, gentlemen, was a controlled race by Mark Shaw.
Yeah, he's had one of the youngest cars in the race. This race went through to cars up to front engine cars up to 1961, but his was 1960, the Scarab. It didn't shine in Formula One because, quite simply, the engine was up front, and the story was going to be from there on they needed to be at the back. But yeah, he did exactly what he needed to do, and the first job was to get in Saint-Devote ahead. The grid here is not 2x2, more like a staggered. Yeah. So he had a car length advantage already, but he's starting on the pit wall side, which is a disadvantage. From the other side, you've got more of a swing towards Saint-Devote, but he got a good start, tidy start, because he knows this car, and the rest was just a wonderful parade for him.
After that, for him, he had a clear track all the race.
And I must say, the back markers, inevitably those in the smaller engine cars are going to be lapped. They were all incredibly polite, and one of them actually drove off at the Nouvelle chicane just to be sure that he'd interrupt. But some classic scraps behind the Lotus versus Maserati battles. In fact, we had pairs of Lotuses against Maseratis. That was fun.
And Mark acknowledging the knowledgeable crowd and the marshals. The marshals always come out to give the flag salute on the victory lap. Hard working they are this weekend. Thank you to them all, whether they're here or any of the other myriad motorsport events around the world. I've heard it said many times that there are some people we could do without with the motor racing events. The marshals are not one of them.
Absolutely not. We won't ask you to name names, John, there. But look, a win anywhere in a Formula One car, a Grand Prix car, is special, but to do it at Monaco, you've ramped it up by a factor of a huge number. And right there, you can just see the sort of said Mark Shaw as he parked up. Job done. He's got other cars to race, but he can go in with one under his belt. What a great start for a Sunday morning.
Yeah, and he also benefit of the battles behind him.
Yeah, he did, but he had the pace in hand.
He had the pace for.
But I say, the driver pulling in second place, overtaking driver of the race, Max Smith-Hilliard, and he will have pleasure in that. And, sport's about a battle, isn't it, John? One against another, or one against many. And John Spears would have enjoyed third place as much as second. He knew it was a good scrap, but he was fighting a more nimble car in the Lotus, but certainly drove his Maserati very well.
Yeah, and we were waiting for the last couple of the top 10 to come through, and in 9th, it was Tom Schlereth in the Ferguson winning his class. He was literally in a class of his own. Alex Birkenstock was in 10th. The other class winner was Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Maserati 4 CLT 48, the oldest car on. Oh no, actually it wasn't. Because we had the 48 Sister Talia, didn't we? Let's go down the grid.
You are the first winner of the day. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's nice. It was a very early start, but now it feels very worthwhile. Yeah.
It's always special to win here.
Great. No, it's you cannot beat Monaco, so it's the best place to start on pole. Even here is great. To win the race is even better. So yeah, brilliant.
Congratulations.
Thank you to Mylene down there on the start grid, which also becomes Parc Fermé, I suppose, and the first of the winners' garlands of the 15th Grand Prix de Monaco Historic goes to Mark Shaw, and he then does get to stand on that somewhat unprepossessing in terms of its visual impact, but my goodness me, what an important little podium that is. It hasn't been bougied up down through the years, it's still as it was.
But you know what? If you're a driver who's lucky enough to go there, you compare yourself to the photos that have come across the decades of the great and the good in the background, and whichever member of the Grimaldi, the royal family is there, you know, Prince Rainier forever and a day in the background. But when you see the greats who won at Monaco, you're going, I wasn't in their race, but I'm on the same podium. It's special.
It's the same scenery from decades.
Exactly.
Yeah. Please take the pictures in black and white, if you wouldn't mind. Sepia, in fact.
Look, Max Smith-Hilliard, tall figure on the left, and John Spears on the right. They enjoyed that battle. Look, smiles all round and a little bit of rehydration. But I think for many of them, when they woke up, and as Mark Shaw said, it was a little bit damp this morning when I got up very early, but they didn't know how the track surface was going to be, so a little bit cautious perhaps. But the first lap, completely clean. That was the one we had any concerns that people might go for a rotation, but all just behaved beautifully out there. They know their cars, and they raced them really, really well. Giant laurel wreath as well. That's rather impressive.
That'll be on the wall of the preparers of the car. Well, they actually are going to go up to the newer podium as well, but I like the fact that they did it at the ground level as well. Let's give them their moment. Close-knit community, this type of racing, and these drivers and teams all know each other.
My dear friend Jerry Mist taking the cup for the driver and giving it to him.
As a member of the Automobile Club de Monaco?
Yeah. He's in charge of the vintage vehicles.
Yeah. Special edition Tag Heuer watch. It is, of course, in Monaco, and it is the very limited edition for the winning drivers.
Antoine the pilot.
Yeah, the mascot.
You know what, we've been talking over the years, over this weekend, about how the beauty of historic cars is to see them race rather than being in museum. Mark Shaw's Scarab spent an awful long time in the Donington collection, which was a phenomenal collection of cars, but it's so much better now. It's out in the wild again.
Yeah.
Mark's going
to run out of hands.
I was going to say, yes. He's going to have to give that to the guys who transport the car, because he's not getting all of that back on a plane.
Regarding Donington, you know that Richard Mill bought a lot there. A lot.
Well, if anyone ever had the opportunity to go to the Donington collection, Tom Wheatcroft revived the circuit, and then he just kept on collecting. It was an incredible history lesson, as it is here, but this is a moving history lesson. And that's why we've got to the 15th Monaco Historic, and it's getting bigger and better, and the British National Anthem suiting all three of the drivers.
Yes, I was going to say, a long time since we've seen three Union flags on a Grand Prix podium. And the traditional photographs. 3 happy drivers. We'll see Mark certainly, and Max is driving again later as well, I think.
Well, John most certainly is.
John certainly
so
is,
they
yeah.
have to sort of now move their memory to the next car they're getting in, and the different driving styles, and also the different widths. Because, for example, John Spears will be driving a mid-70s wide, slick-tired Formula 1 car, the March, later on in the day, which takes up a bit more of the track than his Maserati 250F. But he's got the capacity to do that. Well done to all 3 drivers. That's race 1, beautifully conducted, I'd say, here on the Sunday morning.
John left his bottle of champagne.
Champagne.
Come on, John.
How can you do that?
We'll have that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, gentlemen, what a start to the day. Mark made the whole shot, as it were, and made that work. 3 very happy drivers. Good battles for the minors. Moreno Franchitti amongst it for a wee while, and then having to fight his way back. I do like the attention to detail with those little red cartons are ACM branded water. Very nice.
Yeah, no, entirely. So it really is quite a show. And when you run a historic race meeting, particularly a street circuit, you've got strictures that you wouldn't have at a normal circuit. There's so many elements of infrastructure, just where the cars go in the paddock, how the crews get across. And the champagne, now, Olivia, you can relax. The champagne is being drunk.
See,
As
I
a man
like
from
that.
Rams.
Hopefully.
I do like the fact that, with due deference to Le Mans and Dan Gurney, the champagne is being drunk, not sprayed.
One little thing, don't hold your glass
Not
like this.
That. Always on
because you warm the
that.
champagne
Yes,
in.
absolutely, right on the bottom.
Yeah.
It depends how long you intend to keep the champagne
Well,
in the
that
glass.
is a fair point, well
There you
made.
go. Needs must.
Yes, that's...
And it's gone.
Well, John may have left his champagne on the podium, but he's polished off the glass that he was handed. And of course, let's not forget the teams who do all the preparation. No small amount of work, Bruce, going into these cars.
No, absolutely so. And the beauty is that historic racing is something that's caught on more and more, and therefore the level of preparation of these cars by all these crews. And a lot of them are racing really consistently across the European season. So they are busy, and the more you run a car, the more you get to learn its foibles and the way it may choose to behave. So for all the crews there, they've got the first silverware of this meeting, and plenty more to come. In fact, for the next race, we're going back in time to cars in the 1920s and 30s. But this was the front engine cars just before the rising storm of the rear engine cars coming in to change the face of Formula 1.
Confirmation then of an all-British podium. Mark Shaw, Max Smith-Hilliard, John Spears. Then the second of the Maseratis, Guillermo Ferrer and Joachim Foss Rusinol, battling with that Lotus. Moreno Franchitti in the Maserati as well. Further down the timing screen, battles going on with the smaller engine cars. Pat Blakeney Edwards in 13th. Very respectful, and as you'd expect from such an experienced driver, making sure the leaders were not inconvenienced as they went through. I said this is a bit of a family, big family, and it is. There's a lot of camaraderie from the drivers and the teams, and you know, somebody needs a bit of a helping hand with a particular piece of equipment or a spanner or a socket set or whatever, then you only have to walk down a couple of garages or a couple of awnings.
Well, one of the beauties, John, is the fact all the awnings are open. You can see all the other crews, and therefore that really, really helps everybody. And, you know, these are people who aren't racing to build a career. They're racing for pleasure, and that is a very, very different equation. This is as fast as they can drive, but it doesn't have to be cutthroat, and that's why you can have such a friendly paddock.
Mark Shaw then pulling up that famous view back down the curving start-finish line, and he gets the first laurel wreath of the weekend. here on the streets of the Principality. And I may be being overly optimistic, but my boyish enthusiasm always comes. I think it's brightening up.
Oh, it's definitely brightening up. I forgot to say that, but I was watching it before the start of the race, and it's just lifting a little bit, a paler shade of grey, but once it starts turning blue, which it will, we'll welcome that as well. But it's Monte Carlo. It's Sunday morning. We've got an incredible array of cars. We saw them do their official practice, their qualifying yesterday, and now the racing. And it changes the format entirely, John. You know, we were looking at the cars one by one yesterday and enjoying their form and their fortune, but now you get to the race. It's a different thing entirely.
Sunday morning, and the first race of the weekend was for the A2 class cars, lining up on the well-known and well-worn start-finish line. A great array of cars from just before the rear-engined revolution took over Formula One. Mark Shaw on pole position in the Scarab. Lights went off and he got the start, and that's what he was looking for. There was a staller further back in one of the Maseratis, but Mark got the clear run into Sandervoort. Everyone else picking their way through. You sort of hold your breath for that, Bruce Jones. Everyone through, and from that point, Mark really controlled the race.
Yeah, all the shuffling of the pack came from behind, and that was a pair of Lotuses taking on Maserati 250Fs. And of course, here is the battle coming down the hill, and the grunt of Marino Franchitti's Maserati moving him past Max Smith-Hilliard. But Max, in that green Lotus tucked in behind, would be in some ways the star of the race, because he just kept on overtaking. And John Spears hunting down second place and whacking Falk Rochinol in his green Lotus stays out of the way. He realised this was a battle he wasn't going to win. John then went off, but he wasn't to be free of Lotuses, because Max Smith-Hilliard would soon be on his tail and ducking and diving.
A big array of engine sizes and therefore lap times and performance. So it wasn't too long before we got into traffic, and that would play a part in the latter stages of the race. Big send down into the Nouvelle Chicane. Lotus battling together. How good did that look coming into the swimming pool complex, as Max Smith-Hilliard was the star of the race in terms of overtaking moves, attempted and completed cleanly. That little gaggle of traffic just closing things up, and that's exactly what Max needed.
Yeah, entirely so. Slightly overambitious entrance to Sandervoort from John Spears, but then if the track had been running in a straight line, Max Smith-Hilliard would have pulled alongside, but John totally taking his line up to Massenet, held on to second place. And of course the Maserati, only 3 years older, but looking as though it comes from another decade, sitting up high. John Spears, he thought, okay, he's got all the grunt, but when it came to handling, Max Smith-Hilliard had it, except at that very moment where he had overshot chicane, waved to John Spears, no, go back into second place, and then battle resumed. Yeah,
redressed the balance himself, just locking the rears as he was braking into that tight left-right chicane, still called the Nouvelle Chicane, been there for years now, but of course originally the racetrack would have gone straight on. The promenade that they move on to here was a bit of reclaimed land, but no time gained there. But on the same part of the circuit, a couple of laps later into Tabac, it's a brave move, but these drivers very, very respectful of each other.
No, entirely so. You can see it on the run from the chicane. You can see John looking in his mirrors, knowing that the Lotus had an advantage through the chicane, and then he saw it coming, did not obstruct. If he chose to there, that would have been messy. And there, a big moment from Guillermo Fierro Eleta, and I still don't know how he managed to turn into the chicane. And for whacking Rolf Fossignol, he must have been thinking, oh no, I'm going to be in the middle of something here. But and in the background, one of the back markers got a little bit caught out there, probably trying to be too generous in letting the faster cars come through. But with 1 lap to go, it was Mark Shaw.
He had his lead trimmed a little bit as he eased and came through traffic, taking no chances. The first laurel wreath of the 15th running of the Grand Prix. The Monaco Historic goes to Mark Shaw, and the Scarab rules, charging through to second. Our little Lotus. Good battle through for the minor positions as well, but no one had the pace of Mark Shaw at the front. Got the start, managed the traffic. Marino Franchitti coming across the line, recovering to 6th position. But it was the blue and white Scarab F1 from 1960 that pulled up into that coveted spot in the middle of the racetrack, in that curving start-finish line. And the early start worth it for Mark and the other British drivers on the podium for our first race of the weekend.
He still has the mark of the goggles.
So our first race of the weekend, the A2, named for Juan Manuel Fangio, twice a winner here on the streets of the Principality, 1950 and 1957. Quite a span there to have come back, and there would have been many changes in the machinery that he was fighting against in those 7 years, Bruce.
Yeah, but just think about it. In the space of a decade, in under a decade, he took 5 world titles, and he moved across the teams to do so. Of course, Mercedes came in and just threatened to take Formula One onto another level entirely, but there was something about him. He just came up from Argentina, those long distance road races, really tough man, and he had to make it work. And the Argentinian government was very keen to promote itself at the time, so they helped Juan Manuel and other drivers of his contemporaries up to Europe. But there was something about Juan Manuel. He just, even the greatest, keenest younger drivers couldn't live with him.
Well, this place has attracted the great and good of motorsport from many decades, and none more worthy of the title of legend than Jackie Ickx, who is here this weekend, and Gemma Scott caught up with him yesterday.
Those spectators who come for years at the Grand Prix Historic and the Grand Prix, and who are interested in motor racing, we belong to the same group. No, yes, the car you saw, I have the privilege to drive it 58 years ago. I never saw it for 58 years, and then suddenly I'm back with emotions and nostalgia, clearly. I never drove the car before, except here on the race course, so I restart, and they did a super job. So yes, Ferrari has an incredible story, and Ferrari is also part of my history. I want to conclude just in saying, you are what you are because in front of you, you have a large group of people who work on this car, prepare this car, build these cars, and when you start and you are on the grid, you have already a winning car. It's just up to the drivers to finish their job. That was my case a number of times. I have been very privileged, and if I consider that I have the chance first to be here and secondly to be 80 plus, and to have people confident enough to let me drive the car, it's just superb. Thank you very much to all of you.
Jackie Ickx talking to Gemma Scott yesterday, and his capacity not only as a Genesis Global Ambassador, but also driving that lovely Ferrari on a, I suppose you could call it a tribute lap, but that was one of the cars that is one of the many cars. I mean, where would you start with the Jackie Ickx collection, first of all?
Well, it covers everything from starting off in touring cars and saloon cars as they were in period, everything sports car, but some of the epic shots of my childhood as I started gathering books was Jackie doing in a Formula 2 car in the German Grand Prix, when you were allowed on the Nürburgring to have Formula 2 cars as well, you know, high off the ground. But, it seemed he was just such a smooth performer. And obviously, when cars were less robust, that's important. Keep the strain off the car. and then he gave him the magic of Monaco. But a lot of people forget about his Formula One career to some extent, because it was latter day was all about winning Le Mans with him. But he was one of the absolute rising stars in the 60s.
Yeah, he never won the World Championship, but he was nearly to do it.
And known as Mr. Le Mans until a certain T. Christensen came along and had the record for number of wins, partnered for a long time, of course, with Derek Bell, still the most successful British driver at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Travelled the world, though, Jackie Hicks, and a lot of people will forget that. The Australians have a great fondness for him, because he went down and raced their touring cars, the real big bangers down there, when there were the big Falcons, the big wide two-door cars.
Yeah, and just remember, of course, in those days when he was doing that, the Australian Grand Prix was a non-championship event. For a long time they were trying to lure, and then Adelaide got the bullseye, got the Grand Prix, hugely popular. With people then, of course, Melbourne waved a bit of Wonga, and they got the Grand Prix as well. But we just have to remember that we talked yesterday about the Tasman Series, New Zealand and Australia, the Northern Hemisphere winter. All the top Grand Prix drivers would go down, but there was a long time when they didn't have top level international racing coming to them. So of course they welcomed it with open arms when the stars came down to do the Bathurst 1000.
And not mentioning his two-wheels career.
Yes, of course, yes. Coming up next, we're going to the oldest cars in the weekend's action, and a grid that is pretty much a third to a half are Bugatti. And Giulia de Baldanza has been a stalwart of this event and of vintage and veteran racing down through the years. We caught up with her yesterday.
Well, it's wonderful to see that this historic paddock is also filled with female drivers. Giulia de Baldanza. Giulia, racing a Bugatti here. This is your 12th Monaco Historic Grand Prix.
Yes, also I am also historic in a way.
Historic, but hugely courageous. You've been racing for many years, and still...
I think if men can do it, we can do it too. It's just driving a car. Yes. And then, using the common sense and having the car very well maintained by good people. And then if you trust it, you can drive it. It's nice. I love it. I don't like to wear seat belts, so it's ideal for me.
How physical is it to be driving the car?
Very physical, because there is no steering power. And yes, I mean, there is no seat belts, so you hold yourself, well, I don't know how I do it, but I am as if I had seat belts. And then the only one de soutien, great, where you can hold yourself is the driving wheel. And then on corners to the right, you put your leg against the gearbox, the left leg. On corners, the left leg, you use your legs, you use your body. It's very nice. Yes, you race with all your body. And then as a woman, I don't like to sacrifice the gearbox. So here, for example, I use just third and fourth gear. Yes, because the car has wonderful torque. And then, yes, that is. I don't like to have, I look very much after the car, yes. And after the others. I am always thoughtful of the other people, watch what they do, where they are. And for that reason, I like to start usually at the back of the grid and warm up slowly. Then when I feel the car has grip, then I try to have fun.
And tell me, was racing always your dream, to be driving this beautiful pre-war machinery, to be racing cars? Was that always a dream of yours?
No, actually, I always had an affinity, true love for the music of 8-cylinder engines, yes? Always. And aviation, airplanes, and so on. No, but it came to me, and then my friends and a lot of people pushed me to have the... One was Tim Dutton, from England, and then a lot of people, friends like Chris Clegg, and so he's the one who wanted me in his team for the Le Mans Classic with, the series from Patrick Peters. Yes? And then, and then suddenly I was there. At the beginning, I thought, what am I doing here? The third lap of in Silverstone, my first race. I thought, what am I doing here? And then after Le Mans, I realized how great it is to achieve a very good lap and keep it and keep your best time. And then, you know, I like it, and you know, 4 years after I started, I thought I have enough. I did it all enough, and then, you know, I entered the Ferrari Shell Historic, you know, races with the Maserati, and then I started going there and liking it. Also, no seat belts, free, and then yes, I decided in 2006, but then I fell in love with the helicopter, and then afterwards, you know, I went back, yeah. And then that's it. I cannot live without an engine. I was born in love with life, and that is, for me, everything is beautiful, people, and I look after myself to be healthy, and every day I wake up, I am so happy just to be alive. Never a headache, never sick. So if you want, I can give advice.
Julia, I love it. That's your secret. Thank you very much. Let's go back and join our commentators.
Yes.
Well, the Monaco Historic, the Grand Prix Historic, has always attracted an international entry. This year is no different. From Canada, Brad Baker is joining us, and he's brought his ERA, which used to be owned by Nick Mason, the former Pink Floyd drummer. He spoke with Gemma yesterday.
The pre-war cars are certainly something special to see out on track, and something special to drive, are they, Brad? Tell us a little bit about the R10V that you own and that you're driving here this weekend.
It's terrific. I mean, it's a 1.5 liter car with a supercharger that's about half the size of the engine. So it's very quick, but you're high up in the air. So, you know, you just feel like if you don't lean, like you're going to fall out of the thing. It's great fun. It's nothing else I've ever driven that car.
And I think it's interesting to look at the focus that this car dates back to 1937. It raced then, and it continued to race after the war, and continues to race today with pretty much its original engineering.
Yeah, you know, as the cars was built just before the outbreak of the war. After the war, there was nothing, so they pulled them back out of the sheds and started to drive them again. And they were great fun and really, really good cars. So they just continued and continued and continued. In fact, it's very rare to see an old car like this, and the whole lot of them that have run continuously from then till now. And it's a testament to the engineering and to the quality of what it is.
And this is one of only 17, is that right?
Yeah. They didn't make many, and then the war came along, and then when they reformed as BRM, more or less, a lot of the key people, and carried on. Won Monaco with Graham Hill 5 times, you know, and you know, BRM is a famous British name, and so it carried on in many ways.
So the cars basically that we're looking at here in this pre-war era were the basis of then the future of motorsport.
Yeah, think about it. I mean, there are cars here that were brand new during the first race they had here, and they're back here again. I mean, how cool is that?
It's very cool. You've been out on track already this weekend. What's it like? Talk to us.
Oh, it's great. It was oily, but you know, I remember the first time I came here, I thought, oh, you know, I'm from Canada, so it's a long way away, blah, blah, blah. And then when you drive the circuit, all the stuff everybody says, oh, it's magic, it's special, it's all true. It really is super. And yeah, there's nothing else like it in motorsport or sport, period.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of nostalgia here this weekend, that's for sure.
Yeah, and that's what's important. History is important, because I don't know where we came from is as important as where we're going, right?
Absolutely. So, thank you for bringing the car. Thank you for joining us. It's lovely to meet you, Brad.
You as well. Bye now.
Take care.
Thanks.
Sunday morning, Monaco Grand Prix Historic. We have Olivier, Bruce and me in the booth, and we are getting ready for a second race of the day. Oldest cars here. In some ways, you might say, Bruce Jones, that these are the cars that are most suited to be actually competing around here because of their small size. They're small in stature, they are nimble, and in terms of entertainment, they do move around a bit.
They do, and I absolutely love it accordingly. No, absolutely. This was why the circuit, well, the circuit was created because they wanted a race. The cars happened to be the right size, and the next time we had cars as small as these were the early 1960s. We'll see those later today in Series B, which is, you think, the little Coopers, Ferraris, BRMs and Lotuses, but a lot of Bugattis in this race, and it's absolutely fitting. It's called the named after Louis Chiron, local driver. He took victory here in 1931 in a Bugatti.
Yeah.
But we have others, and in fact we've got a Maserati on pole from a Fraser-Nash monoplace, an ERA, and then the best of the Bugattis down in 4th place. A wonderful mix of cars. We've got a couple of Aston Martins, one starting in 5th, so a real stirring of the pot, and you can pick out your favourites as you go through. And some of the cars, their histories are absolutely extraordinary. I was just having a little check. Aston Martin Ulster, halfway down the grid, Russell Bus starting 9th. It went down to South Africa in 1936, started racing, and eventually they pushed it into a garage in 1960 when they'd finished racing with it. Isn't that great?
Really?
All those years just competing on, and let's remember, a lot of these cars in period, most of their races were on temporary circuits when local cities and seaside resorts hosted a Grand Prix of their own, because there was no World Championship then, and certainly some of the tracks would have been quite rough and ready, and in fact Monaco was probably the pick of the pack back then.
Fritz Burkhardt has my favourite here. It's the Alfa Romeo 8C Monza from 1933. Very stylish car. Olivier, Bugatti, French manufacturer, built a lot of cars. Let's not forget, this was the early days of the automobile.
Yeah.
And we don't think about series and big numbers in production for racing cars, but they built a lot of them.
Yeah. You know, between the 35 model and the 37 models, they built 630 cars. Different capacities, you know, 1.5 liters, 2 liters, to 2.3 liters, you know, supercharged, non-supercharged. So it was a real production.
Almost like the current GT3 era, in fact, even more than that. The early morning cloud and a little bit of sea fret and mizzle this morning has cleared. And the second race of the 15th Grand Prix de Monaco Historic is on the grid and ready to set off for their formation laps. Named for Louis Chiron, who won this race in 1931, excuse me. It is for Grand Prix cars over 1500cc. And our second class is the voiturettes, the small cars under 1500cc. Under 15cc? Are you mad, John? No, there was a very, very big and competitive scene of 1.1 litre cars in this era. They were small. They were like surgeons' instruments running on very thin tyres. Look at the cars. This is the very early days of the horseless carriage. And these were the thoroughbreds of their age.
They were, and we were talking about this, that the speeds these cars could achieve versus what the handful of cars that actually were going on regular roads could achieve, that they were just from another plateau. Wonderful, but it's also the way they delivered their performance. And there was still experimentation at Olivier. What was the best way to find performance, speed, handling from a car? And out on narrow tyres, you know, it was still a long time. We didn't have aerodynamics then.
What we call the voiturette, you know, it was 1.1 liter, 6-cylinder, little weight, very little weight. So it was the best thing to do at the moment.
We appear to have a racing doctor. Surely that's a doctor's valise
aboard
the bonnet of Thierry Stapp's car. Period detail, I'm sure. But he's all set for the race.
Yeah, and it's the first Bugatti on the grid.
Yes.
Yeah.
And not in Bugatti blue, not in French racing blue. Does that hurt your heart?
No, and yesterday he had problem with the front suspension. I had a look on it, and he was quite a little afraid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, he's the second Bugatti on the grid, because ahead of him is Alex Reed.
Yeah.
So Alex Reed just going to the bottom of the shot, but in that white Type 35's Thierry Stapp. Pole position is Richard Bradley, Maserati 4CL. This is the best place Bugatti on the grid. Alex Reed, car number 14, lovely deep blue on that one.
Yeah, and for the 51 Bugatti, 40 examples were made.
Oh, wow.
40.
Every single model, like, you know, you naturally tend to think of the Type 35 as the predominant car.
Yeah.
Now, Brad Baker, we heard from him just in a video recorded on Friday, or it might have been yesterday morning, but he's in what we'd hoped would be one of 2 ERAs, but alas, Ramus, the car that's had a continuous racing history since 1936, didn't get to go out in practice. I hope to see it at the back of the grid. I don't. And Pat Blakeney-Edwards will be starting second in the monoplace, the single-seater Fraser-Nash, and anything that says Fraser-Nash, you put Pat Blakeney-Edwards in and he makes it sing. But Richard Bradley on pole position. We knew before the cars went out these two would be the ones dicing at the very front, and simply, Olivier, we were watching because they could attack from the very second they went on their outlap. Other drivers took a while to build up to speed, but we talked before about drivers feeling at one with their cars, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser-Nash monoplace and Richard Bradley in the 4CL Maserati from 1939. Just think about that car, built, and then suddenly there was a little bit of an interruption for the next 5.5 years, and then they brought them out after the war, and it took a while for the money and the enterprise to take the cars forward, but it was the sort of tip-top one on the pile before the war broke our fun.
Yes, a few years of unpleasantness, I heard somebody describe it as the other day, all of that unpleasantness, which I thought was a masterpiece of understatement. The ERA of Brad Baker just getting a bump start. Let the engine stop while it was sitting on the line. But look how tiny they are.
That aerial shot was fantastic because, yes, you've got this big, long prow on the car. But of course, you have to. That's where the engine is. But looking from above, it really is basically Richard Bradley and the engine.
Yeah.
There's
Sitting
Brad
on
Baker. High centre of gravity, but the ERA rip-snortingly fast. But it was a question of how much grip they could find.
And sitting on the back axle.
Yeah.
We haven't seen anything like that until the front engine Paynos Roadster came along, and I remember talking to David Brabham about that, and that had the engine pushed so far back that he was sitting on the rear axle, and he said it was a completely different feeling. It was a front mid-engine car almost, and the driver, as an afterthought, was sitting on top of the transaxle.
Sitting in the dicky seat at the back.
Yes, almost that in these terms, yes. And that gives you a different feeling to the polar moments of inertia that the car is inevitably going to have. The Bugatti Cup in the midfield there is going through.
Rather unhelpfully, the vast majority of those Bugattis are the same French blue. There are about 4 of them together. So at that point, John, we throw to Olivier.
Yeah.
And also with some Amil cars.
Yes, also in the same
pretty
colour.
much at the back. Yeah, the Amil, actually, Lucas Sliepen's car qualified really well up in 10th place, giving away a lot of horsepower to some of the cars around him. And he's just in behind that beautiful red Aston Martin Ulster I was mentioning, the car that raced from 1935-36 through to 1960. Didn't seem to lose its form down in South Africa.
So these cars again are pitted by the harbour. Oh, and what a shame. We've got a problem for Simon Bertoloro in the
He had
Type
a little
35.
problem yesterday, and I hate to think, you work your best to try and free up an issue. Clearly something else has struck. You bring your start to Monaco, you're going to get the start.
Gears.
I think so too.
He's sort of saying, give me a rock it, I might be able to get it out of gear.
And just remember, he's on a very steep hill there as well. It doesn't look as steep in the images as in real life, but that could easily be flowing backwards shortly.
It's an ex-Enrico Nardi car.
Oh, really? How lovely. The marshals are, as ever, incredibly efficient here, with a variety of aids that you don't always get at other circuits. So they'll have chocks to put behind the wheels, they have cranes, lifting devices, and toe strops that they use as almost like a tug of war against the gravity as the body of the field are on the promenade.
Well, I think Richard Bradley's almost on the grid right now, but just one thing we saw, one of the marshals yesterday had a chest-mounted camera. He's on the crew at Saint-Devote, so that was quite interesting. You really got taken close into the action when cleaning up operations were underway. It's only just gone 9:05 in the morning. We're already starting our second race. Are we keen or what? Of course we're keen. It's the Monaco Historic, and fans will fill those grandstands through the day.
And the Bugatti is moving, that number 20 car, the Bottolero machine.
Not moving
There we
far.
go. We've nicked it out.
He's on a toe.
We've got it into neutral. Now he's going to want to try and bump start that, and they're going to tell him he can't.
Yeah. Bump starting downhill's a bit easier than uphill.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They're
I
going
did
to take
enough physics. Oh dear, so he's going to the gap. Oh, the effort to get a car and the desire to do well and simply to race at Monaco and have it snatched away before you've even gone on the formation lap.
He absolutely has to get a still shot of that for his Christmas card, because instead of Santa and his sleigh and his reindeer, he's got his Bugatti and the Marshall Powers out front.
Or he could just go, how did your year go? This was mine.
Yeah, this was mine.
My
yeah.
hopes were shattered on a Sunday morning in Monaco.
On the front of the grid then, the Maserati 4CL from 1939. And Richard just with his hand up for a moment there. They won't want to hold these cars too long. Patrick Blakeney-Edwards gridded right to the right-hand side of his grid box. Behind him on the inside of row 2, the ERA, of Brad Baker. And he's gridded quite deeply. Green flag at the back, the lights come on. And brilliant start by Pat Blakeney-Edwards. He gets the jump and the transition as he shifts from first to second. And it will be the Fraser-Nash monoplast that goes through. Brilliant gear shift from first to second. He really hooked that car up.
Yeah, but what he had, he used the pre-selector gearbox. It was in gear, and then boof, off it came. But Richard Bradley's not going to take this line down. Up the hill he goes towards Massenet. There's no space on the outside. Pat Blakeney-Edwards staying right on the inside. Brad Baker keeping them very, very honest in the ERA. Around the outside, no. Eventually it becomes the inside, and that's worked for. And a hand up there from Richard Bradley, looking down at the gear change, but he's got that done. But that was tip-top driving. Ironically, just going past the tip-top now.
And here's Brad Baker down the outside. Fraser-Nash versus ERA. Cars in this group. Now down to the hairpin. Richard Bradley, what an amount of experience he has got in driving anything, but particularly loves the older cars through Portier down onto the tunnel.
Such a great shot. Alex Reed doing very well to keep up in the best place of the Bugattis in fourth place. He started fourth, but no one else has managed to challenge him. Fritz Burkhardt has risen a place or two in the Alfa Romeo 8C Monza, a car that led here in 1933 until the final lap. And then, unfortunately for him, Kilivazzi went past to win in a Bugatti. But just when we were watching the cars on the track, for me, the sound of that 8C Monza amazing. Let's take a look back at the start. Brilliant start from the outside of the front row. It wasn't as though Richard Bradley was slow away, but it was like a slingshot for the Fraser-Nash.
Just the right amount of wheel spin to keep the car moving forward. But how about the outside-inside move at the top of the hill and into Casino Square, and the constant working of the wheel to find the grip on tyres that really still won't be up to temperature with the track still at only 20 Celsius. They are treaded tyres, that does help the blocks move around a bit, but this is always the first lap is going to be a voyage of discovery, and the best drivers, that's when they shine.
No, entirely, that ability to attack from the outset, and these cars do move around. The shot of race leader Richard Bradley in his 4CL coming onto the start-finish straight, the tail coming out of Virage Antinogues, and for everyone else, their performance will come in different ways around this track, but these are three top proponents getting clear. Alex Reed doing well to hold on, but he will fall back in fourth place. He simply doesn't have the grunt, but clean opening lap.
It's been a good start by Fritz Burkhardt, in my favourite, the Alfa Romeo 8C. He's moved up a couple or three places from his grid spot, sits in fifth position, third in his class. There's a couple of classes here. The two Class 2 cars are actually ahead of the Class 1 cars at the moment. We won't trouble you with that, we'll just enjoy the racing.
Have you seen they don't, they go on the bump?
Yes.
They go on the bump, they don't do a turn just before.
Yeah, well, what we've seen with the later cars, in fact, anything after this, they tend to avoid the bumps. You run down the hill past the tip-top bar, and the drivers with experience know where the bumps are, but these cars, their suspension is much more compliant, so it doesn't upset the car, so it makes it a much simpler job for them.
Just sit back wherever you are in the world and enjoy the soundtrack and the absolute brilliance of these drivers and these cars doing what they were made to do, and that is go racing. Talked about this yesterday, but it's a running theme through the Grand Prix, the Monaco Historic, that these cars were built to race, and seeing them doing what they were built to do, it actually gladdens my heart and pays tribute to the designers, the mechanics, the guys who got greasy and dirty fingernails back in the 1930s, keeping these cars going, and of course the heroics of the drivers without the safety systems that we have nowadays, with open cockpits, with no seat belts even, because they felt it would be safer if something happened that they were thrown away from the cars.
They didn't know they were being heroic, they were just racing.
Correct.
That great little Bugatti scrap here, still the Type 35, 37, 51, such elegant cars. But just think for a moment that some of the Bugattis were built a century ago. When I started loving historic racing, they were only about 65 years old. But and the first Grand Prix won by Bugatti, 1929, we're nearly at the centenary of that. Williams, the driver, in inverted commas, a British driver based in France, with an interesting backstory. But this is wonderful, bit of smoking away a little bit there.
Yeah.
And that is the battle for 7th place. Jean-Pascal Curel just ahead of Thierry Staps.
Yeah.
Now, interestingly, Blakely Edwards in the first part of the lap was quicker last time around than Richard Bradley, who's looking at Richard now in that 4CL. It's Giovanni Rocco works car, working his way down those twisters all the way to the seafront of Portier, then plunging. So he has the fastest lap, but at the early part of the lap, advantage goes to Blakely Edwards. I love it when you're in a commentary box and your two co-coms are laughing with joy at the driving style.
It's just the way he tips into the Portier, the right-hander onto the seafront through the tunnel. He turns the car in almost like a rally driver. He's pitched the car into that right-hander. As he comes through the middle of the corner, his hands are back to straight on the steering wheel. He's applying the throttle and then balancing the car with a bit of opposite lock, a bit of counter steering. That's how you drive these cars. You can't just drive up to the corner, pick your turning point and gently turn it in, because it's not going to go. You're driving it using the momentum of the car, using that pendulum effect and using the power, and actually more importantly, and we'll say this a lot this weekend, using the torque of the engine to actually rotate the back of the car, because they generally want to go straight on these cars.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to get on top of the cars.
Yes.
These are cars that if you don't really wrestle with them, they will just not offer you the performance. They might not actually offer you the tyre wall on the outside of the circuit. But particularly these first two drivers, Richard Bradley and Pat Blakely Edwards, they are absolutely ace proponents of historic racing, and they know how to attack. And for Pat Blakely Edwards, he always said the battle would be Richard Bradley, and he hoped against all hope he could take the lead at the start, which he did. What a rocket start that was. And now Brad Baker doing his best, but he's fallen about another 6 seconds behind them. Fastest lap of the race, second lap running, it's Richard Bradley. He's now 2.9 seconds clear. He gained about a third of a second on that lap, but look how Pat Blakely Edwards is leaning, attacking, drifting, and constantly changing the steering. You're quite right, well done for picking it up, Olivier. As they go past the old tip-top bar, they are running pretty much in a straight line. Everyone else, it's like they're doing a slalom course when they come down with cars, more modern cars with suspension that would pitch their car over those bumps, thus the avoidance.
10-lap race or 30 minutes, whichever comes first. We are on lap 4 at the moment. Just a few moments ago. Very, very rich.
Smoky Amilcar.
That Amilcar is
smoky.
Now, I thought that was just running rich. I think it's a little more sinister than that.
Yeah.
Well, certainly we heard from Julia de Balzanza before the race. She's going to be getting an absolute face fill out of the back of Emeric Bourdet's Amilcar. And in fact, last time around was a bit slower, but he's not slowed his pace yet, Bourdet, in the Amilcar C6. 6 for 6 cylinder, but certainly a smoky Sunday morning for Julia.
It's why drivers often, long before full-face helmets and tear-offs, you often have 2 sets of goggles. And because your goggles would get misted up with the oil spray from cars ahead. Even when there was nothing wrong with them, there was you had total loss systems in some of the early engines, so they were expected to lose oil. And of course, running often on unmade or gravel portions of tracks in the early days of motor racing. So you'd have a couple of sets of goggles, you'd pull one off and pull a second one up on a part of the circuit where you could take one hand off. How you did that with these cars, it's not like you could steer with your knees. I've no clue how
you remove both in one go and then you're done for. I used to have the problem in swimming racing, if you dived in, your goggles went down, then they rammed your face when you were trying to do the breathing and moving enterprise. Right, Brad Baker pushing on, but he's falling back. I'm just trying to see his advantage. He's got a tiny advantage of 10, 11 seconds over fourth place car, Alex Reed. So the top 4 cars are running as they were on the grid, but remember, Pat Blakeney-Edwards did take the lead on the opening lap. But again, I love the fact you can see so much of the driving. You can see how they're working in the cockpit, and particularly as they come into Casino Square. Look at that wonderful high-up shot. And it's not like just one arc around the corner, Olivier. It's constant adjustment, of course, as they're also applying the throttle to do half the steering.
We must notice that all these cars have more power than a normal car today. Without a good suspension, without good brakes.
That's why they were fun. And in fact, just remember, a lot of cars in the very early days of racing only had brakes at the front. In fact, someone last weekend at Goodwood was not complaining. He said, "You do know my rivals do have 4-wheel braking." I'm sticking with 2 because that's how it was in period. And so just wonderful to see this array of cars. Not yet sunny, but we've had sun thus far over Friday and Saturday here at the Monaco Historic.
Temperature is creeping up in the air, 17 Celsius now. The track still in shade until the sun breaks through. We got well up into the late 30s, early 40s on the track yesterday, right at the time that we need it, when the cars with the big balloon slick tyres from the 70s and 80s were coming out. We're charting the Monaco Grand Prix history on an automotive and motor racing time machine journey through the 7-8 decades that this race, more than that now actually, that this race has been going on. The Monaco Grand Prix, a constant in Grand Prix and subsequently since 1950 the Formula One history.
One little thing there, just saw Richard Bradley sort of waving and giving a thumbs up as he came across the start-finish line. I think he must have some friends or family in an apartment at Saint Devote looking down there. He's that confident. In fact, the last lap was a very good one for him, not sort of Pat Blakeney, so he's pulled his advantage out to 4.5 seconds, 4.7 seconds now in the battle of the Maserati against the Fraser-Nash. And the Bugattis, unfortunately for you, Olivier, a little bit outgunned, but we knew that. They simply don't have the power.
Yeah.
And they're a bit older.
Yeah, a bit older too.
That was Maurizio Piantelli on the close-up, seeing how hard you've got to work to get the cars through the corners.
Sort of move to one side and make it plain. Richard Bradley just waited to see as he went down the slope towards Portier. Has he seen me? Has he not? But of course, in these cars, you do have good line of vision because you're basically your head and shoulders are above the tail end of the car. You can swing around. The mirrors do half the job. Wonderful shot showing the pace of the Maserati through, sort of almost in a drift, not quite, but sort of certainly the dynamics of the car was such. This is the point on the circuit where the biggest advantage comes to Richard Bradley. A bit more grunt than Pat Blakeney-Edwards has. And again, opening sector of the lap, Pat Blakeney-Edwards is faster, going up to Casino Square, but when you get the run through the tunnel, Maserati 4CL has longer legs and it's using them very well.
Yeah.
Beautifully balanced as he comes through what is actually a very fast entry through to back and into the swimming pool. Amilcar, well no, it is overfueling, that's hence the, I thought it was even a bit dark for that, but it's overfueling to the point that we are getting flames out of the exhaust. The Amilcar C6, late 1920s machine. Leader crosses the line and goes onto another lap.
Yeah, a little bit traffic affected there, and in fact the advantage has come down. It's down to 3.7 seconds now, but I think it's a bit of ebb and flow in the traffic. In the background, the shot there is Pat Blakeney-Edwards, car number 42, the Fraser-Nash monoclass, doing his utmost through Saint Devote, and then the climb. If ever you've been to Monaco and do walk the course, and in fact if you do come here, make sure you do walk the course, warm your calves muscles up before you head up the hill from Saint Devote through Massenet up to Casino Square, because it's much steeper than it looks. And equally, when you exit Casino Square, very quickly you're going downhill all the way, tail hanging out from Pat Blakeney-Edwards, all the way, not just to this right-hander, but when you get diving down to the steepest part of the circuit, which is from here down to the hairpin in front of the Fairmont Hotel.
Just enjoying the sights and sounds of Grand Prix racing cars. See how the front wheels are cambered in, pointing in almost a V shape as they come round, but that straightens out, of course, as you put lock into it and you lean on the car, and the very simple suspension with leaf springs on the front of that number 42 Fraser-Nash monoplace. Brilliant pieces of engineering for the time. We would look at them now and say, well, why did they do that? Because that's what they knew and that's what they were pushing. And that car with all-wheel braking, you can see the big drums, not disc brakes, those are racing drum brakes. We see similar things on Formula One cars now, but those are big, almost washing machine, tumble dryer style covers with very efficient carbon brakes underneath. These are much more rudimentary with brake shoes onto a disc, but with vanes on the outside to help them cool down. And we've seen already this morning how efficient those brakes can be. Part of that, of course, Bruce, is down to the lightness of the car. They work very well.
Yeah, they did. It was another almost 2 decades until Jaguar brought disc brakes into sports car racing. But you know, this was the moving laboratory. It always has been motor racing. Good little battle is still going on between Jean-Pascal Courel and Thierry Stats. They're fighting over 7th place. They're separated. Well, in fact, I was going to say by a second. In the background of the shot, they're separated by not bad. It's about a quarter of a second. Slightly interrupted by race leader Richard Bradley going past in his Maserati 4CL. He's hoping the traffic will be kind, and that was immensely kind. Back towards the tail of the field, one of the Bugatti drivers literally driving into the hotel reception to make sure he stayed out of the way of our race leader.
And he's just checking his dinner reservation for this evening, I think, as he went through.
I've still got my lunch appointment.
Out towards the tunnel again. Richard Bradley in splendid isolation. Just it's not quite a drift, but he's not travelling in a straight line either. There's just that slight attitude of pointing in towards the corner.
Loading, I think we possibly
That's very good word.
Loading it up to explode out of the tunnel, then think, oh crikey, I've got to get some braking done.
He took a bit too much curb there. It looked like he had to do a bit more correction before the exit of the Nivelle chicane.
Yeah, I think that the car has a better suspension than the Fraser-Nash. You know.
Yeah.
In each corner we can see that.
Yeah, well, 3 years later, in terms of build, his is 39, the chasing Fraser-Nash 36, and it was moving fast, of course, and as we said, the interruption for unpleasantness. But the cars from the 30s, bear in mind, after the war, cars like ERAs were still racing, and this looks so much older than the monoplace, and particularly the 4CL Maserati, but these were still weapons of choice after the war until finally people started building cars all over again.
Brad Baker's hustling that 3rd place ERA, the 1936 car.
But think of some of the circuits. There weren't so many permanent circuits back then, but this was one that you just could never relax at Monaco. You're always doing something. Again, beautiful driving from some of the back markers there, hand out of the cockpit.
That was Maurizio Gamer, I see, at Pantelli.
Yeah, he's running last in the race, but he's being immensely polite in doing so. But up front, well, in the background of the shot is the second of the Aston Martins. That's the speed model. That's actually David Freeman's car in 6th place overall. So race leader Richard Bradley's only got 4 other cars still with him on the lead lap. His advantage suddenly in the last couple of laps has grown to 6 of its seconds.
And I said that Brad Baker was hustling. He's just in his fastest lap of the race, which is also the Class 1 fastest lap of the race in that ERA. Down to 2 minutes 7, 2 minutes 5 from Richard Bradley, 2 minutes 5 flat, and Pat Blakeney Edwards' best time at 2 minutes 5.7. So Richard, never one to ease off, but his pace has come down by about a second now. No need to stress himself or indeed the machinery here. He's built up a comfortable lead as he's coming round to complete the 9th lap and go on to the final tour. Going past our commentary box in just a moment. He's got another one of the Bugattis to deal with. Again, stays well over to the left-hand side. And the MG as well, which we haven't talked about. That's the MG K3 Magnet of John Gillette.
Yeah, I was in Australia to race that car. One of the cars we didn't get to race was Remus, the ERA raced by Prince Bira, but this was the car that Prince Bira raced before the ERA arrived. And we were talking about the Australian Grand Prix a while ago, how it took a long time to get a World Championship round. But that little MG came third in the Australian Grand Prix in, let me look at my notes, 1953.
Wow.
So you can imagine that the field of cars wasn't as competitive back then as it became later, but great to have that mix. The K3 Magnet, John Gillette driving it very, very nicely indeed, but he's giving away performance in every single department that performance can be provided. In terms of handling though, you can see when it's driven like this, that 4CL Maserati of our race leader here on the last lap, Richard Bradley, he's got on top of that car. Well, you're sitting on top to start with, but he's really hustled it, and that's great to see.
Cars prepared superbly as well. These are racing cars, but Richard Bradley, just a little stutter there coming out of the hairpin on his way down to Portier. I don't know whether he missed a gear or whether it was just a little fluff in the engine. Carburettor cars, of course.
The trouble is, the chasing Pat Blakeney-Edwards still can't see him. But
No.
if there's some hope, Pat will be chasing it. The checker flag is waiting. And who's going to get it? You have to presume it's going to be Richard Bradley. How's he running down to the chicane? Looks okay, but maybe it's going to be under acceleration out of the chicane. We'll see if there is a problem coming up.
Yeah, he's slow again. That's a miss. I think it's a misfire. I think he's lost the
look,
cylinder.
the gap was 6 seconds to the start of the lap, down to 4 seconds.
It's not
round.
even that now.
No, and he's got 3 cars in front of him, 2 Amul cars and a Bugatti. He should have the pace to go around the outside, but Pat Blakeney-Edwards, can he pounce? He's only got 3 more corners to come. So
One more lap could have been a real problem for Richard Bradley.
He's still got to accelerate up the hill out of Rascasse and get it to the finish line, and the gap's come down to about 2 seconds.
And it's a long way to get to the finish line, and our leader is slowing.
He has no
going
more
into
power.
Rascasse. He has no power. He's definitely the engine. Doesn't sound good. He's heading to the pits. The leader has gone. The absolute
Incredible.
heartache, almost joy for Richard Bradley, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards goes through on the last corner, punches the air with his right hand in delight, and Richard Bradley is spent.
The air is out of that balloon.
Spent. He is spent in terms of his physicality of hoisting that car, and now mentally as well.
Maybe he ran out of fuel. Maybe.
It was coughing and spluttering from halfway around the last lap. I thought my eyes were deceiving me at the hairpin, but there was just a hesitation. And then coming out of the Novelle chicane, we could hear it on the trackside microphones that it didn't sound on song. Maybe it dropped the cylinder, and he's just made it into the pit lane. He's not even, well, he can't, I don't think he can drop down further than 5th because he lapped everybody up to 6th position.
So this is Alex. There is the stranded Maserati, our race leader until the penultimate corner of the race. Pat Blakeney-Edwards come through. This is driver going to 3rd place, Alex Reed. Victory to Pat Blakeney-Edwards, Brad Baker in 2nd in his ERA, and then Alex Reed in the Bugatti. But deflation. But you know, Pat Blakeney-Edwards would always keep hunting. He was gaining a little bit, losing a bit, and he's just doing his early morning calisthenics, but of delight as he goes around the hairpin. Of course he's happy, victory, but also he had to hunt. But he must have thought, going onto that last lap, I'm 4.5 seconds down, I'm gaining, but again, I can't really see him. And then suddenly, out of the chicane, not only can I see him, but he's going slowly. Can I get victory? Then the traffic was in the way through, preceded 3 cars. Richard Bradley, well, he'll be using new vocabulary, I think, for that one. How sad for him.
Yeah, if he could have... Do you know what? I think even if he got it through the Anthony Nogues corner and onto the front straight, I don't think with the lack of pace that he had there, he would have been able to hold PPE off. But we would have been given a grandstand. It's a long run from the final corner to the finishing line, unusual for a Grand Prix circuit.
Look, and if he was running very, very, very low on fuel, the last thing he needed was a slight uphill acceleration out of a tight corner like it is out of Rascasse.
I think about fuel.
That is so heartbreaking for...
Well, look, it's never over until it's over, but Pat Blakeney-Edwards absolutely cock-a-hoop with delight. Ever the showman, he must have thought, I've given it my all, Richard's got it today, I knew he was my main challenger. But, hold on, what's happening? And there came victory.
Wow, extraordinary.
My friend Winston in UK will be happy. He said me that at Goodwood. Yeah, I hope that the Fresnel will walk.
Yeah, well, everyone has their hopes, and sometimes they come through. Of course, cars were famously not as mechanically reliable back in period, but now they're so beautifully prepared, and I'd love to find out what it was that slowed and stopped our race leader.
And Brad Baker on the podium himself with the ERA and his Bugatti 51 with Alex Reid.
Richard walking on the track. There's the friendship of historic racing.
Oh, that is fantastic.
Yeah,
that's the camaraderie we talked about.
Maybe he's saying, you keep the wreath and I'll have the champagne. I don't know, just a thought.
Yeah.
Can I have the watch?
Save me the bottle.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the sad side, but at least it's a car that stopped, but it's not a car that's crashed, but it's a car that broke the hopes there of Richard Bradley, who drove so beautifully for lap after lap, a real masterclass in how to handle a car from the 1930s. But for Pat Blakeney-Edwards, he raced that brilliant race start, he chased, and eventually, 3/4 of the way around the last lap, he got in the hunt and he got through. Victory for Pat Blakeney-Edwards, and for the Fraser-Nash clubs around the world, they'll be delighted with that one.
In a very traditional British racing green. There is really no Pantone for British racing green, as Bruce was mentioning yesterday. In bright sunlight, I always think it should look black, and that car would do exactly that. Flat, never metallic, and those dark greens, absolutely outstanding. Now, coming in second, and I don't think Brad Baker realised there that he was in second.
He was heading towards the board for third place, but he ran third. Pat Blakeney-Edwards. Come on, they said. Come on, he did. Well, outstanding drive.
So Brad Baker in the ex-Nick Mason ERA in second, and Brad Baker's Bugatti Type 51, 1931 car driven by Alex Reid, is coming in third place.
Absolutely so. Oh, the picture of dejection. Richard Bradley back in his car. I loved the fact he got out.
Yes,
went
he
across,
waited.
Yeah. And congratulated the driver who gave chase, and then when the hiccup came, straight through for Blakeney Motorsport, Pat Blakeney-Edwards. And we heard from Brad Baker before the race. Way to go.
Driving Brad's car. I was hoping he was going to tell me what had gone wrong with the car there. Let's get down onto the start-finish line and hear from our winner.
Thank you very much. Great to be in Monaco. Great to...
Est-ce qu'on est prêt de notre côté?
Super,
voilà.
great to be on the podium.
Just, how do you feel?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited, to be honest. It's been a long time coming. I think I've raced at every Monaco Historic, so 15 of them, I think. And I've been on the podium a couple of times, but I've never won a race at Monaco. And, the feeling is unbelievable. And thank you to the ACM, to Monaco, particularly to Patricia, who makes it so easy for us, for all of us. It's just an honour to be here. I'm pretty chilled about this and very, very happy.
Did you think that was possible this morning?
No, Rich is a class act. His Maserati's a Grand Prix car, whereas my car was made in a shed in West London with angle grinders and hammers and a coal chisel probably. So, yeah, Viva Fraser-Nash, and to Albert Goff, who designed the engine for that car. It never worked in period, and we've given it everything we can to make it work. So salute Albert Goff and salute Fane, who raced the car in period very successfully, and his great grandson Roderick Vane. The family are also here, so I'm sure they will be delighted too.
Great.
Bilen down on the start-finish straight, and again this lovely tradition of going to the original Monaco podium area before going up onto the much more recent Formula One area.
I think there was so much ground covered by Pat Blakeney-Edwards there, and I thought he explained it beautifully. I don't have a Grand Prix car. This was a car mainly made for hill climbs and events at Brooklands. And also the fact it didn't work in period, and then sport moves on very quickly, John. Something doesn't work, you move on to other things. But he really had to hustle that, and some people can hide their emotions. Pat Blakeney-Edwards absolutely can't, and why should he?
It's his business, but it's his passion. And that came out, I think, there. I actually took a breath when he said that I knew he'd been to all of the events here, the 15 over the last 30 years. I hadn't realised he'd never won a race before.
No, likewise.
And I would have lost money on that. I really would. Absolutely incredible. And what a way to win it. I mean, you've got to feel for Richard. Those cars are not easy to drive, and you could hear Pat was slightly out of breath, and even Richard Bradley, who was bossing the race, even he had a good workout. So the presentations then for our A1, excuse me, the oldest cars that we have here this weekend. The grid name for Louis Chiron, who was the winner here in 1931. Alex Reid in Brad Baker's Bugatti 51. Brad Baker himself in the ERA. And our winner, Pat Blakeney-Edwards, with the laurels. His glasses are steamed up, he doesn't care. He's had a good workout there. And now the presentations.
Firstly presenting the Coupe du Pass to the winner.
By Michel Ferry, Vice President of the Automobile Club.
He enjoyed that one, didn't he? Look at that smile on his face. I think particularly in the early cars, you can see how hard the drivers have worked. You can hear how hard it is. And then for Pat Blakeney-Edwards, also the emotion.
There'll be a lot of Fraser-Nash fans around the world who will be absolutely jumping up and down this Sunday morning. The special limited edition Tag Heuer Monaco, horological partner of the 15th Grand Prix, the Monaco Historic, and have been supporters of this event for a very long time. The Monaco, the first ever square waterproof chronograph.
We've dived into your world of watches, and I can't dispute anything you say in the horological front. And for the Fraser-Nash clubs, you mentioned, they're very, very strong. A lot of these cars get travelled down through the generations. I think I believe they've got a massive race at Spa, I think it's this September. And a lot of them drive out to watch it. That's going to take pride and place back at Blakeney Motorsport, you can be sure of that.
His truck's parked in the same car park that we are just around the corner, the parking pêcheur, the fisherman's car park. Beautiful organisation. Pat mentioned it there. The trucks, there's a part of that car park that is double height so that the transporters can park in there. Now the national anthem of the winning driver, Pat. Well, the drama of Monaco. We talk about the magic of Monaco, the drama, the heartbreak of the Principality straight. Richard on his tiptoes, trying to gain height. Well, he's on the top step of the podium. He's invited his two competitors up alongside him. Yes, Richard Bradley, will be devastated for that, and he put so much in, so close. Almost better for the car to have given up the ghost on lap 1 or 2 than get that close to the end of the race, I think.
Yeah, I know, it's absolutely cruelous, but bear in mind, before the start of the race, we were talking about the Alfa Romeo HC Monza and Fritz Burkhardt. That was the car that led the race until the final lap back in period in 1933, and through came. So that's historical accuracy as well. And you're not there until you've got to the finish line.
That car actually finished 4th, and therefore 3rd in class. That finished 3rd in Class 1 for Fritz. So
yeah,
he started at 8th, I think.
Yeah. He did a good run. Didn't see too much of him. By the end, he was actually all on his own, sounding glorious, looking glorious. But the most glorious car, of course, is the winning car. And today, it's the Fraser-Nash monoplast, Pat Blakeney-Edwards, going back down. And what a day! Really unique trophies. And for Pat, he'll have the problem all the winners have. Oh, the wrist! I have the wrist.
Very nice.
My friend, thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Well deserved.
The classic Square Monaco. A little bit larger and more chunky than the one worn by Steve McQueen in the movie Le Mans, which brought that watch to global attention.
Brad Baker holding the glass in the blue style by the step.
Yeah.
That's, yes.
So Olivier Barjon from Reims, who's sitting with us right here. You can relax now.
Yeah, yeah.
Your masterclass.
Finally.
It's only the second race. So for Alex Reid in the middle, Brad Baker on the left, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards breathe out and breathe in the air beneath the podium at Monaco. What a start to their Sunday.
Thoroughly enjoying this part. As he said, he's been on the podium before. He's seen all of this. He's been part of all of it. He's been one of the two guys standing in the background, and that classic area just off to driver's left on the start finish.
But also think, here we are, it's the race ended about 9:30. That's the second race that Pat Blakeney-Edwards has done this morning. He went out in the first race, had no chance in the Maserati 4CLT 48. However, he knew he had a chance in this one, started on the front row, went off like a rocket. He had a battle, he had a proper scrap, and that makes that victory all the more fantastic for him. But he'll be feeling big time for Paul Richard Bradley, retiring with what, one corner to go.
So let's check the results and confirm then the Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser-Nash wins by half a minute near enough. Brad Baker in his ERA in second, and his Bugatti Type 51 in third for Alex Reid, driving that for Brad. Then the Alfa Romeo, a great run by Fritz Burkhardt, making up positions. Richard Bradley categorised as fifth position,
Fifth position, yeah.
after not making the last lap, but he'd lapped everybody up to sixth, David Freeman, and then the rest of the field going down, all had their little battles. A lot of improvements towards the end, and people putting their fastest laps in, just enjoying what was going on the streets.
Yeah, everyone was having their own internal battle. But for Serie A1, it was a chance to see these really early cars being slid around. Alex Reid, as we can see from the podium, he's competed in Caterhams. And look at that front wheel off the ground for a good second going through the chicane. So he's used to small, nimble cars, and the Bugatti's exactly that. Not so nimble, but with an awful lot more grunt. Brad Baker drove his ERA absolutely beautifully, an ex-Whitehead family car. But up front, well, second place until the final corner was this driver, Pat Blakeney-Edwards, in his Fraser-Nash monoplace. All arms and elbows around there, having to slide the car to find its form. And eventually got the fortune to go with that form, and thumbs up, and eventually two arms salutes. He's going around the circuit. Sheer joy. And there, the moment of the race, Richard Bradley denied victory. He is just as happy for Pat Blakeney-Edwards as he would have been taking victory himself.
That's so far, that's the image. Not even Pat's celebration, but that's the image of this weekend. If anything sums up the Monaco Historic, that is the image for me, Olivier.
We're friends.
Yes. We fight on the track.
Yeah, but we're friends.
Yeah, but we are friends. We respect each other, and we can celebrate each other's victory, even though Richard was clearly very disappointed not to have made one more corner and a couple of 100 metres up the start-finish line. Our second race of Sunday for the oldest cars in the programme this weekend, and the grid that was named after Louis Charon, who won the race here in 1931. Well, we waited with bated breath to find out who would get off the line in our A2, A1 class. Blakeney-Edwards knew that he had a job on his hands if he was going to beat the bright red Maserati 4CL, the Grand Prix car, with very, very distinguished driver Richard Bradley. But it was the number 42, Fraser-Nash, that took the lead at the start. Maybe that was a little bit of a shock for the pole sitter in the red Maserati. The chance was taken, but Richard Bradley already looking racy heading up the hill for the first lap.
Brad Baker tucked in behind in his ERA. Could he hang on to this lead, Joe? For the moment, it was Pat Blakeney-Edwards, but there was half a chance around the outside. Didn't think it would work, but no one told that to Richard Bradley. He decided it would. Into Casino Square he went with his Grand Prix Maserati, and the top three shuffled already, and the rest of the race, it was going to be Richard hanging on. But what a move. Very, very few people go around the outside. Beautiful driving from the pair of them. Pat Blakeney-Edwards knew it would be disaster if he moved across, so he didn't.
At that point, Richard began to pull away in that beautifully prepared car and showing us all of the skills for which he has rightly become recognised. The perfect drift through Portier on to the seafront and through the tunnel. Behind him, Pat Blakeney-Edwards just continuing to push on and trying to keep the leader in sight, trying to keep the leader honest. The gap went out at one point to well over 5 seconds. A little bit of traffic brought it back. And in third place, Brad Baker was making sure that his ERA was getting a good run out as well. Maybe not quite seeing the leaders, but enjoying himself. And behind him, Alex Reid was driving his Type 51 Bugatti.
It wasn't just about the front runners either, it was about the other drivers who weren't as fast in their older Bugattis, having their own run but keeping out of the way. The little Amel cars had a fair bit of, a bit of entertainment for us, but certainly a smoky run for some of those.
Elegant isolation for Brad Baker, climbing up to Casino Square. And Pat Blakeney-Edwards refusing to give up, working that car hard. In period, the Fraser-Nash had a temperamental power unit, the engine often not delivering as it should do. No such issues at the front of the field for the number 30 and Richard Bradley, making that car absolutely sing.
Brad Baker continued to give chase. Richard Bradley was pretty much out of sight for Pat Blakeney-Edwards because he was about 6 seconds clear at the greatest point. It went up and down according to going past the traffic. Brad Baker continued to press on in his ERA, but the slide, the controlled drifting from both of the first two drivers in particular was fantastic. Seeing the drivers torso pretty much as they worked the car was wonderful. 1 lap to go, surely victory was in the bag.
And Richard Bradley had eased his pace a little bit, took no chances through the back markers, so it had come down to around about 4.5 seconds. But there was a little stutter from the leader coming out of the hairpin just down from the hotel. Was it just a missed gear, or was there something more sinister? By the time it came to Rascast, the problem was evident. A car that wasn't firing on all cylinders, and with 1 corner and a couple of 100 metres to go, Richard Bradley was denied, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards came through to take the victory. Disaster and disillusionment, perhaps. A spent force from the car and from the driver, physically and mentally. Richard Bradley had given everything, only to be let down within sight of the checkered flag, pretty much. But what an image of Richard waiting for the winner to come through and add his congratulations. Pat Blakeney-Edwards has been here at Monaco for all 15 editions of the Monaco Grand Prix Historic, has not stood on the top step of the podium until now. Well, whilst we wait for the next cars to come through, this event attracts the great and the good from all around the world, as we've mentioned, and also the big names from motorsport. And many of you watching and listening today will know our next guest for Gemma to talk to. Let's hear from Martin Donnelly.
A paddock full of cars that we all recognise from back in the day, and a driver that we recognise from back in the day, Martin, an old friend of mine as well. Great to see you.
Thank you.
A lot of nostalgia around us. How does it feel for you being back here, surrounded by the cars that were part of the prime of your racing?
Well, you have to just take one of those pinch moments, you know. I mean, I get the buzz coming here. I mean, there's nowhere else in the world runs a race weekend like Monaco. Steeped in heritage, steeped in making drivers famous, Graham Hill, Senna, goes on just from the list. And I mean, you've got this background here. This, I mean, it's just, you can't get anywhere else. I'm lost for words.
What was it like racing these cars here?
Very physical, because back in the day we had no ABS, we had no traction control, we had no paddle shifts. All we had was a stacked backhoe and your oil pressure and water fuel pressure. So physical was the word I'd use. But you know, it's you know, you drive within your limits. I always say to the guys who are coaching today that drive quick, don't crash. It's only a practice session. Don't let your ego get in the way of the red mist. And you know, these guys don't realise how privileged they are to drive in these cars steeped in history, got out there in a circuit such as Monte Carlo.
What's your role here this weekend?
I got 2 or 3 drivers that I'm trying to drive a coach off the barriers, not into the barriers. Some guys are rookies, some guys got experience. The next practice session, one more squat new tires. I think, why waste a set of tires? But you've only got 3 sets to use. But you know, you've got a lot of this is about the driver's psyche. You've got to keep his head positive. And if you do something he doesn't want you to do, then you also start to go strong. Once their chin drops, it can be the hardest job in the world to pick that chin back up again. So keep them out there. Come in, there's a red flag, tire pressures, keep out, because the only way you're going to go quicker is more laps behind the steering wheel on the track.
But I think out of a lot of people in the world of motorsport, you know how very hard it is to pick yourself back up again after your massive accident back in the 90s. That's become a little bit of a focus in the F1 film that was released recently, and people don't necessarily know that you consulted on the film.
I did, very much so. So the character of Sonny Hayes was based on Martin Donnelly. So I've thought about Ed's calf back in the day and going to my wash in the laundrette. That's the opening scene of Brad reading his paper on top of the wash machine. And it goes all the way through. But Brad's a good guy. He does track days with his motorbike. So he has the speed there. It's just brushing off cleaning up the rough edges. And you know, he's quick, and I mean, he did a bit of a bit to camera there with Martin, and his last sentence was, if it wasn't for Martin Donnelly, this wouldn't have happened. But I mean, if I had known 35 years ago that he's going to play my part, I would have to patent it. I'd need more money. Show me the money, as EJ would say.
You can't imagine it turning into that success, your accident, which
I won't be doing it again, that's for sure.
That's for sure. Well, it's lovely to see you, Martin.
Thank you.
Enjoy your weekend.
So far.
And we'll catch up with you again later on, I'm
All right,
sure.
guys. Hope you enjoy it. Tune in.
See you later. Thanks.
Magic stuff here at Monaco for the 15th running of the Grand Prix Monaco Historic. Our brilliant production team have heard us talking about how hard the guys are working, the drivers are working behind the wheel, gentlemen. So we've gone back in the archives to 2021, and Philip Buhofer is out in his BRM in the next race. But here he's behind the wheel of his Lotus 24, and what I want to show you is a little onboard lap and give our viewers around the world an idea of how hard the drivers have to work. So here's Philip from back in 2021. Across the start-finish line, down towards Sander Votbruis. And you've been talking about sight lines as well. We're a little bit higher than the driver's eyes. But look what you can see going up the hill. You cannot see the corner you're going to turn in the Casino Square.
No, you're in a chasm of barriers, and you can see the sky blue in that it's not yet blue today. But then massively, what can you see? More barriers, more barriers. But you've got to turn in, How can you do it? And then as soon as you've got the car settled, suddenly you've got to know you're going to turn to the right. You need to up that curve so tightly, and then the bumpy run down the slope you go. And again, if you're 3 or 4 seconds down on arrival, you will not be able to see them.
Plunging downhill quite steeply here, Olivier, down towards the slowest corner, and this one really you've just got to survive to get round here. Some of the cars will use more curb on the left.
Yeah, and this car, the tiniest ones you can find here today. And you must remind also that the driver, they're smaller too, so they can't see many things.
Through the tunnel, which curves to the right, not right up against the Armco, it's still quite dirty on the inside there, and then out into the sunshine. Watch the difference. Our cameras actually make that look much easier than it is, and a steep downhill braking area into the Nouvelle chicane.
Get the power down, get the car balanced, get onto the power as soon as you possibly can, because this is one of the longer straights coming up. You're blasting along, you haven't got time to look at the yachts, you can't see the other side of the barrier. Into Tabac you go, but when you go to Tabac, a tricky corner, you know what's coming next is really, really tricky indeed. Piscine.
Through the swimming pool. Apex, apex. Balance the car for the right, left, out. Don't take too much of the curve on the left-hand side, and then you're setting yourself up again. Rascasse, uphill, right-hander. Don't turn in too late, because then you run off and the camber doesn't help you. Virage, Anthony Nogues. Right, okay, that's it. I've finished the lap. No, you haven't. You've got to run all the way down to the line. Stay across to the right-hand side. Try and do the shortest run as you can. And that was the Lotus 24 lap by Philip Bruhofer, who's out in his BRM P261 in this race. That was a lap on his own. Now imagine another, as we have here, 24 cars, Bruce, who want that same piece of tarmac that you're on.
And imagine too, you talked about how when you burst out of the tunnel and you into the bright light, imagine you've got 3 cars around you and you've only got the small consequence coming up called the Nouvelle chicane, and you're trying to take an overtaking manoeuvre or even defend from one. So the drivers are never less than fully busy.
So the cars coming round on their outlap from the paddock area. They'll form up on the grids and then get one more lap to come around. It's definitely brightening up, the temperature coming up as well. The track's gone up to 21 degrees. The car's down one side of the grid. Well, we've got the opportunity to hear from a driver in this race, another driver in this race from the Lotus 18 Climax, the number 20 car. Tiffany Salisbury talked to Gemma yesterday.
Well, the Series B cars are lined up and ready to go. And Tivian will be driving this beautiful Lotus, in which Sterling Moss was a race winner in this in 1961, was it, Tivian?
That's correct, yeah. Yeah, it was, yeah.
Tell me how you became owner of this car and driver, of course.
It's a story that starts a long, long time ago. I was born in 1961. I had a poster of this car on my bedroom wall as a boy. And then I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to buy it in 2018-19. And I wasn't going to race it, to be honest, to start with, because I thought it was probably too good a car for me to race. And then that changed when somebody else blew the engine up. I thought, well, if I have to pay for a new engine, perhaps I should drive it. So that's, yeah. So this is my third Monaco, and yeah, it's just great fun. It's great fun.
And in terms of your passion for owning classic cars, your passion for the pre-war cars in particular, where's that stem from?
I think it stems from I used to read Motorsport magazine as a boy, and I used to enjoy the back pages more than the front pages, where the black and white adverts were for the older cars. And the pre-war cars interested me because I was very attracted to the concept of the flat caps and the guy with the goggles and hanging out the sides of cars, all that kind of stuff. It seemed to appeal to me, and it stuck. So again, when I had the opportunity to buy pre-war racing cars, that's what I've gone for. So, and that's exactly what I do. I sort of hang out the sides and hope that I can get back in.
And in terms of driving this particular car around here on these streets of Monaco, where there's so much history, what does it mean to you to be racing?
Well, very privileged for a start to be here and to be in this car that's got the history that it has. So that's first and foremost. And and I do my best to look after it. I go as fast as I can. I'm faster than some and a lot slower than a lot of others, but that's not really the point for me. It's being here, enjoying it in a car which has got so much connection with this event. And, the precursor to this event, I should say.
There's a lot of cars here in the paddock.
Yeah.
Have you had a walk around and a time to sort of sink it?
3 or 4 times.
Get your eye on something else, perhaps?
No, not really. No, but it's not really like that. I've discovered that it's a bit like going looking for a new girlfriend. It rarely happens when you go looking. It happens really when something you go, whoa, look at that. So I saw this advertised, and I wasn't looking for it. It was advertised, and that brought this one about. And that's actually happened a couple of other times as well. So no, I'm not looking at anything, but hey, you never know if something comes along and catches my eyes.
Wonderful stuff, and there you have it. Buying a new classic car is a bit like getting a new girlfriend.
It is. And just as expensive, by the way.
Let's see what our commentators think of that.
Probably the least said about that, the better. Good morning. If you are just joining us, just after 10 o'clock, Central European summertime. Good to have your company. And just before we move on to our next race, I just want to put a little full stop on Pat Blakeney Edwards' Fraser-Nash victory, which there is a lot of love for out there. Thank you to Toby Moody for passing this on to me. That Fraser-Nash held the record, the hill climb record at Chelsea Walsh in 1937. So there was a car that had been built to race, was doing what it was doing, quite the life for the car, and now a winner on the streets of Monaco. We'll move on next to the B Series grid, which is named for Graham Hill, won here in 1963, 64, 65, 68 and 69. This is another big technological move on and engineering move on for Grand Prix racing, as the engines which had traditionally been in front of the car, well, they went to the back. And as soon as the first manufacturer did that, everyone had to follow along, because it was releasing so much more performance and handling capability. Our Series B cars here on the streets of the Principality for the 15th time that we've all convened for the Grand Prix de Monaco Historic is a really important crossover point, Bruce Jones, for Grand Prix racing, named after Graham Hill, and the key point of this is rear engine.
Absolutely so. I mean, Cooper had tried it really quite early within the 1950s, mid-1950s. Didn't quite work at the first time of asking. By the time you got to 1958, 59, it really, the writing was on the wall for all the traditionalists who were staying there. Ferrari stubbornly insisted into the end of 1960 to still have a front-engine car. They were building rear-engine cars, but not releasing them in the World Championship. But at that stage, they still thought, of course, we will carry on winning. This is what we do. But they really had to increasingly accept that what was coming from little garagistes in the United Kingdom was maybe a sensible way to go. It might not be traditional, but engines to the rear made the cars smaller, lower, nimbler, and kinder to their tyres. Quite a few ticks in many performance boxes, Olivier.
Yeah, they had the experience of the F3 500 cars, you know, from 1946 for the first one prototype. And after that, during nearly 9 years.
But they, you know, at first they were just acknowledged as good for the small class racing, but eventually when they saw, particularly in the hands of Sterling Moss in cars entered to him by Rob Walker Racing Team, hold on, and that famous victory Sterling scored when it was bakingly hot in Argentina, and literally he didn't come in to make a pit stop. All the larger cars, heavier cars had to make a pit stop, and Sterling came home pretty much with more canvas than rubber on his tyres and took that victory, and that was the point. They went, okay, I think we see the direction of travel. And this 1961 World Championship, the cars had already become small, but they got smaller engines to go with it as well. 1500cc, that's all they had, that's what stayed through until the end of 1965.
But not all 4 cylinders. There was 6, there was 8, there was 12 cylinders.
Yeah.
12 cylinders for 1.5 litres.
Yeah. Around 180 horsepower for these cars.
But how much did they weigh? Nothing.
They weigh, no, it's quite nothing. It's less than 400 kilos.
Okay, looking down on these tiny, now we know, light cars, there are 2 classes. This time we will explain, because the Class 2, which is the first 2 cars on the grid, those 2 Lotus 21s, that's the class for 4 or 6 cylinder engines, and the next then the next car down the grid has got 12. So Class 3 is for 8 and 12 cylinder cars. But what an array of cars. You put them side by side, they look relatively similar because the cigar-shaped style, but once you get up close, there are little tweaks and twists of just people trying to find performance.
The light blue one is the one of the car of Bonnie And this car was an ex-George Schlesser car, and it began his career as Formula Junior car.
Well, that was the thing. A lot of the manufacturers, the constructors, that's how they made their money. They sold chassis to compete in all the classes, and they could be interchangeable.
And that was a name that was going to become much bigger through the 60s and the 70s. That was a Brabham BT12 with the BT2, excuse me, with the Ford. With a Ford engine.
Yeah, which they would have run in Formula 2, but for Jack Brabham, he had 2 World Championship titles, and he was looking to maybe make his own cars, and he certainly did.
Ben Clark in the Coupe de Climax, number 17 car. That's John Clark's machine. And here's the front of the grid. It was the Lotus Show between Stuart Hall and Mark Shaw. They battled it out in qualifying, the 2 Lotus 21s, Joe Colaccio and Ben Mitchell on row 2. Philip Buhofer in the BRM alongside Lee Moore in another Lotus 24. Then Richard Wilson and Katsu Kubota in a Cooper and a Lotus. The Scirocco, Paul Thomas has Nick Taylor alongside on row 5. Danielle Perfetti for the Lotus 18 has another classic team Lotus car of Dan Collins, the 21, alongside. Flavio Puccinelli has the Cooper T53 with the Brabham BT11 of John Romano. And that is your top 7 rows at least. And waiting for the cars to go off on their sighting lap. They've come out of the paddock area behind our commentary position. We're just on the run down to Raskas up a reasonable height, the flights of stairs, and they're all in the paddock down there. They've driven around a full circuit to get onto the grid, and now they get the opportunity to do a proper sighting or formation lap, as it would have been called back in day.
Well, Mark Shaw, who's starting in the 2nd place of those Lotuses, car number 7, he's already had not just race experience this morning, he's already had victory in his Scarab in one of the earlier races, the first race out onto the track this morning, where conditions were maybe slightly lightly greasy because there was a mist overnight, but things will be improving. And as we've established through the official practice and qualifying, is Stuart Hall, who's starting on pole position, doesn't need any second invitation. He's going to be very, very busy in an array of cars today. Whether they'll get clear, but Joe Colasacco has had a lot of success in that glorious sounding 1512 Ferrari. That's starting 3rd on the grid, the first of the sort of 8 to 12 cylinder cars on that field. A wonderful shot looking from Mirabeau on the bottom right of your screen to top left of screen, the hairpin in front of the hotel, the old station hairpin, and then down double right-hander, and you go under one of the main roads into Monte Carlo, and they'll get to the harbour front and Portier, and then it goes a little bit dark.
Yeah. Down through the years, that tunnel has got longer as the development above it has increased. We've got new development to the left of Portier now, which didn't exist even a few years ago. But here in Monaco, the thirst and the desire and the need for more land has meant more has been reclaimed from the sea. And in fact, the piece of the circuit that the cars are on right now, that was one of the first places that was reclaimed. The original circuit going just to the left there, and it still actually can be used. Formula E used that as a cut through when they weren't using the full circuit here, which they have done more latterly. And of course around the swimming pool complex, again, areas that are so well known to everybody, whether you're a motorsport enthusiast or not. This is, it's like the Super Bowl, it's like Wimbledon is in tennis, the Kentucky Derby. You do not have to be fans of those sports to know how important a particular venue is to world motorsport or world sport in general. And I think much like those that I've mentioned, Bruce, it's because this isn't a race, it's an event.
No, entirely. An event, an occasion, or in this occasion, many occasions in so many ways, because we're travelling through time. Each of these series brings a different period of motor racing, so they all feel entirely different to the others. Perhaps less so when you get to the Formula 1 cars of the 70s going to the 80s, but these clearly, distinctly. And our first race of the day was for the cars that preceded them, that had the engines at the front. And then just a blink of an eye later, these tiny little dynamic races came into play, and they had some of the best battles in Formula 1 history. Super small, super nimble, very equal performance, and providing wonderful racing.
The cars forming up then for the B Series race in the Grand Prix de Historic here on the streets of the Principality. Monaco playing host to early 1960s Grand Prix racing cars. 2 Lotus on the front row, Ferrari, Cooper, BRM, Lotus, Cooper, Lotus, Scirocco, and Lotus in the top 10. The lights go out and the 2 Lotus break away. Good start from the bright red Ferrari. The Joe Colascio driven car, he'll slot in to 3rd position as they go up the hill. It looked like the pole man had it for a moment, but he's being challenged.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Ben Mitchell, trying to get away from 4th on the grid. He changed from 1st to 2nd, hand in the air, and he's pulled up the escape road. But a change to the lead there for Mark Shaw going past Stuart Hall. Stuart Hall won't like that. Looking to the outside, but we saw Richard Bradley going into the lead in the previous race we had here, but a better exit down from Casino Square to Mirabeau they go.
He's
Not space.
Trying to go down the right-hand side, but there was no space. The bright red 12-cylinder 1.5 litre Ferrari. All these cars at the front 1.5 litres, but the 12-cylinder of the Ferrari. Imagine the engineering ingenuity and precision that had to go into building a 12-cylinder engine that was only 1.5 litres. You can see the inlets down the side, count them, 6 either side, and Joe Colascio is having a look. Drops back a little bit at the front. Mark Shaw emboldened maybe by a win earlier on in a previous generation to the cars that we're seeing now. It all changed so rapidly in the period of 18 months, 2 years, and as soon as the engines went to the back and started winning, that set the formula that has continued right through to today.
But the pace of the change, the car he won the opening race today was 1960, the Scarab. This is 1961.
Yep.
And he's in a car that will handle entirely differently around here, being driven very, very well by the Scottish driver. Not such a good exit from Rascath. Every time there's a slight hiccup from Mark Shaw, and there won't be many of them. Stuart Hall is there ready to pounce. Now, you were talking about the 12-cylinder engine, a great exit from the Ferrari. 12 cylinders, maybe a bit more fragility, and they didn't always finish all of the races, but it was a risk Ferrari was prepared to take. Brilliant move from Colasacco there.
But less talk for the Ferrari.
Less talk.
After the corners, it's a problem for the Ferrari.
We've had someone in the wall at Anthony Nogues, and there's a little bit of debris. I think it's just the banners to the right-hand side, and the car involved is reversing away. And
might have been Daniele Perfetti. I'm trying to see, is one of the light-coloured cars. This is white with little chupa-chups. But the lead battle, this is perfect. 2 Lotuses and a Ferrari, and fighting back Stuart Hall, having been passed by Joe Colasacco on the start-finish curve, as we call it. Stuart, I think, has got gear change problems.
I was just about to say that.
Because a couple of times, I would have expected him to be right on the tail of, as he was last time around with Mark Shaw, but a couple of little moments. That's maybe why Colasacco got the run going over the start-finish line and moved into second.
Colasacco's got a good run through the tunnel as well. Just comes out in a slightly different line to our leader, braking from the middle of the road, trying to stay away from the bumps down there, and that's beautiful bright red Ferrari. Now, who hit the wall? Oh, good call. It was the Tom de Grace Brabham BT 14 Ford. More than a light tap, but there is a place to get the car out of the way, and Tom managed to get it over to the right, to the left-hand side, and the marshals have done the rest, the hard-working marshals here. Top 3 coming up to the end of the lap, and there's absolutely nothing in it. Can the Ferrari, with its...
In the straight, the
got
Ferrari
to do
in
it,
the straight.
Pulls out to the right, then to the left, now back to the right again. Mark is driving right down the middle of the road.
Yeah, and while that's happening, Stewie Hall has clearly got an issue out of tighter corners because he's losing out every time there's a longer bit of a straight. But up the hill, having a look, but Mark Shaw's not going to leave the door open. And remember, that climb is a twisting climb, not a straight line up to Massenet. Into Massenet they go. Drivers way down, their heads below the top of the barriers. Then suddenly they get that feeling of space when they turn to the right out of Casino Square. Mark Shaw's got it covered off on the inside.
4th position for Philip Berhofer in his BRM, the P261, the 1964 car. Can see the leaders on the run out of Casino Square, just about, and quite clearly none of these guys are on the optimum line. They're not putting in the ultimate lap, although Mark Shaw was the quickest last time around with a 51.5, a 51.2 for Joe Carrasco in second place. And he's having another look in the tunnel, side by side in the tunnel. That's going to be very brave indeed. Carrasco has to drop back in. Can he do the slingshot? Goes left, then to the right, takes the middle of the road again. Looks like that Ferrari does make up a little bit of ground under braking down the hill there, Bruce.
Yeah, well, he's got to try all the tricks in his toolbox to see what he can do. Stuart Hall is hanging on in the background, but if that car was running smoothly, he would be right in this battle, if not leading it. But Mark Shaw has it covered off for now. But we talk about these races, so many gear changes. One missed gear changes could be all it's going to take to sort this lead battle.
Stuart's so committed through the faster parts. Look at the ground he's made up through the swimming pool, La Piscine complex. But then he'll lose that when he comes to Rascasse. I wonder if he has got a low gear missing. Maybe second. And then, well, he's got out of there, okay, much better. No, again, I think maybe he's got third missing, actually. And then when he gets it into the top, he picks up pace again. The Ferrari still hunting at the back of the Lotus ahead of him.
The exit for Saint-Devote, the punch the Ferrari has out of the tighter corners is phenomenal. But Mark Shaw, he's not making it easy. He's not putting a wheel wrong. He's staying in the middle of the track.
Yeah, clear. He's taking all the track.
Yeah, taking all the track. It's not a straight line at very many points around the circuit, so he's staying in the middle.
Putting his car exactly where Joe doesn't want him to be. Whoa. But down the inside this time, that's a lovely manoeuvre. You used to see that quite a lot here in this era. Don't see it so much now because the braking distance is so much shorter. Whatever problem Stuart Hall's got, Stewie's driving around it because he just did the class fastest lap of the race last time around. So, I've always wanted to say this. Ferrari leads at Monaco.
There you go. Ferrari leads at Monaco. It was a good dive, but again, Mark Shaw realised he didn't block off the inside line, so he was saying, I'll give you an equal opportunity. But now in the lead, Joe Carrasco is able to settle down and take the cornering line that he'd like to take, the optimum line. They haven't managed to do. Stuart Hall hanging in. Philippe Buhofer in the best of the BRMs in fourth place. He's about another 4 seconds down, so he's not in the picture at the moment. But, well, that was a really tidy move from Joe Carrasco, and it gave John his golden moment.
Yes. 150.982 was the fastest lap last time around, and that's the fastest overall race by Stuart Hall. So whatever is ailing his Lotus 21 with the Climax engine, he's driving round it. The battles further down are worth documenting as well. Katsu Kubota's got Lee Mole right up his tailpipes, and Lee's just locked up the left front in that very bright green number 22. That's a Lotus 25 against the Lotus 24 as Carrasco goes through and sets a 49.3. That's the first 49 we've seen, but this is the battle for the minors, and at the moment it's going the way of Katsu Kubota.
You know, we should actually pick up on the history of some of these cars. Lee Mole's car was raced by Jack Brabham. You're thinking, hold on, he went from Cooper to racing Brabham. No, he didn't. Before the Brabham was ready, he raced the Lotus, and it's quite a good way. Colin Chapman got some money for selling the car and to Jack, and Jack got to understand why the Lotus was such a good car, and no doubt incorporated or considered some of the advantages it had. And also, in this little battle, the number 6 Katsu Kubota car is the Type 25. And that was a car that, hold on, what's the difference?
Oh, yeah, it was Andy Medeiros who was driving the car before.
Yeah, but the main difference is the fact that if you looked inside, there's now a monocoque inside the 25.
Yeah, that's it.
Entirely it, and that is the big difference. And it's certainly people went, oh, he's done it again. Colin Chapman's done it again.
He surprised some of his customers with that, didn't he?
He certainly did, because he just sold the Lotus 24 as the latest greatest thing.
I heard the price was 2 million.
Nowadays.
Oh, nowadays. I was going to say back then you could...
Just because they bought it recently.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, well, great to have that history. But so externally, the cars look identical. The Lotus 24... now we've moved to the lead battle, to the second place battle, because Mark Shaw in number 7 has... these are both earlier cars. These are the Lotus 21s from 1961, the very start of the 1.5 litre formula. And
let's see how Stewart gets out of here. He really attacks that outside curb. That's better.
Yeah.
He hasn't lost as much ground. He still lost some ground. He's driving round a problem. There's no doubt to me he's driving round a problem. And it's getting out of the slower corners. It's either first to second or second to third that is, I think, causing him an issue.
Yeah, definitely. And meanwhile, as they say, leading Class 3, but also leading the race. Joe Colasaco's gained 2.2 seconds over this battle between the Lotuses and is pulling clear. We're 5 laps into the race and he's looking comfortable.
We're being robbed slightly of a great race because Stuart Hall is still lapping in the low 150s, and I suspect that he's been hamstrung by some mechanical issue. All the top 3 together.
Yeah, but Colasaco, having got 2 and a bit seconds clear, actually looks slightly less than that, but then you get the foreshortening effect when your driver's slowing for the hairpin, but he's not pulling away as much as I thought he would, they're still in with a chance. Looking back at that battle for 5th place, Kubota with the yellow stripe up the nose of his Lotus, that's the 25, and the brighter green of Lee Molan, not too far back. Paul Thomas is having a cracking race in the Sirocco, a car that arrived in period and didn't shine, and was put away again, run by Tony September. But he's having a good run. Maybe this little scrap, they're holding each other or not. I think actually Paul Thomas is just driving beautifully in that Sirocco. Again, that wonderful shot going through the tunnel, and for the drivers, suddenly the noise of their own engine thrown back at them in that enclosure.
Yeah, I'm being reminded when we talk about multiple cylinder engines for the 1.5 formula, there was the V16 1.5 litre BRN, which had Rolls-Royce Origin V16.
Yeah.
Why make your life simple if you can make it complicated?
I can't even.
A nice idea.
Can you imagine what the valve gear must have looked like? It must look like a model kit. It must have been tiny.
Yeah, can we build the full-size one? No, that is the full-size one.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a lovely model. I'll try and sell that to someone.
Lee Mole is suddenly having a few problems. He's been getting a bit loose. I don't know if he just couldn't change down and get in the right gear. A problem when he's going through Piscine. That's why he's fallen off the tail of Kubota. And then a big problem at Rascasse. He seems to have hooked it up again, but suddenly he was running lines he hadn't done in the early stages of the race. So frustrating for Lee, but hopefully he can sort that out. But he's fallen back off the tail of Kubota.
Thanks to Chris Suku for reminding me about the V16 at RSL_studio if you want to get in touch. Another left front lock up. That's at least the second time that Lee Moll's done that in that almost pea green number 22. I called it pistachio yesterday, and it's not quite light enough for that, so I was annoyed with myself with that one.
Yeah, not quite enough grey in for that. But let's not go through the Farron ball paint chart. Let's continue on the way. So
you're spending more money on your decoration than I can afford.
Yes.
If you're looking at
we don't always get the right colour first time round. There you go. Right, so I talked about the lead coming down. It went down to 2.2 seconds. Half a second has been clawed back through the Nouvelle chicane. The Ferrari of Joe Colasaco still in front. So Lawrence Oriana, who owns the car, will be very, very happy, but he'll be counting down the laps. But certainly Mark Shaw's been revived, and Stuart Hall, whatever the problem is, if there indeed is one, he's falling back a little in third.
Well, the top 3 have now all gone below 1 minute 50. It was a 50 flat last time around for Joe, but he's done a 49.3. 49.1 for Mark Shaw last time around, and a 49.2 last time around for Stuart Hall. So the top 3 are coming back together. I think on a clear track in qualifying, Stuart would probably be the quickest. I just don't think he's got a car at the moment that he can race, Olivier.
Yeah, but I think also it's more difficult to drive the Ferrari.
Yeah, quite possibly, particularly around a circuit like this. Now, traffic coming up, and Joe Colasaco a little bit delayed going past, I think it might have been Charles McCabe. Yes, it is Charles McCabe in the BRM, and Stuart Hall got very, very close to it. I don't. If there's a problem for Stuart Hall, it's one thing, but I just want to highlight the first 2 drivers, Joe Colasaco and Mark Shaw. They know these cars intensely well. They are driving absolutely beautifully, and Stuart Hall in the background got a little bit delayed coming out of Casino Square, but traffic, sometimes it helps you, sometimes it's hindered. But I must say, driving standards really good from everyone throughout the field.
Just a quick note that we didn't see the Maxime Castelline Lotus or Ben Mitchell's Cooper.
Well, Ben pulled away. Oh dear, that's Katsu Kubota. Last time around it was the chasing Lee Mole getting it wrong in the battle for 5th place, but now Katsu Kubota has gone around. We did see Ben Mitchell 4th on the grid. He put his hand up. I think he was changing his second gear, and just as the front running sextet went up the hill, he just drove up the escape road. So we lost him very early on, which is a shame because he'd qualified really well, Ben Mitchell, and we'll be very frustrated by that in John Clark's Cooper.
We've also lost the Lola Mark IV, Mr. John B, Ross Kernow and the Gilby. Was prepped by Era and the Lotus 18 of Danielle Perfetti. Another spin down at the Nouvelle chicane. A car facing backwards as that as Tifon Salisbury.
Yeah, Devon, we heard the interview from him beforehand. He's got it going, and again,
Lotus 18, yeah.
Lotus 18, and look how the shape changed. The 18 from 1960, first rear-engine Lotus, but excuse me, but so boxy in comparison, and then the full cigar tube shape followed the next year. In fact, the two cars fighting over a second and third position were the next iteration. But just remember, Lotus 18s at Monaco, they had a success record because of a certain Sterling Moss.
Yeah. The 1512 Ferrari, 1.5 12 cylinders. We've documented Joe Colasacco has just put in his fastest and the actual fastest lap of the race. So he's got the hurry up. I don't know if there was a pit board, and he stretched that lead back out to 2 seconds.
2 seconds, yeah.
Of course, that Sterling Moss's victories at Monaco included the one where the side panels were taken off the Lotus 18 to keep the driver cool, so you can see their hips, and it looks like the car had been sent out incomplete, but there was the rationale behind that, and certainly around here the drivers, this is just a short race, but you think about the full race here, the number of gear changes, the number of moments that things could go wrong in hot weather, just to multiply the factor.
We won't do predictions until the last corner.
No, we're not doing any predictions.
Well, after Richard Bradley's disaster from his point of view in the Maserati 40, absolutely no. I think we'll wait until they're just coming around the final curve, which is the run to the finish line. The checkered flag greets them, but it seems that start-finish straight on the last lap goes on forever until they actually get to the finish line.
About to complete lap number 9 and go on to the 10th and final lap.
Little bit of traffic up ahead of race leader Joe Colasacco. Joe in that bright red Ferrari with the glorious pale blue wheels, the 1512, and it's Tevin Salisbury's.
Lotus 18.
Yeah,
the
load
front.
Yeah, that's just in front, and that's a great record. Not a winner here. That particular. Sorry, that was the winner here, and also the German Grand Prix for Sterling Moss last year. So finger up, one finger, 1 lap still to go. Advantage first to second, just 1.6 seconds. It's not done yet.
It is not done yet, but the great news for Joe Colasacco is he can see clear track all the way up the hill, as much as you can see. With basically, you're sitting on the ground, heading up there. He's into Casino now, turns right-handed, avoids the bump halfway down, just where the tip-top bar is on his left. Now comes in, kisses the red and white curbs. See how much curb he takes in the middle of the hairpin. It's quite flat there. Gets his left-hand tyres up onto what was the pavement. And what is the pavement when we're not racing cars around here?
3.5 second margin.
Well, he's worked the traffic very well.
Very well.
2022 was the last time he won in this car here at Monaco, so he's clearly got a good record. Feels comfortable on the track. Great scrap with the Lotuses early on, but he's just got that little bit of an advantage.
A couple of cars ahead, which might just slow him down. But the car with the prototype Modena number plate registration etched onto the back of it through Piscine for the final time. Gets the wave by from John Romano in the Brabham. And that's all looking very nice for Joe Colasacco in Lawrence Arania's Ferrari 1512 from 1964 on the streets of Monaco. The Serie B winner is the Ferrari. The 12-cylinder Scream takes the checkered flag and wins it in the end from getting on for 4 seconds, 3.5 seconds from Mark Shaw in the best of the Lotus. Stuart Hall comes home another 5 seconds further back. A stout effort from Stuart, but we do feel he was hamstrung somewhere.
Yeah, Philipp Buhofer coming, he started fourth, he's finished fourth in that glorious looking P261. A slightly later BRM there, that's from 1964. Mark Shaw, he's been a winner here before, so too has Joe Colasacco, and for the second time in 3 runnings, it's victory for him and Lawrence Oriana's Ferrari 1512. He's delighted with that.
Lee Moore comes home in 5th position, and I think Paul Thomas in the Scirocco has made up a couple of spots there at least, because I think he's coming home in 6th position. Yes, he is. And
Katsu
Kubota with that little spin at Raskas has dropped down to 7th. then Richard Wilson in the Cooper T60 from 1961, Nick Taylor in the Lotus 18 in 9th, and Dan Collins in the classic team Lotus run Lotus 21. Another Climax engine car makes up the top 10. Joe Colasacco taking the deserved plaudits from the marshals, who give the traditional flag salute. Not sure that Mark Shaw's Lotus had the pace to go with the Ferrari, Bruce, but I would like to speak to Stuart Hall, because at one stage he was the fastest car on the track, and that car just didn't seem to have the overall lap speed.
But it was tiny margins. I was looking at the lap speeds, and it really was a 10th here, a 10th there. But these two drivers, Joe Colasacco in the Ferrari 1512 and Mark Shaw in the Lotus 21, have been winners of this event before, so they've got the pedigree. And Stuart Hall, maybe something wrong, but not take away from these guys. They work the track absolutely beautifully. And the first 2 laps, when the 3 were together, the Ferrari in third, in second, in third, coming through to take the lead. Job well done, and great to see. And these cars are the perfect fit for the Monaco circuit.
Yeah,
I agree.
And they're still in our memory from 50 years.
Yeah, well, a lot of these drivers get to drive these cars a fair amount now. That's been the explosion of historic racing, and it's the benefit of them, the benefit of us, and for the teams as well. And they get to know the cars better and better. And the last thing you need is to have a mechanical problem because you can't remember. So a lot of the teams have brought in the mechanics of old to impart that, you know, these were the weak parts, these were the strong parts, and the level of preparation has gone up and up and up. And we got majority of the cars to the end of the race. I just noticed the Gilby being pushed down the pit lane with its nose sticking up a little bit, so that must have had contact at some point early in the race. We had the brush with the barriers just coming out of Virage Anti-Nogues, but for these runners, absolute, they'll be delighted with this, but just wait till you see Joe Colasacco's face when he climbs out of the car. He's worked it, and he loves bringing this car here.
Monaco, Ferrari and Champagne. What else?
Hold on, I'll throw something else in. This car was also raced by John Surtees and Lorenzo Bandini. That's more of the Ferrari history laid on top.
Wow, an emotional victory for Joe Colasacco. Don't think that this is a parade. Don't think that this isn't competition, because it is, and it means something. Yes, it's done elegantly. It's done with respect for your fellow competitors and camaraderie that is obvious right through all of our grids. But this means something, and Joe Colasacco has prevailed here in this event, this race that charts the big change to rear engine cars. Stuart Hall extracting himself from the Lotus. So a 1964 car. Joe Colasacco's 1964 car beating the 2 Lotus from a couple of 3 years earlier. And should be mentioned that Mark Shaw actually wins his class as well, but not overall. So that was a class 2 battle between Mark and Stuart. Philippe Buhofer in 3rd in the class 2 battle, but Joe Colasacco winning class 3 and the overall for the multiple cylinder engine. Let's have a word with him.
You are the winner for this category. How it was on the track? We see a big battle.
It was very difficult, actually. I didn't have a great starting position. I wasn't sure what the guys had left from yesterday. I knew the car had good pace in it. The crew worked really hard. Oriana Racing, Lawrence Oriana, his whole family here. I just got to give a big shout out and congrats to them. They worked really hard. The track was good. The car was good. It felt strong right away. And I know Stuart had a little trouble with his gearbox, unfortunately for him. But it bogged up a little bit in the hairpin, so I was able to get by. And then there was just enough room on the inside, so I took it. He gave me a little bit of room. It was a clean race. I'm just happy for the team. And thank you, Monaco. Once again, it's great to be here. Fantastic event. We love it.
How is it to drive this car here in Monaco?
It's special for me. I mean, it's an amazing car. It's the class the car really belongs here. It's a perfect size for the track. It's some great history, some great drivers that have been in this category, and to be able to drive a Ferrari here in Monaco is a special.
Thank you. Congrats.
Well, thank you to Joe Colasaco for confirming our suspicions about Stuart Hall's Lotus gearbox issue.
And for Stuart, he's got to focus on the races that follow after. He's a busy driver. I think he's probably got 3 other races. He's taking the history course, the advanced history course here at Monaco.
I might be getting a word with Stuart here, actually. Right, it was jumping out of gear, is what I heard in the background there. He had to hold one hand on the gear lever whilst he was driving. So there is the... we've all had that in the early part of our driving careers, and various old bangers that we've driven, cars that didn't like to stay in gear and jumped out when you lifted off the throttle and had to keep some pressure on the gear lever. So that, I mean, for him to have set a 49.1 in that, now the 2 ahead of him eventually got down to the 48s, but that's sterling work, and no wonder he couldn't keep pace with the guys ahead of him. So he'll feel that was perhaps a missed opportunity there. Proud member of the British Racing Drivers Club, Stuart Hall, has the badge on his fireproofs. But he does look disappointed, I have to say. I think he thought he might have had something for Joe there today.
I think he thought he might kick off his day with a win before getting into the other cars. He's certainly got victory opportunities later, but a mechanical problem around here, how period is that? Because of course many people in period, and particularly in Lotuses, where the gearbox was a famed weak spot.
Yes.
God, the level of accuracy, quite extraordinary. But hats off, and it was lovely to see the little conversation between our race winner Joe Colasaco and Mark Shaw, respecting each other for his move down the inside out of Casino Square into Mirabeau. Space was left, and the lead was taken.
But 12 had a DNF.
Yeah.
Just one
DNF. One within the race. And a couple of others, I think, towards the end had their moments and came off, but really mechanically very sound indeed. Much better than they were in period.
Yeah.
And now to the presentations. You can hear Richard Barnes' voice over the public address here. Joe Colasaco with the victor's laurels stands on the middle step, just taking it in. You can see, and you could hear the emotion in his voice, Bruce, as well, couldn't you?
You can see him composing himself before he got out of the car, couldn't you? As soon as you had the sight of his eyes. So Lionel Bethray,
Minister,
one of the Minister of the Interior, presenting the first place trophy.
He's not on the good spot.
Yes, Mark Shaw hasn't quite got his spot. He had his spot on the track though, and he used it very well indeed. He's standing on the team spot, not the second place spot.
Not the second place.
He's already been on the top spot earlier in the day for victory in the Scarab, so double visitor before you've even got to 11 o'clock in the morning. That's not bad at the Monaco Historic.
Tag Heuer commemorative watch, partner to the ACM here. I need to get a close-up look at that to see whether that's a caliber 6 or a caliber 8.
Yeah.
I love the fact the Graham Hill trophy there with the famous colours of Graham's helmet, the London Rowing Club colours, very dark blue with the white blade shapes around the outside.
All of the trophies have been for the drivers that the plateau was named for.
Yeah.
It's been brilliant.
That's right.
Absolutely brilliant. Little caricatures.
Yeah, lovely touch. Oriana Racing looking at Oriana Racing because theirs is the victory. But yeah, that's a wonderful little personality they have as a trophy.
Thinking of all details.
Yes, always.
Of course, as much as Jackie Hicks was Mr. Le Mans, Graham Hill for so many years was Mr. Monaco. 5 victories and 3 in the...
You cannot fail to be moved when you are standing on a Formula One podium, but not any Formula One podium, the Monaco Formula One podium, hearing the national anthem of your country playing because you've won a race in a Ferrari at that. Not an NART Ferrari, not the North American racing team, but the bright red, not the blue. And Joe Colasaco, thoughtful, pensive there, and taking in that moment as well he should.
Entirely so, John, and I would also say a podium that probably ranks alongside is the emotion you see when drivers are on the podium after the Le Mans 24 hours.
Indeed.
Because what happened, they have history that goes on forever and a day. And the first Monaco Grand Prix, 1929, we're nearly at a century, so the chances to race on this circuit are tiny. Monaco Historic has created, this is the 15th edition of it, has given people a chance, but it's still very, very, very special. I think it really strikes home when you walk up the spiral staircase onto the podium. You get called on, and yours isn't the third spot, which is still great, second, but you're on the top spot. I think it is something that drops. Joe Colasaco's done it before, he's won this event before, but to do it again, you can see it still meant absolutely everything.
Gets his Tag Heuer Monaco watch.
Turn a little bit this way. Yeah.
Or even gets the strap adjusted. Beautiful crocodile deployment strap.
There you go. Oh, congratulations.
For the official photographs. Oriana Racing Ferrari sitting in the middle of the track, holds it properly.
Yeah, properly done
and
too.
Stuart. No, Mark hasn't learned it.
2 out of 3 ain't bad, is Meatloaf once said, I believe.
Do you know what? I really like the idea of getting a decent-sized wine glass full of absolutely perfectly chilled champagne, because you can see it with the frosting on the outside instead of spraying champagne all over the place. I find that very good.
It changed over the years, you know. In the 30s, it was cup large like this, not very high, but large like this.
Oh yes, the old coupes, the
old cups.
But it goes flat quickly in that. The bubbles disappear.
The bubbles were going away. And after that, there was the flute, what we call the flute.
Yeah.
And now, this kind of glasses are wine glasses, you know, and we use them now.
That looked like probably a Chardonnay glass or something like that, with that 45-degree angle at the bottom. Nice to see Joe Colasaco sharing the victor's champagne with his car's owner, the team's owner. And the Graham Hill trophy. That is, I mean, just brilliant, that, isn't it? That'll take pride of praise anywhere. It's like, okay, you've got a caricature of Graham Hill. No, not just a caricature of Graham Hill. I won this for winning the Graham Hill race. Absolutely incredible.
Lawrence Oriana.
Yeah, mic'd up as well. I suspect there's a camera crew following them around this weekend. So confirmation then, the top 3 we've talked about: Colasaco, Shaw Hill, the Berhofer in the BRM, Lee Mall, and then down to the Scirocco coming up from bottom end of the top 10. Katsu Kubota just blotting his copybook slightly, and very unusually, one has to say, as he spun it at Rascasse, 1 or 2 outside of the top 13 or 14, having a few problems. And at the back end of the results, we saw the De Grace Brabham hit the Armco at Virage Anthony Nogues and then be pushed away. So plenty of action in the Serie B, and we were entertained. Stuart Hall doing yeoman's work, holding the gear stick with one hand, trying to keep the car in gear. There was a while when we had a little 3-car battle there, and it almost ignited into something else. But the pass for the lead, which became the pass for the win, well, that was a worthy overtake on this, the street circuit of all street circuits. And the respect between drivers always evident, and the emotion from the winner, Joe Colasaco. The Class B cars showcasing an important change in Grand Prix history. The engine moving from the front to the back. That revolution has continued to today. Bruce Jones, a brilliant grid of cars showing how things changed so quickly in what a year, 18 months in the early 1960s, and a trend that has not changed to this day.
It was the invention of the next stage of Formula One, and the beauty about these cars, they were very, very equal in terms of their performance. They were small, they were nimble, and you could fit an awful lot around a corner, so the racing was fantastic. In the first year, 1961, some of them were quite fragile, had their problems. One of the cars was fragile off the start there, very tight indeed, but for poor Ben Mitchell, he would pull off at Saint-Devote, didn't get going at all for him, but up front it was the two Lotuses duking for position on the outside of the track going up the hill. Mark Shaw on the inside, Stuart Hall, and then it got very, very tight indeed. Lawrence Oriana's Ferrari tucked in behind with Joe Colosacco at the wheel. Looked so he'd be picking up the pieces. Philip Buhofer stuck with him for a short while in his BRM, but this was tip-top racing at the front.
Great start from Buhofer in the orange-nosed BRM, very tight on one of the cars from the rows ahead of him. The 12-cylinder 1.5 litre Ferrari is quick. You have to rev it. Doesn't have the torque out the close for the slower corners. But Joe Colosacco knew exactly how to drive that car. The Brabham clipping the wall at the final corner, rear left suspension damage. The Marshals getting that car out of the way and no interruption to the racing, which meant that Joe Colosacco could chase down Mark Shaw, and the pass for the lead was a Monaco classic. Down the inside, racing room asked for and given, nice and clean.
Yeah, that would have been a typical passing place. Mirabeau, much harder to pass down into the hairpin that follows, but he pulled the move off from a long way back, and Mark Shaw gentlemanly did not decide to come across, because when you get those wheels interlocked, things that are not good can happen. Katsu Kubota, fantastic battle over 6th place. The bright green Lotus tucked in behind, that's the Lotus 24 of Lee Mole. He locked up a couple of times into Rasgas, and in fact later it'd be Kubota who made the mistake that swapped their order around.
As we got into the middle part of the race, Stuart Hall was finding the gearbox on his Lotus becoming more recalcitrant and had to drive one-handed for large parts of it. Cost him time, couldn't challenge at the front of the field. A second lock-up for Lee Mole at Raskas, almost dropping him into the clutches of the car behind and giving Katsu Kubota a little bit of room, which he couldn't capitalise on. Locked up the rears into Raskas. He wasn't the only one to make mistakes.
Yeah, the Lotus 18 of Tevian Salisbury spinning and getting to see the cars coming towards him. Never a nice feeling at the chicane. He got going again, but at the front of the field it really was all about Joe Colosacco. The older car, the Lotus 18, of course a winner here in Monaco in 1961 with the great Sterling Moss, but Colosacco clear by a handful of seconds, and it stayed that way, but then it started to come down. Traffic, John, started to play with all of the runners. Could they get past where they wanted?
The sound of the V12 echoing magnificently sonorous through the tunnel, down through the gearbox, and all of a sudden there was one lap to go. Mark Shaw in second place was trying to keep the American in the Italian car in sight. The photographers taking the tails away shots at the Nouvelle chicane, and for one final time through the last corner, Joe Colosacco bringing the car home to a famous victory and taking the race named after Graham Hill, who was so successful here. Ultimately coming home in second and third with the two Lotuses, and then the BRM in fourth position after that great start. Emotions running high as the cars came to the end of the race and parking up in formation in Parc Fermé. Warm congratulations from Mark Shaw to the winner, just emphasising the camaraderie of these drivers who race together quite a lot.
It's not the blue driver who won, but the blue wheels.
There'll be a bit of celebrating going on there. That was a good one.
Yeah, I mean, everybody who comes here to participate, and if you've got a crack at winning, you've got to go for it and hope everything works out. Joe Kolosaka had to work, but that was a fantastic move to take the lead down into Mirabeau. Mark Shaw left him enough space to do so, but they were still racing really hard. These are both winners of this event before, so they had the pedigree. Stuart Hall hoped he had a chance, and unfortunately gearbox issues made his challenge rather blunted, but still third place for him, with many more races for Stuart to get on with later today here at Monaco in the 15th Monaco Historic.
Thanks for being with us and joining us this Sunday morning, just before 11 o'clock here in Monaco. We've had some fantastic visitors over the weekend, and here's another opportunity to speak to a racing legend that I've always held as one of my favourite drivers when he came to sports car racing. But before that, Stefan Johansson was a star in the Grand Prix world as well, and he spoke earlier on to Gemma Scott.
It's great to be back here, of course. It's a totally unique place. I mean, the whole experience here, you know, and when you live here like I used to do, you know, the build-up, they start building the track and everything starts growing, you know, and then the people arrive. It's a really, really cool deal, that, you know, from the beginning to the end. You know, Ferrari is Ferrari, and it's every driver's dream. I think everybody wants to tick that box if they can in their career, of course, you know, and it was an incredible experience to be part of that, you know, part of the history, part of the whole story, and of course, you know, getting my first podium with them was an incredible experience too. And all the time there, you know, just the whole experience of Ferrari is so unique and different from any other team. You know, now in particular, when you because back then you tested a lot, you know, so we were at Fiorano testing every single day, 3, 4, 5 days a week sometimes between races, and we always used to have lunch with Enzo in his little house at the track, you know, and you didn't think much about it then because it was just part of the job, but now when you reflect back, it was like pretty special moments, you know. The cars are just so wildly different today compared to what they were back, like when I raced here, you know. So, I mean, the electronics had just started to come into it, you know, but there was we had one button on the steering wheel for the radio, and the radio hardly ever worked anyway, so it was kind of irrelevant. And everything else was done manually, you know, and which was interesting. But of course, engineering moves on, you know, and it's fascinating where we are today, you know, both in terms of like how you control the car, you know, with all the different devices you have now, and the electronics and the aerodynamics and everything, you know, it's just like, it's really, really amazing.
Stefan Johansson, who has still been doing a bit of racing actually, is also a very decent artist now as well. He's branched out, had a dabble with watches for a little while, some watches that he actually designed, and the artistic side of that, he's always been interested in art, but he's throwing himself in to his creative side at the moment, and obviously inextricably linked with Ferrari for his Formula career.
Well, I mean, you actually look back, he moved around quite a lot of teams, but you know, the one with the greatest history and the one that he appreciated the history for most clearly is Ferrari, and we have a huge number of Ferraris. We've got a Ferrari parade later today run by Corsa Clienti. Cars right the way up to, I think, 2008, possibly 2012. We have an expanded entry list for their run later today, so a real chance to revisit the cars later than the ones that we're going to have competing through here to the mid-80s in the Historique itself, but a chance to revisit those red cars.
Let's look ahead to the D-Series grid coming up. Michael Lyons will be on pole with the Surtees. These are the 1970, 71, 72. We've got a 69 Ferrari in there. And as we did earlier, let's have a look at what it looks like from a car from this era. And we're going back to 2022 here into our archive for Roald Gotha in the Tyrrell 007 from 1974. And we've got a bit of telemetry on this as well. So let's have a look at what this circuit looks like. It must be, imagine Well, first of all, it's a lot quicker than what we saw before in the Lotus, Bruce, as you head up towards Sandemore.
Yeah, well, image we had with the Hoffer, but ex-Alessandro presented obviously blue and orange till 007. It's a funnel on the uphill funnel. Massenet is coming, can't see it, turning it. Now you can see the corner. The first time you feel any space is what happens next. Casino Square, but as you've suddenly got a little bit of space, flashes past and you're now starting the descent down to Mirabeau. Get your braking point right. Very tricky. Again, you can't see around the corner. And then down to a hairpin.
That little kink halfway down the hill is actually quite a corner in a car like the Tyrrell here. Through the slowest part of the circuit, almost up on the block paving with the right front tyre. Now heading into the tunnel with traffic ahead. Just taking a little bit of the red and white curve at Matier, trying to put as little steering lock on as possible. Now getting into the dirty air of the car in front. We're going to go past into the new chicane. Get your braking point right. So close to the Armco without hitting the wall. And now to back in one of these cars. What's that going to be like?
Well, the simple answer is scary, but you don't have time to be scared because what's coming is even worse. It's Piscine. It's slightly more open than it used to be. The barrier's a little further back. Thank goodness, because it really was a tunnel. We're coming out of the fourth part of that chicane, the left-hander. If you hit the curve on the inside, it spits you to the outside, and then you really struggle to get your car set up for Rascasse. Through Rascasse, it's not finished yet. Into Village Antonino, it really isn't. Almost like a chicane coming over a brow, and then you're on the start of the straight. The flash of the light through the trees, the stroboscopic effect, and then you get to the start of the following lap. It's busy.
The difference in speed there from the earlier car, that looked like that was ×2. We were playing that on fast forward.
Yeah, certainly the start-finish straight in particular seemed to go on for far less time, whereas in the speed differential, of course, this was a car with a 3-litre engine versus the 1.5 litres that we had in the back of Philippe Buhoffer's Lotus in the previous run around the circuit. A lot more power and a lot more grip. Great big fat balls of rubber on the corners. Yeah. Oh, and wings as well for a spot of downforce.
So that was the 007 Tyrrell. A man who knows all about those is Loïc Depailler, because he's got one on this grid.
We're down back in the paddock here with the Tyrrell 007 1975, one of the Schechter cars that was auctioned off here in Monaco just 2 years ago. Brand new owner who restored the car into what it is today. And I'm joined now by Loïc Depailler. Loïc, you'll be driving this car this weekend, and it's the first time this car will have raced since the 70s, right?
Yes, exactly. The car's just been restored, and actually I've only had 17 laps of testing right before Monaco on a small track called the Grand Sambuc, about an hour and a half from here, and it will be its first new time, and it's going to be my first time ever at Monaco.
But it's not the first time somebody with the name Depailler has raced in this car.
Yeah, exactly. My father was racing this car also in the 70s. Actually, he didn't win with this car. There's another car, the 008, which is a little bit further down the paddocks. But it's still a privilege and an honor to be driving one of my father's cars.
Well, look, the circuit here is pretty tight. As we know, the history here is huge. This is a wide piece of machinery. You got any fears ahead of you of getting around these tight turns?
Well, not fear. I think I'm experienced enough. I've raced for over 10 years. But, urban racetracks are usually complicated. So I've talked with my team and the owner, and the objective is not to try to go on the podium or anything like that. We just want to finish the race. I'm a rookie here, so even at 52 years old. So we'll take it nice and easy, and we'll see where it ends up.
And just tell us a little bit about the handling of the car. What's it like to drive?
Oh, actually, it's pretty easy to drive. There's no ground effects. There's no carbon fiber chassis. We have quite a comfortable suspension travel. So the car is, when you arrive to the limit, the car is telling you everything, and you can even keep sliding it a little bit, because we even the engine is it used to go at 2,000. Or 12,000 RPM. We only allowed 10,000, but we still have 500 horsepower. So power sliding and is pretty easy to manage.
Well, we're certainly looking forward to seeing it. We love it too, and we're looking forward to seeing you out on track driving it, as are Bruce and John.
Fascinating stuff from Loic and Gemma. Gentlemen, these cars that are about to come out, 18 of them. And by the way, hello to those of you in Australia. Jesse Young tuned in, 7 o'clock in the evening. He's very happy he's got your Formula 1 2026 book.
I'm very happy he's got it as well.
For the just in time for Miami next
30th
weekend.
in the series, that is.
Have you done all of those?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, anyhow, but we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk.
It's Grand Prix.
Yeah, we're
fine.
continue history.
Right, 18 cars here.
But this is crossover time.
Yeah.
This is where cars began to get wings in Formula 1. Not all of them in this field have them, but it's the early wings, and it's how effectively they began to use them. And the cars, it was another leap forward in the shape change of cars. And certainly when you look at the Lotus 72, we're bound to talk about that during the race. Suddenly the front end was so much lower. It became an aerodynamic wedge. And but it was the expansion of, the engines are now out to over 3 litres. The tyres have become enormous. The downforce is starting to come in. It's a whole new look, and suddenly the track is going to look much smaller with these Formula 1 cars from the late 60s, early 70s.
And the chassis were monocoque.
Exactly. Well, we saw that in the previous race, the first one,
just one, yeah.
And then everyone else realised suddenly having a strong, rigid area. It wasn't just for driver safety. It actually just helped everything with the car, the handling.
We have 2 Ferraris from 1969, the 312s, 3-litre, 12-cylinder. See, it was easy, wasn't it?
It was.
Made a heck of a lot of sense. They're a little bit out of tune with some of the 71, 72 cars, but there was quite clearly less of a consensus. Not everybody went straight away to wings, as you said.
Yeah, but ironically, having missed the boat to start with when the engines went to the back, Ferrari were the first to enter a Grand Prix with a little kick-up. And it was a little kick-up in the Belgian Grand Prix in 68. And the 2 in this race, the other 312, has got a sort of the first of the wings, but it's only really tiny wing. And then within a year, we had the ones on the massive stilts. They got banned in 1969 after they broke, and then suddenly lots of downforce, no downforce, while in the middle of a corner, Montjuic Park in Barcelona, of all places, bam, into the barriers for Jochen Rindt. They were banned, and then we had the low-level wings. But it was evolving almost from race to race in that period.
It was quite controversial, wasn't it? Because the governing body was telling the teams, well, you can't have that. They were saying, well, we've had it at the last race. And they're going, yeah, then look what happened. Well, we can't be changing halfway through a weekend. It was quite a bit of controversy, lot of words written about it.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, though, history continues to evolve, and started 2026. What's happened? We've got a rewriting of the Formula 1 rules after a handful of races. So there we are. It keeps on moving. It comes in different size jumps, but that's where we are. But at this time, it was just these were vision changes you could see with your eyes.
If the jump is too high, you have to go back.
Indeed, quite so.
Like the pole vault, sometimes you've got to
if
go
you hit
to
the ceiling, you've gone too high.
That's right.
Should do it outside.
Get a smaller pole. Yes,
exactly.
Absolutely. Jean Alessi is driving one of the 312s, and that car will start from the inside of row number. Oh well, maybe it won't actually. I was about to say it from the inside of row number 6, but that car is still in the pit lane whilst the cars are coming onto the grid. And we talk about variety all the way through this meeting, but these cars, these liveries, are just, to me, this is the start of the era when I was really getting interested in the racing, and you could tell the cars apart.
You could, because for multiple reasons. One of which is sponsorship. Lotus sort of rather broached that with start of 1968, gold leaf colours came in. And at that point, people went away from racing in their national colours, which most of the field, if not all the field in the early 60s, we did have Yeoman Credit and so on with their own teams. But suddenly, cars became Technicolor in so many ways. They also had larger expanses on which to put your sponsorship names as well, which helped. And it also, the cars were much more differing in their shape.
Yes.
And their profile, with their nose, the size of their wings. And you take a look through the course of this race, this was very early evolution in that. And it was fantastic. And you knew that some of the teams from race to race would go, okay, that shaped wing worked at this circuit. How about that one? We're going to need more downforce. We'll have the much bigger spatula nose on our car.
Yep. Well, that's what we've got coming up next with 18 cars, 9 grid rows. We'll keep you updated with Jean Alesi's car because we can see the pit lane from where we are, but hopefully that will come out into the pit lane. The Surtees and the March on the front row of the grid. So Michael Lyons and Matthew Wrigley battled it out yesterday in qualifying. This was tight. It was great. So the Surtees, the Mott, and then the Surtees, then the Brabham BT33, then Katsuaki Kubota in the Lotus 72, and Adrian Fernandez in the BRM, making up the top 6. Wherever you are in the world, if you have just joined us, first of all, where have you been? I don't seem to have seen an absence note from you, but you have joined us at a reasonable time. Thank you to everyone who's been with us since early this morning. Jackie Stewart's name is on the grid list for this. Grand Prix cars, 3 litres from 66 to 72, with mostly DFV Ford engines, but not entirely, which is why we've got a couple of different classes.
Yeah, we also have the Ferraris.
Yes, they would never have anything other than a Ferrari engine. You just can't imagine that happening. Track temperatures eased up gently to 22 Celsius. That's up a couple of 3 degrees since this morning. The cloud cover hasn't completely disappeared. Still doing paragliding off the top of the ridge above the Principality. It's a bit chilly this morning up there, La Turbie, which is where we've been staying in the last few days, and travelling down 15-20 minutes into the area of the circuit. Absolutely lovely up there.
Couldn't be French without saying that there is also a Matra.
Oh, there is a Matra. Thank you. Yes. Also ploughed their own furrow for the most part with what they were doing.
I will augment that. There are 2 Matras in the race. The beauty about them is one is an MS 120B and one is the 120C. Why is it so exciting? Because they have different front ends on the car, which in terms of the nose treatment. And these, let's just stress, these were very early days of Formula One aerodynamics. Great to see the Surtees at the front end. Ewan Surgeson in TS9B. The TS9 is on front, and the TS9 has a much smaller front wing if you take a look, and one of many cars brought down by Abbott Motorsport. That's the red and white Surtees, third on the grid. The Surtees cars always carried a white arrow in their race livery front to back, whether it was John Surtees in Can-Am in the States in 1966 picking up that title, and then the other liveries, and one that is absolutely classic is the black and gold of John Player special Lotuses, black with those gold trims. Clark, Mordaunt, Guthrie, Durlacher racing team to give it its full nomenclature. Matthew Wrigley, at the end of qualifying, he was always there or thereabout in his last lap, suddenly into second position for a car that was effectively a Formula 2 March converted to Formula 1, because the first one they tried that year did not work.
It did not work at all. One of the March I didn't like at the time was the 711.
Well, with the T-tray, they had a raised front wing. It was like the shape of a flattened rugby ball on a pillar in front of the nose. It looked, well, let's be honest, hideous. It looked completely wrong, but you put Ronnie Peterson in, and suddenly it looked completely right.
Was the STP car?
Yeah.
For those who remember liveries. You see that? Immediately you said that came straight back to my mind. I was much younger than my 2 co-commentators then, just a baby in arms, barely.
Stick with that one then. Right, but what I'm going to look out for in the slightly cooler morning here in Monaco is anybody sitting in a period race jacket.
Very good.
You know,
a wind cheater. It probably would have been called at the time. Yes,
never
absolutely.
A cagoule.
No, never a cagoule. Quite a lot of people saying hello to us from around the world. Thank you very much for tuning in. Jerry Sisk's just joining us, settling in after walking the dog. Looking forward to this one. You've picked a good one. I'm afraid the Alesi Ferrari with those canards on the front and the vestigial wing at the back. They're working on the back of that car at the moment.
But just
like
think about
gearbox.
But think about when that turned up at Spa-Francorchamps in 1968. The other teams going, hold on, we haven't got anything on the car that's going to give an aerodynamic twist. And in no time at all, that little flip-up was replaced by a wing, and everybody else followed. The cars at the front of the grid, mainly 1971, 72, so a little later on, another Ferrari further back down the grid. One of my absolute favourites. It's the 312 B2.
The Paul Sitting Surtees TS9 from 1971, a very quick car around here in the hands of Michael Lyons. He knows the car, he knows the circuit. The Brook Bond Oxo Rob Walker, and look at that car. It's got the arrow on the front, and it is like an arrow. It is minimalist.
It is super slim. Oh, come on, please fire up. If Jean can start after everybody else, Jean Alesi in a Ferrari at Monaco is totally right, but at the moment with only the 15-second board being held up, as this field goes around on its formation lap, hopefully he can join at the tail.
Do we sound excited, dear viewer? I hope so, because we are. A lot of people saying you sound excited, and that is absolutely right. If you haven't been here, or even if you have, you must make the effort to come in 2 years' time. It's not that difficult to get here, and the train's running from Leeds. Now, the Eiffel Land, again, problems yesterday.
And two of the cars at the back. The other Ferrari 312's going nowhere. The 312, Jürgen Boden's car, the 312 B2, we had sight of that. That's not moving. But the Eiffel Land was effectively a march. Luigi Colani, who was an aerodynamicist, made his own bodywork for it, and it was a thing of supreme ugliness in so many ways. And unfortunately, it was an effective car underneath, but a lot of its modifications got removed. Originally, there was a rear view mirror right in front of the driver's face. Extraordinary. Why they thought that was aerodynamic, but you know, we celebrate those that failed as well as those that succeeded. You can't all be in a winner.
And 4 years ago we saw this car here, but the car crashed too.
Ah, yes, the one with
there is that high mirror.
It's the
and also
Stommelen car, yeah.
Before big air boxes, there was an air scoop in front of the driver. It was like someone squeezed the moulding clay in the wrong way. Sorry, that's me being rather mean about it. The rest of the car was effective, and hopefully John Alesi's car, please fire up.
I think it's a gearbox issue. Oh, have they got it into neutral? They're trying to get
clutch.
it into neutral. Yeah, or maybe the clutch is gone. Yeah. Good
this
call.
is a Chris Amon car, like so many. He raced so many, and how that man never won a Grand Prix, and particularly in his Matra days at Clermont-Ferrand. Oh, good. Jürgen Boden's car is going to be able to make its way to the tail of the field. So let's just run down the order. Two Surtees in the first three positions. On pole, it's Michael Lyons in the blue one, ex-John Love racing car. Oh, maybe the ex-Rolf Stommelen Eiffel March will be able to fire up. Second place on the grid is a March, the March 721G of Matthew Wrigley. The Ewan Surgeson, the TS9B Surtees, that's the red and white one in third. And Philip Buhofer, jumping from one generation of car to another, gets out of a BRM, gets into a Brabham BT33. That's in the sort of turquoisey green with the yellow stripes, just going out at the bottom of your shot into Basine. They're the first two rows of this grid.
Hello to James O'Donnell. Sunny day in the Midlands of England. Cars look so special at Monaco. It is the perfect backdrop to a wonderful engine note. You're absolutely right. And also Jake Parrott, first light braking in Topsham, Maine. Coffee's on, along with you guys, and the cars sounds as well. Don't forget, American race fans, there is a steak and shake if you turn a driver's left at the last corner.
I think it's the details that are so important.
See, that's what's called collective wisdom. That's what we call the RSL collective wisdom. Jean Alesi will not be taking part. He'll be as disappointed as we are. Had a little whoopsie in the car in the practice session on Friday. Car repaired, went well enough yesterday to give us some hope that he'd be able to come through the field. At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch with us, as Jean Alesi will not be starting this race. The lights come on for Series D. This is the Jackie Stewart grid. We're away, and the pole man in the Surtees gets a good enough start to just about hold on to the lead. Going through in second, it's going to be a 1-2 for Surtees through Sandevot.
Yeah, brilliant start from Ewan Surgeons, but I was more concerned Katsuaki Kuboto from fifth on the grid was going nowhere. He did hook it up. He's lost his position in the JPS Lotus. Adrian Fernandez has moved up in the BRM, but when someone stalls or just doesn't get away, you always at Monaco just breathe in.
Such a tight run down to Sandevot. The red and white number 26, that's the Ewan Surgison car, which Bruce was mentioning down the hill. This is great news for Michael Lyons as he manages to pull away. It looks like the Eifelland is going to get going right at the back. He's going to come out whilst
I think he got
the Matra. That's the Matra. Nick Matlett. Yeah,
the one with the narrower nose, but unfortunately going nowhere. But Michael Lyons, fair enough start. I thought David Shaw in the Eifeland had hesitated because the Matra was nosing into the pit exit. One person who's not hesitating is Michael Lyons. We never thought he would. Now Matthew Wrigley, who got up into second place right at the end of qualifying, looking for second place at the back, but Ewan Surgison is saying no.
There's going to be a yellow flag halfway down the front straight for those cars that are in the pit lane exit. Battle for second then towards Raskas. The car's still getting heated to the big tyres. Through the right-hander, climbing the hill over the top of the crown of the road. Anthony Nogues. And in fourth position, Adrian Fernandez is keeping the interest. The arrow is pointing the cars to the right-hand side as if there was someone coming out. To the left-hand side, rather, as if someone was coming out the pit lane. It has been cleared now, though. So that's good news. And Michael Lyons, you don't need to give Michael Lyons any other opportunity. And these two cars fighting for second place have let him get away.
He's 4.5 seconds clear. I'm also interested to see the progress of Adrian Fernandez. Started sixth, gained a position off the start when Kubota was slow off the line. He then managed to pick his way at Philip Buhofer. Can he get towards the tail of this bright yellow March that's holding down third place? Yes, Mike Beutler car.
He's just dropping back actually at the moment. Franco Miners and Andy Willis has gone past the BRMP 153 of Fernandez as this battle for second heads on to the seafront and through the tunnel. Listen to the engines. Glorious noise from the V8s.
So it's Cosworth DFVs in the first three runners, Franco Miners in the Spazza Neve Ferrari, having had the BRM move up to fourth, then fall back to seventh, and he's tumbling down the order, Adrian Fernandez. What a shame. I reckon he could have challenged, but DFE for the first four runners. Then Franco Miners, best of the rest. He's about 2 seconds down on Philip Buhofer's Brabham. But the real battle in this race is Ewan Surgison, who qualified third, burst into second at the start. And Matthew Wrigley trying in his March, his bright yellow March, trying to hunt him down. This is a car raced by privateer, effectively, Mike Beutler. I think so far the only Formula One drivers who've been born in Egypt. There's a little fact for you.
Yeah. I think David Shaw is trying to get the Eifelland out, the 21 from 1972, because he's just popped up back again on the timing screen, the blue and yellow car. Eifelland, the name of the car, was the name of the sponsor, as Copasuca was the name of the sponsor for that Brazilian effort. Eifelland Caravans?
Very good. So the diversity, we've got the car leading away, sponsored by a tea bag company, the Brook Bond Oxo.
Brook Bond, yeah.
And then we've got a ceramics company on the side. This is the Adamic livery on the Surtees. Ewan Surgison has in second place. The car in third has just got the name of the four team owners. Make it complicated. Maybe this is the start of the problem for Adrian Fernandez. As I said, he was closing in fourth place, but alas.
And he's pitted.
He has got it wrong at the chicane and he's pitted. You may well find that the reason he went on there, driver of Adrian's calibre, might have been he found a box full of neutrals for a moment or something slightly untoward. If your gearbox isn't working, of all the circuits, Monaco would be the one you wanted to be right. Now,
also a
very slow Lotus.
He's just come out the pits.
Okay,
Katsu's just come out the pits in the Lotus.
He made that poor start. He then fell back. Now he's keeping out the way. You could see him looking in his mirrors. He could tell the leader was coming through and at some pace. So that's really good driving from Kat. So it looks like he's going back to the pits, frankly. What a shame to lose the Lotus 72. The car we said that then redefined the shape of cars by being so low at the front. Radiators had to be moved to the side. No radiators on the side of this Surtees. Michael Lyons, it's as though there are no walls for him. 5.7 seconds clear. That's going to go out a little bit more by the time Ewan Surgison in the slightly later, slightly different TS9B Surtees come through.
A different age for Formula One was being ushered in here with the advent of better knowledge of aerodynamics. I think even before this there was a sort of rudimentary, can we make the car a bit smoother, but this is wings now coming in. But the ability to still go and get a Ford DFE and bolt that into the back of your car, the monocoque cars, the engine becoming a stress member, and you could mount your suspension arms, etc., around the back of it on either on the engine or on a subframe on the back. But the availability of a known power unit, Bruce, allowed people to come in, because that was something they just didn't have to worry about.
No, entirely so, and it was very competitive over the course of the years. The power of the course of DFV increased. Other people came and did things differently, but it also meant that people, very bright engineers and designers, could have a chance. They didn't need a massive manufacturer behind them. Lovely to see this little run between, it's a battle over
McLaren.
7th place, the two McLaren M19As. I love the look of them, and the Royal Goethe just ahead of Mark Harrison at the moment, having their own battle. Person maybe slightly falling back onto his own is Matthew Wrigley in the ex-Mike Beutler bright yellow March 721G. He fought with Ewan Surgison. He lost the second place to him at the start of the race and seems not quite to be matching his pace. But Ewan, at the moment, I suggest is going to start going off after Michael Lyons, but that is going to be a big, big ask.
Yeah, at the time, the car finished 13 in Monaco.
Yeah, and don't forget, of course, the grids in Monaco were always smaller than elsewhere, because this circuit being tight and twisty wasn't allowed to run the regular 26 cars that started elsewhere.
That's right.
Oh, Franco Miners, this is a car, get this, you may have never seen this before. Ferrari took it to the Italian Grand Prix in 1972 and then put it back in the truck, and you could sense it was slowing there for Franco Miners, and Franco had got up into about 5th place. That means promotion.
Retired?
Yeah, he's retired.
Yeah.
He's out of the race
at the swimming pool 1.
So this was for bear in mind, the Ferrari that we hope to see with Jean Alesi was the first aerodynamic tweak in Formula 1. Didn't get to start the race. This was another twist from Ferrari, but as we've talked about over the weekend, ideas that are never copied are ones that didn't work.
Well, we will see a car later on that has those two big, they're shaped like a knacker duck, but they're not. They're just two big holes in the front. But it's a more refined version of a concept, I think. We'll see that later on. I'll try and remember to mention it. But it is a proper Ferrari, even if it didn't race, because it's red and it has gold wheels.
There we go.
There you go.
John arrives with 2 boxes to tick for Ferrari, red and coloured wheels. So as people watch on all around the circuit, my eyes have always been drawn to these cars, but when they're driven as well as our race leaders, Surtees is going around the other Ferrari. This is the other 312 Ferrari. This one did have the wing, so it evolved in very quick order from the one that Jean Alesi didn't get to start here. But Michael Lyons, he's making the shortest line around the circuit.
That £100,000 that Walter Hayes spent of Ford's money in the mid-1960s to get Cosworth in Northamptonshire to design and develop the Cosworth DFE, which was badges of Ford, of course, but that was their big jump into this form of racing. That would be 2.3 million today, and that even now, that would be a fraction of an engine development cost. And look how many years they got out of that engine, Bruce.
150 wins in Formula 1.
Yeah.
Other forms of racing, but just also the thing that I always ask myself, I just want to divert for a second. I love the fact that Ewan Surgeon has got a period helmet livery to match Mike Hale with the motorbike star racing this car. We're going back to the question of Ford Cosworth DFE. If that had not happened, who knows where Formula 1 would have gone? Would it have withered and died on the vine?
That's a great point.
Because you think about the manufacturers who were in it as well as the constructors. You had Ferrari.
Yep.
At that stage, you had Matra. And there was no reason that they would both stay there. A Ferrari, you sort of felt always would. But if not enough other teams had come and joined them, we could have ended up with tiny grids and the whole thing could have been reinvented. So I think the metaphorical tipping of the cap for the creation of the Ford Cosworth DFV, I think its impact, I don't think there's been anything bigger in the history of Formula 1, in all honesty. Yes, there were many years before it came in. The championship was, in its 18th season when it's made its debut with Lotus. It saved Lotus too, in so many ways.
That's a very good point. That is the £100,000 that saved Formula 1. That's an interest. That's a book there, mate.
Oh, I'll never get it done in time. You know, publishers and deadlines. What do you want? Yesterday. You want it yesterday.
Well, you need it for the anniversary in 28.
I've just put my head in the hangman's noose.
Anybody out there, get your hands up, please. At RSL or Discuss, you, Joe. a book on how the DFE changed the face of Formula One and other Formula cars down through the years, single-seater cars down through the years, and it went down to the DFX and all sorts of stuff, turbocharged, etc. One behind the driver in that number 28 as well, Matthew Wrigley in the Mark 712G.
We've been talking this race about the arrival of wings, but there's a BRM out there that's been driven brilliantly by Andy Willis, running in 5th place, and that hasn't really bothered with wings because it was a BRM holding out, and you know, seeing what they could do as the world changed around them. It seems I think Adrian Fernandez, is he back out on the track? He is back out on the track, and he's had his run through the pits. He's up to 9th place overall.
Matt Wrigley just slowed there. Matt Wrigley slowed down.
Yes, he has. Buhoffer's gone into 3rd place.
Yeah. Michael Lyons crosses the line. So that's a change of position. Now, I wonder if that was a redress there because Matt had been outside the track.
No, it's a problem. It's a problem for Wrigley because Buhoffer was some distance further back. I just want to correct myself. Of course, a P153 with Andy Willis, it has got wings. It's from 1971.
So through to the top of the hill for that lovely Brabham BT 33.
Which looks so traditional, doesn't it? In its
absolutely
shape.
Right.
It might be it is a car from 1970. So it was. But Brabham were one of the first to experiment with the really high wings, but with that still large radiator nose. But of course, that same season we got the Lotus 72 with completely flat at the front and rising from a very low place. But with Jack Brabham here at Monaco, oh boy, did he have some dramatic races, including losing out, of course, in that incredible battle with Jochen Rindt when he crashed within about 2 seconds of the end of the lap into the straw bales. Oh, such a gutting result for him as Jochen in 1917 and Lotus 49 took victory.
But you're right about that car, Bruce. If you took the wings off, it wouldn't look out of place in one of the earlier grids.
Absolutely.
In terms of that toothpaste tube styling that you were talking about. Wherever you are in the world, by the way, you can follow along with our timing. Al Kamel, once again with us here. You go to the ACM site, live timing on there, including actually the little track map with the dancing ants on there as well. And it's showing at the moment that Michael Lyons has just done the fastest lap of the race at a 1:36.001. He's out to over 11 seconds on Ewan Sergeson in second place.
12 seconds, yeah.
And this race, the first of the longer ones, this is a 12-lapper rather than the 10 laps of the earlier cars. And I've been vexed about saying Andy Willis didn't have wings. There was a car, BRM, without wings, but it didn't take part. Jürgen Boden, a P83. But again, that would look exactly like the Brabham had looked until wings were added to it, because the cars of 66 and 67 were all remarkably similar because they still had the radiator at the front. The bigger engine at the back because they'd gone to 3 litres. Down the slope. Again, precision has always been the key to success at Monaco. Not hitting things. Let's make it explain it that way around. But
not as easy as it sounds.
No, entirely.
In fairness, and we've seen some of the best sometimes.
Yeah, we were talking about Jack Brabham.
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure being applied.
We can't say he had no experience.
No, we certainly can't. Yeah. And you think about the passage of that great Australian, the real grafter. You know, when he arrived in the UK, he arrived with this understanding of engineering. He really helped Cooper. He agreed to enter the British Grand Prix with a car with the engine at the back. That was, back in the mid-50s. Then you think about his world titles. He won them in Cooper's in 59 and 60. Then he created his own team. And his cars, he won the title in 66. Denny Hulme the following year. And then he kept on going. He was a veteran, but the passage of change from when he arrived in the World Championship to when he left was just gargantuan. You put the cars side by side, you just couldn't compare.
Michael Lyons lapping 2 seconds quicker than everyone else. In fact, more than that, to be honest. His lead's up to 14.5 seconds. And Matthew Wrigley did have an issue because he's brought that 721 March bright yellow car into the pit lane right opposite us, and it cruises to a halt, dead stick. And that was a car that we expected to see right up the front of the field. And immediately he's pulling himself out of that car. Adrian Fernandez has just done a 1 minute 39.3. That's that car and that class's fastest lap of the race after problems early on. But the Brook Bond Oxo Surtees continues.
Every single moment you look at Michael Lyons, he is being dynamic in that car, but also as soon as they took to the track in official practice, the qualifying for this, he was straight on it. On the outlap he was on it, not even building up. Oh dear, we've lost someone else, trickling to halt, and it's...
From the Yardley cars, isn't it?
I am.
Was it?
Well, the two Yardley McLarens, Royal Goethe and Mark Harrison running together. I still haven't seen enough of it to confirm that is the case. Can still see Ewan Surgeson in second place, pressing on. He's now 16, nearly 17 seconds down, doing his utmost, but there's nothing he can do about the pace of Michael Lyons, who's been sensational ahead of this Series D race.
And that was at the top of Mirabor, I think. I think that's where he's gone straight on. Let's see if we can work out where it is. Yes, it was.
Yeah. Bottom right of picture it, Yardley livery. Actually, it might be a BRM. Might be one of the BRMs. Andy Willis has still come through. Has Adrian Fernandez pulled off? Quite possibly. Yeah, he'd got up to 10th. If it's got the gold rear wing,
it had the gold rear wing. That was Fernandez's car.
And now, why did Adrian Fernandez decide he wanted that car? Because when he was growing up as a young Mexican boy with a love of racing, who was one of the stars of Formula One, Pedro Rodriguez, in that BRM, the Yardley sponsorship, and to be able to buy a car you've loved since childhood. I mean, it'd be real. There is Adrian out of the car, so he'll be frustrated. And I tell you what, seeing him in the paddock, he was chatting away with Joe Ramirez, who was one of the loveliest people in Formula One, and Derek Warwick, and they were like schoolboys, jumping up and down with excitement. It warms my heart to see that.
And Adrian looking very fit, really took this seriously, wanted to give that car a good run out. I loved having him in the sports car paddock of the then American Le Mans Series when he was running a team as well. Joined Jeremy Shaw and myself in the booth a couple of times. We've already got to the last lap of the race, and Michael Lyons, he can't exactly kick the clutch out because it's not anything but uphill from where he is at the moment, but my goodness me, the little scrap early on gave him a lead that he probably didn't need to have. I'm sure he would have worked his way away, but took his advantage on the cold tyres, where he is absolutely outstanding, and he's driven away from the field here, Olivia.
Yeah, that's it. And so in the three first cars, we have two very simple cars, you know.
Yes.
The TS7 and the Brabham.
Yeah, and they're just looking super smooth, and again you can see the jump to the TS9 being a much broader nose on that. They're now working the aerodynamics.
Berhofer is closing in on second place here. He took a good 2.5 seconds out of the second Surtees last time around. He was in the same shot there as they were coming down the hill to Poitiers. The leader, undoubted, that is going to be the TS9. It's Brook Bond Oxo, so we can say he's taken stock, and he's
you can say that. I have no intention of it.
The car suits this circuit to a T. He celebrates with a sideways slide out the final corner. He's at the line so quickly the checkered flag almost wasn't ready for him. Absolutely incredible, and the fastest lap of the race, a 1:34.220 on the last turn. Meantime, the battle for second, Ewan Surgeson coming to the line now. He's okay.
He was going to be fine. It was just the previous lap. I think he got traffic. He lost 2.5 seconds rather than Philippe Buhofer coming home, and good run for him in the Brabham.
Oh yeah.
Surgeson put his fastest lap of the race in, which was a good 2 seconds quicker than the previous one, so stretched that lead back out to 4. Buhofer in the Brabham benefiting from the traffic for a moment, but he'll stand on the podium. Class winner, but just off the main podium in Class 3. Andy Willis is the best of those cars with the Brabham P153 from 1971. Now, I've said that, and he hasn't come across the line yet. Royal Goethe in the McLaren in 5th, 6th for Yevgeny Kiryev in the Politoys FX3. Didn't see much of that one, actually. That's an interesting little car there. The Matra 120C inside the top 10 for Mr. John of B, and the howl of that car going across the line you could hear in the background in 7th. 8th for Mark Harrison in Ewan Sergison's McLaren 19A from 1971. Jürgen Borden, who was at the sharp end early on in the qualifying yesterday, he's fought back from problems, and that Ferrari will finish inside the top 10. And Bruno Ferrari, in a march, makes up the top 10. But Michael Lyons has done Michael Lyons things.
Well, he has. It's a 12-lap race, and he lapped everyone apart from Ewan Sergeson, Philip Buhofer and Andy Willis. And Raoul Goether is nobody's fool, but he was lapped in the end in his McLaren M19. That was a masterclass from this slim, narrow, arrow-shaped Surtees. Michael Lyons has known this car for a long time. Ex-John Love car, raced for Team Gunston, and then spent its time racing in the South African Formula One series. Doesn't matter. Back in its original livery and driven sensationally well.
And here's something else we perhaps might not have said in period. On the streets of Monaco, a 1-2 for Surtees.
You certainly would have said that in period.
It's a very good weekend for Surtees, because yesterday at the auction in UK, there was an MV 500 from Agostini owned by John Surtees, maybe nearly 20 years, you know. And it was auctioned for nearly $1 million.
For a motorcycle?
Yeah.
For a very famous motorcycle, one should say, Giacomo Agostini. Goodness me.
It's like a Lotus 25 in Formula One.
Exactly.
You know?
Yes. It is the holy grail.
Yes. Yeah.
We would say. But here we go, Michael Lyons. Well, it's quite fitting no other cars are in shot, because once he got going, that was pretty much the story of the race, John.
Yeah.
Pat on the wheel.
He could get out, do the podium ceremony, drink his champagne, and would get his watch on, and everybody else will still not there.
Yeah, hi guys, what did you get up to this morning? But a fantastic run from a driver who knows his car very well, but more than that, drove it brilliantly. And only now does Ewan Sergeson come into the background of the shot. That really is rubbing salt in the wound, isn't it?
He's out of the car, he's celebrating with his team. 21.5 seconds in 12 laps. So you might as well call that 2 seconds a lap. He never eased off. He was sensible through the traffic, but he set his fastest lap and the fastest lap of the race on the 12th and last lap. Ewan Sergeson closed down by Philip Berhofer for a moment through the traffic, but he got a wiggle on in the final lap as well, put his fastest lap of the race in. And Mr. John of B in the Matra down in 7th position, his fastest lap of the race was the last lap as well. And so there was still a bit of performance left in that car for Michael Lyons. A young driver who, well, young by our age group, but he has specialised in this type of racing for such a long time. It seems like he's been around forever, and he drives these cars with the verve and the confidence that is absolutely required to get the best out of them. My goodness me, he's an entertainer. The two Surtees then, Bruce, first and second ahead of the Brabham. That would have been an unusual finishing order. That one would not have been on many people's bingo cards or betting slips back in the day.
You certainly don't. You could imagine John Surtees would have cracked quite a smile to that one, but
Yeah.
Being the perfectionist, he'd have gone 1, 2 and 3.
Yes.
Yes,
Sir John
Michael, can I
Surtees.
call
Let's have
you
the
the
interview.
Rockets? It's amazing. It's another victory for you here in Monaco. What's your secret?
I don't know. The stress is here every year. It's more and more, but once the helmet goes on, I just love this place. There's nothing like sliding a 3-litre Formula One car around here. It's a sensation all its own. And to have my family around me and everything, it's a special day. A special start to the day anyway. We have a bit more work to do, but that's number 9 now, so we need to keep working.
Can you tell us, can you describe how is it to drive here?
It's my favourite. I don't know. It's it's like you float above the car almost. Like, you know, you have to be inch perfect. The wall is your white line. You have to be close, otherwise you're not fast. So it's adrenaline like I can't get anywhere else.
Thank you very much.
Wow. What a record he's had in many. He's won here in the Hesketh. He's won here obviously in the the Surtees, he's won in the McLaren M26. He just is an expert on this circuit, and he was very, very good in contemporary GTs. Doors didn't open for him, but he always had the backup because his father Frank and mother Judy have assembled an astonishing array of cars, and he drives them like nobody else can.
Yeah, Olivier's right. I always said Sir John Surtees because he should have had a knighthood.
I let it go because I agree he should have done so.
Yeah,
you know, absolutely. How did he never?
I had to stop talking because of the interview, but I didn't want people to think I didn't know he didn't have a knighthood, but he should have the vagaries of the British honours system. Such a lovely man, and every time I interviewed him, I was fortunate enough to do that a few times, I always used to shake his hand and say, "Hello, Sir John," which always made him break into that trademark smile.
And the thing about John, if I had to interview him at somewhere like Goodwood, you were only really allowed 2 minutes for an interview, and he'd start, you could tell he had the most amazing story that could have been told over 2 hours. You'd have to bring him down.
Yes.
But then he began to learn that, always the twinkle in his eyes, he was sitting, because he had to run a lot of the historic Mercedes, because they only entrust them to the very best. But there we are, look. Ewan Surgerson, he races a great array of cars, and Philip Buhofer, you know, all of the drivers, and I think emphasising what Michael said, the barriers of the white line at the edge of the circuit. They know one slip, one missed gear change, and then you have the embarrassment. But Michael Lyons didn't, and neither did the two chasing drivers. And Philip Buhofer, bear in mind, he's just hopped from one age of Formula One car into another one, as Michael Lyons will be doing later today, as will Stuart Hall. You have to adapt, Olivier, don't you? You go from car A to car B, and you've got to put a different mindset.
Yeah, because some of the car are larger, so you can take the turn at the same speed.
So Philip Buhofer, we talk about the glory of coming on the podium. It is special, very, very special here at Monaco, and that is why this historic Monaco, the Monaco Historique, has been so popular, plus the amazing array of cars. But Michael Lyons, he's done it again, win number 9 at Monaco.
Good day for the English and the Scots. I mean, you could say the United Kingdom if you want, but both Mark earlier on and Ewan here proudly wearing the saltire on the podium. The president of
the SBM, what we call the SBM.
Yeah.
Who's, there is the hotels, the tennis and everything. It's a big consortium, you know.
Right. Here is that Monaco, Tag Heuer Monaco watch, the special edition and the official watch of the event. And the Jackie Stewart caricature with the characteristic tartan band around the helmet of the trophy for the grid of cars that bore his name today, 1966 and 1971. So Jackie stood on the podium, which was down at ground level in those days, where the guys got their ACM water, trophies being handed out before the formality of the national anthem of the winning driver. And once again, it will be the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland national anthem playing for the Swiss cross. I'm contractually obliged to say, because of my Swiss mother-in-law, Hop Suisse, for that. And they stand together for the formal photographs. You have to wonder, don't you, what Michael could have done if he'd got the brakes in GT racing. The guys that he was racing with and against and beating at the time, some of them have gone on to the very highest level.
And some of them have gone on to be professional racing drivers for many, many
Indeed
years.
so.
You think of the very best, and GT racing is so enormous now. Michael, in many ways, was almost in it slightly too soon when it was in its nascent stages.
Yeah,
but you know, the array of cars he drives, his diversity and ability to deliver. But as we see in whatever car he gets in, from the very first lap he's out on the track, he is right on it. He's confident. But as he said, this is his 9th win here at Monaco. That is an outstanding record.
Yeah, impressive.
It's something very special for even the top level drivers to have that feel on cold tyres on the first lap. Adrian Fernandez, a case in point, he was always brilliant coming out the pits in IndyCar on cold tyres. Glass of champagne for the winner. There are one or two others as well, and it even sets them above the high bar of the very top drivers. I've always been tremendously impressed with people who can switch tyres on or don't care whether they're switched on or not, actually. They just drive to the absolute limit of the car immediately.
Yeah, even among the very best of the young up-and-coming drivers, you suddenly find one, you go, you've done it again, haven't you?
Yeah.
You're not the fastest driver on the grid, potentially, but you've gone from 5th to 3rd to 2nd on the opening lap of the race.
Yes.
On cold tyres at Silverstone, you go, okay,
yeah,
that is the sort of tyre whisperer element.
Yeah,
that
in April.
So about -2. Yeah, lovely. But here we are in Monaco. I mean, this is the first day we haven't had sunny skies. They may yet come, though.
I still think it's brightening up. 230s and the Brabham ahead of the BRM, the McLaren, the Politoys, the Matra, the McLaren, the Ferrari, and the March in the top 10. Such was the pace. The guys at the front of the field, only the top 4 on the lead lap. And in fairness, Andy Willis was pretty close to getting laps. Sadly, we did not see the Eiffel land. That car stuttered and burped a little bit and almost got going, but then couldn't get out the pit lane because the Matra was being pushed back in, and Jean Alesi didn't get out there either, for which we are desperately disappointed. Michael Lyons has clocked up another victory and will take home the Sir Jackie Stewart caricature, as well as the Tag Heuer Monaco, which is about to be put on his wrist. He's saying, don't put it on my wrist, I'm too sweaty.
Yes, don't wreck it right now. So great little scraps down through the field, and Philip Buhofer, when there's the start of the problem for the March driver Matthew Wrigley, he looked across and went, nothing I can do, I'm going back to the pits. Second place ahead of Philip Buhofer, and being caught towards the end was Ewan Surgeon. Drove a really, really strong race in the TS9P Surtees, but it was the TS9, the one with the smaller front wing, that got the job done, and more to the point, the driver on board, Michael Lyons. And look, it didn't seem to matter what the corner was. He was so agile, so nimble, and also so precise. Almost 2 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else. Win number 9 for him at Monaco, sealed with a kiss.
The celebrations still going on, and we have yet more races, of course, today, so don't think of disappearing after our race for those Formula 1 cars. We'll continue with the action. Still a little bit of cloud just hanging over us here in the Principality, as we've had an outstanding performance on this street circuit of all street circuits, in the race that bears Sir Jackie Stewart's name, the cars at the start of the 1970s, which started to sprout the aerodynamic devices with the so the wings became more prevalent. Bruce Jones on these cars. The late 60s Ferrari was the first one to do it. Sadly, Jean Alesi had problems. The pole position starting car, quite a simple looking car, but still with the aerodynamic accoutrement, Jean Alesi having to step away. And from the start, the pole man got the start, but the other Surtees, the red and white car, Ewan Surgeon, getting an absolute flyer, and that was to prove crucial as the race continued.
Yeah, it really was. It was a slow getaway from Katsuaki Kubota in the glorious black and gold Lotus 72. He lost a place at the start, and unfortunately for him, later would trickle off. Adrian Fernandez managed to get past the BRM, just turning into Casino Square. The ex-Rolf Stommelen car, David Shaw, had to start from the pits and then stalled, and one of the matches was being pushed in as well. All very confusing. The battle for second place was intense. Matthew Wrigley trying to get back. He was second on the grid. He fell to third after that brilliant start from Ewan Surgeon. But the one thing they couldn't see was Michael Lyons. He was off round the corner, off into the distance, pulling clear by the best part of 2 seconds a lap, down through the order. Something was going wrong for Adrian Fernandez with his glorious BRM. He'd visit the pits, come back out, and still not finish the race.
You don't really need to hand any advantage to Michael Lyons around this place. His race record here is exemplary. The two guys scrapping for second and third slowed themselves down and allowed him to get away even further than we thought possible, to be quite honest.
Well, this is a shame because eventually there'd be retirement for the really unusual and unique Spazzanevi Ferrari, the snowplow Ferrari. Ewan Surgeson eventually was running on his own in second place after Matthew Wrigley dropped away. Philip Buhofer tried to keep him honest, was a few seconds too far back, but certainly Surgeson, there was nothing he could do about Michael Lyons because the other TS9 had pulled clear. Then Matthew Wrigley, suddenly a problem for him. He'd had a little slowing down and eventually would end up out of the overall reckoning.
Yeah, lost the position going into Tabak with Philip Buhofer needing no second invitation and going through actually rather easily, but a hobbled car for that number 28 March 712G in that bright yellow livery. At the front of the field, untroubled, unpressured and uncaring, but not slow. Took the traffic sensibly, but as soon as Michael Lyons had open track, he stretched the legs of the DFE Engine Surtees TS9 and put in fastest lap after fastest lap. Matthew Wrigley's car cried enough, and then Adrian Fernandez at the top of the hill at Mirabeau cruised to a halt in the runoff. I think he realised that there was a problem as he was trying to turn right-handed. Ewan Surgeson didn't have the best of the traffic and his gap eroded quite quickly, but then on the final lap, when he did have a little bit of room, he stretched out again and put his fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, kept it really safe, and the fastest lap of the race overall was on the final lap, but it was the Surtees in front of him, the Surtees that was in front of him on the grid. This one, the TS9 of Michael Lyons, blue and white, Brook Bar Oxo, and a checkered flag to go with it, but not for one more lap, and this final lap was the one where he thought, what's the best way of keeping your focus? Drive even faster.
Yeah, learned his lesson around here in the past with 8 victories before this race. The checkered flag waved on his 9th, and at the end, more than 20 seconds up the road, pretty much 2 seconds gained in each of the 12 laps of competition, whether clear track or through the traffic. He cruised up to the central parking position for the winner, made sure the car was turned off, and he was already out of the car before second place came into view out of Virage Anthony Nogues. Congratulations from the family and from the team, and the young Brit took the big trophy for his 9th victory on the streets of Monaco. So, gentlemen, we move to another step, and this Grand Prix time machine that the Grand Prix de Monaco Historic has become down through the years allows us to take snapshots in time at regulation changes, at changes in a thought pattern or an engineering projects that have affected Formula One and changed the landscape. And now, Bruce, we move up into sort of the mid-1970s where the next change occurred. Not too far away from the cars we've just seen, in fact, but another step change.
Yeah, refinement, really. It was just working out the purpose of the wings, and you had fewer of the really broad front wings we saw early on. But some groups still kept them, March still had them, doing things differently, but it was settling down. Most of the cars on the grid, Cosworth DFE, that gave them a level playing field. But in the years we're covering here, 1973 to 76, it's this series is named after Niki Lauda because he won 2 of those 4 Grand Prix. 1973 was Jackie Stewart in a Tyrrell. 1974, here in Monaco, we're talking about Monaco wins, of course, is Ronnie Peterson. And then 75, 76, Ferrari and Niki Lauda.
Well, we are going to trawl back in time even further than we normally do here, because once again, we've opened the vault. And our next class of cars are Series E, as we've been talking about. Go back to 2022 here, and a 1972 Ferrari 312, driven by Charles Leclerc. So let's see the driver's eye view of that and see how things have moved on since things have moved on since the last time we looked at the circuit. How much quicker? Let's find out. So the camera here right behind the driver's head of Charles Leclerc on the streets, accelerating away from a standstill. So we're not seeing a flying lap here, and it looks like Charles doing a bit more of a demo lap. But once again, with the variety of cameras that we're seeing here, just underlying, Bruce, how tight things are as they go up towards the top of the hill. And I mean, these cars are getting bigger. The view from behind the engine is incredible.
Well, it's absolutely astonishing, and don't forget, of course, as we went through the years, the cars were getting more downforce here, but it was really, you know, not having loads of really fast corners. They could run the cars fairly downforce light because they didn't require it so much. It was about precision and about the car giving you feedback, but that's just such a wonderful image looking back at the car that was so much etched into my childhood. The Ferrari against Lotus, Ferrari against McLaren battles, and beautifully filmed down to the chicane. They go, lovely sunny day there, and Charles having to work in the car, having to move his hand from the steering wheel to change gear. Imagine that. That'll never catch on.
A complete steering wheel, same wheel.
Yes, a round one.
Yeah, round one.
Yes, that doesn't have any cutouts on it. Good point. Through Rascasse at the end. So a slightly different view of the circuit here at Monaco, courtesy of camera car and Charles Leclerc, that 1972 Ferrari 312, of a type that would be eligible for the racing that we are about to see. 22 cars, gentlemen, effectively all a single class. There is the Chris McAllister 312 T2 from 1976, which falls slightly outside of the other cars, so that gets a class of its own. But McLaren, Lotus, Enzyme, Surtees again, Shadow. Olivier loves his Shadow.
Oh, yes.
Tyrrell and March. And there's a Penske in here as well with Doug Mockett once again coming out on the circuit. And a couple of L's as well with Lola and Lotus. And the Trojan, the Philippe Bonny car.
Yes, a car that Bonny by his name, but not by nature. It wasn't a car that really featured, despite the best efforts of the few drivers who drove it. The point about the Ferrari there being in a separate class, all the others have Cosworth DFVs, so it's what I like. It says, yeah, class with other engines.
Yeah.
But yeah, expect to see McLarens at the front. We do have McLarens at the front. M23 versus M26. The car from 73, the car from 1976. The M26 was a car that it took a while for the works drivers, for the drivers at the time. Jochen Mass and James Hunt, alas, both left us now, but they wanted to be absolutely sure that it was an improvement, and it was a difficult time for the team in a way, because they were building up, they were aiming for the World Championship, that battle hunt against Lauda in 1976, and James just didn't want to go to something that had a question mark over it. You could understand he spent most of the year chasing, and then just around the corner you'll see the next batch of cars this afternoon. There was a slight difference, there was a major difference, frankly. They had ground effect, but these are the last cars without ground effect.
We heard from Loïc Depailler yesterday when Gemma caught up with him. He's back today with cars in different parts of the grid, and Gemma's caught up with him again to have another quick chat.
The car's just been restored, and actually I've only had 17 laps of testing right before Monaco on a small track called the Grand Sambuc, about an hour and a half from here, and it will be its first new time, and it's going to be my first time ever at Monaco. My father was racing this car also in the 70s. Actually, he didn't win with this car. There's another car, the 008, which is a little bit further down the paddocks. But it's still a privilege and an honor to be driving one of my father's cars. It's pretty easy to drive. There's no ground effects. There's no carbon fiber chassis. We have quite a comfortable suspension travel. So the car is you know, when you arrive to the limit, the car is telling you everything, and you can even keep sliding it a little bit, because we even the engine is it used to go at 2,000 or 12,000 RPM. We only allowed 10,000, but we still have 500 horsepower. So power sliding and is pretty easy to manage. Urban racetrack are usually complicated, so I've talked with my team and the owner, and the objective is not to try to go on the podium or anything like that. We just want to finish the race. I'm a rookie here, so even at 52 years old. So you know, we'll take it nice and easy, and we'll see where it ends up.
Thanks to Loic for giving us some more time this morning. Olivier?
Just to mention that Depailler made, the son, Depailler made a book, and the book was just released 2 months ago.
Oh, really?
On the career of his father.
Oh,
yeah.
That is one that may have to grace my bookshelf soon.
Yeah, but it's also, you think the years that Patrick Depailler was known as the bridesmaid, always second, never first, and finally he got the job done here, of all places.
Yeah.
Very, very special. Such a popular driver as well. You know, just like you, Olivier, he couldn't be anything apart from French. He was the Frenchest Frenchman in the world as far as I was concerned. And that's a compliment.
I'm a little British too, you know.
So a couple of McLarens on the front row, Stuart Hall and Michael Lyons battled it out in qualifying, and we expect them to do exactly the same from the front row, the M23 and the M26. Give you more details about that, because the M23 and the M26 were 3 years apart. There's a bit of an interesting story about how they raced in period, which has kind of been mirrored today. Before that, we have a lot of motorsport guests here around the streets of the Principality, and Gemma's bumped into another one. It's Gordon Shedden, British touring car driver.
Bumping into all sorts of people from the world of motorsport. Gordon Shedden, nice to see you. I can't believe you've just told me this is your first time here at the Historic.
I know, for all the historic racing I've done at Goodwood and the Peter Otto European Series, I've never ever been here for the historic. So I'm like a kid at Christmas walking about looking at all these cars and thinking, God, how good would it be to actually be out there and do some driving?
Absolutely. Looking around you, what would you pick if you could pick one thing to drive?
Well, I mean, I've just watched Frank Stippler in the Ferrari 250 and I thought that was stunning. You know, I've just walked up talking to Marino, who's been out in the birdcage, and it's just everywhere you look, it's just so special. So yeah, I don't think beggars would be choosers.
I think what's lovely is, from a driver of your experience, you still feel like you've got your eyes pinging open and still feeling the magic of it, which is wonderful, and it just shows what a great event it is, right?
It is, and I'm here with Derek Warwick as well, and Derek's been in looking at his old cars, you know, like his actual race cars from the from the 80s, and it's just, even he's like a kid at Christmas, and when you get that from, you know, an XF1 driver who's just so passionate about it, yeah, it brings it all home.
Thank you so much for joining us. I think we're about to get run over, so we'll let you go, and we'll catch up with you later. Thanks for that, Gordon.
Cool.
Great to hear from Gordon Shedden with Gemma. Bruce, Olivier, these cars then, what's your pick? Not necessarily the quickest. Where's the interesting stories here, Bruce? We've mentioned it and sort of highlighted a couple of them.
Well, to me, the interesting stories is really when you have a historic racing grid, you don't have the cars lined up particularly as they were in period, because some drivers that haven't got the access to the cars that would have been at the front. And I love seeing an Ensign up near the front, because 75, 76, they suddenly started producing cars that were competitive on a tiny budget. Guillaume Romain's done a great job to get up into fourth place. The car raced in periods by Gijs van Lennep. Actually, there's an earlier Ensign the row behind with Vincente Enzo Potoliccio driving, so it's good to have those up near the front. I like the reshuffling of the pack, but to me, I've just always been drawn to the McLaren M23. I loved it even, you know, when Emerson Fittipaldi was driving it a couple of years before James Hunt. 2 world titles for Gordon Kopach's design car, and it still stands out. It stands the test of time, so it's only fitting that's at the front, but I do like the others being in the mix.
Olivier, you're a fan of Shadow, top to bottom. Why?
I think the shape is marvelous. The shape plus the color, you know, this car is absolutely the one I have in the mind from years.
It was an interesting story as well about the man behind Shadow and how it all came about. And that, does that add somehow, Olivier, to the mystique of the brand?
Yeah, because he wasn't of the crew, you know. So it's always nice to see that. Like Lord Escus, you know. If somebody from outside of this world is coming and doing things who are working, it's superb. But at this period, the shape of the car changed, you know, with the deformable things. For security, of course.
Yes.
But the shape changed. So there were some innovators.
And cars did look different. That we're still in an era before the regulations became so proscriptive that everybody had to follow almost the same silhouettes, even nowadays with engines. Whilst I'm sure one part, a rocker from one engine manufacturer wouldn't pick the other, but I bet you if you put them all out on the table, you'd be hard pushed to tell the difference. That wasn't the way it worked here, particularly in the shapes of the cars.
No, entirely. And bear in mind, within this grid of cars, 1973 to 76, there could be a car that really shook the world up because it was so different. We've got Tyrrell 07s, but not the Tyrrell P34. Of course, 4 wheels at the front, the 4 little ones at the front. The drivers actually couldn't see them to start with. After their cockpit, they had to put plexiglass windows in the side so they could see down and see what those wheels were doing. It's mysterious how drivers like to know what their front wheels are doing, whether they're turning in or not. But yeah, it was a time of change, and of course Ferrari was really the bulwark against the Cosworth DFE, fighting their own battle against them. Of course, Brabham, you know, took on Alfa Romeo engines and stuff. Alfa Romeo would dip in and out over this period and the very next one. But it really was the Cosworth DFE age, and you can define them by their colours, their wing shape, and you know, that to me was a rich time. But also, you didn't have fixed lineups of drivers all year. There was a reason to read a Grand Prix preview, because often a team would run a third car.
Yes.
And so some local hero would be given a chance, or someone who was aspiring, and then they could judge themselves against the best. So it was always a time of interest.
And that's a key point that many younger viewers or people who are relatively new to Grand Prix and Formula One racing probably don't understand. We've now got a fixed grid of cars and teams, and generally speaking, drivers, although not always. But you would go to some places, far fewer Grand Prix in the year, but you would go to some places and they would give the local hotshot a run. Some money would change hands, or there'd be a local sponsor on the car. So then it would be in a different colour scheme as well. But they might turn out in a third. Well, Williams, Frank was always looking for a bit of a deal. And that meant that it changed the whole view of what you were looking at and the whole persona of the grid.
Yeah, it did. And if you look back over the history of Formula One, there are quite a lot of drivers who had one Grand Prix appearance, and it was the time their stars were aligned and they were allowed to have a go. They didn't generally get the sharpest tool from the box from that particular team, being the third car. But imagine now, if you were said at 4 Grand Prix this year, the team's third driver had to be allowed onto the grid. We see them in practice sessions, but I think it would be exciting, interesting. But anyhow, there are many ways you can stir it. But right now, this is a period I absolutely loved in racing. And I know an awful lot of people of similar age to me, just over 48, by the way, quite a lot over.
48 plus tax.
Plus an awful lot of tax. It's this high tax rate that really, really gets me. But no, these are cars I love, and a lot of people love them, and they make a fantastic, you know, it was the soundtrack of Formula One, the Cosworth DFE, and I loved the ones that didn't have them as well, because you could close your eyes and pick out when's the Ferrari coming.
Yeah.
For example.
Yeah.
But, you know, we move on. But this is a time of big wings, flared trousers, big lapels, a lot of fun. And the big shame for me, there isn't a Hesketh at the front end of the grid, because, of course, this is the very period where Lord Hesketh and his crew were making such a splash. They turned up with the biggest yacht in the harbour at Monaco. They were thought of as a party team, and then they suddenly became a Grand Prix winning team in time.
Yeah. And we had the chance to saw it last weekend.
We did.
At Goodwood.
Yeah, what a year. You know, 2 long-haired British heroes, motorbike world champion Barry Sheene and James Hunt. They did things differently. They had a lot of fun. And a lot of people look back and say, what wonderful days.
Do you remember that the Barry Sheene has a hole in his helmet?
Yeah.
To put a cigarette?
That's right.
I thought you meant to see out of, but yes, you're quite right. That's the thought, isn't it?
Got the Penske PC4 from 1976 here, Doug Mockett out again. We mentioned him yesterday and his long-time support of Team USA. Jeremy Shaw got in touch overnight. Hello, Jeremy. Hello, Tammy. Hope you're all well, and give Riley a pat on the head for us as well. Good to see a little bit of variety there with the Penske PC for the number 28 car. I'll start down on the inside of row number 9.
But a Grand Prix winning car nonetheless, of course. John Watson rashly agreed to shave off his beard if he ever won a Grand Prix. He'd had that on for quite a while. And Austria, and in fact, he very nearly won 2 on the bounce, only just got pipped by James Hunt probably the following weekend, certainly the next race at Zandvoort. You know, last weekend, Watty was telling a story, and he's so modest, he covered his victory at Austria by not mentioning it.
That's typical JW. Absolutely.
Because that wasn't the point of that conversation, you see.
No.
So he didn't think, but how many Grand Prix winners would fail to mention their victory, their first win?
So we are going to be entertained by the McLarens, the Lotus, the Ensign, and everything else, including Jean-Denis Delatraz in a DN3 Shadow. But when you think of the streets of Monte Carlo and the Monaco Grand Prix, a few names down through the years come to mind, and one of them has to be Ayrton Senna, and celebrating his career here a little while ago with a parade of cars that bore his name.
ACM have put this event on to celebrate him 30 years after. It's just a fantastic thing to do, and it's a privilege to be here with the car and all the people involved with it.
For a lot of people, they'll look at this car and they'll remember their childhood watching Formula One. It really is an iconic car.
Sure, and not maybe my childhood, but certainly when I was a young man. So little did I know way back then that this would still be being celebrated and Ayrton remembered so many years later. It's just a great story. This car was the first car he won a Grand Prix in Portugal in '85, and he said it was the most difficult, most challenging Grand Prix ever won, because there was no traction control, there's no ABS, it was a stick shift and a clutch, and it was purely driver with no aids.
Yeah, we're so happy that the Historic Grand Prix has put on this amazing parade and display of a bit of Ayrton's racing heritage and history. And we have so many amazing cars of his that are going to be on display, and I get to, drive some of these amazing machines as well.
Yes, but Monaco is a very special circuit in itself, and the atmosphere and the people around here. It's the most difficult circuit of the whole Formula One circus. And who wins here is a big hero, and he's won a few times. And we're celebrating all his racing history, his past. We're celebrating all sort of the human that he was, the man that he was. This is very special.
Monaco is a track that really puts Ayrton even more in evidence. He still is, that many years after he passed away, the biggest victor here in Monaco. So it's a place that he loved, and he enjoyed racing, had lots of success. So from the first race that he tried here in F1 all the way to his last time out, he was very successful. So a place that's very special for us as a family.
More action from the streets of Monaco to come. Just want to say a very good afternoon to Monegasque resident, who I always used to call back a few years ago, Mrs. World Champion, Kelly McNish. Good morning, or good afternoon as it is now, Kelly. And I suppose I have to call you Mrs. Racing Director now. Alan McNish, Le Mans winner, World Champion in WEC. has been named as the racing director at Audi Formula One. Delighted for you both, Kelly. Hope you and the family are well and enjoying our coverage, where we move to another 18-lap race, or our first 18-lap race, should I say. And these are some very impressive racing cars indeed. The lap times will be very quick for the Series E cars. As we move into our first race of the afternoon at the 15th Grand Prix de Monaco Historic for 2026, we move into the early to mid 1970s. We'd seen already in the earlier cars the beginnings of the understanding of wings and aerodynamics. In this Niki Lauda name group, we're looking at the 3-litre cars from 1973 to 1976. Class 1 with the almost ubiquitous DFE. Class 2 for those without. The air temperature's gone up a couple of degrees since this morning, and the track temperature will probably be 3 or 4 as well. It's still quite humid and sticky around, which not going to do the engines any harm, I wouldn't have think. The old drag racers used to call this air fat, and they're like that because it produces fat air, gives more power. The learnings of the early years, Bruce Jones, of aerodynamics were beginning to be put into practice here. Still no computer-aided design, but there would have been some teams who were using aerospace wind tunnels rather than just bits of wool tacked on the outside of cars. And you can see the knowledge base growing when you look at these cars across this 3-year period.
In theory, it was a refinement. It certainly was long before the teams got their own wind tunnels. They did have to go to some sort of aeronautic establishments and various places, but so the car's remarkably similar at this point. But what they didn't know, what was coming around the corner, we'll see that after lunch here in Monaco, was ground effects, which just took Formula One handling to another level. So these cars remarkably simple. The familiarity with all the teams, the Cosworth DFV engine. And for us, it was also getting familiarised with all the liveries. And for a very long time, there's Michael Lyons. Remember the name? Yes, just hopped out of his 30s, having won the previous race. And the Marlboro McLaren for so many years. And it just stood the test of time. It changed from bright red and white to orange and white. But then down the grid, the classic John Player special livery. Really unusual to see the two ensigns in HB Bewaking, an alarm company from Holland. They took over the ensigns, but I like seeing the cars that were less well known. But the M23s, we got used to James Hunt with the later livery in 76, but they were following on from the M19As, the very svelte M23, first year of those, and great to see that. And that was Michael Lyons on the outside of the front row. Great to see fans, youthful and young as well, wrapped up a little more warmly today than they had been the previous 2 days when it was all sunshine here in Monaco, but loving the enthusiasm as they gather here.
But whatever your chronological age, these cars take you back to your youth, if that was the time. It makes you young at heart. It actually, I think, does you good to see these cars. And I should say, after a bit of a slow start this morning, we've now got a big crowd in here. These are the crowd-pleasing cars. People have maybe been wandering around other parts of the circuit, have settled themselves down in the myriad opportunities of grandstand viewing, whether it's on the front straight, over the top of the pits, or indeed beneath our feet here, running down into Rascasse. Friday, just a note for you, if you're planning for 2 years' time, Friday the paddock was open, did not need a ticket for that. Here's how they will line up. Stuart Hall and Michael Lyons in the two McLarens, the Lotus and the Ensign of Nick Padmore and Guillaume Romain. Then Frederic Lajou and Enzo Portoliccio, Surtees and Ensign. The two Shadows, Jean-Denis Delatraz and Tony Seiler. Tom Hartley Jr. in the McLaren M23. And Mitchell Green in the Tyrrell 007. Kurt Bennett coming up in the Shadow DN5 and Royal Gotha. And behind them, Fabrice Notari, Nicky Griot, Serge Kriknov, Richard Griot, Doug Mockett, Chris McAllister, Stanley Full, Philippe Bonny in the Trojan, Saif Hassan, who sadly put the Lola T370 into the wall in front of the hotel yesterday. Hopefully that car, yes, I think it is at the back of that grid. And John Inglis's in the Lotus 72. That's how they'll line up. Don't get too excited. This is just the formation that... Oh, don't get excited.
Feel free to get excited.
Get excited.
Wonderful cars. This is the last race, the last series, the 5th series of cars we've had on the track before we head to the demos over the lunch break, and then we'll finish the day with the final 3 iterations, including the sports car category. What? Sports cars at Monaco? Quite right. Part of the history. 1952, sports cars were chosen over Grand Prix cars for the Grand Prix. But right now, this is mid-70s. 73 to 76, it was the battles we had in period. And 2 of those 4 races here won by Ferrari, but most notably the driver who really led that team by the scruff of its neck, Niki Lauda.
Seen a couple of spots of fluid on one of our cameras, and so I'm wondering if we've got that little bit of drizzle. We're isolated from the weather in our commentary booth just on the way down to Raskas on driver's left. I'll keep an eye on that. It wasn't really forecast. It looked like we would get rain early in the week when I was checking before we travelled down, but the percentage possibility kept getting smaller and smaller, and I'm always the one that looks at the other side. If it says there's a 30% chance of rain, that's a 70% chance it's dry as far as I'm concerned. Looking on the bright side, or in that case the dry side.
Yeah, well, to me, it's just any race at Monaco is going to be a great race. But with some of the camera angles we enjoy now, they wouldn't have had this angle, I can guarantee that, back in 1975, 76. And drone technology has been phenomenal for motor racing. Obviously, at certain points, you can put a camera on someone's balcony, if they allow you, I don't know, say at Mirabeau, and get a brilliant view down on cars. But for so many years, you didn't at circuits. You saw from track level only.
Yeah. I remember some Grand Prix here with an helicopter taking films, you know, when I was very young.
And how exciting would that have been in period? Because it was just so different to, you know, what was around at the time. Camera technology has come on enormously as well, so it captures so much more colour and light.
Well, the Formula 1 Grand Prix here at Monaco, I think was the last Grand Prix, and relatively recently as well, where the local TV company still did all the facilities.
Correct.
Rather than it being Form TV.
100%. I mean, now you have the uniformity, which is great. You want someone running the whole lot so they can get an accurate balance across the year, and they know who they've done it.
It is Form TV now, has been for a few years. But
so we're sitting in the middle of that grandstand that says "Welcome Monaco," looking towards the pit lane, not out to sea, obviously, because we now to look on the run of the track. As you can see, the cars now past Piscine, they come past us just as they're starting to set themselves up for Raskas. Bottom left-hand corner of your screen. It's constantly twisting and turning at Monaco. Even the start-finish straight, look, that too is on a curve.
Stuart Hall coming to the line as pole position and take the right-hand side as the drivers see it, left as camera sees it at the start line. He had to really slow down there because he got well ahead of the rest of the 22 car field, and you do not want to be standing still for too long with these cars. There are no radiator fans. The forward movement is what allows you to get through now into the pit lane.
Just trying to work out who's dived in. We'll get to that shortly. But we've got two McLarens at the front, the M23 from 1973 and Michael Lyons alongside, but slightly behind, of course, in the M26. Lights are red.
Lights are out on Series E, and the pole sitter, Stuart Hall in Roll Gothers. McLaren gets away. There's a yellow flag further back. 1-2 across the track going through Sandevot, and they just about make it as at the back of the grid. The 23 Philippe Bonny Trojan T103 does get away. The leaders, though, already heading up to the top of the hill. Stuart Hall in Casino. Right in behind him, the McLaren. So two McLarens leading, and then that very distinctive Lotus 77 with Nick Padmore in third position. Top four breaking away, Bruce.
Yeah, Padmore very nearly got into second position. He made a better start, but he went up the inside, and Michael Lyons wasn't having any of it. So, but this Lotus, phenomenal car, raced mainly by Gunnar Nilsson, but then at the final race of 1976, the final race of this period, if you will, victory in the rain and the mist at Fuji for a certain Mario Andretti, so this is a very, very special Lotus. Does it have the pace to stay with Stuart Hall and Michael Lyons? For now, yes, and you're looking at 3 of the top proponents of historic racing anywhere in the world, bringing the performance out of their cars.
Down through to back for the first time, possibly still, for the second time, excuse me, possibly still feeling for a little bit of grip, but these guys at the front seem to be able to sense in some ways, even more than feel, what is going on with the front wheels. They had to get those tyres. Oh, mistake there, almost a run through to the lead. Was that just a sticking gear for our leader, Stuart Hall? He had gearbox problems in a Lotus earlier on and drove around them, and that's actually held up Michael Lyons more than it did Stuart, because he had to get out of the throttle, and that allowed Nick Padmore to close right up for a moment.
But what will those two chasers think? They'll have the scent that something may not be right for the race-leading car. You mentioned you thought there was a little possibility of a drop of rain on the cameras. Maybe that was just enough. Depends on which part of the circuit, but it seems to settle down again for Stuart Hall now. Maybe that simply was a little mistake. Again, the driver's weaving past the bumps. This is a regular road, remember, not a racing circuit all year round. As they go past down to Mirabeau they go, then round the hairpin in front of the Fairmont Hotel, and really they've rocketed clear. Best the rest, Guillaume Romain in the X-Roloff, Wunderink, Gijs van Lemmert, Ensign back. Well, he's about 6 seconds further back in 4th place. This was always going to be the case for this lead trio.
From the start then, good getaway from the pole sitter, and you're right actually, Nick Padmore got a cracking start, but he's a full car length and a bit behind the front row start. I think he got the nose of the Lotus ahead for a moment, but coming from the left-hand side of the track, it meant that Michael Lyons was able to take a little more pace into Sainte Devote without squeezing the inside. He went round the berm, if he will, right the outside. It is a spot of rain outside our window right now. If I look into the darkness of the pits, I can just see a few spits and spots of rain.
Yeah, but what you can't see are umbrellas. That's good. Not heavy enough, but it's not uniform around the track. It's only Rascasse and Virage Anthony Noggs, maybe not even there. So the top 3 cars covered by 3 seconds. It's a 1.5 second, 1.4 second margin for our race leader, Stuart Hall, in the older McLaren, the M23.
As a motorcyclist, Olivier, the worst thing that you ever want to see is a few drops of rain on your visor, and even if it's only little, as we've just had a little, clipping the wall at the bottom of the hill. Yeah. That was the Royal Gotha Tyrrell.
Ex-Gulf Rondini car. Of course, you get used to the elf livery. Go back to your point though, John, about the spots on the lens. Even
if it's not a lot of rain, you get it on your visor, and then you have it in your head, don't you?
Yeah, directly.
It affects your riding or driving.
It could, yeah.
And that's where the skill comes in at the front of the field, Bruce, because that's sometimes called psychological rain, and these cars are on slick racing tyres. The grooves in your tyres on the road do not give you any grip. They are there purely to move water. The technical term is sipes, actually. P-E-S. And they are very carefully engineered, as much as they would be on any other part of your street car. And it's the bits between the grooves, the rubber between the grooves, that gives you the grip, but the grooves move water. We don't expect water underneath these tyres, so they don't need the sipes, the grooves. You want to put as much rubber on the road as possible, particularly with the power and torque from these engines.
No, absolutely so, but also for the top 3 drivers, they're so accustomed to these cars. If a driver's not experienced with a particular car, the mindset when suddenly a few drops of rain is strong. But for these guys, Nick Padmore is falling back, doesn't seem to have the pace at the moment to match the McLarens, but they are in a class of their own, and for them it's something to note, but not something to make them fearful.
Yeah, the fourth one is 20 seconds behind.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, actually, of all that lot, Guillaume Romain made the very best start. I thought Nick Padmore's was good in the Lotus to challenge for second place, but Guillaume Romain in the HB Bewaking liveried Ensign stuttered. There he is, holding down 4th place. He's got company because Frédéric Lejoux is right on his tail. Down to Mirabeau they go, but a clean line from, I must say, I really like the simple shape of the Ensign. No fanciness, no frills, just clean. But this is what it's about. They're not fighting for victory, they're fighting for 4th place at the moment, but they're fighting in cars they love on a circuit that is absolutely the most famous in the world.
That Lotus 77 of Nick Padmore, still trying to hold on to the leaders. get back to that in a moment. We're watching the battles further down the field. Romain Guillaume and Frédéric Lajou. Lajou just going a little deep into the corner there, Bruce.
A bit deep into that corner. That's a car that was raced in 1976 for John Surtees by Alan Jones. Had a really strong season, and then he moved on, of course, to Williams when that became a place to go. But he helped really drive Williams forward. But also, too, he did a really good job. Very nimble car, this 1976. Surtees did a great job, and then after him it was raced by Vittorio Brambilla, the driver known as the Monza Gorilla, because he was just such a hard, tough competitor. Not as much as his brother Tino, who was even more robust in his driving style. And of course, famously he won one Grand Prix, Vittorio Brambilla, raised his arms in celebration and immediately shunted the march, but victory was his in Austria in 1975. It's funny how the Austrian Grand Prix threw up so many first-time winners. Talk of Alan Jones, that was the scene of his first win in Formula One. We just mentioned John Watson, the first of his first win in Formula One. But in the case of Vittorio Brambilla, he simply was best in conditions that were unbelievably wet.
What a family the Brambillas. What a family.
I seem to recall there's a story about Tino giving someone a lift back to the pits once, and he rocketed off forgetting he'd got a passenger on board and they were clinging onto his roll hoop.
At Monza,
at
Monza,
of places.
And by the time he got to, I still want to call the parabolic, I know they've changed the name for it, the end of the back straight, he'd completely forgotten, and I can't remember who the passenger was now, but got flicked off and was found well off the track, having felt the science of centripetal force ping him off into the distance.
Think like if some of the straps on your saddle come loose, you choose your moment to dismount. No one's dismounting at the front of this field, though. Stuart Hall, there's nothing Michael Lance can do about it. It's within 2 seconds, but look, Stuart Hall really pushing on in that glorious Yardley McLaren. This is a car carrying 33, which was a really high number for Formula One back in the day, but Jackie Ickx used it, and he rocked up at the German Grand Prix. You don't often think of Jackie as a McLaren Formula One driver. Of course, he's more famous for others, but, great run for him.
Trojan about to go a lap down to the Lotus as the battling duo are still going across the line. Romain Guillaume and Frédéric Lajou.
Yeah, and they have a good margin on the others.
It's nice to see them fighting together, the Ensign and the Surtees. Ensign leading the pair at the moment.
As they would have in period, because you had the Ferraris and the McLarens at the front, the Lotus up and down like a yo-yo that season, but very much Ensign, particularly with Chris Amon at the wheel when it was running that sort of deep red colour. Getting hard, the pressure's coming on from Alan Jones. I don't mean Alan Jones, of course, I mean Frédéric Lajou. I did that on purpose, people.
I know you did. We had the Ferrari snowplow, the Spezzanazze, earlier on, and I said we would see a car that had a similar thought process on the front end. It's not quite as bluff and at such an angle, but it does have those two vents, those two gaps in the nose, and a full width nose. Possibly slightly more elegant than that Ferrari, which never raced. And again, you talked about the refinement of the ideas in aerodynamics. Whether this was influenced by that car or not, probably not, because it wasn't successful because it didn't race. But somebody had a similar idea when you look at the front of that car.
Yeah, they certainly did. The side pod's very much small, they're sloped aside rather than the sort of slab. And also that Ferrari Spazzanevi, maybe it's just to my eye, it looks as if its wheelbase was shorter. It really was very bluff from any angle. Right, is this battle coming up on the Lola, the Embassy Hill Racing Lola? Is that going to interrupt their flow? This is the battle for fourth place, fourth and fifth, and the Ensign is really slightly obstructed. Can this be the chance? We're going past Surtees as well. That's Cypher Sam's car. You know what, they come through, and neither of those drivers, neither Romain Lajou in his, Frédéric Lajou in his Surtees chasing Guillaume Romain in the Ensign, no advantage gained, but those are the moments, John, where the race can be really tipped on its head.
Chance down, maybe.
Lajou is taking the bumps.
He is taking
each
the
time.
bumps, and he tried to make an advantage of that. Again, look at the nose treatment on that number 37 in fourth position, the Ensign. It is absolutely flat. It's so much lower than the cars that came before, and that's because it's got the radiators further back and in the side pods. Good run out of Poitiers for the Surtees, and here comes Frederic Lajou down the inside, maybe. No, he's not too close. No.
Well, that
oh,
is,
yes.
No, still in behind. I think Guillaume Ramon was determined not to let him pass in the ensign. Now, just talking about ensigns, the team started by Morris, known as Mo Nunn, and he always did things on an unbelievably small budget, and really some days, particularly with Chris Amon and then actually Jackie Ickx drove for them as well, 75, 76, you know, you thought they might just scrape a podium result, but it was little against large. They were, and of course Mo, when he eventually closed the team, went and did great things in IndyCar racing, didn't he, for a long time. Racer of fine repute, particularly in Formula 3 himself.
These two cars, so finely balanced. 75 car leading a 76 car. And you might think that that's a bit of an uneven scrap, that a newer car would be much better, but the longevity, the lifespan of a Formula 1 car wasn't necessarily a single season or updates through the season. Sometimes you'd see them last for a couple of seasons or more, and quite often, particularly if it was a flyaway race at the start of the season, you'd start the season with last year's car because you had the spares and the knowledge, and you'd bring the new car in partway through the year.
Yeah, you would. I mean, for example, in 76, you'd start with 3 Grand Prix that were flyways, the 2 in Brazil and Argentina, then you go to Kyalami in South Africa, and then you'd arrive, and Spanish Grand Prix was normally the first. But take the McLaren M23 that's leading. Arrived in 1973, world title with Emerson Fittipaldi in 73, 74, 75 in there challenging, and then 76, its second world title in its 4th year. It's astonishing.
And I said that it was a slightly odd story because the car that was on the front row with it was the 1976, the M26. But the drivers preferred the earlier car, even though the 26 had been updated.
Yeah, I know, but again, they just weren't confident the upgrade was enough to risk driving a car they weren't so used to. And you know, McLaren management, I think they put Jochen Mass into the M26 more than James Hunt. But we've had a spin.
Sandervoort,
Stanley Fulton. Nose has been removed from that car.
Penske.
And he's Penske sitting sideways.
He's actually in the pit lane exit, the current Formula 1 pit lane exit, isn't he? Spun across the track, Sandervoort exit, if you will. So that's an odd place to have ended up there. He's obviously had contact, double yellows there, and just being covered by double yellows. I think the marshals will be able to pull it back through the orange overlap gap. So loses it on the bump, not the first person we've seen that, but he went to the right. Most people we've seen losing it there have gone to the left, and he's literally wiped the nose off that car, bent the steering arm, and that could have been much worse. Let's put it that way. He'll not be happy. That could have been much worse.
No, it really is. That's a sort of 1 in 10 shot up the inside. This is a car race in 1975 by Mark Donoghue, and obviously and sadly, tragically, he met his end at the Oostenrijkring and started 76. John Watson started in that, and then he moved to the PC4, the later car that is running in 13th place with Doug Mockett at the wheel. But again, an American team through and through, but based at Poole in Dorset in England.
That was an odd one, that, wasn't it?
You go where the expertise is, and
exactly.
You know, bear in mind there were a handful of races outside Europe, but out of the 16, which is a typical number of Grand Prix, normally 13 or so were based. No, about 11 or 12 were based in Europe, because you'd have the Canadian and the United States Grand Prix. Of course, in 76, they went to Long Beach in California for the first time as well. America having 2 Grand Prix that year, and now, of course, they've expanded to 3.
Still the battle goes on for 4th position, just off the podium. Guillaume Romain in his Ensign N175 from 1975, hence the 75. Through Casino, maybe just a little more conservative there. That might be an opportunity for the Surtees. Tries to go onto the left-hand side and go the long way round. Frederic Lajou must be getting a little tired of looking at the gearbox casing of that car ahead of it. I bet he knows the part number by now. Actually, it's probably the same part number as the one that he's running.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because almost, so many of the teams using the Coulthard DFV and mounting their suspension off it as it ever had been. Your options for suspension differences were fewer. Now, a look, but not a serious one. But all Frédéric Ledoux in that Surtees can do is keep on unsettling Guillaume Romand in the end sign, and he's taking the different lines. He's going over the bumps on the run down past the tip top, because he wants to be where he's not expected to be, because in terms of their performance they are unbelievably similar. Can I just talk about what's happening at the front of the race though? Last time I checked, Stuart Hall was the best part of 10 seconds clear midway round the lap. The younger McLaren, the M26 with Michael Lyons, a car he's won in here several times in Monaco, has got it down to 9.3 seconds, so I would suggest a little bit of traffic, but really this is a longer race. It's 18 laps, the first of the really long races here. Way shorter, of course, than the Grand Prix would have been, but it's a masterclass. It's coming down, actually. Michael Lyons is suddenly just 8 and a bit seconds down.
Just 3 seconds.
Another half a second gone. So let's check in with Stuart Hall at the front of the field as he goes past our commentary booth. He's got more traffic ahead of him. Looks like he's enjoying himself. Precision driving by Stuart. Traffic ahead and a yellow flag. That's behind him on the circuit, so the overtake was absolutely fine.
Now, of course, Stuart's already been on the podium here today. That was hopping out of a Lotus in the race for the 1.5 litres cars, but he was gutted. Third place wasn't where he intended to be. He knew he had a packed dance card, if you will, but third place, gear lever. He was having to hold the gear lever in place, which wouldn't have been easy, because let's face it, you're seldom in a straight line here at Monaco, but maybe his reward is coming here as we move into the afternoon.
I think he wants a watch. Now, the battle for 4th and 5th has just gone by Fabrice Notari in the Shadow DN1. That's the red and white car behind them, but they are still as they were. 37 from 19, that's the ensign from the Surtees. The white car with the HB sponsorship on it. HR sponsorship, isn't it? Sorry.
HB, but waiting.
Yes,
and the company, it was a alarm company run by a couple of Dutch brothers, and they, in 1976, renamed the car the Borra, which is the first 2 letters of the names of the brothers, Bob and Rodi Hoekenboom. No one needed to know that, but I just introduced it anyhow.
No, we all
same car,
needed,
different name.
We all needed to know that. We absolutely all needed to know that. Now, what's happened there? As I took my eyes away from the screen for a moment, has Guillaume Romand had a problem? I'll check that through the next timing point. Michael Lyons in that very orange and white iteration of the classic chevron on the front end, Marlboro sponsorship. Now 10.5 seconds behind, so with a bit of clear track, it looks like Stuart Hall in the Royal Gotha M23 has put that gap in front of him to good use. Michael having to feed the wheel through his hands, actually take a hand off the steering wheel through the tight hairpin. Now coming in to the tunnel, not riding the curb on the exit in this car. He's good enough to absolutely do that in a millimetre perfect way. That's Nick Padmore having just lapped the other Lotus. This number 5 Lotus in its season of 1976 was the only one of the team cars that did all of the races. And it was split between different drivers.
Well, what you have to understand in that season is that Lotus started in truly awful form, but they got stronger and stronger, and actually others weren't realising they were laying the foundation that what was going to follow the following year, where they had a car that didn't look enormously different from the outside, but had some little skirts underneath it, and it was the advent of ground effects coming in, and then of course in 78 Mario Andretti cleaned up along with his superstar teammate Ronnie Peterson. 1 and 2 they would have been, but alas, Ronnie would perish for an accident at the start at the Italian Grand Prix at Monza.
Yeah, Ronnie, Bob Evans and Gunnar Nielsen across the season for that car. Didn't finish that year here in Monaco.
But you know, one of the things that focuses is the fact that even the teams that perceived as the top teams would have down years. Ferrari had its down years until Niki Lauda took it by the scruff of its neck and dragged the team forward. Then he had his 2 world titles in the space of 3 years, 75 and 77. He nailed it. 76, he was nearly killed at the Nürburgring, but he took Ferrari back to the top. So there is ebb and flow and up and down.
Now, faster cars coming through, cars that are having their own battle. We'll get back to that in a moment as Mitchell Green has gone straight on at Sainte Devote and remembered to lift his foot off the brake as he was getting onto the block paving so that he actually had some steering. That was smart thinking. Please stop, please stop, please stop. Oh, I better take my foot off the brake and steer.
Absolutely. Now right ahead of that battle for 4th place overall. Oh, dear.
And that's Mitchell there.
So he's come out and then he's made a slip up there, Mitchell. I was just going to talk about the Niki Lauda Ferrari who's just gone through the shot. But bear in mind, there's a trio of cars right in front of that battle for 4th place. Chris McAllister in the Lauda Ferrari, Richard Grillo in the Hanstuck March, and then Doug Mockett right in front of the 4th place battle. Where are they going to go past? It's going to have to be in the tunnel, surely. No, don't lose your nose against the Penske. But Guillaume Roman just knows how much pressure has been on his tail from the chasing Surtees of Fred Lejeune.
He's got to get a good exit here. A puff of smoke from the Surtees under acceleration. Keep an eye on that. Still having problems getting through. Now gets to the left-hand side of the Penske. Meanwhile, on the run up the hill, the Tyrrell parks up against the Armco, and the Surtees briefly through, but had to go around the curbs of the Nivelle chicane. Immediately self-redressed there by the drivers. The hand came up, come back through, and that's absolute quality. Like to see that.
Oh, well done to Richard Grillo, moving out of the way, one of the older cars in the race, 1974 March, with the very long flat plane right at the front of the nose and the rear wing way out past the tail of the car.
And another classic livery as well.
Yeah, find me a car in Jägermeister orange of any shape or size and tell me it doesn't look good. Doesn't look improved by the bright orange hues.
Agreed. 935? Yeah, absolutely. Sports cars as well. So what happened to Mitchell going up the hill? Oh, he just went in very hard. Now he'd had a big lock up at the bottom of the hill going into Sainte Devote, which I would have thought would have flat spotted his tyres. That car's still running, I think. The left rear wheel was still spinning there. I think that was left in gear. And as soon as it was lifted up, it started rotating the rear wheel. I think there's damage on the right hand side, but once again our marvellous marshals have done exactly what they needed to do and done it with speed and efficiency. Blue flags waving and three cars across the track. That is a power move by Guillaume Roman, and once again the Surtees doesn't make the chicane, trying to stay on the tail. Now that is a bit of advantage that had been given there by the Surtees.
And who's coming in at the back of the shot? Our race leader. Oh, and Philippe Bonny has damaged the front end of the Trojan. And so actually that battle for 4th place was about to have our race leader coming through, so really disappointing.
Rascasse, I think that one, Bruce.
I think you're right. So
which is where these battles to now.
Yeah, right at the end of the lap. There they go past. There's the end sign.
Oh, there's 2 cars.
There
he's got in.
Oh no, Fred Lejeune out in that battle for 4th place. He should come back. And now he's been
first into Doug Mockett.
Well, nothing Doug could do. He was turning into a very sharp corner. He suddenly got the Surtees going backwards. Logjam at Rascasse. So our race leader Stuart Hall was sort of in the middle of that pack, about to put a lap on the battle for 4th place, and it's raged furiously all race, and maybe a little more furiously now.
Yeah, it didn't quite get enough lock on, didn't realise maybe that there was a car at the side of the road, and we have got rain falling now. The spits and spots have become a little more heavy, and this was the part of the circuit where it first started.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that has caused the problem initially. Yeah, it looks really slippery coming out of the swimming pool area. And that front end and back end grip caused a problem, or lack thereof. Trojan went in, that's just understeer. That's a slow speed accident. And the ex-Tim Schenken car pulling in now. Well done for getting the ensign round, but then the Surtees didn't get round. And he's all right, he's not hit anything at this point. Doug Mockett swings round and would have been absolutely fine had the Surtees not gone into reverse, and that looked like a broken steering arm. A full safety car for the first time this weekend, Bruce.
Okay, margin of advantage for our race leader is about to be dissipated is 11.2 seconds, and he was about to lap that battle for fourth place. Was just suitably ahead of Michael Lyons, and that's going to come down. So we've got a bright yellow Toyota safety car coming out onto the circuit, 2 laps remaining, and it'd be interesting to know how far round the circuit do we have rain. People in the grandstands putting on rain jackets. This part of the circuit, Rascasse, right in front of our commentary box, definitely rain here. It had been threatening since the start of the race, light rain, but clearly the way Philippe Bonnet just could do nothing.
No.
Look, you can see the sheen on the wet tyre, on the slick tyres now. So a 3-car incident has brought out the Toyota Supra GR safety car. It looks a little drier on the run to the start-finish line. Stuart Hall will start his last lap next time around.
Yeah, maybe the Tyrrell also had the same problem, but it was a part of the circuit.
You may be right.
Quite possible at the top of the hill, but changing situation, but without heavy rain, but just enough to make things a bit different. Now, what I reckon we'll have is one car. Yeah, we do, between our race leader, not the John Day Models March, this one, car 33, the Yardley McLaren. That's Stuart Hall. Then we've got the ensign that was in fourth place in between him and chasing Michael Lyons.
We'll not be going to agree. This is going to be it, because we're on the last lap. The big problem is going to just be getting through those cars. At least they all know they're there now, so they will be able to negotiate, one would hope. But if it gets much wetter, actually getting enough lock on to turn right and get up the hill, and the further over to the left that you get there at Rascasse, the more the track actually falls away, and the camber is not helping you there.
Yeah.
It's pulling you to the left.
The big question there is, can they move Doug Mockett's Penske, because he's 2/3 the way across the circuit. It's tight enough under normal conditions when it's not slippery. If you wanted to go up the inside third, that's going to be difficult, but it's greasy down there, so hopefully the Penske has been moved.
There's a lot of people in that safety car crew queue who are doing the catching up, are moving quite quickly at the moment, and my fear is that anyone else coming onto the back of that safety car queue at speed when we get into the wet part of the track might just be going a little bit quickly.
Well,
there are no pits to car radios here.
Yeah, but one of the problems is the safety car is not in front of the race leader.
Correct.
We've got the John Day March with Nicky Griot running 8th, and the car that's leading the race is the one behind, the number 33 McLaren.
Here's the wet part of the circuit now, Bruce and Olivier, and this, you can already see the glistening on the front and the rear tyres. So I think if I'm Stuart Hall, I'd give the car ahead a massive gap, which is exactly what he's done, and the safety car has stopped. There's room to get through there, but the safety car has stopped. Now look in the background for anybody coming up at speed. There's definitely room for that Supra to get through.
But a road car is generally about the same width as a Formula 1 car of this period. Later ones could hardly get through. I was hoping Doug Mockett's Penske could be removed from the middle of the track, so the car that's going to take the checkered flag is the second in that queue. It's Stuart Hall. He'd have liked to have won it at full pace.
I think the safety car was checking to see if they wanted him to go into the pits, so that you get the picture of the checkered flag, which we get now. And at the line, Stuart Hall, I mean, it looks close, it's 0.959, but of course it's under safety car with the Michael Lyons M26, the slightly younger McLaren, in second position. Waiting for Nick Padmore to come through in that number 5 Lotus. He's on the start-finish straight now and gets the checkered flag. Romain Guillaume Roman has already gone through in 4th. Roald Gotha a lap back as well. He'll come through next. Chris McAllister, by the way, finished in 9th and wins the second class. Actually, was he the only entry in that? Yes, he was. Richard Griot's gone through in the March 741. Fabrice Notari in the Shadow DN1. So those guys all a lap down. Drama right at the end. If that had come 5 minutes earlier, that could have been a different race.
Yeah, that's right. But you know, when the rain is just in one part of the circuit, the drivers don't know that. So it's always a surprise for them. And with the slick tires, you have no option.
It's like ice. Amazing. We think of circuits like Le Mans or the Nürburgring, 8.5, 15 miles around on the Nordschleife, where weather comes in pockets. This is one of the shortest circuits in Formula One, and it is literally isolated from the swimming pool to just out of Virage Anthony Nogues. Bone dry here, and the tyres are bone dry again now. That's incredible. Yeah. Just starting, you'll just see it as they come through to back and into the first part of the swimming pool complex.
Yeah, it was unusually dry in the tunnel, I seem to notice.
Well, you say that. There was a year, wasn't there?
Yes. Yeah. A flood in the laundry of the hotel above. Cascades into the tunnel, of all places to find it.
Stopped the race, didn't it?
Yeah. Still a unique reason for a suspension, but job really well done by Stuart Hall. He would have loved to have finished at full racing speed. Michael Lyons in second, and Nick Padmore making McLaren and Lotus.
Fred Lejeune has been given a penalty for the number 19 car, 30 seconds time penalty.
It matters not.
It matters not.
Didn't finish the race, but fair enough, because he did reverse before he'd been given signal to do so. But in the heat of that battle for 4th place, you can imagine he was just quick, can I get it back round? But unfortunately, with Doug Mockett coming around the corner, Doug had nowhere to go.
We've got to do it again here now, past the stricken cars, which now are actually completely blocking the track. I think with Roald, 1 or 2 of them back was excellent. We've got them all moving again. That's good news. Stuart Hall will get round.
And of course, those that didn't finish in the top 3 positions, starting with Guillaume Romain, they will just actually peel away into the paddock.
Yeah. So you've got Stuart Hall, Nick Padmore and Guillaume Romain. I think Guillaume Romain in the inside should have stayed out. Or was that the other inside?
Hold on, I just want to wonder here, because suddenly...
That was Enzo Potolicio, was it not?
Look, Michael Lyons is listed down in, it says DNQ. I'll wait for that to sort itself out.
Oh, yes.
So he was, of course, second. He was, in the end, just a 0.959 of a second down.
You're right.
We'll wait to clarify what's going on there. Sometimes you think it's a timing glitch, but he hasn't come round to park up on the start-finish straight. Stuart Hall, our race winner, most notably has. So we know there's a 30-second time second penalty for Fred Lejeune for reversing at Rascasse and compounding the accident. Stuart Hall is saying thank you, thank you. What if that's Stuart's first win here at Monaco? You'd feel it's unlikely, but it might well be. He's certainly very, very happy with that one. He was gutted this morning. We thought he might win the race. He didn't win the race with mechanical gearbox issues, but right now he's got the job done.
He's being congratulated by the Rothko team.
Now, he did win a few years ago, actually, on an M19A McLaren. I knew I could scurry back and find something.
Well, I think we're only going to have 2 cars here, guys, because although the John 10 Models cars come through as well, but I'm pretty certain you were right that the ensign of Guillaume Romain went back into the paddock rather than coming to the end. That means Roald Gotha is now scored 4th, and Enzo Potolicio in 5th position. Let's hear from Stuart Hall down at Parc Fermé. He's busy congratulating Nick Padmore.
Je me rapproche de Stuart. Je me rapproche de Stuart qui est avec son équipe, avec Rovgo, ils se disent bravo. C'est vrai que cette course était quand même incroyable, surtout avec l'arrivée de la pluie. Stuart, on va se tourner. Stuart, what a race. You did an amazing job. Even in the rain and with these tires, how was it to drive under the rain with this car?
I think it's fitting it rain because that's 6 now, and that's the same as, I know it's different, but it's the same as Ayrton, and I think he sent that rain to test us in that last few laps, and yeah, it was super tricky, but yeah, thanks to the Rovgo guys. Thank you for a very, very understanding wife and child, because this has taken a lot of effort the last few months, so yeah, man, that means a lot, means a lot.
You are driving in many series this weekend. How does it feel to do that here?
Yeah, good. We didn't have a great race in the Lotus this morning. We had a gearbox issue, so it was just a fight to finish. So I really wanted to make this one count, you know. Monaco's such a special place. It's a privilege to be here. It's a privilege to work with these talented bunch of boys, and yeah, we'll enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Congrats.
There's that emotion again, gentlemen. We see it. These guys do a lot of driving. They do a lot of winning. In Stuart Hall's case, he's raced at World Championship level. He's raced at Le Mans. He's won a lot of races. But, Olivier, this place is special. It does different things for people. It brings the emotion.
We're not in 72 with a lot of rain. You remember that?
Oh, yes.
With one arm and a half another one.
Entirely.
For the driver.
Yeah, gosh. Yeah, Stuart's pleased. That's his 6th win. Having said, has he won before? I sort of felt he might have done. Last time he was here, he won in a March 821. Go back to 2022. One win wasn't enough. He won it in an M19A McLaren, M23 McLaren, and going back further, he has further wins on the board, also in an M19A. But with Rovgo, he's done wonderful things. And but again, yeah, you expect that level of emotion from a first-time winner, but it was tough, but particularly towards the end.
So just a few rain can change everything.
Entirely so. So Nick Padmore coming through. He has been promoted to 2nd place, still trying to really get to the foot of why Michael Lyons has been disqualified. This is a DNQ, but either way, he's not there at the finish. Not
classified now. It is on my screen. Oh, yeah.
Did he not come round?
No, he did. I've got him at 18 laps. He came across the line, saw him across the line, and he's been not classified and put behind everybody who was laps down. But he still shows us completing 18 laps at 0.959 behind the leader.
Well, they might have to send a tuk-tuk or a scooter to go and collect Guillaume Romain, the Ensign driver. He ended up just being lapped, but we saw him peeling off into the paddock. I was just saying anyone from 4th place down to the paddock they go. But for Stuart Hall and Nick Padmore, they'll have their stories to tell. So victory again for Stuart Hall, this time in an M23, alongside Nick Padmore in his Lotus 77 came 2nd at the empty space where the Ensign driver, Guillaume Romain, who had to fight so hard to repel all those attacks from Frédéric Lejoux in his Surtees and got through, whereas the Surtees did not. He has taken 3rd place.
And that promotes Roel Gotha up to 4th place in his Tyrrell 007. Enzo Portaliccio in the Ensign to 5th and 6th. Jean-Denis Delatraz in the DN3. Listed in 7th at the moment, but stopped, is the Nick Griot March.
And now the confusion there is that got brought round to the grid. Remember, that was the car that was running, picked up by the safety car, so it's sitting on the start-finish race, not in the 1st, 2nd or 3rd place slots, but
well, that car was 7th, and the first car 2 laps down. Then Chris McAllister in the Ferrari. Then Richard Griot in the 741, also 2. Oh, these are all 2 laps down, which was the pace of Stuart. In fact, only the 2 cars in 1st and 2nd did the full 18-lap trip. Everyone else
plus
at least
Michael Lyons.
Well, plus Michael Lyons, yes, but
wherever he may be.
Yes.
And Jean-Denis Delatraz made 6th. in the same car who was third with Jean-Pierre Jarier at the time.
Joining the dots in great style.
A slight hold up then to the formalities while we're looking for another driver. Now Michael Lyons has joined us on the grid, so he was the car who came across the line, and the driver that came across the line in third. Oh, if I could hear what we're saying. Looks like they were talking about a close call at some stage. I was so close to you. I just stuck my nose up the inside on the right-hand side there, but you just moved across. I didn't move across, I just lost the back end. Sorry, I'm having translating vision here. Love to see drivers having chats with each other. Stuart Hall then taking his 6th victory. The Rofco guy's already with the Monaco on his left wrist, and somewhat predictably it is one of the Gulf coloured Monacos there. So just waiting, I think, to find out what's happening with the Michael Lyons position. I can't see any reason why he wouldn't be allowed. We didn't see any infraction.
Well, unless he did some overtaking of cars behind a safety car. It's about the only consideration. Maybe he picked up a place maybe he hadn't noticed. But anyhow, we're just guessing here. But he drove really well, but just didn't have the pace that Stuart Hall had. And again, it goes to show the M23 maybe was that little bit better than the M26 that followed it in history through in 1976. And Michael Lyons has said congratulations. I'm just trying to see if he's about to leave the grid.
Is.
It looks like he's walking away.
So he's gone up there to congratulate Stuart. Again, very classy. We've seen this all day today. And I think we're going to get the formalities underway without our third place driver, Guillaume Roman.
Yes, he's probably oblivious. Someone will be trying to find him, but if he's parked in the paddock down alongside the harbour, that is a long way away.
Stick him on a scooter, get him up out of the paddock access.
Maybe a drone. Let's move with the times.
Yes, driver delivery service by drone.
That's why you got those little straps on the shoulders of your race suit.
Yeah,
so
I like that.
Queue up.
Nick Padmore in the Lotus in second with Chromecast Racing. So, just for the moment, we'll wait to see who pops up. The arrival of Michael Lyons on the grid sort of throwing us a bit of a curveball. Ball just a googly there. Didn't pick it out the hand either. But can you imagine if that rain had come 2 or 3 laps earlier? It was threatening throughout that race, 1 or 2 spots right at the beginning, and then it seemed not to come, and then it was outside of our window, but not wet enough to do anything, and then it was. And now I think it stopped again.
Yeah, it seems a fair bit brighter than it was a while ago. Looking across to the pit lane, there is wet track in front of the garages, but...
Right, so the top 3 then, as they ran on track, was the Yardley McLaren, the Marlborough McLaren, the 26, and then the Lotus. Now, there was a number of bits and pieces. I'm just wondering if we are going to get an idea of what happened.
Well, I'm fairly sure I heard Guillaume Romain being called to come to the podium.
Oh, did you?
Just at the end of the sort of melee there, but maybe that was just my brain suggesting that was the case.
Better
but certainly for Stuart Hall, he did all that was required of him at the front of this race. He would have been frustrated not to finish at full racing speed, but he got the job done.
The job was done before that. It's not as if that gifted him the win. Nasty, lurid spin by Stanley Fulton in the PC3 Penske from 1975. Caught out on the bump going into Saint-Devote. Solid run by Michael Lyons.
Here comes Guillaume Romain.
Guillaume Romain.
Just what you want after 18 laps around here. It's punishing enough. Do a bit of a jog, but if you can get on the podium, it's well worth it.
Well,
frankly, his team should be carrying him on their shoulders, but that's how it goes.
Absolutely. You can't get the stuff nowadays. Well, his reward will be a lovely glass of chilled champagne once he's gone through the formalities.
I can't understand. There is no scooter or something like this.
Yes, I thought.
Make the drivers work.
It's a bit undignified.
He's nearly there. He's nearly there. He's
Yeah,
2/3 of the way up the pit lane. He'll be able to turn left, go across the track.
Running in race boots actually isn't very good for you because they're very, very flat.
Yeah.
And there's no arch support.
No.
So he's doing a very, very good job.
And it's lovely to see his team don't want to
Well, his team
miss
want
the
to be part
moment.
of it. Yes, absolutely right. Gets a round of applause from those assembled on the front straight. And congratulations from Michael Lyons, who'd stayed up there as well. Can you give him the champagne first?
Yes.
The Rand's energy drink. Rand's an Epernay. Well done, that man.
And out of the 3 drivers on the podium, he was the one who had to work the hardest because he was being troubled the whole time by Frederic Lachou. They had a wonderful battle, but Ensign prevailing over Surtees. Surtees obviously not quite finishing the race, ending up at Rascasse when we got the log jam. But for Stuart Hall in those Rothmans overalls, heading up, victory for him. Now they can relax. And actually now Guillaume Romain can, rather than being pleased with 4th place, can get up onto the podium. What a special place to be here at the 15th Monaco Historic.
And fair play to our organisers here, the ACM, for holding that. It's fortunate that I think we're going into the luncheon break, but even so, well done for allowing Guillaume to jog up. He pats his heart. I'm not sure if he's saying that he's very emotional or he's
still working.
Slightly pumping too hard at the moment. Second place for Nick Padmore, the Chrome Cars Racing, Lotus and Roald Gotha's McLaren in the hands of Stuart Hall. Stuart standing on the top step of the podium for the 6th time at the Grand Prix de Monaco Historic. And here comes the trophy. Thomas Brezzo, President of the National Council, doing the honours there. And already Stuart beginning to realise what's happening, and then he's got his 6th. Gets the Tag Heuer Monaco. He'll give that one back and it'll be replaced with one downstairs on his wrist. The Niki Lauda caricature for the Niki Lauda grid. And that will take pride of place in Stuart's office, man cave or whatever. We're going to hear in 75 and 76. I actually think that's a great addition, that little caricature.
Oh, I think it's sensational.
Brilliant. If you're going to, it's nice because it ties it in with the grids being named after drivers who were successful. And well done as well to Michael Lyons, not classified, although came across the line second, and stays to applaud the podium. And now the national anthem. Well, thanks to our colleagues at Historic Racing News, monthly Historic Racing News radio show, apparently there was an announcement just before the race that the Lions car would not be classified, but they let them race anyway. Thank you, Paul Tarsi, for that. Thanks, Baron. Hope you're well.
Interested to know
Lisa.
for why.
Yes, my point exactly. That information didn't make it up to the broadcast area. I'm not sure if our French colleagues were aware of it, but obviously the race officials and marshals at trackside level weren't aware of that either, because they allowed the ensign to go back into the pit lane when it should have been out. I mean, he was paused there as almost if he didn't know what to do. Nobody told him straight away that he was in third position. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, there can be manifold reasons for those, and I'm sure they'll come out in time. I'm just trying to guess what it might be in terms of its iteration, but it was still good to see the M26 out there. It's a car that's had a lot of success here over the years, but obviously everything has to be absolutely in line with the cars out on the track. We see nothing wrong there from Michael Lyons. Stuart Hall, he knows how to get it done. Good to see Nick Padmore up there, and Guillaume Ramon, he fought so hard.
The Nicky Lauda trophy will be making its way back to Stuart Hall's house. Perfectly chilled champagne. Yeah, it's all right now.
Yeah, takes them all into the lunch break, but certainly right. For Nick Padmore or Stuart Hall, in fact, and for Guillaume Ramon, they've got more cars to play in later this afternoon. So that's the beauty of this meeting for these top proponents of historic racing.
Guillaume's been around for quite a long time and driven a huge variety of cars. Actually, you could say that of all three of those guys.
I was going to say, why are you singling
him
out?
Not unique on that podium, he says very quickly.
My USP, like the next person.
I like that the drivers are all having their winners.
3 times Lauda race winner. Good detail there.
Yeah. Excellent.
It's such a lovely touch. I really think that's different. Something that will definitely stand out. Obviously, lots of trophies on Stuart Hall's mantelpiece. Some are even allowed in the house, possibly. You always need an understanding why for that. But this one's something different.
On an event that is seen as so traditional, nice to have something a little bit different and a little bit funky. McLaren, Lotus, Ensign on the podium, as we've mentioned, only the top 2 on the lead lap. Tyrrell, Ensign, Shadow March, Ferrari. Chris McAllister winning his class in 8th position. A bit of a kerfuffle at the back of the field that took Frédéric Lajou out of that battle, which would become 3rd, of course. And the Lotus that didn't start, the Inglis's car, and Michael Lyons not classified. And that decided before the race, but was still allowed to race. That brings us to the end of what I was euphemistically calling the morning session. Had some good racing there, and the battle for net 3rd place actually kept us entertained for most of the race.
It did. 2 different ways of trying to go Formula 1 racing, all down to the way they were trying to work the aerodynamics, the Ensign leading the Surtees. Nick Padmore had a lonely race for the first few laps. He hung on in that Lotus 77, but it really wasn't the equal of the M26 and M23 McLarens in front, and the one that came home first, even with that sort of abbreviated, well, it wasn't abbreviated, but slowed down end to the race, was the ex-Peter Revson car, won the Canadian Grand Prix. I think that was the first Grand Prix ever to have the safety car out on the track, Stuart Hall.
Yeah, and nobody knows to this day who actually won it, because the timing and scoring, or the scoring as it was there, didn't quite keep up. And there's about 3 people that I've heard has won that race. The record books say it, and give the result as mentioned there. So the morning session coming to the end with a bit of rain. Could it really be Monaco and a celebration of Grand Prix without a little bit of rain? Coming right at the end of the last race of what was effectively the morning session. Hello if you are just joining us around the world. Good to have your company. We'll reflect. If you haven't seen the previous race, we'll bring you up to date with that, with a few highlights in just a moment or two's time. So the last race of the morning session for the early to mid-70s Grand Prix cars, looking an absolute picture on the start line, Bruce, with a great variety of cars. We knew we were going to get entertainment. we had great drivers at the front of the field with Stuart Hall and Michael Lyons. And when the lights went out, Stuart Hall got the drop with the slightly older McLaren, but it was the Lotus that made the best start from row 2, couldn't quite convert it. I think Padmore dropping into third.
He had to back out there, but Guillaume Ramon got very close in the ensign, but in no time at all, it was the first 3 cars pulling away. Stuart Hall, Michael Lyons, and then the Lotus of Nick Padmore, but Nick could not keep up. The Lotus 77 wasn't the high point of the Lotus career. It did actually win the final race of the 1976 seasons at Fuji, but here it was the McLarens escaping. That wonderful high shot looking at down at the hairpin, showing precisely how they were getting away. But into the Nouvelle chicane, this was a battle that lasted almost the entirety of the race. We'll come to what happened later at the end of the race for them. But Guillaume Ramon in the ensign being pushed very hard indeed by Frédéric Lejeune in his 30s.
At the front of the field, Stuart Hall with a bit of a masterclass. When Stuart is in this mood, he takes an awful lot of stopping. Still that battle raged on for 4th on the road, but it would become 3rd position. The organisers announcing before the red lights went out that Michael Lyons in the M26 would not be classified. Incident for the Penske, going into the wall quite hard for Stanley Fulton. Lost the back of the car on the bumps.
Now,
So
then became a sensation. There might be a drop of 2 or rain hitting screen around us at Rascasse. That would prove to be the case. At the moment, Michael Lyons in the dry part of the circuit having no problems. He builds a lead at the best part of 10 seconds, pulling clear in the Yardley McLaren from 1973.
So Michael Lyons in the second place car, the M26, racing, but clearly knowing, as had been mentioned before the start, that that car would not be classified. But he put on a good show and tried to keep the younger car in sight. Nick Padmore, relatively solitary race, but gave the number 5 Lotus a good run out. All eyes on the battles further down the field. The second of the ensigns, so Potolicchio doing his work, and then after an offered Sander Vogt, the Tyrrell going into the wall for Mitchell Green and doing quite a bit of damage to the right-hand side of the car.
And then the sign that we thought might be coming, the rain, and the first to hit it, it probably wasn't so wet the previous time, was Philip Bonney in the Trojan. That's at Rascasse, look, complete understeer, nothing he can do. And then moments later, it was going to get very busy there. In came the car from 5th place, Frédéric Lejeune, and in his determination to get back in the battle, he reverses straight into the pass of Doug Mockett's Penske. Nothing he could do. Logjam, safety car brought out.
And a penalty as well for Frédéric Lejeune for that. So, under safety car conditions, Stuart Hall won it. Nick Padmore then classified in 2nd, with Guillaume Roman in 3rd position. And those 3 standing on the podium. Stuart Hall taking his 6th victory and his 3rd in this category here at the Grand Prix de Monaco Historic. Emotional as ever, straight to the Roughgo team to offer his congratulations. Guillaume Roman hadn't been told he was in 3rd. He thought he was in 4th position, but he made it after a jog to the podium. Stuart Hall takes home the big trophy. Well, there was lots of emotion there, gentlemen, for Stuart Hall. Underlining what I think we already knew, that he is one of the best when it comes to this type of racing.
Yeah, and not to put a wheel wrong where it suddenly went from a little bit greasy, so really not very nice at all.
So the little bit of dampness going on around the Principality. We have a short break from the action, which allows us to let you see why this place is so special. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the magic of Monaco.
Yes, buongiorno a tutti.
Quickly, my smile is cracking. It's the only car on the very small tyres, so it drifts around quite a bit. It's a lovely old thing to drive. It's not mine. I'm very privileged to drive it. Anyway, we have to keep it within the boundaries of the track.
Pre-war Series A, the Monaco Historic is away.
It's a legend because it's one of the oldest Grand Prix. But more than everything, the Historic Grand Prix, it's a unique opportunity to see all the cars who have been competing here.
It's amazing. I mean, half the cars in the paddock, with the exception of the pre-war cars, are cars that I've been associated with, driven.
It's a beautiful event, it really is. It's very nice to see these cars. Again, these are the cars from when I was growing up. I watched these in real life at Silverstone and Brands Hatch. So it's great to see them again.
I get completely blown away by the designs, the engines, the history, everything about it is just incredible. And I mean, as I said, I think I've died and gone to heaven.
But when you come here today, would you rather be behind the wheel of a car, or are you enjoy being a motorsport fan?
Well, that's a question I cannot answer you. If I walk down now here, every garage I think different. Then I think I'm so happy to be just a spectator. Next car says, yeah, I would like to drive this car. So I cannot give you a clear answer.
Some cars are so well kept that it's like sitting back and going back through time.
For the historique, I mean, I don't even have to see the cars on the track. So I just walk up and down these roads in the paddock and I'm just agog. The quality, the preparation, I mean, they're beautifully turned out. You know, there's 40 Formula 3 cars looking better than they did 40 years ago.
to me, there are three great races. There's Monaco Grand Prix, there's the Le Mans 24 Hour, and I would probably say it used to be the Indy 500. But those three can lay that claim, and that's why people like Graham Hill wanted to win all three.
So I'll be going around in the Lotus Type 49B. It's the one that won the 1968 Monaco Grand Prix with my granddad, and it's just an awesome piece of kit, really well maintained, and it's just amazing.
Well, this car is a big slice of Monaco history. Graham's winning car from 68 and 69, and Bob was chief mechanic that year, so he's been looking after it all that time, 50 years, and here she is back here again, and we couldn't be more pleased to have Josh driving the car.
It was always great with Graham here because he was the expert at Monte Carlo.
Fantastic stuff. And Josh, you are driving the car this weekend. Are you in any way a little bit nervous?
If it keeps on raining, maybe a little bit.
I understand you're doing a parade here today. Are you going to get to put your foot down a little bit and get some speed up on the car?
Oh, I could go maximum, flat out, of course.
Fantastic.
I'm a racing driver.
They are giving me a Williams from 1975. Very, as you say, tasty car.
I'm driving James Hunt's McLaren. I don't know if I can still do it.
Driving an M19 McLaren. Apparently the guy just told me there's only two in the world, so I think I better be careful.
This car is old, so the response is even more. The tires are not the same. Also, we have to be, as I said, we have to be careful, so we cannot compare. I don't know, maybe there's about 15 or 20 seconds per lap, difference for what I was doing in '83.
I drive Jimmy Clark's Lotus 25. I can't wait to sit in this piece of history and dream about being the extra of Jimmy Clark for a few laps.
C-Type from 1938, such a power, 16-cylinder, bicycle wheels, brakes relative. It's fantastic, and it gives you a lot of admiration for those drivers in these days.
He was on it.
Yeah, you slow down a little bit.
I've done that for so many years.
A lot of memories come flooding back, and quite emotional. There's one part of a racing driver's brain where there's an imprint of the cars you have driven, and that it can be recalled by sitting in them. Everything came back very easy, so I liked it.
make you want to go racing again?
No, I don't think so, no.
My concentration levels and ability are, I would say, 95% gone.
Getting back into a Formula One car with a little bit of power and a little bit of grip, and it's something that I haven't done for many years. So I enjoyed very, very much.
Yeah, it's always a smile because you like to drive again in Monaco.
Oh yeah, it came soon as I went to track. All the memories came back. So I started going faster and faster, and then I reminded myself, Mika, slow down a little bit. This is, just take it easy.
Very different from anything I've driven before. It's steering incredibly light. But I guess it needed to be kind of light because you're always driving with one hand around here. You're steering one hand because you're always changing gear.
Historical car, you have to really use a lot of energy to push the brake. And of course, no power steering. Cockpit is very small inside. So the driving, physical-wise, is a big challenge. So you have to be fit.
The Ferrari 312 from 1970 that was driven by Clay Regazzoni in Monza and won the race.
It's a circuit which really rewards you because you go up against the barriers and you really have to make the car dance around over the bumps.
Monaco is just one corner. There's no straight, no bit of straight here. So you go you turn right, left, but there's no end to.
Going through the tunnel, that's all you have to say about Monaco.
What's your favourite part of this circuit?
Tabac.
The corner that I most enjoyed was Tabac, where you've come out of the chicane, you run down the side of the harbour, and there was something about just getting the front wheel up against the barrier on the inside, but not touching it, and then the car flows out under throttle, big four-wheel power slide.
Your car in that corner never handles perfectly, and the speed is enormous.
I say those drivers, they were very courageous because those cars, they were going more than 300 kilometers per hour. It was very, very dangerous. I would have never done it.
So you can tell how dangerous these cars are now. And I remember driving ones not that dissimilar when I was starting out, and you just never thought about it. It just wasn't something that was in your mind. But as soon as I get in it there now, I'm like, wow.
I'm amazed by the quality of the drivers. I'm amazed what they do with their cars. They compete. It's a real racing. And it's fantastic.
And I see the gamesmanship started already.
We've been trying to get out first, we've been pushing onto the back, then everybody else pushes out. There's been fights almost already, but it's all friendly stuff. So we've got 44 cars in one session now trying to qualify, so it's going to be a bit a lottery for the grid. The reward of getting a quick lap round here is magnificent. But I think we have to make it a historic 4-day event now, so we'll get a bit more track time. Oh, they love the whistles, the French, don't they? Love whistles.
It's a challenge, it's a, as I say, a love-hate situation. It's so difficult to perform well here. Everybody in Monaco expects the most, and it's the circuit where it doesn't allow you any mistakes.
So Sterling, it's 60 years ago to the very day today that you won the Monaco Grand Prix in this particular 250F Maserati. That must be an extraordinary feeling.
Absolutely
sitting
fantastic, because it was a lovely car. I mean, this car was certainly the nicest handling of all Formula One cars. Really was terrific. And of course, this is an ideal circuit for a car that handles well, because you can drive around here on the throttle. And one thing I do remember, which is a bit unusual, and that is I decided to use only a 4-speed box, although I did have a 5 normally, but I thought the 4 would be better here because there's so many, sharp corners. So yes, it brings back so many memories.
This was your own personal car. You bought it yourself, and as a privateer, you're up against factory teams. You won the race, and then of course you'd automatically dispose of the car when it was no longer competitive. But today, it's like the crown jewels. This car.
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. I mean, the Maserati, I must say, this was probably the nicest of all Formula One cars of any type. But the one thing I regret is selling the car. It'd be worth a few million more than I paid for it.
I think I heard you say once that you even had time whilst you were racing, driving round, to notice a pretty girl perhaps or two in the stands.
Yeah, that was actually going down towards the station on the left-hand side down there. I can't remember the name of the place now, but there's always a very nice-looking girl down there with pale pink lipstick, I remember. I mean, Monaco is the greatest short circuit in the world, and the people and the whole atmosphere that's here, you drink it in and really enjoy it so much.
In Formula One, it's everything a bit stressful. Here now it's everything relaxed, everybody enjoys. But then when it comes to racing, the guys are really trying to work hard.
So I was saying to one of the drivers here, he said, we're lunatics coming here, aren't we? This is a professional driver. But he said, you have to come back. Monaco is the jewel in the crown, whether it be Formula One or whatever it is. And if you raced at Monaco, you've actually done it.
The Monaco Historic is away and a great start. Oh, no! What a beautiful sight, what a beautiful sound. But he's almost side by side into back. I mean, what a sight.
Fractured memories and false alarms. Have we lost our way? We keep
There is love with this place.
He goes and into the barrier.
When you're winning here in Monaco Grand Prix, what is the special about it? Is yes, racing in Monaco, yes, racing on a straight track, but the people, how the people reacting and make this whole event such a beautiful event, and that makes a difference. The people.
Yeah, well,
Ferrari and Grand Prix racing, Monaco and Grand Prix racing, Michael Schumacher and Ferrari and Grand Prix racing, and Monaco. Those things kind of trip off the tongue as easily as scones and jam or clotted cream, perhaps. Sorry, I'm thinking about food. The Ferrari's back out on track this Sunday with difficult conditions, Bruce Jones, and the drivers, I think, rather sensibly opting for treaded tyres, even though the whole of the track is not entirely wet. Although some of the cars actually are from the era when we did have treaded tyres briefly in Formula One, or at least tyres that had
grooves.
Had grooves, yes. Some of them worn down. I seem to remember a Turkish Grand Prix coming back Istanbul onto the F1 calendar, if recent rumours are to be believed. Most people finished with tyres that started with 3 or 4 grooves across them and ended up very much looking like slicks.
Indeed, a very short-lived fashion within Formula One. What we're going to see in this group of cars is effectively a period of about 10 years, from 1998 through to 2008, which is roughly 10 years, and just the evolution of the Formula One category in that time through the image of Ferrari, but most notably these were the Schumacher years. He joined Ferrari in 2006 after those 1996 after those 2 titles with Benetton, and the team wasn't in the greatest of shape, but at that point Ross Brawn on the engineering side and on the management side, Jean Todt came in, and with Schumacher's drive they took the team forward. And he had those amazing years, that first win coming in 1996 and the first title in 2000, and they were followed by 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 5 titles in a row, and a tiny bit of a gap. And then one of the most exciting years was 2007, where Kimi Räikkönen came out on top by just 1 point ahead of each of the McLaren drivers, and that was super tight. Fernando Alonso and Lewis Hamilton, of course, driving for McLaren. And so basically seeing the passage of those cars across the years. Look at the different nose shapes and different wing shapes. The cars look vaguely similar from a distance. They're red, the deep Ferrari red, the strong Ferrari red with many white flashes, but the adornments as the regulations changed, just constantly up and down, the high nose, and then any chance to add more and more ailerons and extra wing planes, they took them, and they could.
And the same for the engines too. We can find V8, V10, 3 liters, 2.4 liters, many differences.
Until I looked at this list, I've got to be brutally honest, I'd completely forgotten about the 2.4 V8s. I mean, not completely forgotten, but it had slipped my mind, and it was only when I saw the nomenclature with the 2.4 on the end that, oh, yeah, completely slipped my mind that we went through the 2.5 litre V8 era.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that you also look at the shape of the rear wings. Some became very narrow. 2002, former driver Rubens Barrichello. Of course, Rubens played second fiddle to Michael Schumacher, but was very quick in his own right. And I do remember when Rubens took his first victory in the German Grand Prix at Hockenheim. It was a race that had all sorts of incidents, including a track invasion, if you remember. A disgruntled Mercedes factory employee came out and he scuppered the McLaren Mercedes charge, but Rubens came through, and really there wasn't a dry eye in the pit lane. He's still racing now. Rubens will race until the very end of his capability to do so. He's got his 2 of his sons racing, Dudu in the World Endurance Championship and also dabbling in IMSA, but Rubens, such an integral driver to Formula One for so long. And of course, you think of him as Brazilian, but he is of Italian extraction, and so for him to get to drive for Ferrari was something very, very special indeed. And in 2002, it was just great to see him in this car, getting up equal with Schumacher many a time.
Brand new monocoque and the Tipo 451 V10 engine, which this car replaced the F2001, of course, which Michael Schumacher had won 2 back-to-back World Championship. Schumacher won in it at Brazilian Grand Prix. 14 wins in 15 races, 10 by Michael Schumacher. one, in terms of the results, one of the most successful cars in F1 history. This chassis, which is chassis 222, the Richie Bennett chassis. Those of you in Australia will understand why I've just said that. A single victory, the USA Grand Prix, 2 second-place finishes in Japan and Malaysia, and a 3rd in Canada. Was Rubens Barrichello the perfect teammate?
The perfect foil, yes, in many ways. And then Felipe Massa did a similar job later on when he came into the team alongside Michael. But for Rubens, there were the moments. Remember that scrambled finish in the United States Grand Prix at Indianapolis? They tried to get the photo finish and one got its nose across the line of bricks just ahead of the other. Then the flip side of that was when he was asked to hand back victory in the Austrian Grand Prix at the A1 ring. And well, here we have Audi and Ferrari. Alan McNish, congratulations on your new post. What is the official title? Director of Racing at Audi?
F1 Director, yeah, at Audi.
And long-time Monaco resident, talking to Marc Genet, who's been such an ambassador, ex-Formula 1 driver, but for Ferrari, ever since he stopped competing in Formula 1, he's been there as part of their programme.
Audi Racing Director.
There we have it.
For Formula 1. Alan McNish, multiple Le Mans winner, FIA world champion, a very, very good single-seater racer in his own right. Got to Formula 1 briefly with Toyota.
He did indeed, but you see, Alan has been someone in his early days when he was racing after Formula 3, when he was in Formula 3000, he was based with Dams. He went over and he absolutely took mastery of French, and his determination to eke every little bit out. Lovely Michael Schumacher replica helmet there, but a little slip up again. We had the little flurry of rain about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, and I think that the owner will take no risk with their cars.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the F3, 2003. That's an ex-Michael Schumacher car. And that was the GA, which was named in honour of Gianni Agnelli. The 49th Formula 1 car built by the Scuderia.
Also, if you wonder who's driving these cars, that's someone who races Ferraris all the time. Thomas Floor, who competes in the World Endurance Championship, and you know he would have had his eye on some of the favourite cars. And with Corsa Clienti, not just enabling the drivers to have the cars, it's helping them run them as well.
That car that we were looking at on the track. How about the last V10s? 930 horsepower and 19,000 RPM.
In recent years, there's been a clamour for the return of V10s, and when you hear them again, you go, oh, they were really, really very special. We understand the reasons why Formula 1, the World Championship, proved that it was time to use other engines and decided to use other engines, but it's still something that makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck. Wonderful notes, but 19,000 RPM, yeah, that paints a picture in its own right.
So that car still out on the track, a couple not being risked, I think, in the weather at the moment. We'll pick out some more for you as they go around. The starter motor on the back. No built-in starter motors on the Formula 1 cars of this era. And of course no hybrid to be able to effectively bump start the car. A far less complex steering wheel, but still plenty to adjust with the thumb wheels, the paddles. Only one set of paddles in there. We have up to 4 now. Various control various things. Now this car here.
It's the F2007 ex-Felipe Massa car.
Yeah.
Angelo Ku not deciding to take it out just yet, but the fact the air gun is there, it's ready. Should he be able to make the decision whether to go out, you must be torn. Do I want to risk my unbelievably valuable Formula 1 piece of Ferrari history? Because still you can see the raindrops on the nose of that car in the pit lane.
Longitudinally mounted gearbox with the quick shift system for the first time. 7 forward gears plus a reverse. This came after the 248 that we were talking about earlier on. Different tyres in 2007, and so they had to change the aero, build the car around the new tyres.
Again, so many considerations. We talked about the chopping and changing of the rules, you know, led by the FIA. Right, this is your new set of rules. And it's not as simple as just, okay, you know, there are so many different elements you have to do. If they've, for example, said you've got a smaller rear wing, smaller front wings, where do we get the downforce from? How do we work it through the tyres? And this is where all the computer modelling they have really has come into its own. But massive sideboards on that. I think that's the 2004 we're looking at, if that's right.
The one that's on screen now, that's back to the 2003 GA, actually.
Okay, very similar front end on that. But what you see each year, in one of the other cars, you can see 3 plane front wings. Really, really complex aerodynamics. This one is sort of halfway house in this decade of spread.
This chassis was a Michael Schumacher chassis, and 5 Grand Prix won in 2003 for Michael in this. He won his 6th World Championship, and Ferrari their 13th Constructors. There were 6 of this chassis built, and this one is the most successful in terms of wins.
But it was as if nothing compared to what followed in 2004. It was one of the steamroller seasons in Formula One. And
I want to see that car, actually, the F2004.
Yeah, it won here at Monaco, but it won pretty much everywhere. 13 wins across the season, and a driver's side title, and Rubens Barrichello supporting him strongly to finish 2nd overall in 2004.
Number one.
Yeah, that's...
Well, a few times seeing drivers just deciding not to risk tipping their cars into the chicane and getting it wrong, just running lightly over the curbing and effectively straight lining the chicane.
Well, remember what I was saying about this car? This revs to 19,000 RPM and 930 horsepower, thank you very much. Rory Byrne and Ross Brawn combining and revising the car. New side pods, longer wheelbase, they pulled the centre of gravity down and they took weight out of the car. And that Tipo 52 V10 engine, a right screamer, that one. Titanium gearbox in that as well. Changed the suspension packaging at the rear end of that car as well. One of only 4 Schumacher era Ferrari F1 cars as a chassis, as an individual chassis, to achieve 5 or more wins in a single season.
What you can see in this duo coming up to Massenet is the moment the nose rose. Tyrrell was with Migio was the first person to go, let's put the nose up high, see how that can help channel air more under the car, which is where ever since Colin Chapman got ground effects working, it was this notion, let's use the underside of the car, put a vortex at the back and get that Venturi effect that is so pure and so effective. And again, this is where Formula One led the way.
I think the second of those 2 cars, bear with me on that, but I think that's an F300.
The car from 1998, where what an epic scrap that was between Michael that season and the 2 McLarens of Mika Hakkinen, who took the title, and David Coulthard. And Michael really had to over-deliver to stay in the mix, and he took some wins, but it was only decided the title at the final round at Suzuka. And I still remember after Mika Hakkinen had got the job done, there was a mid-race problem for Michael Schumacher that sort of took him out. But once Mika crossed the line, he parked his car and he went runabout. He disappeared. He ran away from the pit lane, arms aloft. It meant so much.
If that is the car I'm thinking about,
the T car.
The chassis number 1, serial number 189.
Okay.
The F300. It came in at the last. That chassis came in the last couple of races of the 1998 season. Pole at Nürburgring and Suzuka, podium at Luxembourg.
Well, actually, that year the Luxembourg Grand Prix was at the Nürburgring, so that's actually slightly confusing.
Yes,
so he took pole for both races. Yeah. But I remember the McLaren drivers, because I was working in the pits at that year, were astonished at what Michael managed in pole. They said, OK, he's managed it in qualifying, he can't do it in the race. And Michael afterwards came in, having got to the podium, and Ross Brawn said to him, every lap, Michael, is going to be a qualifying lap. Go and deliver.
And actually that was quite an important step for Ferrari. They were still coming back. It's easy to forget. They were still coming back. They didn't have the dominance that we saw later on in the Schumacher era. But this was a brand new chassis, a new aerodynamic concept. Schumacher and his input as well. Very interesting car. That looks like we are going to get one of the cars at least out of the pit lane, out on the circuit.
Mark Janae, I was trying to work out why he's on crutches, but one foot not in a shoe, so clearly he's had some little mishap, but it's great he's still there. He's such an enthusiastic supporter of all these drivers who get to drive these astonishingly historical cars.
And a reminder, if you're wondering about why is Ferrari letting all these people drive these cars, these aren't Ferrari's cars anymore. They belong, generally speaking, I think everybody who's out here today are the owners of these cars, maintained and run by a division within Ferrari Motorsport called Corsa Clienti, racing for our clients. And what that basically means is that, well, you can have it at your house, or they'll keep the car at the Ferrari test track at Fiorano, just outside Maranello in Italy. But they do all the logistics for you. So if, for example, the car will arrive here, you will arrive here, the car will be ready for you to go. It is arrive and drive Ferrari, basically, Ferrari F1.
Yeah, these are for time, financially rich people, but time poor in many ways. So they really, really need to have, as much scope as they can to get in the car, get in and get on.
So, one of Massa's cars. We're waiting for that to fire up. Is that the 2007 or the 2008? I can't.
I'm thinking it's the 2007. Lucas Di Grassi coming to see what's going on. Raced in Formula 1, of course, and then has been sort of the backbone of Formula E ever since. Racing for Lola this year in their Formula E team. Oh, don't you love it? Drivers just being so enthusiastic. Both ex-Formula 1 drivers, but both being here at Monaco, that's also still very special for them. But right.
It shows the draw of this event, though, doesn't it? Incredible. Still with the camera pod on the TV camera pod on the front of that car.
Yeah, and the sort of dummy pods. Even if you weren't carrying one of the onboard cameras, you had to have the mounting facility.
So and the weight.
Exactly, and the weight, entirely so.
And that is the 07 car, ex-Felipe Massa. Again, a follow-on to the 248.
Again, just look at all those barge boards and all the aerodynamic twists and turns from front to back, the more bulbous side pods, and then extra wings to keep cleaning that airflow down to that very complicated-looking back wing.
Different side pods, longer wheelbase on that car, a more sculpted carbon fibre gearbox housing as well.
And the V8 2.4.
Yep. The all-56 engine that was, which was still a load-bearing member, of course, updated. They changed the flow within the cylinders. Ferrari very good at that. Actually, the F1 team contributed to the engine of the Ferrari GT3 and prototype 499 car, which share the same engine configuration and most of the internals.
New rain tyres.
Yeah, absolutely brand new set of rain tyres, and it's lovely that Angelo Cu, the driver, has got a sort of replica Felipe Massa helmet to go with the car, the yellow, green and blue of Brazil thereupon. And Felipe, what a lovely, lovely guy he is. And in 2007, he did actually hold the World Championship in his hands, or as a concept, for about 15 seconds at the final round of his home circuit at Interlagos in Brazil, until with one final overtaking manoeuvre, Lewis Hamilton came through. Sorry, what am I talking about? 2007, that was the year before Hamilton did that. 2007 was the year that Hamilton and Alonso lost out to Raikkonen, but the following year, that was the year that Felipe Massa so cruelly, you were talking yesterday, John, about the image of him with his father in the Ferrari garage just going,
Haunts me.
All my dreams have come true, my boy has come good, and then snatched away by Lewis. So sorry, confusion between 2007 and 2008 for me.
There is an example of the 2008 car here, if we see it, the F2008.
Yeah, and to think that Ferrari went into both of those championship finales with a tilt-up victory. They were the outsiders in 2007, and that was a catalogue of errors from all the teams as the rain came down. But Kimi Räikkönen, very much the dark horse, very quiet dark horse, but through he came and took that title. And then, yeah, 12 months later, it was Hamilton against Alonso. Against Massa. God, I'm really getting confused now.
It's a lot of Ferraris.
So one would sense track conditions drying out, but for Angelo Ku being very sensible, getting those fully treaded, brand new set of wet weather tyres. You could see him taking advice from Marc Genet. You know, just any little tip that a driver can get into his head. They don't have the experience. They might have experience of the car. They will have experience of the car. You wouldn't turn up here without having driven this before, but may not have experience of Monaco. Very different playing field.
This is a street circuit. So what do we know about street circuits? The white lines, even here at Monaco, where they're very careful about what they put on the street, but there is going to be a difference in the grip coefficient, if you will, between the surface of the track and the surface of the track with the white lines on it.
Here, for example.
Well, there's a lot of white paint, and probably the most famous stumble on a white line at Monaco was a great Ferrari driver, but he was with Lotus at the time, and it was Nigel Mansell. Nigel Mansell was looking for a first win, didn't come, and he blamed it on the white line. But there is reason.
Up the hill. That was going up the hill, wasn't
Indeed.
it? Yeah. So about where Angelo is heading up now, it was about here. And the rear wheel just spun up and spat him into the arm core. No chance to recover. And that was it. And do I remember rightly, was he leading at the time?
Oh no, he was leading.
Yeah, I thought he was.
This was it. He was going to win, and probably the hardest circuit in which to take a first win, but didn't happen that day. Obviously, Nigel went on to great things, not just the Formula One World Championship. Lo and behold, the following year, the kart title as well. So, IndyCar man too, and he took 2 ovals, almost as though he was better on those than he was on the road courses in that year. So that really astounded all the IndyCar regulars.
He could, perhaps should, have. Well, certainly was in the conversation for the Indy 500. Probably could have won it.
Yeah, he was in there until about 20 laps from the end, and then it's just unravelled a bit. But it was a remarkable debut for the drivers that the driver of the Tifosi is called Il Leone, lion-hearted Nigel. He's certainly his impact as soon as he joined the team. That suddenly the Tifosi went, oh my, this is a man who only attacks, and so they really took him to his heart.
Well, the car that's just gone through is the Fernando Alonso 2011 car. Now this is the all-56 V8 engine. This is back with a 2.4 litre 8-cylinder, and with the kinetic energy recovery system, KERS, and DRS. Alonso got a few podiums that year and won at Silverstone in 2011. Probably wasn't the fastest car.
Your memory's sharper than mine, but again, yet another treatment at the front end of the car. The really high-mounted nose there, and look, the wing seems like a cascade beneath it, but enormous planes on that front wing.
I mean, everybody else were doing high noses, but not like that. This one was very distinct from the rest of it. The F-150 Italia.
Yeah, but I mean, the real essence there was they said your rear wing might be really, really tiny, but that'll reduce your performance, but we're going to let you have KERS, energy regathering, and DRS, the removable rear wing. I honestly think these cars are not things of beauty because rear wing. We became accustomed, as we've seen through the historic here at Monaco. Wings started small, they became very large, they got smaller again, but this being so narrow and so tall.
And it was long again, because of the KERS requirement. That needed more room between where the engine fitted in, basically. And so we start to get longer and longer to the point where around about 2020, 21, 22.
Yeah, about 5 years ago,
Yeah, they were 18 feet long, 3 meters.
Yeah, and it's always instructional. It could be anything. It could be like looking at the history of the Porsche 911. If you put the initial ones alongside what they've become, there is a bloodline, but obviously it's expanded. And likewise with Formula One, if you put this alongside the cars of the early 1960s, that glorious Colasaco-driven Ferrari 1512 from 1964, one could fit in the other one's pocket.
Well, actually, I don't even think you have to go back that far, Bruce, to be honest. Go back to...
Well, Niki Lauda's Ferraris from the mid-1970s, for example.
Exactly. exactly. I mean, it's still obviously the blood red of Ferrari. The livery reveal from Ferrari is never really going to give you any big shocks, is it?
I think that's fair to say.
World.
But a history lesson, once you get all these cars lined up, you'll see just what was allowed, what wasn't allowed, how they went about trying to keep the racing close, how to make the racing better. Eternally in the last 20 years or so, I'd suggest, John, looking for ways to improve the show. And if it requires a change in the rule book, but also to introduce technology, that has to be understood as well. That's very much being what, as it should be in Formula One, driving Formula One, to keep it at the pinnacle of motorsport.
There is a series called Ferrari Challenge for GT cars. This is a very different type of Ferrari Challenge here today. The challenge is getting out there, giving the cars a run, but keeping it between the arm court. And that car going through is, I think, let me get my notes here.
I think it might be F2004 by memory.
I think it's the
one in the background with the red stripes on its barge boards.
Let's have a look. No, that is the 2002. That is. It's an ex-Rubens Barrichello car. It's the
V10 3 liters.
That's the T-Ball 451 again, and another new. So we've seen that car before. That was the USA Grand Prix winning car.
I'm starting to pick up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, nice.
We saw this yesterday. Track is definitely beginning to dry out. It's becoming brighter over the streets here through the Nouveau chicane and along the run past the yachts in the harbour. Looks like fully dry conditions, but remember the wettest part of the circuit was the bit at the far end at Rascasse, the penultimate corner. That's where it got slippery in the last race. Had a few cars sliding off just before we got to this lunchtime break, but the lunchtime break meant Jackie Ickx going around in the 1968 Ferrari. Oh yes please. And then this run of cars from 1998 through to about 2012.
The 2002 car chasing the 2007 car. So Massa leading Barrichello there, and the drivers, as Bruce pointed out earlier on, in the correct helmets, which is nice. Well, I've led enough now. You go through, and I'll follow you around. Don't need you right up your tailpipe. Checkered flag is out on the Cavallino Classic. Cavallino Rampante, though.
Yes, in fact, just looking, having suggested it was a 2004, the change between those 2 years of some of the smallest amounts of changes. Correct. The change came at the rear end of the side pods, but the nose was kept similar with those two little struts going down the centrally mounted front wing. But those very bulbous sort of ends to the front wing was a feature of the time. But so great to see the conditions are getting better. And for the drivers who've been out on the track in their super unbelievably precious pieces of Ferrari Formula One history, it will have been a real treat. Something you feel that all their friends will get to hear about for some while to come. Why not?
And I bet they download the video as well. And
Mate,
why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? So don't tell anyone you're doing it, and then they can ask you, how was your weekend? You go, well, I'm very pleased you've asked me.
Sit down there. Here's a cup of tea. I've got 45 minutes for you.
And then I'll move on to lap 2.
Yes. Let me just talk you around what's going on here. Pretty dry now. What it has allowed us to see, gentlemen, is the situation out on the circuit that caused the incident down at Rascasse at the end of the morning session. I know it went on till after 1 o'clock, but effectively that was the morning session. We have 3 races for you this afternoon, which will start with a bit of an oddity. Just once in the history of the Monaco Grand Prix has it not been run for effectively Formula cars, single-seat cars you might call them, but Formula cars. And that was a single year in 1950.
52 on the nose, entirely so. So the Corsa Clienti facility for the cars is just at the entrance to the paddock, and then on beyond are probably 2/3 of the fields of the cars in these 8 categories racing here across the course of the weekend. The other 3, the most modern cars, are in the regular Formula 1 pit lane in their garages. The others, though, are just under awnings in a row of...
which is lovely, isn't it?
Well, 3 rows of cars, 2 facing each other and 1 facing the buildings down there. Cheek by jowl. It's a history lesson. We're moving, the cars aren't. A real chance. And you get up so super close, you can even walk alongside them, not just look front end in, to compare the differences and just admire the shape, the form of the history of motor racing as it's changed.
And on Friday, that paddock was open without charge or accreditation required. And you could barely move in it, actually, for the amount of people that was down there. It just so happened they fired up the Ferrari 1.5 litre 12 cylinder whilst I was standing near to it, so I thought, well, there's no point in moving for a while. I'll enjoy the music, the sweet music of that little highly revving 1.5 litre Ferrari Grand Prix car. So the afternoon session getting ready to get underway, and our first race of 3 that'll take us through till just after 6 o'clock Central European summertime. I'll have a bit of sports cars for you. It's a little away at the moment. We're still slightly worried about the fact I can't see the top of the hills.
Just have a look on the forecast, and on the forecast they say there will be no rain.
Will there be
sunshine? It will be cloudy. There will be sunshine at 17.
Okay, 5 o'clock this evening.
Effectively for the second half of the penultimate race and the end of the end of the final. Mainly for the final race, but it is definitely getting brighter as we look up to the castle that sits here above this circuit that's been going since 1929. Not yet a century, but as close as you can be. And having had the fastest cars so far, the Formula 1 cars up to 1976, leading us up to the lunch break, we're then going to go to sports cars. So a complete change of pace. And the last 2 races will bring us from the late 70s to the early 80s, and the final group will take us up to Formula 1 cars from 1985, and we will have a real mix in both of those things, but the pace should continue to rise. But we're going to slow down a little bit and look at some of the most elegant cars you'll see here this weekend, because sports cars should be elegant, I definitely think. And a lot of the ones, these cars from the early to mid 1950s, very much were.
Yeah, you can see them on the roads.
Yes, very true.
Actually, quite a lot of the cars in the next field were built a year or 2 after the race happened for the sports cars. But it very much is an event in the sort of the shape of sports cars in the 1950s. It's very much the spirit. And don't forget, of course, sports car racing really, really took off shortly after that.
Yeah.
Well, a driver who knows about sports cars and about Formula 1 is Martin Donnelly. He's been around the area this weekend, and Gemma Scott caught up with him earlier on.
A paddock full of cars that we all recognise from back in the day, and a driver that we recognise from back in the day, Martin, an old friend of mine as well. Great to see you.
Andrew, thank you.
A lot of nostalgia around us. How does it feel for you being back here, surrounded by the cars that were part of the prime of your racing?
Well, you have to just take one of those pinch moments, you know. I mean, I get the buzz coming here. I mean, there's nowhere else in the world runs a race weekend like Monaco. Steeped in heritage, steeped in making drivers famous. Graham Hill, Senna, goes on just from the list. And I mean, you've got this background here. This, I mean, it's just, you can't get anywhere else. I'm lost for words.
What was it like racing these cars here?
Very physical, because back in the day we had no ABS, we had no traction control, we had no paddle shifts. All we had was a stacked backhoe and your oil pressure and water fuel pressure. So physical was the word I'd use. But you know, it's you know, you drive within your limits. I always say to the guys who are coaching today that drive quick, don't crash. It's only a practice session. don't let your ego get in the way of the red mist. And you know, these guys don't realise how privileged they are to drive in these cars steeped in history, going out there in a circuit such as Monte Carlo.
What's your role here this weekend?
I got 2 or 3 drivers that I'm trying to drive a coach off the barriers, not into the barriers. Some guys are rookies, some guys got experience. The next practice session, one must go out new tires. I think, why waste a set of tires? But you've only got 3 sets to use. But you know, you've got a lot of this is about the driver's psyche. You've got to keep his head positive. And if you do something he doesn't want you to do, then you're starting to go slow. And once their chin drops, it can be the hardest job in the world to pick that chin back up again. So keep them out there. Come in, there's a red flag, tire pressures, keep out, because the only way you're going to go quicker is more laps behind the steering wheel on the track.
But I think out of a lot of people in the world of motorsport, you know how very hard it is to pick yourself back up again after your massive accident back in the 90s. That's become a little bit of a focus in the F1 film that was released recently, and people don't necessarily know that you consulted on the film.
I did, very much so. So the character of Sonny Hayes was based on Martin Donnelly. So I've talked about Ed's calf back in the day and going to my wash in the laundrette. That's the opening scene of Brad reading his paper on top of the wash machine. And it goes all the way through. But Brad's a good guy. You know, he does track days with his motorbike, so he has the speed there. It's just brushing off cleaning up the rough edges. And you know, he's quick, and I mean, he did a bit of a bit to camera there with Martin, and his last sentence was, if it wasn't for Martin Donnelly, this wouldn't have happened. But I mean, if I had known 35 years ago that he's going to play my part, I would have to patent it. I'd need more money. Show me the money, as EJ would say.
You can't imagine it turning into that success, your accident, which
I won't be doing it again, that's for sure.
That's for sure. Well, it's lovely to see you, Martin.
Thank you.
Enjoy your weekend.
So far.
And we'll catch up with you again later on, I'm
All right,
sure.
guys. Hope you enjoy it. Tune in.
See you later. Thanks, Martin.
Bye.
So Martin Donnelly then, Arrows, Lotus, a handful of Grand Prix, 15 or so Grand Prix in his career. Slightly unlucky to have not got a better shake.
Well, massively unlucky, and of course it came to a very, very abrupt end at Jerez de la Frontera with one of the biggest crashes in Formula One. You know, left exposed on the track. The car basically left him, the engine strapped to his back. Dreadful leg injuries, but a more dogged person you would not know. I mean, the only person I think who's recovered from injuries like that was David Purley. He was even more mangled, and he was a real tough nut. But Martin had the skill in Formula 3000. He was good in Formula 3, but Formula 3000, level below, he went up another step, absolutely big time. And you just can't stop. Martin is racing through and through, and he's come back. He's worked for years with Lotus. He does driver coaching. He's down here looking after some people. He is fantastic company. He's one of the funniest people you'll meet. You don't always catch it first time, because sometimes he says something you think, oh no, hold on, oh, you've done me, you've got me there. And he just has that spirit, and it's fantastic having him at Monaco.
I always think as well, it's the measure of him, gents, that he could be quite bitter about it, and he never comes over like that at all. He always says, hey, I did 15 Grand Prix, and that's 15 more than, probably 99% of the rest of the planet.
Look, the thing about people like Martin, they didn't come out of money. You could still do that in the 70s into the 80s, and he crested into the 90s when that was all there. He came from doggedness. His father, Martin Sr., had a group of friends who supported Martin in little ways. I mean, he was sponsored by a potato merchant in the early days. That's not like having an international bank behind you. And so it was a really tight-knit Irish racing scene that got him going. He did the rest, but it was... and actually, you think of Eddie Irvine... Short while later, also an Ulsterman. He used to, in his early days in Formula Ford, he was buying and selling second, third, fourth, fifth-hand cars so he could afford the next Formula Ford race. Then he got the Works Van Diemen deal, and so it went. It was hand to mouth. Different days, though. Different days.
I'm not sure anybody could do that now.
No, you can't. And honestly,
I don't think you'd even get to a reasonable, even Formula 3 or a Formula Regional, because the money, Olivier, is just so much more, so much less affordable.
Yeah, we had a chance in France a long time ago in the 60s that the petroleum company, Elf, came. And at this moment, we had until 8 French pilots in Formula One, thanks to ELF.
That was the Filière a
that's
program based at some time at Paul Ricard.
Yeah,
and some great drivers came out of that.
Yeah, and the marketing director of ELF was somebody.
Yeah, I mean, times continue to change, but now the thing is, you couldn't decide you wanted to go racing at 18 because you'd be so far behind all the people who've been kart driving since they were 6, racing since 8. However, we hope that people out there still pick up young drivers. Ollie Behrman was an example. He didn't come from an enormous amount of money, but he got his chance to get on the Ferrari Academy ladder. That led to him, because he was good, very good indeed, getting to come to Grand Prix. And then, of course, Carlos Sainz Jr. not feeling very well at one Grand Prix. And instead of just being there to look at how Ferrari runs a team, no practice, straight into the car. And since then, he's done a fantastic job. But that is just... If it hadn't been for that chance, would he have actually made it as a Formula One race driver? He might have been there or thereabouts. You have to take the moment when it comes.
Carlos Sainz appendix. Yeah.
Entirely.
Literally. I mean, you think more recently, more latterly, you think of Lewis Hamilton, who didn't come from a lot of money, but he was picked up early by Ron Dennis, and all of his junior career was paid for by Ron and McLaren. And nowadays what you are seeing, and Lewis I think was 12 or 13 maybe.
Yeah, 12 or 13.
But you're seeing now major manufacturers looking at people in cadet karting, which is 6, 7, 8, 9, and junior karting. I've read somewhere recently that a youngster at, I think it was 9, has been signed up.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's incredibly young, but certainly you see the latest driver signed up for the McLaren Academy or other ones, you get maybe 12 or whatever. So they'll have done a year or two of karting. But what they don't know, I guess they have to check the size of the parents. If the child's still quite small, but you notice the parents are both very tall, I'm afraid that's a cross through their chart, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you must be the right man at the right moment at the right place. And remember one time when the Belgian pilots was in jail in London.
I do remember him very well, Mr. Bertrand Gachot.
Exactly.
And that opened the door, and what happened next? A lot of Ferrari history was produced from that, because in came Michael Schumacher.
Yeah.
He was out in Japan racing Japanese Formula 3000. He was absolutely brilliant in Formula 3. He didn't have the money behind him. Willy Weber was helping him with his career, and basically the move to Japan, because drivers got paid over there, so they weren't going to pay out, and they got the call. And the rest, as they say. Jordan, for one race, impressed at Spa, enormously at Spa. And then the deal was done, and Tom Walkinshaw said, I'll have you. Yeah. You'll be coming to Benetton.
That's right. We can't say thank you to the policeman, but...
Yeah, so one career started and one, well, it didn't end for Bertrand Gachot, but it certainly wasn't as good after that.
Yeah, in the business it was good too. Yeah, very good.
I find that really interesting. It's Monaco Grand Prix Historic, and more action to come a little later in the afternoon. When we consider then people starting their Formula One careers, and particularly as we're looking back historically here, I think Olivier's hit the nail on the head. You really had to be... There was an element of, if not luck, Bruce, then good fortune. This is a sport where talent isn't enough. You can say that about a few sports, but there's so much money involved in this, even from quite an early age now. You look at the cost of a national karting championship, and then you move up to Formula Regional or something like that. You are asking people to support you potentially without getting any return on the investment. It's not like somebody kicking a football or hitting a tennis ball where their results will move them through, albeit still with a lot of investment in time as well. And there's no way to change that, because you can't put the genie back in the bottle.
No, you can't. And for example, there have been many driver scholarship schemes over the years. And if you're on the panel judging them, you might have 4, 6 drivers. You're checking them out, and one could be best, but you haven't got a full budget for them. And if they have no hope of raising half a budget, they're out of the equation. But if one of the other candidates who's maybe second or third best, they have, then it can go ahead. So it's already sad in its own way, but it's just the ever-escalating cost. But I do think the teams are looking out way more now. People always used to say, oh, if you did well in the Formula 3000 support race or the Formula 2 as we went through the years, they'll talent spot you. No, they wouldn't really. No one's actually looking, but they're looking further down now, and they're picking up the young ones, and then they can mould them and they can get them in. And it's also what they can do off the track as well. They don't want someone who's quick and just grunts into a microphone.
Well, I was going to bring up Jeremy Shaw and Team USA again on this. We almost accept now that young drivers coming through can drive. And what actually is the difference? I know it's a result-based game. We expect them all to be quick and the times to be quick and them to have the temperament behind the wheel. They've got to add something beyond that, Olivier. You have to be able to represent a brand, a team, a sponsor, and do that in a way that befits that brand, team, sponsor, and their values. Some of the drivers from the past probably wouldn't have got picked if that was the criteria nowadays, when you think of some of the characters.
For sure. I won't give you names.
No, you can't. No, absolutely. Bruce will. I mean, even quite recently, Bruce, there's been drivers who just don't like doing the PR and they prefer to just get on with the driving. But that
I'll give you two drivers who are absolutely like that. Jacques Villeneuve.
Yep.
He used to play cat and mouse with him. He knew when I was doing Formula 1 TV that we were on to a certain time, only 5 minutes after the session has ended. It might have been 10. And he hated doing interviews. But if you caught him and he knew it was only going to be for 1 minute, he'd take his helmet off. And if you didn't catch him, you didn't get him. Eddie Irvine was the master of giving you the shortest answers possible. But the other person, of course, famously, Kimi Räikkönen, hated it all. And in fact, I remember sitting down quietly in the paddock, no pressure to do an interview with him. Eventually, to keep the microphone close to him, I was almost falling out of my chair because he was leaning further and further back, and every fibre of his body is, why am I doing this? But of course, you think how fast. He went from karting into junior single-seaters, and 19 races later, he was in Formula 1. He scored points on his debut. Outstanding.
Came straight out of British Formula Renault.
Formula Renault, yeah. He literally did nothing.
I was doing that series then. I was commentating on the Formula Renault series for TV back in those days.
But you just said he's really talented.
He was.
Let's hope he can go well in Formula 3.
Yes.
Skipped Formula 3000 and straight into Formula 1.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think this was his intention or anybody's intention. It made British Formula Renault because people went, wow, if he's been picked up out of that, that's where we want our young drivers to go into. And it probably put the prices up in Formula Renault.
Yeah, it probably did, but of course Lewis Hamilton came through afterwards and did the same sort of skip, not as rapidly. But all this was down to driver management in a way, because he was run by David Robertson.
Yes. And
David decided to take a punt, and he phoned Sauber and said, you've got to test my driver. They could have said no.
That was David Robertson, who was Steve Robinson's dad, who raced in British Touring Cars Championship.
Yeah, well, he raced. He was, I think, Indy Lights Championship. He was very quick in Formula 3, Formula 3000. They had some money, they had professionalism, but it was down to just sort of not taking no for an answer. That was the door opened just a tiny bit, but Sauber was always quite open for picking up young drivers. I mean, Felipe Massa can say thank you for that as well.
Peter Sauber,
but yeah, it was the right time at the right moment for Kimi, and he got in and got on.
Yeah. Actually, I think there is a problem with young drivers, because sometimes they put them in Formula 1 directly, and after 3 months, you're not good enough.
Well,
the end.
Now that, you see, that is the other side. That is the other side of the story, and other sports see that as well. I think particularly if something close to my heart, which is football, soccer, then you've got kids who have been with major football clubs, Premier League football clubs or Bundesliga, Serie A football clubs, since they have been 7, 8, 9, 10. And then they've known nothing else. And then they get to 16, 15, 16, trying to get into the junior sides, and they're written off at that point. And that there's a lot of people who aren't going any further. And
it's a huge deflation at that point in your life. Such a time, not everybody can go through. The pyramid has a pointed top, but I'm sure there are ways of delivering the news. But also, I guess I don't know so much about football, but they throw the net very, very wide, so it encourages more and more people to think they are the chosen one, and they're not all going to be the chosen one.
All right, then we'll finish up this with a thought from both of you. Who was the young driver that you saw, Bruce, that you thought, yep, he is the real deal, and did he or did they get to the top of the tree?
Which era?
Any that you've seen personally, that when you saw them in the early part of their career or when they were very young coming through the junior formula, which driver did you say, yes, absolutely, and then subsequently did they actually move forward?
You know what? There are some whose names I can't even remember. They literally came into Formula Ford against the regulars in the mid-1980s. I didn't know them because I wasn't following karting then. They came in and you thought, you are really quick, and you may never see them again. They might have had money for one race, so I apologise for not immediately conjuring their names, but there are so many, and you just knew that they weren't the ones that were going to get the new tyres. They couldn't afford them. When you got to Formula 3, if you didn't have the new rubber, you weren't in the picture. So I'll have a long think about that, probably on the flight home tonight, so I can't name you one right now, but it's basically down to lack of money.
Yeah. Olivia, for you?
I was thinking of Jules Bouillon.
Yeah, good call. Very good call.
It was a bad moment for France because there was no more sponsor in France.
Well, France had so much sponsorship for so long, all those scholarship schemes stopped, and then, of course, cigarette sponsorship, tobacco was taken away, the Evan law, and suddenly, instead of 6 Formula 1 drivers from France, it went down to about 1 or 2.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
Gentlemen, thank you for the moment. We have had drivers here that represent every part of motorsport. One who straddles Formula 1 and also sports car racing. The man that was the original Mr. Le Mans, that was Jackie Ickx, and we talked to him earlier on in the weekend.
Those spectators who come for years at the Grand Prix Historic and the Grand Prix and who are interested in motor racing, we belong to the same group. No. Yes, the car you saw, I have the privilege to drive it 58 years ago. I never saw it for 58 years, and then suddenly I'm back with emotions and nostalgia, clearly. I never drove the car before, except here on the race course, so I restart, and they did a super job. So yes, Ferrari has an incredible story, and Ferrari is also part of my history. I want to conclude just in saying you are what you are because in front of you you have a large group of people who work on this car, prepare this car, build these cars, and when you start and you are on the grid, you have already a winning car. It's just up to the drivers to finish their job. That was my case a number of times. I have been very privileged, and if I consider that I have the chance first to be here and secondly to be 80 plus and to have people confident enough to let me drive the car, it's just superb. Thank you very much to all of you.
Oh, he's still such a charming man, isn't he? Jackie Ickx talking to us earlier on in the week. If you've got thoughts, by the way, on young drivers that you've seen, and let us know who it was and whether they got on, or if they haven't made it quite yet, at RSL_studio. But you've got a thought. Oh, Bruce is giving me the look that means he's got a name.
I've started my thought process. This might sound the most ridiculous thing to say, but here we go. Michael Schumacher, and I will tell you for why. He was in Formula 3. Häkkinen was the main man in Europe at the time, Mika Häkkinen, and went out to the races in Macau and then in Fuji. And in between them, we were staying in a hotel in Hong Kong. I went down to the gym. All journalists like to be fit, at the time. And the only person training properly among the drivers down there who were sort of just having a little go on the exercise bike, the only person putting himself out actually training athletically was Michael Schumacher, and his fitness was something that really drove him forward. Obviously the skill cup was overflowing, but that's the thing, it's about finding that little margin, that takes you forward. I just want to give a wave to one person if the camera's on the studio.
It is.
Because my John Watson, thank you, and I'm not looking
Hello,
miserable.
Watty.
I'm thinking, but great to have 5-time Grand Prix winner, long-time colleague, watching every bit of the action. Good man, John.
Yeah, you've worked with him long enough to know when he's thinking. He's normally thinking about dinner,
Lunch.
isn't he? Yes, exactly. Exactly right. Coming up next, we are going to celebrate the single year that the Monaco Grand Prix was not run for Formula cars. 1952, it was a sports car race. In some ways, actually, it helped launch the World Sports Car Championship. There's a Maserati out there, the 200 SI, which spent a lot of its time in the United States. And the driver is Carlo Ancetti, and he spoke with Gemma Scott earlier in the week.
It's a very special car. It's a car that was built by Maserati factory in February of 1957 and shipped directly, as it happened many times in those days, into United States, where of course in those days the people that could afford these cars were billionaires or big names of industry. The car was owned by a guy called Jim Kimberly, nicknamed Gentleman Jim. Jim Kimberly was the owner of Kimberly-Clark, the Kleenex factory, so obviously a well-off guy. And he had a series of cars, Maseratis, Ferraris, and he was very passionate about the car, really fan of aesthetics. In fact, he painted the car in a special shade of red that was developed by one of his clan friends that was the owner of DuPont, the chemical factory that developed this red Kimberly. I still have a letter from Jim asking the guy to develop this special shade, for which he painted the car, he dressed himself, all of the crew, all of the vans, so that it was quite an event when he came to the various events. The car history is interesting also, both racing-wise but also socially. Racing-wise, because the car competed in probably the most famous long-time race of those days, Sebring, that was run in this airport. As many of these days, races were not in circuits but in adapted, not streets or roads in airports. And then in 57 and 58. The social part is that in 57, quite strangely, the car had a crew of 3, of which one of the members was a lady, which for 1957 was quite amazing. This lady is famous. Her name is Denise McCluggage. She was a journalist. I don't remember which journal. I think New York Times or something, but she was also very fast. And I have a beautiful picture of that with her driving this car with a helmet with polka dots, which makes it quite funny. The last thing maybe that I want to tell you about the social part, this car competed also in the famous or infamous Grand Prix of Cuba in 1958. Infamous because a Ferrari car exited the race track and killed 9 people. Famous because the Castro crew, was just a few months before Castro took power, and there was still Batista, the dictator, and so they just wanted to have the news, so they just kidnapped Fangio. That was the one that wanted to win the race, but he was kidnapped. But about this car, I have 2 articles that I found from the Havana Post, where it was mentioned that was nicknamed like the majestic arrival of Mr. Kimberly with his yacht, his vans, and the car all painted in this red of shade. So it could have been quite a... So that's why the car is beautiful, it goes fast, but it's, I would say, an interesting history. And this is a special feature. It could be nicknamed also, it could be considered the inventor of this. Why? These are signaling lights. The combination of the 3 lights, I don't know, the red with the white with the yellow and the red, would signal the pits in these long distance races that the car had some sort of problems. And this was I would say, the primordial invention of communicating without radio, without anything, to the pits. Very interesting, very special, but also interesting because then in all the period pictures that sometimes are very distant, or in the movies, it's difficult to recognize the cars. They have no number plate. But then you see the car because you see these three lights. So it was quite funny, I would say.
Not quite ready for the track action. Ready for the track action. We are building to that Series C. We are building to that Series C race. Sports car of the race. Cars of the era. 52. Cars of the era was 52. The year that it was the year that it was here on the streets of Monaco. So building towards the Series C Monaco Historic Grand Prix grid here for 2026, 1952. Sports cars were the main event. Two events actually, under the 2 litre class on Saturday, and then the Grand Prix itself for over 2 litres. Carlo there telling us about his Maserati. Let's have a look and see what it looks like from a sports car around here. Cooper T33 back in 2021. Katerina Kivalova took a T33 around here, and we can now share that experience. A little bit of a split screen for you and some telemetry. Bruce Jones, nice and sunny that particular day when Katerina was behind the wheel. The usual entry to Sandoval. Sports cars, particularly Cooper, knows how low down the driver is sitting.
Yeah, there is. Wonderfully curvaceous bonnet, just zooms at the front, so you've got really good visibility of what's up ahead. Not so much the side. Turning again past another car up to Massenet. It doesn't matter what you're driving, you really can't see your way in here. You've got to feel your way in, and knowledge, you know, when you come here to start with, you don't go in particularly fast. You have to gradually earn your right and take that experience to go in where you can't see, and then a bit of a relief to get to Casino Square, and then the drop down to Mirabeau, as hard and bumpy as it is now, but obviously in the sports cars you can ride those bumps, they're more softly sprung, into Mirabeau, and then of course the track steepens as it drops down through a slight kink to the hairpin in front of the old station, but now the hotel.
One hand off the wheel, even in the sports cars, to get enough lock on to get it around that tight left-hander. And the work that's going into the steering, the balancing of the power, the car sliding. If you're not sliding, you're not going quick enough, generally speaking, in these cars, Bruce. And it is a total balancing act, almost like flying a helicopter. Every control input has to be balanced with something else.
Well, flying helicopter has been described as trying to wallpaper a ceiling while being attacked by a rabid dog. Not that bad around here. But just remember, these are public roads, and there is a little crown on them, come what may, so you're automatically fighting that at all times as well. Down to back, you can't really take time to see the yachts, and this is a very, very quick left-hander, and again, a bit like Massenet, you can't see too much of it until you got there, and you know what comes next. One of the hardest parts, piscine, left, right, left, in very, very quick order.
It's quite as tight on the way in as it is on the way out, so you can take a shallower line on the way in. Katerina taking a little curve on the final left-hander and then drifting gently to the left for Raskas. There is a nasty little kink coming in which can often catch people out.
Yeah, it unsettles the cars on the way in. The where you really want your traction. I mean, Jackie Stewart was famous for taking people around to smooth their driving out, a bowl on the bonnet of the car, and you want your car absolutely even into the corners. That's the key. When you dab the brakes, just balance it as much as to take the speed off. But around the start-finish straight, flashing past the old-fashioned pits at the top there, Lovely lap there from Katrina Kivalova, but the whole point about it is it's constantly twisting, turning, rising and falling, and so few places where you can actually go and take a look at the controls.
Katrina will be out in this race in the number 72, competing against the Aston Martin DB3S among the rest of the cars. That's been driven by Maxime Castelline, and we caught up with Maxime earlier in the weekend for some thoughts about this event.
I'm joined now by Maxime, who's very proud owner of the Aston Martin DBS that you see behind us here, which dates back to the 50s, of course, with a huge amount of history. Maxime, this car has been your baby for the last 4 years.
Yes, exactly. So we bought the car 4 years ago, and the first year we bought the car, we did not really use it as it was built for. And then 2 years later, we decided to take the car back to the roots and start racing the car again. So it's the second time we're taking it here in Monaco. And it's been a pleasure since. It's really nice driving it around here in the streets of Monaco. It's a true feeling, a very special feeling.
And in terms of the modifications that you've had to make to the car and restoring it, but also converting it into being a race car, can you tell us a little bit about the work that you've had to have done on it?
Yeah, so we tackled the safety measurements. The car had no roll hoop installed. It was more of a concours car. It was restored to the very, very high specification, and we said, okay, we need to drive it properly, and if we want to drive it, we need to do it the right way, install safety measurements, suspension-wise. Yeah, so some engine work to make it ready to race.
And talk to me about the history of this car, because obviously we talked briefly about the immensity of being here in Monaco and the history of Monaco, but this car also is steeped in motorsport history, specifically with the name Sterling Moss.
Yeah, so Sterling Moss raced the car to victory in Goodwood in '55. He raced the car in Mil Miglia in '55 as well. The car did loads of in-period events. It's a real factory works car. There's only one of 10 built, so it's a very, very special car.
Certainly is a special car, and for you to be racing here this weekend, what does it mean to you as somebody who's grown up in classic car racing, you know, taking the role of your father in the family as well as now driving?
Yeah, it's a very special feeling. I'm feeling really privileged to do so, especially it's only an event that comes every 2 years, so I'm always looking forward to it, especially in Monaco. Yeah, the sun is here, the track is amazing, people are nice, so really special, really grateful.
Doesn't get better, does it?
No, it does not. Yeah, it does not.
Thanks a lot, Maxime. Great to meet you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
One of 4 Aston Martins in the field for our next race, 10 laps or 30 minutes. Maxine will be competing in that. We're still slightly plagued by a bit of overcast, but the sun is beginning to break through, the temperature is rising, and the track temperature, most importantly, is up at 23 degrees. Good afternoon, everybody, from the afternoon session at the 15th Grand Prix de Monaco Historic. We're back with you and some live race action that will take you through till just after 6 o'clock local time, Central European Summer Time. Vittorio Mazzato won the race in 1952 on the Sunday, and so we celebrate that by looking at front-engine sports cars of the vintage 1952 onwards. Bruce Jones alongside me, Olivier Barjon as well. We've had a splash. We had a splash earlier on of a little bit of dampness from the sky, and it did cause 1 or 2 issues. Sports cars ready to go. A great battle at the front of the field in qualifying yesterday, Bruce, that saw Frank Stippler doing all kinds of things in the Ferrari 250mm, and Fred Wakeman and Richard Wilson battling it out in the Cooper and the Maserati. Those 3 drivers, with no disrespect to everybody else, there's some good drivers behind there as well, but those 3 drivers put on a show for us in qualifying. The race is an absolutely mouth-watering prospect.
No, it really is. I mean, 3 different manufacturers, and they were changing that top position. Richard Wilson put his Maserati 250S to the top, but Fred Wakeman, he's won this event just a couple of years ago here, 2020. 2. He came and still with that Cooper Jaguar, the T38, the later Cooper Jaguar. Katrina Kivalova's is a T33, hers is slightly earlier. But this mix of cars is absolutely excellent. And Matthias Seletsky, let's not discount him. He's in the best of the Aston Martins, 4th place overall. But if he can hang with the others, remember, qualifying was remarkably quick fire. There were a few incidents some of the sessions.
That's
so
right.
a lot of the drivers, they were going for their first flying lap and didn't get a chance to string it together.
How important is the start going to be here, Olivier? And that is still a damp track where the cars are lining up. How important is this getting the start, getting the clutch bite right?
Yeah, and this kind of cars do not have the same grip as the single-seaters, you know. So maybe we'll have some problems. Maybe some will jump from the start, and other one will be spinning.
Now, if you're fans of athletics and fans of pole vaulting, here is the man who has more world records than I do.
Yeah.
I'm just desperately trying to remember his name. Wherever he goes, he does that very clever thing that pole vaulters can do. I remember a long time before, a Russian pole vaulter did exactly the same. Increase your world record by 1 centimetre at a time. But phenomenal athlete and gymnast. And I'm really kicking myself. Swedish by name, but just a phenomenal person.
He will do 640. He will do 6.40. He will do it.
Fred Wakeman now on the front row of the grid, ready to go. And we will have a formation lap. The cars came out from their pit area, or their paddock area, I should say, which is right behind us here on the run down to Raskas, alongside the harbour side, right on the harbour side actually. You can walk down the back of the paddock next to the very lovely yachts and have a look through the fence at the paddock area. They came out, they came through the pit lane, around the track to do a lap and park up where they are now. They will do another full lap as a formation.
Well, spectators getting a fabulous vantage point high by the castle. They'll be looking down over the track. They'll see them coming out of Virage Antininogs, maybe even out of Raskas before, and then see them start their way up the start-finish straight. Good to see people in the grandstands, but they've been here all weekend, but also good to see no one wearing a rain jacket.
Yeah, very good.
Now, we did have some umbrellas up right before lunch. The last 3 laps or so of the race before lunch led to some interesting elements, because particularly it was wet at one point of the circuit, at one point alone. That was Raskas.
Now, these cars do have treaded tyres, but obviously you still reduce the grip when it's wet, and you have to drive accordingly. On pole position, Richard Wilson in the bright red Maserati 250 S from 1957. The Cooper Jaguar T38 from 1955. Fred Wakeman almost looking black in this afternoon light. Then Frank Stippler, Audi driver extraordinaire, now driving for HRT and for Ford Racing, putting his Nürburgring Nordschleife experience to good use as those guys develop Ford Mustang GT3 into a contender for the ADAC 24 hours at the Nürburgring coming up in just a couple of weeks' time. Looking forward to our coverage of that as well. Alongside Frank, is the Aston Martin Matthias Stilecki, row 3, Jaguar C-Type, elegant car, 1952, Nicolas Bert, with Manuel Elicab behind the wheel of a Cooper Jaguar T38. The top 5 rows made up by a Lotus 11 from 1956, Eric Stace, with Maxime Castellane in his DB3S, and then on the 5th row, Nigel Webb in another Jaguar C-Type from 52, and the A6 GCS Maserati of Adrian Sucari makes up the top 10, and behind that there's some good drivers as well. Alex Birkenstocks further down the field, and I think he would have liked to have been in the 250S from 1957, the Maserati 250S. And watch out for Katerina Kivalova as well in that Cooper Jaguar. Driver with a lot of skill and knows that car very well indeed. Dry at the far end of the circuit.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally dry.
Just about to say that. Another thing, I put a smudge in the box earlier. Now I can put the name. Mondo Duplantis,
Well
of course, was
Mondo
the
Duplantis, yeah.
yeah, Armand Mondo Duplantis. So it's a superstar for a long time now in pole vaulting in the World Athletic Championships and the Olympic Games. But right now, let's focus on what really followed from this Grand Prix for sports cars in 1952. A lot of these models just a few years later, and of course, at this point, Le Mans and endurance racing was really starting to become something massive, and of course the manufacturers all wanted to go and win the big one. With a lot of Aston Martins in this race, they had so many failures, and then 1959, Roy Salvadori, long-time resident of Monaco, and Carroll Shelby got it done for David Brown. But this is that wonderful mix. Look, let's go through the names. Maserati, Cooper, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Jaguar. Those are the first 5 cars on the grid, all different.
The thing was, when the championship did evolve, yes, of course, there were the long-distance racers at Olivier's home circuits, at Reims and
Le Mans.
Le Mans, of course. Well, everything comes back to Le Mans and has done since 1923. In fact, they had the first Grand Prix as well at Le Mans, although not on the circuit that we have now, and that was another 10 odd years before the
Goodwood 9 Hours was an epic event in the mid-1950s as well.
But 6-hour races as well mixed into that, which tends to be the default length for most of the World Endurance Championship now, is what the natural successor to the World Sports Car Championship. But even spread in there's a 10-hour race, there's a 8-hour race as well in the WEC, so following that same sort of idea. But there were sprint races for sports cars as well in all kinds of fabulous venues, and that was what happened here in 1952. It was 100 laps for the Sunday main race for the bigger engine cars. Richard Wilson on pole position for Maserati, with Frederick Wakeman for the Cooper Jaguar, then a Ferrari and Aston Martin on row 2. And Frank Stippler in the bright red. Mille Miglia for big jump from the back, huge jump from the back. Olivier called it earlier on. Will somebody jump the start? They did. That was a massive jump. I think that was Adrian Sicari. Might have been even further back than him. We'll see who gets the penalty. The pole sitter has got away, Richard Wilson, and Fred Wakeman breaking away. Nicolas Baer going through. Stippler's got the lights on already. Come on, Stippy. He was superbly entertaining in qualifying yesterday. Perhaps not as efficient as he might have wanted to be, but my goodness me, Bruce Jones, Stippler can drive anything fast, and if he's not going forwards, he's going sideways.
Yeah, entirely. So he's dropped from 3rd on the grid back to 4th, but that 250 with the V12 engine, the 250mm, really something special came out of the GTO. But I expect our first 2 cars to pull away. The Maserati and pole starter, Richard Wilson, Frederick Wakeman, a winner here. Not the last visit, the one before, the penultimate visit here. They've got the calibre in their cars, are out-and-out sports cars. Obviously, they should be slightly light in the car with the roof, but it's how that power is delivered. But I've got to work out who had the rocket start from mid-grid to pretty much the tail of the top 10. Someone got up and left early.
Yeah, very busy and have an early table reservation. So
yes, I've got a plane to catch. That's our cry later on, isn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely. Top 3 then coming out of the Nivelle chicane for the first time through to back. The great and the good with.
Is that still damp here or not?
I don't think so. This is where the water was until offline maybe. There's still 1 or 2 damp.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'd be leaning on the curbs quite as much as they are. Stippler's loving it. There's a dry air line in the middle of the road, but what that will mean, it will be greasy.
Yeah.
We just getting the rubber on the line, and that water came down, and it'll leave a greasy top surface for us.
Yeah, who's prepared to attack the soonest? I'll tell you on the opening lap, the one who looked very busy, but ironically is now dropping back a little bit in 3rd place is Nicolas Baer. He's got overdrive on that Jaguar C-Type, the only one built with it, but at the moment, that's not a feature for him because the first two made a far better entrance to the start-finish race. Let's look back at the start, really clear. Someone in a Maserati A6 GCS in about 10th, 12th position. Yeah, let's get going, they went. I don't know if it was Jean-Jacques Bali, but certainly it was a positive start, let's say, an affirmation. C-Type going around the outside, that's Nicolas Baer to take third place from the car with the roof, which is the 250 FM. 250 mm of Frank Stippler. So down for the second time of asking to Mirabeau. The first two cars doing what I expected. The Maserati of Richard Wilson, the Cooper Jaguar of Frederick Wakeman, previous winner of this event, just starting to eke their way clear. But if Frank Stippler could get up into third place, I think he might be able to at least start trying to close the gap.
The Mille car identifiable by the painted number on the boot and the side of the car has been decaled over on the side and a tape cross put through on the boot. That was your start time. Your number was your start time, and therefore the marshals and indeed the spectators on that 1,000-mile route on public roads, they could see if, for example, when we see Frank go through, his car 526, I think it is. Let's say it is. So 526 went through ahead of 510. You knew that car had made up 16 minutes, basically.
Very, very clever.
It was clever.
Way of doing things. And
simple but clever.
Well, people in those days couldn't be checking a live stream on their phone while standing around the centre of Italy with a fabulous view. So yeah, it made sense. But these two cars really streaking clear. It was 0.6 of a second between them a short while ago, and now it looks it's very much the same. Richard Wilson hanging on in front, but Fred Wakeman, it's only a 10-lap race, remember. They'll feel tired at the end of this, but where is the gap going to open? Richard rode beautifully to take that pole position. Fred Wakeman, I would suggest, has a bit more experience around here. The American is going one way, going the other, but the track also weaves its way up the hill. It's not a straight line from Saint-Devote up towards Casino Square. Absolutely it is not.
Not yet seen a message from race control. Can't imagine that, unless everybody else was very, very slow in getting away, I think we're going to get a penalty.
Actually, it might have been Adrian Sucari. I'm trying to.
That's who I thought it was.
He's
actually
the best placed of the Maserati A6 GCS drivers, down in 10th place. He's just. Actually, he's quite a distance. He's just in a race of his own at the moment. We heard from Maxime Castellane, one of the Aston Martin drivers, before the race in a pre-record. He's running about 6 seconds further up. But these two, there's certainly not 6 seconds between first and second. Still under a second, I would suggest, as Richard Wilson is given chase. Frederick Wakeman, the very, very dark green Cooper Jaguar T38, that's from 1955. To touch back on what happened in the sports car Grand Prix here in 1952, it was a Ferrari 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of them in 225S models from Ferrari, but these cars all a little bit later. Well, not all, but the majority of the field are from the years just leading up to about 1956, 57. Yeah, we've got a 250S Maserati. That was a model from 1957. But the front two, 1957, 250S Maserati, leading the race.
202.2 for the leader, 202.2 for second place. And 202.21 and a 202.28. I seldom feel the need to go down to much more than one decimal place, but these drivers are lapping within fractions of a second of each other.
Yeah, qualifying was really exciting between them. They just kept chipping away, and Richard Wilson, I seem to recall, did 3 laps within 0.2 of a second. That's good. Not only fast, but consistent too, and he's looking super smooth, so he's comfortable in his 250S as he goes up the hill.
I think they will be quick enough at the front of the field to catch the back of the field. So there will be a little bit of traffic, I think, Olivier, don't you?
Yeah, even they still have 8 seconds in advance from the third one, you know. It's going quick. It's going very quick.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I thought that Frank Stippler might be able to get onto the tail. In fact, hold on a second. Our timing screen's gone a little bit mad. Right. We can see that Richard Wilson is leading the race. Suddenly he was tumbling down the order and Nicholas Burt was into second, but our eyes are not deceiving us. So first and second, it's still Richard Wilson in the red Maserati, and the Cooper Jaguar with a very, very dark green one of Fred Wakeman follows him down through the compression, out into a bit more daylight between the tall buildings at Portier, and then down into the semi-darkness of the tunnel. It's much better than it was illuminated than it was in period.
The camera's doing it look a little brighter than it really is, but that is still a fearsome, long, sweeping right-hander. Notice Fred Wakeman was putting his right-hand side wheels right on the hatching to the right-hand side wall, so he's obviously very happy with how the car is going. Can get a little dirty at that part of the circuit. Through comes the Maserati then, 250S, open top, followed through by the Cooper Jaguar.
Both of these drivers super smooth. They're not upsetting the cars over the curbing. Of course, sports cars can cope with curbs a bit better than single seaters. This was the damp corner of the circuit, got damped, 3 cars off, sliding one into another in the last race before lunch. No one was hurt, no cars were particularly damaged, but it did lead to a safety car. But right now, with every lap, the lead is going out. Richard Wilson just has found an advantage over Fred Wakeman. 2.7 seconds is the gap between first and second. Actually comes down to 2.1, so a better exit out of Verage Antonio Nogues onto the start-finish straight for the Cooper Jaguar driver in second. But behind them, it's 10 and a bit seconds back to third.
Little bit of action down at Zandvoort, and was that a little kiss on the wall? I think it was. Stippler battling with Matthias Silecki, the DP3S with that bright orange grille and wheel arch extensions as well. Use different colours to differentiate the cars. Drive-through penalty for the number 22. So it was Jean-Jacques Bally. Your instant assessment was right. That's going to be for the jump start.
It's only fair. He moved. I mean, you did suggest try to save him, saying, well, maybe the 4 around him went off slowly, but no, absolutely. So you're very kind, John.
Well, we've all been there.
So he's down in 14th place at the moment. Once that penalty is clapped on him, he'll be way down the order. Right, the real story in the Aston Martin world is Matthias Seletsky is now the best place of those drivers. Car number 70. Again, we talked, he should have qualified higher up, but it was a stop-start qualifying session. And, you know, when you're just trying to get through a clear of traffic so you can have a clear run, and then you get a full course yellow, it's very tricky indeed. I expected his gun was a little bit spiked, but right now, all over the tail of the Ferrari 250 MM of Frank Stippler. I hoped that Frank would be able to try and take the battle to Nicolas Burt, but the C-Type Jaguar driver has gone off into the distance, not even in the same shot. He's sweeping towards Piscine as the 4th place Ferrari is being harried by the Aston Martin of Matthias Seletsky.
I suspect that Frank might have wanted a tad damper.
Yeah, absolutely. And he did come in. There were potentially some problems during qualifying, if I remember correctly, and he just came in for a chat, so he didn't do all the laps that some of his rivals did, but if there's half a chance, he'll be going to grab it. And they've just done a little bit of lapping there, moving past Joseph Eim, who started square last in his Ferrari 166 MM, of course, standing for Mille Miglia, 1,000 miles, a wonderful road race around Tuscany, Umbria, right down the spine of Italy.
So here comes the Aston and gets it done into Zandvoort. Took a lot of curve though, and that means that they had to get out of the throttle and just be a bit patient. But the Aston, a little more svelte, a little lower to the ground, a little less frontal area, pulling up the hill nicely. There was an opportunity for Frank Stippler to try and go back through. He's driving that car well though.
Yeah, well, he's steering it on the throttle. It's fantastic. And the interesting thing there to me was how they get past the Connaught ALSR, but luckily Olivier Huez saw them and really sort of lifted before Massenet, so he wasn't going to interrupt their form. So it's again, look at the progress. By the time they get to the hairpin, they've pulled out about 80 metres on him. But this was the move. I didn't think he was quite to get round the corner, and quite frankly, Matthias Seletsky must have thought exactly the same. He came within, what, a centimetre of the tyre wall?
Let's have a look at how close he was to track limits as well. He's all right on that.
If the Ferrari was with a little ground clearance,
yes,
it would be far better, I think.
Leader Richard Wilson in the other Maserati.
Your preferred car?
Yeah, it is. I just think it's super clean. you know, for much of the late 50s, the battle was between Maserati and Ferrari, but Maserati tended to get the silver medal, not the gold, but it didn't stop me liking their cars. Not that I was around then, I just want to point that out.
And of course, there was never any love lost between the patrons of Ferrari and Maserati. That's Yves Scheer, who's the second half of the exceedingly better half of Frank Stibler.
And she was racing last weekend in a little VW Polo, wasn't she?
Was
at
she?
a Goodwood members meeting. Don't get to see many of those in saloon car racing in the UK, so it was good to see that.
She normally races a 2002 in the young timer at the 24 hours, and races with her father-in-law, extremely proficient TV presenter, who I've worked with a couple of times before.
Just admire how smooth Richard Wilson is. He is not under enough pressure to have to hang the tail out, but his style is super smooth anyhow. Fred Wakeman at this point, again, that wonderful high-up shot. Yeah, absolutely wanted to go away. Don't forget, the track temperatures aren't as warm as they were yesterday, so that won't be helping them get the grip they were wanting. But Fred's always been smooth, but at the moment he's got no answers. He's 6 seconds down on race leader Richard Wilson.
Yeah.
And his car's giving away 2 years. It's from 1955. Richard's Maserati 250S from 1957. Traffic could potentially have a role to play. 3 1/4 more laps remaining, and at the moment Fred Wakeman minding his own business, but as he comes out of the chicane he'll just see, turning into back, the car that he's chasing.
Going to finish lap 7 this time around.
I also think there is a difference in the weight of the two cars.
Quite probably. Actually, that's a good call, Olivier. I mean, it's easier to be smooth in a lighter car, because obviously if you unweight a heavier car, it's going to be working away. But as Fred Wakeman turns in his Cooper Jaguar into Rasgas, already negotiating the virage anti-nogas, the high-up shot just shows how tight that is as a right-hander. If ever you played it on a video game, you know, you suddenly, oh, sorry, restart, because you've just biffed. You've wasted all your skills around the rest of the lap because you've put it into the fence. So for the crews in the pit lane, they're looking, hoping, praying. Thumbs up, Maserati shirts of Richard Wilson's team.
Yeah, they're following the live timing. Al Kamel, the timing partner for the ACM, the Automobile Club Monaco. You can get to that if you are listening and watching us. If you've got a bit of internet, you can grab that from the ACM site.
What I love as well in this race, John, is the unusual cars. We just saw Fred Wakeman going past the Fraser Nash Le Mans Coupe, a one-off.
Yeah.
And a very, very pretty car, but clearly hasn't got the guns to play in this particular battle. Doesn't have the grunt, much smaller engine. But what did the driver do? He pulled nicely to the side of the track. So well done, Pierre Macci, for that.
Sitting 8th in Class 1, 20th overall. Something exceptionally elegant, isn't there, about that Cooper Jaguar? The proportions are all good. Imagine it. Please, can somebody imagine a contemporary version of that? There's nothing on it that doesn't need to be on it.
No, absolutely so. I mean, it was the classic shapes. Of course, these cars are sports cars. They're carrying numbers in here, so you know from 1 to 1. But there's the number plate, Hot 95. Patrick Head, he of Williams fame and so much design ability. This was a car raced by his father, Michael, and suddenly it went out. My point being, obviously, the car number on the bonnet might change, but the registration number stays. And a lot of cars in the 50s were literally known by their number plate numbers, British registrations.
So the faster cars at the head of the field now right in to the, well, not even the back markers now. They're picking their way through. Up the hill again. First and second separated by 4.5 seconds. Frederick Wakeman just put his and the car's fastest lap in at 2 minutes 3. Richard Wilson still the only driver below 2 minutes. But below 2 minutes around here is not exactly hanging about in a 50 sports car.
No, it absolutely isn't, and you could do it, potentially early in the race. It gets harder once you've got past the midpoint, because almost every lap you'll be overtaking, putting a lap on another driver. You'll be compromised at 1, if not 2 points around that individual lap. Of course, that can make all the difference. Car number 70 had a very good start. Matthias Seletsky moved up the order somewhat. In fact, he only moved up, but none at all. Sorry, I forgot he started in 4th position, but he's having a good old run. He got close to Frank Stippler, got past Frank Stippler. And the C-Type Jaguar there, Nicolas Burr, 3rd overall. Through Mirabeau he goes. Just looking at their pace around the lap, and in fact, not much between them. A 1/10 of a second here or there between the Aston Martin that's giving chase, the one with the yellow, they're not wheel arches, it's the flares around the front wheels. But at the moment, the clock's counting against him. 1.5 laps remain.
But that...
The gap reduced between the two ones.
Yeah.
A lot. It was 6 seconds. Now it's 4.
Well, Richard Wilson, well spotted there, Olivier. Richard Wilson maybe now just starting to be a bit cautious. He'd been super smooth before, but you don't want to do a really good 9 laps of the race and a really bad 10th one and lose your advantage. But I think he's just being careful, but a bit cautious through the traffic, and why not? But now he's got a whole gaggle of cars to get past. This might work for him, and it might work for the driver who's giving chase, Fred Wakeman.
Down to 4 seconds the gap. He pulls out and goes past Ian Chiswick and
last lap
the Jaguar. That was lovely. Oof. Beautifully done as he picked his way through the lap cars there. It was Ian Thompson in the Cooper Bristol, I think, who was just pulling over there, the dark green number 6 car. Still sitting at 4 seconds through to the Casino Square again, but this time for the last time. Unusually, and I've noticed this with both Richard and Fred in this race, there's not that much sawing on the wheel here. It tends to be a single movement. Whether that is their style, which I think it isn't, because I've seen them where they've had to be moving the wheel quite a lot. This must be just a much more stable platform.
Yeah, I think so. Heavier chassis on these than you'd have on single-seaters, of course, and maybe with that a bit more rigidity and a bit more cornering potential. More softly sprung as well, that has a huge role to play. Out of the semi-darkness to the slightly lighter area outside the end of the tunnel. Here's our race leader. Last lap, halfway round, Richard Wilson went onto the lap leading by just 5.5 seconds. He's closing on another Maserati, but that shouldn't trouble him. And actually, the rate at which he's gaining means perhaps he will get in before the swimming pool. It's another 250S Maserati, Alex Birkenstock at the wheel. But you know what? With the advantage he's got, Richard Wilson can afford to back off. Then he can check, has Alex seen me, and try and pass him behind before Raskas. Can he? Has he? No, he hasn't.
I don't think it's going to matter. He might want to back off for the photograph. I don't think he's going to get through. Oh, he's going to give it a go, Round to the right-hand side. No, he's going to sit in the wheel tracks and take the checkered flag. Goes to the left-hand side. Just doesn't quite lap the car in front of him. So it's Richard Wilson in the Maserati from 1957. Cooper Jaguar in second, Fred Wakeman. Third should be... that should be the Aston Martin DB3S. Just waiting for it to come through. There it is. Across the line now.
Very, very tight for third place, though, because Nicola Burt was fighting right on his tail. 1/4 of a second between them, but the Aston Martin driver gets the job done. So Maserati first, Cooper Jaguar second, Aston Martin third, Jaguar C-Type in 4th place. And Ferrari 250 MM just didn't have the legs today for Frank Stippler. If it had, he'd have made it happen.
Yeah, Stippy third in the Class 2, which is won by Richard Wilson, the overall winner. Second in Class 2, Nicolas Burt. Third, Frank Stippler. Class 3 rather, Rick Wakeman won from Matthias Seletsky, and he's third in Class 3. Oh, Nigel Webb. Just waiting for him to come across the line in his 1952 C-Type. It was a bit uncouth, wasn't it? Was there a little dink there. The number 70 Aston has already got a bit of plexiglass missing from the right-hand cover. I noticed that yesterday, so that's not new damage. Slowing down lap now. Just about everybody has finished. Waiting for 9th and 10th to come through. Adrian Sakari and Katrina Kivalova. Well, 1952 was a good year, and it gave us some lovely sports car racing, and we've just relived it. And I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, it was an exemplary drive from Richard Wilson in the lead of the race. I mean, Fred Wakeman gave it his all, but you're probably quite right. It may be a slightly heavier car, the Cooper Jaguar being a few years earlier. Different power plants, of course, but for the number 56 Maserati, for Richard Wilson, first job, get pole position. That's always the first job at Monaco. Managed to do that, and then withstood the pressure for the early laps of the race, and then gradually just showed that he had a little bit more form. Marshall's there to greet him as he comes around towards the end of the cooling down lap, and the first three cars will pass the paddock entry. Instead of turning left, they go onto the start-finish straight one more time and assemble by the 1, 2, 3, the first, second and third place boards, and then go for their podium ceremony. But it's lovely having a sports car race, something different on this agenda, but something rooted in the history of that race from 1952.
And that is the point, isn't it? And a lot of people, I suspect a lot of people would have raised an eyebrow in the early editions of the Monaco Grand Prix Historic sports cars.
Yeah.
But it is in keeping. Yes, it was only the once, but why not celebrate it? And I suspect as well that quite a lot of the owners and drivers who drive the single-seaters in the Formula cars have got a sports car that might be eligible, Olivier. So if they're here already, why don't they bring another car?
Yeah, and another point, we had no accidents in this race. You know?
Yeah, very good. First and second have already pulled up. We're waiting for the Aston Martin DP3S.
That's how it should be. 3 different manufacturers. And
Yeah,
of course, for all of them, they wanted to win races for the prestige, but also for the potential sales of their road cars. And the connection between a sports car and a road-going car, obviously way smaller. Richard Wilson, job done beautifully, sir. And
what a nice lineup.
Not even a bead of sweat on his brow.
No, absolutely not. We'll get down to that part of the track. Milène is with the microphone this afternoon and find out how Richard found that race in his Maserati 250S from 1967. 4 seconds, near enough, 3.7 at the line from Frederick Wakeman in second in the Cooper Jaguar and the Aston Martin in third position. Let's hear the thoughts of Richard. Congratulations from his team. Here's Milène.
Richard, just a few words. Congratulations. It's just amazing for you.
Thank you. No, it's been a dream to get on the podium here, so to win is an absolute pleasure. And it was quite an interesting beginning. I mean, we didn't know whether to put wet setup or dry setup on the car, but it actually turned out to be much drier than we thought. So I think we took the right gamble. We went for the dry.
Congratulations.
That the weather earlier on was wet. No difference in the tyres, Olivier, but how you set the car up would have made a difference.
Yeah, and he said that it was much drier than we were expecting. So I think we don't see some spinning wheel.
No, absolutely. Still, these cars were built as racing cars, long distance or endurance racing cars, but also Grand Tours or long distance touring cars in the best sense, Bruce. But you know, ultimately, with some adjustments that you can make, you'd normally slacken everything off if it's a bit damp.
Yeah, but just remember, for an awful lot of the races they did, as you said, they were very long distance, so you had to decide a long time in advance, and I think probably some set up somewhere in the middle if the weather's wet, because it's probably not likely in a 10-hour race to rain for 10 hours, so you've got to make the choice, and this was only for a 10-lap race around here. It shows the competitive element within the paddock. Interesting too to see, he hasn't got period Aston Martin overalls, but Matthias Seletsky he is linked there through his own imagination with the Grand Prix team at the moment, but lovely to see three smiling gentlemen after a race in which they drove very well indeed, but for Matthias only just got through into that third place and held it by a quarter of a second, and for that extra effort he gets a podium visit here at Monaco, so very, very special indeed. Fred Wakeman in the middle of the shot with the dark blue overalls. Of course, he's won this event on not the last visit but the one before in 2022, and he's always a really, really good, quick, smooth driver in that Cooper Jaguar.
Now, after being at the original site of the podium at ground level pretty much, somebody once said, why are they having the podium in a shop front? I kind of know why.
How very dare they?
Yes. Here's the third place driver on the pier. We hear Richard Barnes. It's a Formula One podium. Enjoy it. And our winner, Richard Wilson, in that glorious Maserati 250S from 1957. He has the winner's laurels around his neck. And if you haven't been watching already today, we have a nice selection of trophies and mementos. Christophe Marmont,
it's like the Prime Minister.
Yes.
Minister of
State. Yeah.
State Minister.
And beautiful trophy for all of our winners. The timing, or the watch partner, should I say, of this event for some time and for the ACM has been Tag Heuer and Heuer Monaco. What else could it be? Going to all of the winning drivers in the different categories. Now, this was a race that was named after the driver who won it, Vittorio Marzotto, and therefore we have a little Vittorio statuette in caricature form as a memento there. All of the drivers through the different grids have been getting that. I think that's an absolutely splendid addition by the ACM. Well done to them.
It's lovely too, that caricature is a proper open face helmet from the early 1950s.
All of them have represented the right era, and if the driver has had a helmet colour, it's been on there. The overalls slightly. Frederick Wakeman was ever a member of the Guards, but he did look very military there as he was standing.
Fine deportment.
Yes, absolutely. So the picture's been taken. Three very happy drivers on the podium. Richard Wilson almost shaking his head saying, wow, I'm standing here. That's not his first win though, is it?
Richard Wilson, I think it is.
Oh, really? See, there's another driver I would have thought would have won something. See, being such a character, such a ever present in this type of racing for such a long time. The ACM clubhouse with the open balcony that represents their crest.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like a three-spoke wheel of the period, almost a Bugatti wheel, which would be fitting on the basis the first victory here was in 1929. William Grover Williams. For Richard Wilson, just looking at the trophy, just taking it in that, yeah, I've been and I've gone and I've done it, and I did it in great style eventually. 3.7 seconds to the good, and he will be given a cooling, very generous glass of champagne very shortly indeed, but phew, it's the relief. You know, to have led this race and sit off would have been awful. The drivers were concerned about a damp playing surface, but The job was done, and to the victor, the garland and a large glass of something to cool him down.
Yes, nothing as crass as spraying the champagne here. It's taken by the drivers, presented absolutely at the right temperature, as you can see from the condensation on the outside of the glass. And his caricature, Vittorio Marzotto. Not sure if Vittorio was particularly known for having knobbly knees, but
yes, I did notice on the previous model that they'd come from the lumps and the bumps, but all the more characterful.
But as you say, the nice thing about it is the period correct helmet and goggles, not a fireproof suit there, you know, exactly what you would have expected the drivers in those days to be wearing.
Well done, Richard. Well, we'll concur with that, so that's something that will have pride of place at home.
I presume that the gentleman who is signing that, Larry, is the designer, the caricaturist that
I would guess so
put
as
them
well.
together.
But look at the attention to detail. Look at the way the piscine, not in use this weekend, but covered with a word from the sponsors, from the people who provided the champagne from Moet.
Absolutely right. Two Brits, and now I don't think the Argentinian flag is right for Selecki, actually. And I think that came up as a German flag on the.
Well, he is Argentinian.
Right. Okay. So
we'll
the one
on
the podium was the one that wasn't quite correct. Eric Stace won his class in 6th position, and in the Lotus Mark 11. Good finishing record there. Oh no, let's have a look. Let me see. Still didn't see.
They're toying with you. They're going to let you have a full look after the last race. 2 more races still to come. We're going back to the world of Formula 1, but that was sports cars. Lovely to have that sort of change of pace set off the afternoon.
Big sideways moment for Matthias in the Aston Martin as he was making a pass on Nicholas Burt. That was the pass ultimately for 3rd place. Sideways through to back into piscine. I suppose if there's a move that's going to earn you a podium position here, that's a pretty classy way to do it.
Well, if you've got to be brave enough to go for it, and certainly Matthias Seletsky was. Nicola Burt drove very well, but Matthias coming through, so Jaguar had to give way to Aston Martin, which was something both Aston Martin and Jaguar were trying to put over each other. But at the end, it was Richard Wilson through to take victory, and no one who's won here today has been anything less than elated. Look at that smile, and the relief too. I didn't put it off in the wet. Only slightly wet at the start, not to the eye, but to the feel under the tyres, John.
So the brightening skies, which have been getting better. They've been getting better all day today. And just the slight splash of rain earlier on. If you are just joining us, thank you. And if you're wondering what we're talking about, it's the sports car race. Just once in the long history of the Monaco Grand Prix has the Grand Prix itself been contested by anything other than Formula cars. It was 1952 that it happened. It was a one-off. There was the smaller voiturettes, effectively the sub-2 litre cars on the Saturday, and the main race was on Sunday. Replicating that single year of sports cars in the Monaco Grand Prix. Pretty tidy grid, actually. 28 cars coming out representing all the big marks from Aston Martin to Veritas. Not quite from A to Z, but from A to V.
Hondo Duplantis, the world pole vault champion, nipping through to take a look at the cars, probably lives down here as well. Brilliant start from someone in the middle of the grid, but way too fast. They got pinged for that. Oh well, optimism doesn't always get you to the very front of the race, but a clean start from pole position from Richard Wilson and his Maserati 250S. Tidy enough start from 2nd place on the grid for Fred Wakeman, but in behind it got very, very busy indeed. Nicola Burt up to 3rd place in his C-Type, and the red Ferrari with the roof, that's the 250mm, the Mille Miglia model of Frank Stippler, just didn't have the guns to play today, but he would have given his all, flashing his headlights from time to time, saying, I am still here, I'm going to try and unsettle you, but eventually he lost out. The Aston Martin would work its way forward in the hands of Matthias Seletsky, but the first two managed to make their break and get to the front of the field and stay there. Richard Wilson being chased in the early laps by Fred Wakeman, so Maserati being hounded by the Cooper Jaguar, but eventually that gap, the margin between them would begin to stretch a little bit. Traffic had a role to play from time to time. There was a big slip up in the middle order there, but not quite kissing the barriers, but as close as you could possibly get at Saint-Devote.
Jean-Jacques Bally was the driver who jumped the start. He was given a drive-through penalty for that. Whilst he was doing that, the pass for position. Aston Martin on the Maserati, almost an opportunity for Frank Stippler to get back as the Aston took a little bit too much curb and had to lift off the car, getting catapulted towards the Armco. But meanwhile, at the front of the field, YPK 400, British registered car through the tunnel. Elegance and smoothness personified.
Yes, and at this later point in this 10-lap race, there was no chance that Fred Wakeman, its driver, was going to be able to catch up with race leader Richard Wilson. The Maserati just too far up the track. The other Cooper Jaguar T38 peeled off there, so we lost one of the front runners in the ex-Michael Head car, but hand up and the little Lotus behind able to jink out and around and continue on its way.
Manuel Elicab driving that car, making sure the drivers behind knew, giving that signal. Big curb strikes by these sports cars. They can take it a little better than some of the single-seaters. Richard Wilson with 1 lap to go. Was the gap at the front going to be enough? Traffic, heart in mouth time, but that was negotiated. The marshals busy with the blue flags as Wakeman was trying to come back, hoping against hope perhaps for just a little slip up from the leader, but none would come. Slightly close call, maybe a bit of pit traded as well from the third place Aston as they were battling for that third place. And what a way to take a podium position sideways through to back. Checkered flag out, victory assured. Second for the Cooper, third for the Aston Martin, but very tight on the line with the Jaguar C-Type right there in the wheel tracks. And as I said, what a way to take that at third place with an audacious pass around the outside to back into the first part of the swimming pool, the piscine complex.
All caught beautifully by camera. Obviously, in 1952, you'd have had very little such luck, so you can watch that back on replay, Matthias Seletsky. But for Richard Wilson, the joy of victory here. He did not put a wheel wrong. Fred Wakeman coming in behind in the Cooper Jaguar, and then after that real tussle with Nicolas Bert's Jaguar, third place for Matthias Seletsky, and a lot of big smiles.
To the original site of the podium at ground level, picking up a bottle of water. Plenty of British support here in the Principality this weekend, and they've had plenty to cheer on as well. Another rendition of the British national anthem, and 2 more British drivers on the podium, and the caricature passed over of Vittorio Mazzotto. So we go back to the Formula cars and head into the bigger engine, the faster cars, the cars that are again pushing the Grand Prix and the Formula One envelope further as our automotive time machine takes us through to our next grid, and a list of cars that is a who's who on the entry list of the Formula cars from this level. And as with every date change that we go through, the cars have got something new to add. And here, it's an unseen performance enhancement. unseen to us, but certainly felt by the drivers.
Yeah, the world was transformed in terms of handling once you suddenly use the under part of the car to suck the car down to the track to make the wings more effective as well, and you could change your wing shape when you had low pressure under the car, a vacuum.
Well, let's hear from one of the drivers about how these cars are to drive. Carlos de Quesada is out. He'll start from position number 11, so just on the inside of row 6, and Jebba caught up with him earlier.
Not only are we seeing beautiful machinery down here in the paddock, we're hearing it too, and are really being transported back in time. And I'm joined now by Carlos, owner of this beautiful McLaren M26. Your name on the car, sir, right underneath the name James Hunt. What an honour.
It's an honour. I mean, just to have my name right there, it's just, he was such a legend, and it's great because everyone appreciates this car for who he was, and really love, looking at the car because of that.
And the story of James Hunt, the antics on and off track is something that inspires many people, whether you're a motorsport enthusiast or not, with the films that have been made around the name. Tell me about your passion for racing and where your passion for collecting Formula One cars came from.
Yeah, I've been racing for many years professionally in IMSA in the United States. Had a lot of success there, but I've always appreciated the vintage racing, always had a collection of vintage cars. Recently, like the last 5 years, I got into the Formula One, and I did Monaco 2 years ago and loved it. Result I got was a 6th place last 2 years ago. Hopefully I can do better this time, but these cars are so much fun to drive.
I mean, for us fans, we simply enjoy watching them going around and hearing them. The noise here in Monaco just resonates everywhere. What's it like for you as a driver as you're sat low down in the cockpit and driving these streets?
Well, I mean, these streets it's an experience. It's absolutely amazing to be out there. Where we want to go out there and we want to do well. At the same time, I'm holding back because I don't want to crash this car. I mean, these cars are worth a lot of money. A lot of these other cars are worth a lot, and it's just about being out there, really absorbing the experience of being out in Monaco. And try your best, but don't risk the cars. So,
in terms of keeping the cars in this pristine condition, how much work goes on behind the scenes?
There's a lot of work. All the parts, suspension pieces, and everything has to be crack tested. We do engine rebuilds often, and safety wire. Everything is gone through to make sure it's safe and there's no cracks in the car.
Well, we're loving seeing it here in the paddock, and we're looking forward to seeing it out on track. So stay tuned to make sure you witness this beautiful McLaren around these streets here in Monaco.
Well, we're moving up in speed and in complexity in the Formula One and Grand Prix ranks here at the 15th running of the Grand Prix to Monaco Historic. Delighted to welcome into the booth Luke Penn. Hello, Luke.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. Very happy to be here.
Tell me about your interest in motorsport and what's caught your eye here this weekend at the Monaco Grand Prix Historic.
Grew up watching F1, touring cars. Huge part of my life. Definitely what kept me going through my childhood, and my absolute passion. And God, the last few days, I can't even put it into words. I felt emotional. I think yesterday I had tears in my eyes. I know it sounds a bit cheesy, but it was such an emotional experience to be up and close with everything, to smell everything. I can't put it into words.
You've turned that passion into something that you do, into your persona.
Yes,
Luke on Cars is online.
Exactly.
Was that an obvious thing for you to do, Luke?
No, I didn't do well in school, so it was the only thing for me. I either made that work or...
No pressure then.
No, exactly. I mean, pressure's good also, right? It was my passion for cars and making videos, and literally just combining those two things.
But with Cars with Luke, you very much pull forward the sound And when you come to somewhere like this, the visceral sound of racing engines, you must be in overload.
It was. I've had to adjust my microphone down to -20 for the last 3 days.
Get the -20 dB pad in there.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Everything sounds the same, just static.
Yeah.
Just So what's your earliest memory, Luke, of cars and particularly of motorsport? You said you were a touring car fan, an F1 fan. Are these still a little bit early for you, the cars that were have on track now?
They are. I did have a poster of James Hunt's McLaren on my wall, even though it was before my time. It was just, I think, the colour that caught my eye as a child, and I became obsessed with that colour. So for me to see it for the first time now up close was... it was absolutely mind-blowing.
What, that sort of day-glow orangey red with the crisp white?
Yeah, it gets me. It does something to me.
How easy or difficult is it, do you think, nowadays to get people to have that emotional connection with cars? Cars are a mode of transport. We know that. And for a lot of people, that's all they are. They're almost like a microwave or a new washing machine.
Well, new cars are, anyway.
Well,
they are washing machines with wheels.
Don't get me started. It's just with all the dinging that goes on that you can't seem to turn off. So how easy or difficult is to pass over that emotional side of things, do you think?
I feel like it is becoming more... Sorry, thank you. It is becoming slightly more difficult. You need to come here and experience it.
And can you accurately represent that?
Do my best.
Good for you.
Do my best to share all of these incredible moments, with everyone. That's what I want to do, and not talk the whole way through it too. Really, to show the sound and the emotion and let people take that in.
But will this weekend change what you do in future, because it's given you many, many more colours on your palette, both
100%.
visually and orally?
Yeah, I feel like it's changed me massively. I'm going to think about it a lot.
Luke Penn is with us. Luke, will you stay with us for the race?
Happily, if that's okay with you.
Oh, that's okay with us, absolutely. You are absolutely when you said about school, my exceedingly better half, who is known as the responsible adult in our household and indeed in our business, because without her I don't think we would get our public liability insurance for the lot of us running around just pointing in cars and going ooh a lot. She always says now that we are self-unemployable. and I kind of get that now. I'm not sure what else I would do if I wasn't doing.
I like that. I'm going to use that.
You can use that, but I want a credit.
Okay, I thought you might.
Okay. Self-unemployed, but actually the responsible adult needs a credit. The cars in this grid are just outstanding, Bruce. We've been talking about the technological advances that all of these grids are showcasing effectively, and it's been a really clever way down through the years how the ACM have picked the years, because some of them are only a couple of years, some of them a bit longer. Here it's going to be about the underbody aerodynamics and the development of aerodynamics themselves that gives us these cars. Are you ready for some action? Are you ready to be entertained? The 15th Grand Prix de Monaco Historic for 2026. John Hindhaugh, Bruce Jones and Luke Penn with us in the booth, adding his enthusiasm as we look at the Gilles Villeneuve grid. Class 1, not ground effect cars, but 3 litres from 1977 to 1980. Class 2, guess what? Cars designed to exploit ground effect with a Cosworth DFV, that almost ubiquitous engine around this time. Almost ubiquitous because we have Class 3 other engines and ground effect. It was an interesting time because not everybody went down that ground effect route. They either didn't understand it, they didn't want to go with it, or they thought they could continue to compete with the non-ground effect cars?
The second season of Ground Effect is where other teams, apart from Lotus, got on the boat, but a lot of them didn't really understand what Lotus had done in 1977. Yes. Lotus continued to move on in advance, and some of the other teams didn't have the design capability. Remember, the teams were really, really small. They didn't understand those dark arts, but eventually they were dragged kicking and screaming into it, and suddenly cars, instead of having to work just with their wings and the mechanical grip, they had something very special underneath. Lotus grabbed it, the others got there. Ligier in the second season looked as though they'd got it, and they certainly had for a handful of races. But then it was for everyone else to play catch-up, and some of the top teams, Luke was just talking about James Hunt with his McLaren in 1976. A few seasons later, McLaren were all at sea. They didn't get ground effect, and so that's the cyclical passage of Formula One. So Luke, we're in this strange environment, looking at the grid of cars. They don't look any particularly different from the ones that were just a couple of years earlier, but if you put them side by side and sent them out around a lap, the ground effect cars would just be off into the wild blue yonder. It's extraordinary.
I have thought that when I have looked at them side by side on pictures, I was wondering what the big difference was.
Well, we can answer that question because particularly the cars that, when you look at them from above, actually, it's really helpful. And we've got some great overhead shots here for this event. The cars that are the big oblongs with the wide side pods, they tend to be the ground effect cars. Radiators in the side pods, and underneath the cars, if we flipped the car over, you would see that there are tunnels underneath the cars, and as well as using the wings on top of the cars to push them to the ground, they are using, basically creating a low pressure zone or a vacuum underneath the cars. That's good on two counts. One, because you've got a stable platform close to the ground. Some of the cars had sliding side skirts, which eventually had to be banned. Very low ground clearance. But the other thing is that generating downforce, that hand that pushes the car onto the road surface, doing that with the underbody creates far less drag than putting up a barn door sticking into the wind. And that essentially, Bruce, was the thing that Lotus so often, the innovators, had worked out, and they exploited the rules. There was nothing to say that they couldn't do it, so they did it.
They did it, and there was more to come, and some of it got bad in the future. But we've got a car without ground effect on pole position, the Hesketh of Michael Lyons, Fred Rouvier alongside with ground effects in his Tyrrell. Working on, Sam Hancock was running them very close in his Fittipaldi, not something that could be said often in period. And with historic racing, you often have a shuffling of the pack away from how it was at the time that this racing was happening. We've got this amazing array of cars. As you work down through, you realise how many constructors were in Formula One back then, and some of the teams were World Championships one years and went and disappeared entirely just a handful of years later. Tyrrell, of course, one of those crews that didn't make it the whole way through. Yet, what a grid of cars, and this hidden effect of ground effect was something very special. Just remember, though, the Hesketh with the penthouse livery on it from Michael Lyons, pole position without the benefit of that extra downforce. But here at Monaco, it was one of the circuits where you least needed that extra force to hold the cars down. Cars missing part way down the grid. Looks like one isn't going to be able to make the start. Lovely to see people on the yacht and on the balconies just soaking it all up.
I really hope that we've got the LEC, the LEC CRP1 from 1977. That's quite an interesting thing. A couple of shadows. There's a WR1 Wolf in there. Another Ensign. You talked about cars that were there, then weren't. The Fittipaldi, of course, Fritz von Aert, driving that car from 18th position.
Oh, we've got two cars by looks in pit entry. Looks like a Ferrari's being pushed back, or is it the red Ensign? Sorry, you shouldn't compare a Ferrari with an Ensign.
That's the Lotus 81.
It is. It's the 22 Ensign in the background, and yeah, one of the Lotuses. Oh, dearie me. So the grid being reduced. But it was going to be a huge grid anyhow. It would be 26, which would be more than we'd have had on the grid for a Grand Prix back here in period. Bear in mind.
Good point.
We always, because the circuit was shorter, and with the constraints of the circuit, you always had fewer cars allowed to compete in the Monaco Grand Prix. A few more disappointed people who'd have a DNQ did not qualify.
And as we've mentioned a couple of times today, not a guaranteed number of cars or indeed full season entries. You had additional entries, people would pop up. It was very difficult here to do that because you had to, basically you were pre-qualifying for this race. Bad news if you were doing the whole season and you had a bad day in the pre-qualifying, because you could be a full sort of a full season entry, expecting to do all of the however many it was, 14 or 16 Grand Prix across the season, and you could get bumped out and not have a chance to score any points.
You could actually sit down and have a long lunch on Friday if you didn't
that was all get
pre-qualify.
done.
You were home before the other teams had really taken the wrappers off their tyres. Right, let's focus on the front of the grid. We've got the Hesketh on front row. Michael Lyons has been mighty all weekend. Fred Rouvier, we saw him in another race having a really good run in the 30s. Didn't come to a result for him there. Little incident down at Rascasse. Sam Hancock, historic racer of excellence in Fittipaldi F8 from 1980. So that's a ground force car. And then Matthew Wrigley, who's also been out in a lot of cars this weekend. Now, hello, rain tyres
coming on,
but going off. Slick tyres about to come on. We're looking to the skies and actually looks a little bit brighter up above. 18-lap race, so it's going to be longer. It's 18 laps of 45 minutes. Will rain come through? I don't think so, but I'm sitting in the commentary box. What do I know?
So that looked like they were taking the groove tyres off and putting them back up. Okay, so they're going to lose their grid position, but they would have had to stop if they'd started on those.
Don't you love that? Fans, brilliant, but fans who've even all come in matching Tyrrell shirts.
Excellent.
I wonder who they're supporting. Best Tyrrell, front row of the grid, I reckon Fred Rouvier is packing the pan. He's the grandstands, he's in second place. Got Monaco experience. Can he turn a weak result earlier today because he didn't finish, even though he was challenging for a podium? Can he turn it into victory? But I tell you what, anyone who can beat Michael Lyons in this race will be doing something very special indeed, because he just mastered this circuit.
Fred Rouvier in the AGS run, Tyrrell all 10, and there's a 008 as well, just a couple of places back, same side of the grid, with Matt Wrigley behind the wheel, and then a little further down in the top 10, in 8th position, Dan Gore in another all 10. So Tyrrell well. Oh, I've just seen Fabrice Lerita as well in a 009. So Tyrrell well represented here with different cars.
Just before the cars blast off, your cars with Luke, your Luke Penn to your parents, you're watching with us in the commentary box. Hopefully that's an experience you haven't had before. Knowing what you've learnt over the last few days, if you could be spectating from anywhere on the circuit where you're actually looking down on the cars, where would you choose? Where's the best vantage point for you so far?
Just visually.
Visually.
It's really, really tough. I mean, right here, I'm enjoying this right here now, just actually talk, because we're discussing it and listening to you two talk about it. That makes it even more exciting for me.
Oh, phew, thank
but
goodness.
in terms, that was the right answer.
Did I do well?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
We'll give you a cake
Okay,
later, don't worry. In terms of this place, shooting video, taking pictures, putting yourself in an area, basically every shot that you take is a classic shot, isn't it? Because you've seen it before.
Yeah, I've been spoiled this weekend. I've got multiple perspectives. You know, straight down the pit lane, left, right. It's all there for me.
What will you turn these few days into in terms of content on your channel?
I'm making one big, call it like a mega vlog, a long slash film from the 3 days.
And is this going to be solely your point of view?
Yes.
You've got some interview. Right, so this is you. You're going to try and convey your emotion.
Exactly, from the 3 days.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I know.
How long is it going to be? 6 hours?
It's going to be quite some editing ahead, and there's a lot of footage from the Ferrari parade.
Oh yeah,
obviously.
Why wouldn't there be?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
so we've got a green light, and the pole sitter has not got away. He started to get away, and then he's been pushed back. The car's restarted. I think maybe he went a little bit early, actually, because the green light wasn't quite flashing. The ensign number 22.
Paul Tattershaw will get a race. He will wait at pit exit, and then hopefully Steve Brooks's Lotus we saw having wheels being changed on that will also get out onto to start the race well. Michael Lyons will be allowed to go to the front of the order. Had all the grid gone past him before he got going, he'd have to start at the back, but he will resume pole position in his 1977 Hesketh 308E. So Hesketh, Tyrrell, Fittipaldi, Tyrrell, March, Arrows, they're the top 6 cars on this grid. In the resplendent, they weren't all works cars as well, remember back then. You had privateer entries too, and thus the incredible array of colours. But as the field works its way down to Mirabeau and then on down to in front of the hotel, the very famous hairpin, it used to be the station hairpin, and then shortly after that 2 sharpish right-handers, and then a sharper one still at Portier to get them onto the seafront. They can't see the sea, but they can see the tunnel up ahead. Now, Max Girardo looking on. He's a man who loves his racing and rallying. I guess that's why he's got Martini Racing overalls on. He's competing this weekend as well, so he's keeping an eye on the action at the moment. Probably keeping an eye on the skies above to see what they're going to do. Will we have rain? I don't think so at this point.
No. And the track temperature is as warm as it's been, up to 26 Celsius now. The air temperature hasn't shifted much. 16, 17, 18. It's 18 at the moment. So pleasant for the engines, starting to get into a nicer area for the tyres. It was quite chilly this morning, yesterday, when these cars qualified, in the high 30s to 40 Celsius. Tyre pressures absolutely crucial, starting pressures. You'll have maybe a lap and a half to get the tyres up to temperature and pressure, and of course that affects the ride height. But crucially here, with the slow corners, the commitment that you need to show in the turning, getting those front tyres up to temperature and pressure, getting the feel, not getting that scrubbing motion across the track, the understeer, the push. That is not what you want in these cars. They are big, powerful racing machines.
And the vast majority have got the Ford Cosworth DFE, so nobody has an engine advantage in terms of power. It was about how they could put that power down. And just think about it as well. The first Grand Prix here, 1929, we're very, very close to a century, and the development of the cars across those years has been extraordinary. That is the essence of what Formula One is about. And we're going to see who can deliver in this first generation of ground effect cars. But just remember, a few cars on this grid do not have the benefit. The yellow and blue March doesn't, the red and white March in behind doesn't either, and nor does our pole starter Michael Lyons in that blue Hesketh.
And was that a huge benefit?
Massive. Not so much at Monaco, but the faster the corner, the more you needed downforce. So a Silverstone or some of the other circuits time, Paul Ricard in the south of France, if you didn't have downforce, you didn't have ground effect, you were going to struggle.
The grid is lining up on the classic view where the start-finish line is nowhere near straight. The drivers at the back can't see the start lights. There's an extra set of lights further back for them. We are ready to go for 18 laps of Serie F. Stand by for action as Michael Lyons drops the clutch on the number 24 from the inside, the 308E from 1977. Big lock up as he goes into Sandervoort. Has he held onto it? He has.
Has he emerged from behind the
Yes,
big
he
graphic?
has.
Yes,
he has.
Out of our
I had
sight.
to wait for a moment there. Fred Rouvier must have thought his Christmases and birthdays had come together. Sam Hancock in the Fittipaldi, the bright yellow car, in third position, coming through Casino Square. Huge sideways moment for the leader, trying to make up for his slight mistake under braking, going into Sandervoort for the first time of asking. That's where you want your tyre temperature. The rear tyres, you'll get temperature in the rear tyres relatively simply when you're spinning them up like that, but the front tyres are going to take a little while.
Yeah, it really looks though Michael Lyons had been practicing at Santa Pod Dragway in the UK. That was a blinding start from him. Best of the rest in fourth place. Bertram go down the first of several arrows in this field, black and gold. But Michael is now starting to absolutely rocket clear. Sam Hancock hanging on in that yellow Fittipaldi, the ex-Chico Serra car. Mistake from Fred Rouvier. He ran through the chicane, didn't gain a position. In fact, didn't really gain much at all. But there was the risk of it going wrong, and Sam closing in a little bit. But all along, I mean, Michael Lyons is going, thank you very much. He's almost out of piscine going around the swimming pool for the next second, third, and even fourth place cars are coming through.
We've got no pits to car to pits radio here. But even if we had, you would not have heard, he's cut the corner, Yes, we're having a look at it. You wouldn't have heard that.
Leave me alone, I know what I'm doing.
Yes, absolutely right. Because what you've got is Sam Hancock, who now has seen a little chink perhaps in the armour of Frederic Rouvier in that AGS Racing Run Tyrrell, the 010 from 1980. He got on the white line and couldn't get the car slowed down again. It was more the back end of the car that was getting squirrely on him, and he arrived at the corner too quickly. Still got the lines on the front tyres, so just again, it was a brand new set of front tyres and rear tyres. Is he going to be able to get the car stopped at Mirapur? Yes, he is.
But they're still just seeking heat. On the second flying lap, it's now coming, but on that first lap, but again, famously, a little bit of moisture in the air. It's been there since we had the cloud hanging over the mountains. back at the start of the race. No trouble for traction from our race starter, Michael Lyons, but and brilliant start from Patrick Dobrebury. He's lost ground in that march since then.
3 wide further back. 1, 2, 3 across the track. 3 different manufacturers and constructors as well. Then the big lock-up for the 2 front wheels of our Pulsitter. And I just lost him behind the Tag Heuer Bridge when I looked back up again and was wondering if we were going to see him rejoin from the block paving. But Michael Lyons got it slowed down, didn't panic. Oh, and we've got an accident at Casino. And I think it's the Ligier.
Well, it's a Ligier and a Tyrrell, so we've got 2 cars involved there. And Jackie Hicks, it's Mr. John, just double checking which of the Ligiers it is. Olivier Breitmeier's in 1. And Mr. John B it is with that Jackie Hicks replica helmet, so he's really furious. He's already been out in a race in his Matra safety car. Well, around a blind corner, you cannot have 2 cars sitting stationary in the track.
Well, this is great news for Luciano Biamino and Paul Tattersall, who both started effectively right at the back. They were push-started on the formation lap and will now make up the gap to the back of the field. Not so great news for the drivers at the front, who were just starting to get excited about having heat in their tyres. So it's Dan Gore in the Tyrrell from 1980.
Did one spin and the other get taken out? Yes, exactly that. So facing backwards, and then with about half the field coming through, you must tuck your legs up, within that car. And then Mr. John B just couldn't get around the corner. It's a bit of guesswork at Massenet, what's lying around the corner, even on a regular lap. Look how quick the rescue crews are to hook up one of the 2 fallen, but obviously you've got to have the safety car there. You've got the climb out of the first corner at Sandervoort, up the snaking rise, but Massenet, the corner where these cars have exited and ended up the wrong way round, you cannot see until you're there. So no choice for the officials other than to stop that.
Luke, have you had a chance to go around the circuit, the full circuit?
Yeah, at traffic speed, yes.
Yes.
Driving or walking on a scooter?
Both.
Very
all of the above.
All of the above.
Guilty as charged.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm at Monaco. What do you think I'm going to do? Tick every box.
I've driven around it a few times, yeah.
Yeah, and how did you find the circuit? What struck you immediately about the circuit? Even though you'll have watched it on TV for hundreds of laps.
Well, after seeing modern Formula 1 cars, how big they are, being up close to one, and then walking along, understanding their struggles a bit, and understanding how difficult this track is. It's really quite daunting.
I was hoping we were going to stay on that camera there, because then we could have seen the
underside.
The underside of that car. There you go. So you see the centre section. That's the monocoque, if you will. And then the air is being channeled either side of that under those big wide side ports. And that, you slow the air down, and what that does is create negative pressure, low pressure, and that sucks the car down. Thank you very much for putting that over the air.
Your wish was their command, and at the back of those side pod areas they become larger, like a trumpet end, and that then offers the acceleration of the air out the back, and that really just helps complete the process. Right, so for Michael Lyons, who got that brilliant start from pole position in his Hesketh non-ground effect car, he'd already got about 2 seconds clear, incredible pace on cold tyres. All that gap will come down behind the safety car. The order will not change, so Fred Rouvier will still be in second place in his Tyrrell 010 from 1980, and third place will still be Sam Hancock, also from 1980, with his Fittipaldi F8.
I think the Toyota GR Supra will be in at the end of this lap, because we have got a clear circuit. Just a little bit of, not even a bit of debris. How quick were the marshals there? 2 cars lifted in 1.5 laps.
That's really, really impressive. Luckily, they didn't seem to be interlocked. They were able to sort of pull them away. But the cars at the back of the pack, this is their chance to close up. But as we saw the cars behind the safety car, the first few cars turning through Massenet past the scene of the crime, if you will, others were still going onto the start-finish straight. So if the safety car, the Toyota, comes in at the end of this lap, they will not have closed up. Good news for those at the front, not so good for those at the back, because this is a gift to them. They can't gain places, but they can close the gap again.
Yeah, gain a bit of real estate, absolutely. Stephen Brooks didn't start in the Lotus 81.
That was the one we saw push back into the pit lane.
And that didn't come back.
Didn't come back. That was the one they started to change the wheels.
But Luciano Biamino, the number 11 car, was also pushed into the pit lane, and that has come out.
Do you think it was? I don't think it was.
Absolutely. Okay. Oh, it's the 11 on the 12.
No, the other car that was in was Paul Tattershall's number 22 Ensign that got going. That went very quickly. That was the deep red car run by Theodore Racing in the period. Right, are the lights on the roof of the safety car flashing? Yes, they are. If you see those go out, and that's what Michael Lyons will be looking at, then he knows a restart for him
is imminent.
Will be coming.
Should go out
and
before
out
to back. There we go. They have to.
So it's that no one can overtake Michael Lyons before the start-finish line. In fact, with the format of this circuit, it'd be very, very difficult, come what may, to do that. So you can't.
I'll tell you what, that gap, first to second, Frederic Rouvier let
quite
that.
Big, isn't it?
Yeah, he let that grow a little bit, and he's still rather further back than I think he probably wants to be. He's going to try and close up. Sam Hancock is staying right on the back of the gearbox of the second place car, and watch out as well for Bertrand Godin in the Arrows, the A1B, the gold and black coloured car. The leader goes, and I've got to say, Frederic Rouvier was not where he needed to be through Virage Anthony Nogues as they go back to green flag racing at the end of lap 4 and on the lap 5, 18 laps, and he's gone. I mean, that was just not great tactics.
And it affected everyone behind him as well. So
Correct.
Sam Hancock will be feeling a little bit upset. He's going, come on, stay close to him. But this is one of the hardest tracks for a restart. You saw Michael Lyons coming out of the piscine and backing off because he wanted to be sure the Toyota was pulled into the pit lane before he came round to approach the final corner. Doesn't have line of sight. Other circuits he would. Now Michael Lyons is doing exactly what he did before we had the safety car period, pulling clear at an incredible rate of knots. Really unusual to have 2 Fittipaldis in the top 6 with Jamie Constable fighting with Matthew Wrigley. That's not something he had terribly often in period. Well, frankly, because they often only ran one car.
And 3 Fittipaldis in the top 15 with Flitz von Aert. The 3 yellow Fittipaldis, very easy to pick out. Sam Hancock in the Skoll sponsored car. And then more alcoholic beverages with Warsteiner. Drink responsibly and never when you're driving, obviously. Make that point straight away. Michael Lyons has cleared off just a little bit in the number 24, and now it's left to Frederic Rouvier in the Tyrrell 010 from 1980. The noise, it's like razor blades across the eardrums. It's brilliant.
No, it's way, way nicer than that. This is the soundtrack of my childhood, and again, where can anybody find an advantage? What can they do? The gap is already out to 2.5 seconds by Michael Lyons. About a second of that was gifted to him by Frederic Rouvier not being on his tiptoes and ready to respond when the safety car was to withdraw. But as in the first part of the race, the first 3 just eking a bit of an advantage. Bertrand Godin still holding that, and we've got the shadow DN12X David Kennedy car
Gianluca,
where it doesn't want to be. Gianluca De Lorenzi normally races a Lamborghini. He's trying something a little different, and unfortunately for him, it's not led to a full race.
Exit of the swimming pool complex, and the good news is there's a gap in the wall there. That yellow flag will be withdrawn in a moment or two. Luke Penn with us, and wide-eyed watching this at the moment. It's actually extraordinary to think that we can race any kind of cars around here, Luke, but when you see these cars from the late 70s into the early 80s, it's an eye-opener, isn't it? It really is.
Really is. I've got some days practice on a sim racer on the Monaco circuit, and it was quite alarming. The first time I thought, I know the road, I've driven it 100 times, but it put me into my place quite quickly.
Yeah, I think top-level motor racing, you should look at it and go, I couldn't do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Double yellows again coming out of the PC there, and number 20 Wolf going slowly and didn't get back up to speed when the green flag was out. So that was the Wolf being lapped by the battle for second place. Now, that was, we'll have to look at that again if we can, because were they past the green flag and the green panel before they passed that number 20? Now it's that number 11, Luciano Biamino, Lotus 81, that goes a lap down. So intimidating to be driving around here with the Armco so close, Bruce, and then having the faster guys coming through, having their battle and working out where you have to put the car.
No, entirely. You've got to listen to all the briefings in driver's briefing, but you're having your own battle against the barriers, trying to keep your car off the barriers, and then you get this bomb burst of 1, 2, 3, 4 much quicker drivers coming past, but you have to just hold your line. The last thing the car's coming through wants is for you to go, I'll go to the left, no, I'll go to the right. No hesitation.
Another incident somewhere up by Casino, I think. got yellow flags out there. We'll try and pick up what's gone on there. It's not affecting this battle for second place. Michael Lyons is cleared off. He's the better part of 7 seconds up the road. And that's slightly tardy restart by Frederic Rouvier. Look, he knew what he was doing. He's holding on to second position. But Sam Hancock hasn't been able to get through and set sail after the leader, and that will be frustrating Sam, because I think his car is a little quicker than it's going at the moment.
Now just bear in mind, we've had disappointment for Michael Lyons before here in Monaco. He's driven brilliant races and hasn't always kept them in the palm of his hand, but he's already picked up one win this weekend, and surely is heading for another. The ease with which he's pulled clear. And hold on, what is the essence of this class from 1977 to 1980? It's the arrival of ground effect. Has he got it? Has he heck in that Heskid? He was like all the teams other than Lotus in 1977. Couldn't work out how the Lotuses were so quick, but he is absolutely fine. He does have a lot of knowledge of this circuit, Michael Lyons, and he's using it stupendously well.
And other than when he's lapping traffic, he's got clear road ahead of him. And he's not having to cover lines from someone like Sam Hancock behind him. Behind Sam, it's Bertrand Godin in the black and gold of the arrows.
And then in 5th place, tucked in behind him, is the white and blue Tyrrell from 1978. That's Matthew Wrigley's car, and he had disappointments earlier today when his March pulled off out of a podium position. Now he's going to hunt down, he can maybe get up into 4th, can he then take it to 3rd? But right now, of course, the car in 3rd place, the yellow one, the Fittipaldi, is very busy in its own right, trying to take 2nd place.
And now it appears that Fred Rouvier is a little bit of a cork in a bottle. Sam Hancock's dropped back, maybe just trying to cool his front tyres off a little bit, but the rest of those cars we've just mentioned are coming back towards him, and particularly that Tyrrell 008. Easy to forget what a very, very good-looking car, handsome car that Tyrrell is.
One of the things we often talk about, Luke, is if you stripped all of these cars from their colour, sad people like me, I could identify them because they all have different air treatment. But when you're looking at livery, what's drawing your eye in this race? Because, you know, like a butterfly to a flame, we like the cars we like.
We do. Of course, yeah, the white and neon orange and the black and gold.
Classic, isn't it?
Classic. It's just timeless, yeah.
Big slide by the Arrows and Bertrand Godin as he's trying to defend on Matthew Wrigley. Patrick Dobré in the March 761 trying to close in on them. Jamie Constable between them. 36.8 for Jamie last time around. Timing screen lit up with green and purple numbers. As the flag is now, the green flag is back out at turn 4, at least the yellow flags have been withdrawn, so we have got a clear track again. A 33.178 at the front of the field from Michael Lyons, a 34.3 from the AGS Racing Run Tyrrell in the hands of Fred Rouvier. Rouvier still under pressure from Sam Hancock.
Wonderful high-up shots over the piscine section. One of so many parts of the circuit where you can't see the corner until you're almost right into it. Then you get to Rascasse. And then Virage Anthony Nogues, you certainly can't see the exit. And the person who struggled on the exit there was the driver in 4th place, Bertrand Godin, getting his arrows a little bit deep into the corner and very nearly doing what other cars have done earlier, scraping the advertising boarding. But now Sam Hancock is very much on a charge. Up to Massenet they ride.
Much better lap from Fred Rouvier, a 1:33.3. He needed it. A 33.1 though from Sam Hancock is the fastest lap of the race, just by fractions. 33.178 for the leader, Michael Lyons 33.125 for Sam Hancock in his efforts to get into 2nd.
He's managed to do that lap time behind a car that's delaying him, whereas Michael Lyons, who's got 7 seconds clear, it's now about 6 seconds clear. You'd thought he'd have not just one fastest lap, he'd have the whole lot. So the potential for Sam Hancock is fantastic. However, it's an 18-lap race and we're at the halfway point, so he's got to get past the Tyrrell of Fred Rouvier if he wants to set off after Michael Lyons and challenge the race leader.
Down to the Nouvelle chicane. Sam Hancock, as we are on lap 10 of 18, Sam Hancock has got to do a bit of sneaky scheming and planning here, Bruce, he's been watching the back of that Tyrrell 010 where, oh now, bit of traffic. Here's the opportunity. Sam needs to be right in behind that Candy sponsored car.
Oh,
and there
half
it
a
is.
chance because the Lek, you wanted to see the Lek, but I tell you, Craig Davis's car isn't where Fred Rouvier wanted it. He signalled it through, and Sam Hancock go through as well. Half a chance, but in the Rascasse, you only get a tiny window in which you're going to maybe, just maybe, get past. Now, all to be done again in this battle for second place. Hancock continues to chase.
Now that we've seen the Lek, we can mention David Purley again, of course.
We can.
Yeah.
The family team, it was a refrigeration company down on the south coast of England, and David, a very, very promising driver, and they paid for the development of a Formula One car, and unfortunately had probably one of the biggest impacts ever in Formula One, straight into the sleepers at Silverstone in 1977. The man was rebuilt. He was more than the $6 million man, extraordinary, and got back to go and prove, once they put him back in his many pieces into one pieces, that he could drive a Formula One car again. Phenomenal. And then how, was a man chasing thrill? How did he meet his end? Not in a racing car, in a pit special stunt plane, just seeking the high adrenaline thrills.
Very brave man as well, David Purley. He's to get through what he went through. Just imagine that, Luke. Financing and building your own Formula One car. It just can't happen today.
We'll give you 3 years to get the job done.
Yeah. Can you set off now, please, and make sure you record all of it. Thanks.
I mean, if I got this far, I mean, anything's possible.
I love your enthusiasm. I love your enthusiasm. Luke on cars, Luke Penn with us. Absolutely loving this as we are. The leader we haven't seen for a little while, so let's check back in with Michael Lyons, who's extended now to a 7.3 second lead, nearly 7.5 seconds, as we're well into the second half of this 18-lap race. Only 20 minutes gone, so we should be okay on time. He's coming up on another little battling group there, which might make things interesting for him, but he's got enough time that he can lose a second or a couple of seconds even here, Bruce. He doesn't have to be the hero when he comes up to traffic.
No, he doesn't. He can pick and choose his moment, but for the battle for second place, it's an opportunity one, which is for the yellow Fittipaldi with Sam Hancock, and no opportunity at all, potentially, for the driver in second place, Fred Rouvier, but it can work the other way. But for Sam Hancock, for Michael Lyons, he can back it off a little bit, he can pick his moment. There aren't so many places around the circuit where you can get past. You need complicity from those you're about to lap, and hopefully, and thus far, all of them have done a really good job of keeping out of the way.
He's coming up towards, the leader's coming up towards Jürgen Bogen and Kaishin Chiara and Sean Lynn, who were pretty close together, so that might just give him pause for a moment. Now Hancock, as close as he has been into the swimming pool complex, no real way. He's thought about it in the middle, but he's got to be close at Rascasse. Can he dive up the inside? We've seen one or two try it, but these cars, generally speaking, that's not an overtaking manoeuvre. Has to be right under the back wing as they come out onto the start-finish run, that curving right-handed start-finish straight. Hasn't got the ponies, hasn't got the punch out of the final corner.
Yeah, but he's very good through Saint-Devote.
Oh, he's
most laps again. Now's the chance. It's only really going to come with traffic, and the Arrows is staying in the middle of the circuit. Oh, just enough out of the way for one to go through. Will both go through. Sam Hancock's follows through as well. Into Massenet they go. So well done. I think that was Sean Lynn. They were just putting a lap on there. On the challenge, on the chase.
Kaisan Chiara, I think, in the Arrows. Sean's in the shadow. 2 cars further up.
Oh, sorry. I
just in front of the Ferrari.
There's the shadow. The white car with the blue and red stripes, the Vinegar sponsorship.
That's another car I'd forgotten about, another livery I'd forgotten about. It's great coming here and being reminded of that, isn't it?
Well, it was the sort of, as Shadow was coming to its end and the Arrows would spring from it. So to have Shadow and Arrows together is quite interesting. But this battle, Tyrrell against Fittipaldi in period, of course, really this was the time of the coming of the Williams team. Drive-through penalty for car number 22.
Paul Tattersall in the Ensign.
Okay, he came out late, so I don't know what his crime was, but it's not to risk a podium finish for him. He's down at the back of the order in his Ensign from 1979.
Lead comes down to 6.7 because of that traffic. Amazing, actually, that these guys are still going so fast. and racing so hard. But I'm not really seeing Fred Bouvier, excuse me, needing to take a defensive line that often, if at all, to be honest, because in the key parts of the track, like down into Zandvoort, he's got enough of a gap that he doesn't need to defend. He would be defending fresh air if he was pulling over.
Yeah, he would, except the last lap was another fastest lap of the race set by the yellow Fittipaldi. And again, was that a replay from much earlier or just now? Certainly early in the race we saw the Tyrrell running through the chicane, didn't gain any advantage but didn't drop the car, so that's a good thing.
Hancock looking right, left, left, right. More like the Green Cross Code. Left, right, and right again.
Tufty Club.
Yeah, absolutely.
Forerunner to that. Oh, dearie me, that's Benjamin Luciano Biamino.
Correct.
Lotus 81, and I hate to see any cars tattered, but clearly the front left wheel has been folded back there, so double waved yellows, the clue for everybody else to slow down and avoid that car. Just trying to see, is that into Mirabeau?
Yeah.
No, it's not. Yes, it is, into Mirabeau. You've come down past the Tip Top Club, track turns to the right, and unfortunately the Lotus may be unplaced by the bumps, but just didn't get the turning done. Was anyone running with him? I think fairly much on his own. Yes, he was, so he didn't take two to tango by the looks of things.
Maybe should have taken the escape road. He's got a long way around that before losing it. Just under double yellows at the moment, but that car will have to be moved out of the way. That's a potential overtaking spot for Sam Hancock, where he does get pretty close to the back of that Candy-sponsored Tyrrell.
Well, I'm just keeping, it's waved yellow flags at the moment. Where that car is almost dead ahead, I wouldn't be too surprised if they have to pull out the safety car. I hope they don't, because I don't want to have this battle broken up. But then again, if they have the safety car and they get released towards the end of this race, maybe Sam Hancock could get the jump and take the second place on the restart. And it would also let them get onto the tail of the race leader. Michael Lyons, 5.7 is the good. Coming down the hill, they cannot see this car, but as soon as they turn in, as the Ligier turns in, they can see the stricken Lotus. All the cars have now been past it once. They know at least where it is.
And they're going to haul that up on the crane. The strop already
they are so
down
quick.
There. They are so good. I thought there might have been a chance for Sam there to close in. He's very close now with Portier. Two slower cars ahead. But again, that Tyrrell, very, very good out to the slow and medium speed corners. Got the traction, but Sam's right there. Looks to the outside.
There's a march just in their way. Good to see not good to see the bent number 11 Lotus being lifted, but that will be clear to see by the time they get around next time. And the number 10 March just trying to keep out of the way. Good job done there by Nicolas Mathilde in his 771. Another of the non-ground effect cars. These two are ground effect cars. The Tyrrell car number 34 and the chasing number 15 Fittipaldi. But just remember, our race leader doesn't have that advantage. 7 seconds clear now in his Hesketh. Michael Lyons. Which way is this going to go? But with every lap, we're getting closer to the end, and the number of options for Sam Hancock in the yellow Fittipaldi to try and get past are going to be reduced, one by one by one.
I noticed that Sam's taking different lines now. I just wonder if he's trying to get a bit more air into the radiators of that Fittipaldi F8. Track is clear, by the way, so the Essex-sponsored Lotus has been craned away. Incredible work again by track services and the marshals, the commissaires here. Michael Lyons just dropping under 7 seconds again as he's hit some traffic. What is Sam Hancock going to do? Even the squirt down from Mirabeau to the hairpin, that Tyrrell visually punching away, putting what, a car's length, maybe more into Sam's car?
Yeah, it may not be any more power, maybe simply different gearing they put in it, and they've got the ratios for punch out of corners, which is never a bad thing at a circuit like this. So for the pit crews and the engineers who are involved with this, the team patrons, it's fingernail biting. It looks though we know the identity of our top three. I don't want to say that's for sure though, because anything could happen between now and same team running up. No, it's not. It's another Fittipaldi up in front. That's Fritz van Eer, the Dutch supermarket impresario, who first of all collected all the Minardis, and now he's gone for cars that are painted yellow.
Well, that's the Jumbo colours. Been a big supporter of Dutch motorsport down through the years, helped a lot of young drivers. Here's the chance for Sam Hancock alongside. They bang wheels once, bang them again, and Sam Hancock pulls out of that one. Discretion, the better part of valour. He was there, he was nearly totally onside, nearly, not quite.
Well, the thing is, of course, that Raskas to the next corner, Virage Anthony Nogues, is about 3 paces for a tall person. There's no little thing, and if you can't get your nose in front by the second part, Virage Anthony Nogues, you have to back out. But that definite contact.
And there's been a problem behind them, just at Anthony Nogues, or perhaps on the run up the hill. Did they scare somebody that they were passing at the time? Mirabal, top of the run down to the hairpin. Sam Hancock using different parts of the track, trying to work his magic. Again, tightens the exit from the hairpin, just trying to show the nose of his car to Frédéric Rouvier. That was as close as we've seen it, but it was traffic assisted. Again, it just the Tyrrell not able to put its power down because there was somebody in front of it.
Yeah, when you're the lead driver in a group, a pair of cars coming in, and you're looking at the car in front. Has the driver seen me? Slight hesitation. Could he stay wide at Raskas? But then that would then compromise my line. I'll have to tighten it. That's sort of what happened to Frédéric Rouvier, who's really, really working here to hold on to that second place.
Sam just drops back for a moment. Now goes deep on the brakes. Tries to get under that blue rear wing of the red, white and blue Candy sponsored machine right up to the edge of the Armco. And we start the last lap for these two cars. Michael Lyons just put his fastest lap of the race in, 32.7. Sam Hancock's done a 32.9, and he now has to find some magic. He's got to sprinkle some fairy dust. I don't know what he's going to do, where he's going to do it. Surely it's going to be down at this part of the circuit at Mirabal, which is where the leaders are now. The leads come down to 5 seconds. And Michael Lyons' last lap around was a very quick one, but he seems to be cruising at the moment.
What he does, really, if either of us, the Tyrrell with Fred Rouvier or Sam Hancock in the Fittipaldi, was not in this battle for second place, they would have been able to take a few seconds out of race leader Michael Lyons. But the Hesketh driver has had it in his bag ever since the start of that race. That brilliant, brilliant start. He mastered the restart and has only got to negotiate on his own. No traffic around him, get through the chicane, and it's the run along the harbour front. But certainly no such comfort for Frédéric Rouvier. It could yet be a move from Sam Hancock, but I fear the race is run, because in fact as they get to the back, there was the biggest gap there'd been between them for a while, but the Hesketh coming through, no traffic at all, no one to hinder the progress of the Tyrrell driver, so surely he will take second place.
One corner and a couple of 100 metres to the line. The corner has been negotiated. The curving front straight, and now the checkered flag for the 1977 Hesketh 308. Wins it for Michael Lyons. Rouvier holds on for Tyrrell and puts his fastest lap of the race in. And in fact, that was the overall fastest lap of the race for Frédéric on the final lap, as he held off Sam Hancock for third position. A non-ground effect car winning from two of the more sophisticated, you could argue, machines, certainly aerodynamically. Bertrand Godin for Arrows in fourth place. From Matt Wrigley, worked his way up to fifth in the Tyrrell 008. Then the march of Patrick Dobré, and that was the 761, of course. Jamie Constable with another Fittipaldi in the top 10. David Shaw for the Williams FW06. Didn't see much of David crossing the line now. Carlos de Quesada for the McLaren M26 from 1977 will come through in a moment or two in ninth place, and it should be Oliver Chapman in the March 761 rounding off the top 10. Well, were you entertained, Luke?
Very much entertained, yes. At one point I actually forgot where I am and I was just enjoying the moment.
Yeah, me too.
This is one of the events, to be brutally honest, where we have in the past, particularly on the practice days, on the qualifying days when we've been covering that, we'll realise that nobody's talked for 7 seconds because we're too busy watching some car going sideways and resisting the urge to just go, oof, or start giggling. There was a point this morning when Olivier and Bruce was giving the history on one particular car. It was very sideways, And Olivia and I just started giggling because it was the natural reaction when you see cars being driven. How does it make you feel to see these cars, very cars that are worth quite a lot of money, very valuable cars, being driven as hard as this? I think it's the right thing to do.
100%. 100%. Yeah, couldn't agree more. I realise how valuable they are, but it doesn't change. They need to be used for what they were intended for.
Yeah, entirely. It's an insult to those who put them together and race them if they're not.
Burnouts from Michael Lyons. We haven't mentioned that on the rear end plate there, has that got the BAF logo on?
British
Air Ferries. Was that Rupert Keegan?
Yeah, it was. It was the Keegan family, his father's company, and a lot of the Grand Prix teams in the period, in the 60s, those would be lifted on the plane, the cars would be loaded on board, and do the short hop over from Lid to Le Touquet. And then they carry on down through France. It was a very popular way, not just for racers, but here we go. And that, by the way, is 4 wins in a row in this iteration, 1977 to 1980.
Wow.
For this driver in this car, Michael Lyons.
In the same car?
In the Hesketh 308E.
Wow.
It's got pedigree now, hasn't it?
I love the idea. I mean, I really like the idea of Le Shuttle in the Eurotunnel. I think that's a great service. But to drive your car onto a 4-turbo prop aircraft with its nose sticking up in the air and land across the channel somewhere.
You could do it in your road car, and that's how a lot of teams moved around. But for Rupert Keegan, we lost him a couple of years ago now. One of the characters of the late 70s as well. Very much the long hair and the Penthouse sponsorship sort of went hand in hand. And for Michael Lyons and his crew,
back to winning ways.
Of course, he had the disappointment earlier of finishing in second place, and he was told before the race his car wasn't. It wasn't permitted for him to take a result, but he ran the race, and he came up immediately afterwards to applaud those who had got to the official podium. So great manners all around. And for Frédéric Rouvier, wearing his Orica overalls, he's very, very happy indeed. So, but also, for Fred Rouvier, he had to fight for tooth and nail to hold on to that second place from Sam Hancock.
I chapeau to Fred, because I thought he'd completely porridged up the restart and that he was going to be easy mate for Sam Hancock. Sam looking well. What a driver he was in his full professional career, and he's loving life. I've seen him in a number of historic events, and we sat down and talked to him, and he says it's all the fun and none of the pressure.
We gave him pressure last weekend. He was in the commentary box with us at
Goodwood.
Did you? We gave him the.
I imagine he was very good.
He was fantastic because of his analysis of how a historic car will handle. But he can drive them too. He deals in them as well. That's his main line of business now. But for Michael Lyons, here we go.
It's just an amazing day for you. 2 wins today, 2 races win today. It's amazing for you. How do you feel about that?
I've had in my mind to get to 10 for a long time now. Last year, 1 slipped away. Obviously, we found out we didn't have the opportunity to fight for the win in the other race. So to finally make 10, it feels pretty special for my little family team. So we had to work. We were here till 11 o'clock last night. The guys, I left at 11. They were still working because we had some clutch issues in the qualifying. So it's a real team effort, and also thanks to some of the other teams which have helped us out with parts and everything, because without them we wouldn't be here. And I just feel like the luckiest guy to have so many chances to slide a Formula 1 car around these streets.
Which race did you enjoy the most?
It's tough. I love them all, I really enjoyed the fight with Stewart. He was driving super well and I was keeping with him. It was a bit tricky when we got to the traffic, but it was really nice to push and really push each other. I really enjoyed that, but obviously to win in Monaco is something special, and you never forget every single one. It still reminds me of the first time I was here, so yeah.
You've been unbeaten for 14 years. What's your secret?
I'm starting to get old now, so maybe I slow down a bit.
Thank you, congrats.
Not seeing any evidence of that, if I'm honest. 10th victory, as you heard there, and that's, did you say 4 in this category?
4 in a row.
Wow. Excellent stuff. And he's clearly got the measure of that Heska 308E. Luke Penn alongside us. We've been talking about emotion with you. There's a guy who's won the last 4 of these races, and that one quite clearly means just as much as his first one. It's not, motorsport isn't the only sport that can do that, but live sport and the adrenaline rush, something very, very special.
Especially for you two. You two grew up watching this generation.
Correct.
So how is it for you now watching this again after growing up with it?
Well, I can't quite believe that Bruce and I worked together as long ago as more than 10 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
On this, and I couldn't believe I was watching this, and these cars were classed as classics. And in some of the other classic events, particularly with sports cars that Bruce and I do together, then the cars seemed like they were yesterday, and then somebody will remind me, that was 2001, John. That's 25 years ago. So it's a bit bizarre in some respects, but what we're seeing is cars that meant something to us. Certainly for me, Bruce, I don't know about you, but these are the cars that really brought me into Formula One, and it was also the start of the years that were being covered more and more accessible. Not as it is now, but certainly more accessible from radio and TV coverage.
Yeah, from my point of view, what I really love, it just suddenly reignites the passion for the sound of the cars in the period. You can remember the look, you can open a book, you can see the photograph, but it's when you see how they fit together, how they slide around or don't slide around, where they put their performance, but it's the sound for me. It's just so visceral. Almost all the cars had the same engine, Ford Cosworth DFE, that lasted for a very long time in Formula One, and it's still the sort of, it's an aggressive engine sound, and I do enjoy that very much.
Understandably.
We've been seeing all day about the investment from Ford back in the mid-60s. Their director of competitions, Walter Hayes, found £100,000 back then to, Bruce is smiling as I say found, £100,000 to invest in this engine that the Cosworth concern in Northamptonshire would build for them. And even accounting for inflation, that's just under £2.3 million today. It was a lot of money then, but it was a bargain. And even if you could build an engine now that would last as long as that and deliver you 150 Grand Prix wins?
Yeah, about 155, I think, was the last one. Michele Alboreto, 1983 in Detroit. But out onto the podium, you know, for an engine that started winning in 1967, to have that life and that success. Sam Hancock, all smiles, third place. Fred Rouvier, what a race. That was a tussle. That was a battle between those two for second.
Yeah, he drove very, very well indeed. Maybe he was playing the tactical game on the restart. I should have given more credit for that, and I apologise, Fred, when you're watching this back. You did a grand job. And now the presentations. We'll have the winner's trophy first. And how brilliant is this? Jackie X coming to present the winner's trophy and having a word. Saying almost as good as me the many times you've been winning around here. Well, that's a moment for Michael Lyons, Bruce.
Yeah, and very special, because obviously Jackie X was just about departing Formula One when Ground Effects was just coming into the pattern, but what a star he was, and that amazing sports car rib with those 5 victories at Le Mans. For these drivers, that's special too, to have Jackie X. He is motor racing royalty.
Another Tag Heuer Monaco to add to the collection for Michael Lyons. And no matter how many you've got, it's still special. And now, I love this, and thanks to Steve Tarrant, who's got in touch via RSL_Studio on X. Antoine Le Pilote and there's a website, AntoineLePilote.com.
And just very, very special. It's the Villeneuve Trophy, and Joanne Villeneuve up there presenting it, and obviously not just husband Gilles, but son Jack, right at the sharp end of the sport in Formula One.
I think those little caricatures are brilliant. I know they've been presented here for a little while. And to have a member of the Villeneuve family hand it over and then have a chat with Jackie X. Fantastic stuff. A quick photograph for the formalities. And then the national anthem. Well, Luke, your first opportunity to watch a race from the World Feed commentary box. I hope it wasn't too boring for you.
It was really quite a dream. Sitting here listening to you two talk and your knowledge, I was very much in my happy place.
It's a very small commentary box. Not everybody's
It's
invited,
cosy.
but it's nice to have people
Bijou,
on board.
I think.
It is a bijou.
It would be called Bijou by an estate agent. Room to improve, I think. Improvement potential, perhaps. Actually, quite comfy.
It is actually
nice soundproofing on the walls. Other circuits, please take note. You've still got a bit of work to do here. You're going to turn out this film. It'll go out on the channel. You'll still be forming that in your mind. How does that process work? How do you decide what's going to go in and what direction the piece is going to take?
It kind of falls together itself. I just take a step back and a big look at it.
And do you do all the production yourself?
Everything. I'm a one-man band.
Okay.
Sadly. An assistant would be nice. But
So if people go to Cars with Luke and check it out, will you have a sort of countdown to when it's ready? 3 days to go, 5 days to go, you've got to be kidding, whatever.
No, sadly not. It's a bit spontaneous. I try to keep to every Sunday, but that doesn't always go to plan.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, so
you have made a rod for your own back.
Yeah, exactly.
So you've got a week. Heavens above. That's a lot of work in that time.
Yeah.
What's the most crazy thing that you've done on the channel, Luke? And particularly something maybe that you thought wouldn't happen or wouldn't work, but did, and it turned out better than you expected?
I'm not just saying it, but I think probably this weekend,
right,
to collaborate with ACM.
And how did that come about?
I contacted them, thought I would be ignored, and here I am.
Well, good for you. A self-starter.
Yeah, 100%. You don't know until you ask, and they're incredible people, some of the nicest people I've ever met, and very supportive of what I do, and I'm just completely in my happy place here.
Right, well, best of luck for driving the safety car in 2028.
Yeah,
I'm in. You don't have to ask me twice.
What sort of percentage do you have between pure automotive and motorsport, Luke?
Content?
Yeah.
I'm lacking motorsport,
right?
Because it's definitely not an easy thing to get into for filming, of course, especially Formula One. So this, for me, was everything I had imagined: to be up close to the cars, to be standing right next to them, to be walking around the paddock, smelling everything. I almost couldn't believe that it was allowed.
Yeah.
And I just thought, God, I wish I could do this every weekend.
And in fairness, quite a lot of what you've done, the general public could do as well. You've got all the access passes, but the paddock behind us, the public were in there for free on Friday.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. It was absolutely packed. The energy was like nothing I've ever felt before.
It's good. If you cannot be passionate coming to an event like this, there is something wrong with what's going on in you. But we're all passionate. We hope that comes across. And we're
100%.
Delighted to see how you've come in and just embraced this event. And it's overwhelming.
It is overwhelming, yes, it is. And I'm a bit worried about tomorrow that it ends, because now this is the third day. I'm getting really into it. I'm a bit worried about waking up tomorrow and not having this routine of coming down and doing this.
And it's worse than that, I'm afraid, Luke, because this event is only every other year. So
don't tell me that.
Yeah, it's only every other year. So
we need to change that. Can we have a petition? Or?
So we can have a word. There are other things that we can suggest that I think would sate your appetite for what's going on. Okay. And Michael Lyons then, having taken his 10th victory on the streets of the Principality, he wanted this one very, very badly. 4 in a row in this category of racing, and not under much pressure. Clutch change last night, probably just as well the way he dumped it off the line. That was, certainly like a drag race start. Luke, thank you very much. I know you've got other duties to attend to. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for the kind words. And just plug where people are going to be able to watch this in. You say you've now said a week's time, so a week-ish.
Yeah, this coming Sunday.
Right, and that's and which platform is that
It's on Cars with Luke on the YouTube channel.
It's a full YouTube channel.
You will both be in it.
Oh dear. Luke, thank you very much, and thank you for your passion.
Thank you for having
shake
me.
your hand.
Yes.
Well done, mate.
Yep.
Cheers, Luke. We'll
Thank
take
you.
your headset off and you're free to go.
Yes. Michael Lyons taking the victory. Hesketh, Tyrrell, Fittipaldi all on the podium. And what a battle that was for second place. One of the best races we've seen all weekend. And going down, Fritz van Aert brought the Fittipaldi home. Little bit of problems at the back. Jamie Constable among them. Mr. John B involved in a bizarre accident up at the top of the hill, just coming into Casino Square. He spun backwards and then got hit by another car.
Actually, Dan Gore rotated the Tyrrell. And, you know, when you sweep into Massenet, you naturally are on the wider line. And then if the line was filled, that is your problem coming through. So Mr. John B didn't get to the end. He does have other cars. He will do other races. So Cars with Luke is leaving us now, and we've got one more race to go.
You can't call him by his channel name.
I can.
His
His
name's
parents.
Luke Penn.
Yeah, I know, but I'm sure his parents, they dressed their Christmas card to him. Dear Cars with Luke.
Do you think?
I think so.
All right. Well. Well, okay, possibly.
I do make it up as I go along,
I know.
but hey-ho.
What
But this battle for second place
absolutely
was just
delightful
brilliant.
young man, by the way.
Yeah.
Completely blown away by his reaction to something which is pretty brand new for him. It has overwhelmed the senses, and it does even for us. But lovely to see that reaction from somebody in his position. So check out Cars with Luke YouTube channel, and he's been given the access by the ACM, and well done for him for asking. In fairness.
Yeah, well, exactly so. And well done to Michael Lyons for making it 10 wins at Monaco.
So if you're just joining us, we've got one more race to go. Coming into our penultimate event of the day, we were looking for... Coming into the penultimate event of the weekend, Michael Lyons was looking for 4 in a row in the Villeneuve F category, starting on pole position in a grid that reflects the move to ground effects. Although the pole-sitting car, one of the machines that didn't have it. So 2 different classes of cars here, one for ground effect, one without. New clutch fitted overnight, and Michael Lyons used all of it on the getaway. Almost threw it away into Saint-Avold, and that was the last mistake he made. Didn't cost him a position. He got his head down, pressured early on by the Candy-sponsored Tyrrell of Frederic Rouvier. At the back, 1 or 2 little dings and dents. And Sam Hancock coming through in the Fittipaldi, pressuring that Tyrrell, looking like the car was quicker. And in the early stages, it looked like it was only going to be a matter of time as Rouvier made mistake and again a mistake. And then the safety car came out because of an incident up at Casino Square.
Well, Dan Gore had spun coming through Massenet. His Tyrrell was facing backwards. Not a nice place to be when the rest of the field is coming through, and Mr. John B could not avoid him in his Ligier, and he was furious. They climbed out, the cars were pulled away, and then we were released to go racing again. But really the racing was for second place, because every time, every moment that he could lead this race, Michael Lyons was grabbing it. He was brilliant on the restart. Further back, Bertrand Godin fighting very hard with Matthew Wrigley. Arrows ahead of Tyrrell, but all along the advantage was going out in favour of Michael Lyons in his Hesketh, heading for his 4th potential win in a row in this iteration. The cars from 1977 to 1980. That's talking about the advent of ground effects Formula 1 cars, but the Tyrrell in the lead did not have ground effects, but was still pulling clear.
Sam Hancock used all of his experience, his guile, and everything else. Got close a couple of times to the back of Frederic Rouvier. Even with the traffic, there was a couple of moments, one where he got just to the right rear wheel, but couldn't get through. Leck providing a little bit of a pick, and then the Wolf as well. Great to see the different strengths and weaknesses, and for a third time the chicane was missed by Rouvier. Such was the pressure that he was under from that Fittipaldi in his mirrors.
Yeah, then we lost Biamino with his Lotus straight on into the barriers, and this was at the bottom of Mirabeau. Didn't manage to get it up the escape road, clearly couldn't make the corner. Worried there might be a safety car, but they pressed on, and this was the moment that was as close as it got. We thought there was contact. I don't think the Fittipaldi with Sam Hancock quite touched Frédéric Rouvier's Tyrrell, but all along it was the Hesketh. 3 wins in a row in this event were about to become 4. Michael Lyons eventually winning by just under 5 seconds. He backed it off a little bit. They had to have a new clutch in that car, the Hesketh overnight, but he got the job done. Victory number 10, and when he took the checkered flag he was emotional, but when he came to the end and parked up the car, you could see what he's doing, flashing his hands. 10 wins at Monaco. Second place, it came down to what it had been the whole way through, a battle to the finish, and eventually it was the Tyrrell in second place for Frédéric Rouvier, and pushed but not passed by the Fittipaldi of Sam Hancock.
3 cars from 3 different constructors coming to a halt in front of the famous podium. It meant so much for Michael Lyons, who has not been short of success here in the double figures. 10 victories, 4 in a row in this category of racing. Congratulated by his competitors and by our mascot as well. Another laurel wreath, and Jackie Hicks handing him the trophy. The British national anthem ringing out again for Michael Lyons. 4 in a row for the Hesketh.
My pleasure.
So the final event coming up in a few moments' time is for the youngest cars. We're into the 1980s, and a couple of things to celebrate here. 60 years of the Cosworth DFE and 30 of turbocharging, the bulk of turbocharging at least. So these cars are on the very cusp of that changeover between the 3-litre DFEs and the turbocharged cars. And to help us set the scene for that, let's have a word with one of the drivers who'll be taking part in this session, and that is Yutaka Toriba.
I'm joined now by Yutaka, who's driving this absolutely stunning Williams car from 1981. This is your second time here in Monaco.
Yes.
2 years ago was your debut.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it as a rookie kind of circuit. What's it like?
At that time, it was in a dreaming. I don't know where to go and where I am, and I was so stressed and I couldn't enjoy. At the end, I retired. So this time is a revenge time. I want to get on the podium, really, and I'll try very hard.
Tell me what it's like driving this Williams.
It's really like, this is not like a machine, it's like a living creature. It's like a beautiful white horse, and it moves as I wanted. So I love this. I love this car.
You've driven multiple different cars throughout the years. How would this compare to, for example, a GT car?
GT car, GT car is also nice, but that is quite dull. So roaring and the brake and weight and axle. But this one is completely different. Tan, tack, tack, tack. Axle, down. It's like beautiful.
Do you know what? I wish we had a microphone in the car while you were driving, because I feel like we'd get great commentary around a lap.
Okay.
That would be great fun. Listen, have a fantastic time here in Monaco. Hopefully we'll see you on the podium.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Look out for him on the podium, hey.
So we move to the final grid of cars. 26 on the grid here. 18 laps. Stuart Hall on pole position with Marco Werner, Alex Capadia and Werner Dansenbourg in respectively a March 821, a Lotus 87B, a Williams FW08 and a Brabham BT49D. Bruce Jones, the crossover point, the next big thing in inverted commas in Grand Prix racing as we come to the end of our travel through time that started effectively in the 1920s and 30s with the Grand Prix on the streets of the Principality. And this time it's an absolute key change to the motive power units.
It was, and yet most of the car in this field was still persevering against the arrival of turbocharging, because vast majority still with Cosworth DFE engines. But if you wanted to turbocharge it would give you a whole lot more power. And the equivalence, though, was they said, right, you don't get 3 litres, you get 1.5 litres, see what you can do. Renault brought it in. It took a while even to finish a race, but the promise was there. The reliability took a long time to come, and other people got in on the game. It took a while to get it to work. But here in this grid, we've got the extraordinary feature of a March 821 on pole position. That would never have happened in period if one even qualified in the top 10. I can't remember it, but that is down to the excellence of Stuart Hall. But really, it was coming. It was a storm that was coming, but it was mainly not just the racing car constructors, it was the ones that were manufacturer teams, because they wanted to put turbos on their road cars. They were the ones that continued to push. It wasn't an easy fix to get it to work. In time it came, though.
Cars coming to the grid, so settle back, grab yourself a snack and your favourite beverage and get ready to be entertained for 18 laps. Our final grid coming together in these tremendously evocative surroundings. Monaco Grand Prix, the Historic, the 15th edition, has already been a resounding success. People reliving their childhood, discovering cars for the first time, remembering cars that perhaps were just being tucked away in the corners of the memory. What a weekend we've had, gentlemen.
Well, it is, because bear in mind, if you were not going to attend a Grand Prix at this time, you would see what a TV director wanted you to see, and that would be the Brabhams and the Williams at the front. So there were also runners in this field, like the March 821 on pole position. Yes, if you bought the weekly or monthly magazines, you might have seen them. However, as ever in the World Championship, there's a lot of focus on the cars at the front, and I love the fact we've got the ones that didn't always feature. Looks though we're missing a car ahead of that number 14 Ensign, so hopefully that can get up to the grid. But what a packed grid of cars, 26 cars, nose to tail, ready to go. Quite a lot of arrows. Lovely little Minardi down on the right hand side, black with yellow, and that was a team that was plucky and really struggling to make things work, but they kept on going, and of course that is now the Racing Bulls team, because it became the junior team for Red Bull Racing, and evolution and perseverance. Well, that's the history of Formula One.
Was the gap alongside the Ensign or in front of it?
In front of the Ensign, so it's
probably Joe McCarry in the Tyrrell. Or 12.
No. It will actually be the Frans van Eert, who's just done the previous race, and we won't have the Williams FW8C car from 1983. Bear in mind, Williams and Keke Rosberg won the World Championship in 1982. But all these teams were looking up the road thinking, which manufacturer is going to give us a turbocharged engine?
Olivier, what are your remembrances of this era of cars, and what caught your attention?
I think the first thing for me was the sound of the engine change because of the turbo.
Yes, of course. Well, we've got time, I think, just to put you in the perspective of a driver. Paul Tattersall out in this race. Let's have a look at what it looks like in one of these cars from the latest group of Grand Prix machinery that we'll see here this weekend. So coming to through the start-finish line up through Sandoval and climbing through, we're effectively sitting, lying down, holding on to the roll hoop here and looking beyond the driver's helmet. Great view as we head up towards the top of the hill. And it's just the speed. Again, it looks like it's been turned up by a factor of 1.5 or 2.
But again, looking at the helmet shaking around, this is a bumpy surface. Only when you had a true racing circuit, a permanent racing circuit, do you get smooth surfaces. But here, on top of the bumps as well that unsettle these cars with famously stiff suspension, you're almost constantly turning the car from left to right, right to left, and moving around, often from light into shade as well, just to add another factor of difficulty.
And Olivier, the issue with these cars, particularly the turbocharged cars in the early years, is you asked for the power, but you didn't get it straight away.
Yeah, you have to count 1, 2, 3 before to add it.
Now that's difficult on any racing circuit, but round here, the concentration required must have been epic. Basically having to anticipate when you needed the power.
Yeah, it's what Jean-Pierre Jabot was doing, because he had a great habit of these engines.
He understood them. He worked it out quickly.
Yeah, and he worked a lot. He worked a lot with Renault.
Well, just remember in 1977 when they came in partway through the season, brought the first turbocharger, people just didn't know what to expect. And then it'd be quick and then it'd go pop, and they sort of laughed a little bit at Renault, but Renault persevered. It took a while. By 79 though, with ground effects as well. Just extraordinary.
How quick was that through the final corner, by the way, and how quick does it accelerate back up to the terminal speed? So that look around the circuit in the type of cars that we'll be seeing here. We've just been told by race control that we've got a slight delay, 5-minute delay for this race.
I remember the name of the Renault in UK. It was the teapot.
It was the teapot because it used to steam and then go pop.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's good. Yeah.
So 18 laps of racing to round off the day. We are getting the grid cleared, and the cars have yet to do their sighting or formation lap. Just a brilliant variety again here. Well done to the ACM for getting the invitations, and also to all the teams, drivers and owners for getting the cars out here to give us this trip through time that we've had. It's just a bit like having the biggest toy box in the world, and all of the models that I've had down through the years, some of which I've still got, but these are one-to-one skill and doing what they are built to do.
Entirely, and I love these high shots. A real treat to see the different shapes of the car. Look at the thin body on the Tyrrell, the green car on the top right, and then the slab. It's the only point from this Brabham it looks like a slab. Every curve is set off that beautiful navy and white livery with the little pinstripes, just making it look even crisper. But again, the full length side pods required there, of course, for the ground effects.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, as we are preparing for our final 18-lap contest that will round up the 15th running of the Grand Prix de Monaco Historic. It's been our pleasure to be with you and take you through this. Ayrton Senna's name attached to the Grand Prix cars from 81 to 85, normally aspirated engines in Class 1, turbocharged engines in Class 2. The manufacturers and the teams that were persisting with the normally aspirated engines, still for the most part, the venerable DFE from Ford, in some ways were swimming against the tide. The turbo revolution had arrived, and whilst not necessarily 100% reliable at the start, that reliability was coming, and you think about what was to come with the BMW engines, the 1.5 litre engines, that the stories say they bought back from the blocks from some of their customers who'd had the 1.8 engines because they were sleeved down, and they bought them back after they had 5, 6, 7,000 miles in the road car. Then they left them out in the weather behind the factory. There were stories of all kinds of other things being done to them to weather those engines as well. Certain bodily fluids sprayed on them to try and harden those engines, and then they boosted them, and they boosted them to insane numbers, 4 figures out of a 4-cylinder 1.5 litre engine. The turbo age had arrived. It was a real change to what was going on, and the manufacturers embraced it because they had it in their road cars, Bruce, and they had the marketing budget to say, here's your BMW 2002 Turbo, here's your Renault 5 Turbo, we race that and win with it in Formula 1.
It was. Turbo was the buzzword in the manufacturing of motor cars. But right now, we're looking at cars, majority of them with Cosworth DFVs. Ex-Nigel Mansell car run by Chrome Cars Racing. That's Marco Werner. Great endurance racer, super precise, and he's been enjoying historic racing for quite a while now and been always very good at Monaco. He's second on the grid. You've just seen Alex Kabardia in the number 6 Williams ex-Keke Rosberg car from 1982, Keke's World Championship title winning year. And on pole position we have the March 821, a car that didn't feature at the front end in period, but Stuart Hall, the driver who just adores this circuit, already had a victory here today. He's stuck that onto pole position.
Yeah, very nicely done. Still, of course, with the standard right-hand H-pattern gear shift. Stuart Hall in the March there, the ex-Ralbazell car. There's a great story behind this car as well, of course, with the Roll Gotha. Normally, very interested in anything that is Gulf coloured. So this one's a bit of an oddity for the Rothko collection.
Might be the start of all things covered in Rothmans.
Well,
you know, if you've got the money, you've got the desire, and you've got good agents hunting out cars for you, you can build a collection. And Stuart Hall just keeps that history going by driving them so incredibly well. And so for the people in the grandstands all around the circuit, today hasn't been full of sunshine like the previous 2 days, but there's been some cracking racing. And it's going to be a dry and increasingly bright end to the afternoon. There was a little flurry of rain before lunch, and concern might have some more this afternoon, but it has stayed dry. And the 15th Monaco Historic, this is the last race. 8 races today, and a brilliant Ferrari parade as well.
While we have a moment, Olivier, what is your abiding memory of this weekend, the 2 days that we've seen and broadcast, and Friday as well? What is the big memory that you will take back to Reims?
Honestly, it's doing that with friends.
Enjoying a shared passion. Yes, I agree.
And indeed, that is a sort of leitmotif, if you will, for the teams and the drivers. So many of them race around the world together. They share the passion for their teammates, their rivals' cars as well. So race start, still the message there, delayed by 5 minutes. Can't wait to get it started, though. 18 laps coming up.
A quick word for our technical team, both here at the circuit. The ACM, of course, and the camera operators, all the techs here, and our colleagues at Greenlight, both here and back at base on the Isle of Man, who have made sure that the pictures have gone to the world. And wherever you are watching, thank you. A big thank you to all of the very kind messages that we've had in on the socials. This has been a real one to remember. And the racing has been outstanding. The cars themselves are special. The atmosphere is special. And of course the venue is particularly special and adds something of its own character to everything. But ultimately we are here to watch racing, and I'm delighted to say, Bruce, that we've had plenty of really good racing. These have not been parades. These have been drivers and owners who have been prepared to put their cars on the line and on the very edge of their performance envelopes, prepared within an inch of their lives. Some of them probably better than they were imperious.
I absolutely concur with that. But what's been so good, it hasn't just been... I mean, the TV director doesn't really know where to look a lot of the time because there are battles up and down
Yeah,
the
you're
field.
seeing that in a good way.
Yeah, no, entirely,
Yeah.
absolutely in a good way. So you could have 17 drivers on the lead lap, and the best battle could be for 12th place. We've had a few getaways, but actually this year, vast majority, the racing at the front has been brilliant, and side-by-side action, and also cars going sideways, which always gets my vote.
Where else can you find 7 series of Formula One in one weekend?
That's a very good point. Very good point. 7 Grand Prix eras looked at, plus that outlier of the sports car race that was the Grand Prix here in 1952. Our mascot working hard as well. 3 minutes. So we'll clear the grid of everything bar essential personnel. Add in, of course, the famous faces from all parts of motorsport. This, Bruce, is a magnet for petrol heads. There's just no other way to say it. And whether you're a new petrol head, a wannabe petrol head, or a very well-established and older petrol head, shall we say, there is literally something for everyone here.
You know, absolutely, it is a moving history lesson. But what I always love about Monte Carlo is the fact you walk away from the track and you're in the middle of a place that people come the other 50 weeks of the year to enjoy what it offers. But also you just blend quickly back into city life, or you go along to the beach to the east of the circuit. It is somewhere very special. The weather was really kind for the first 2 days, but it's largely been dry today, a little grey overhead, but the racing has been fantastic, and I still have my favourite periods of cars, but my head is so easily turned, I've developed other ones from earlier, from before my lifetime. But right now, these cars are going to bring us to a glorious conclusion. I would suggest a crescendo at the end of 3 days of wonderful history.
My favourite category is, right now, the last one I've seen. As soon as we get the green flag for this next race, it will be that one. It is that moving target where you think you've been entertained and you can't be entertained anymore, Olivier, and yet it keeps getting turned up. And I love the fact that we've gone through pretty much in chronological order, and we get these, the potentially fastest cars, right at the end to assault our senses. What a great way to end the day.
Yeah, and this car, the latest one, are 20 seconds from the actual record in Monaco.
Really?
And they are more than 40 years old.
Yeah. Wow. That is a great stat. 1 minute. Engines being started by the crews. They'll leave the grid. And we will have the opportunity to indulge our passion one more time. Make your plans now for this time of the year. In 2 years' time, when the Automobile Club of Monaco will do this again. It's Paul Pogba on the starter's stand, indulging his interest in all things loud and motorsport based. Just a little restart of Alex Capadius Williams FWO8, but he will get away. I don't think it started on the hydraulic start. Oh, this could be a disaster for Alex. If he can't get going before the last car, he will not be allowed to take his position. Same regulations as you have had in racing and Formula One racing for a very long time.
Yeah, just looking to see, there was quite a delay for those at the back. Hopefully,
Williams
number 6, there he is. He's going to weave past the arrows, work his way forward. But all things loud and beautiful, I think that's the phrase seeking for this final event.
Good job you didn't have Nick Damon alongside you, because he would be singing that to the tune of All Things.
I would not have said it if Nick Damon was sitting on. So I'm aware of danger occasionally as it approaches. One of our colleagues who, at the merest hint of a cue, he's off.
Yeah.
Our songs man.
And don't ever talk to him about show tunes. So Stuart Hall then leads the field around. He's got to balance getting some heat into the slick front and rear tyres on his March 871 from 1982. with making sure he doesn't get left on the front of the grid for an age and loses all that heat in his tyres, or worse still, overheats his engine. 26 degrees on the track is the highest we've had all day, just when we need it. Still a temperate 18 Celsius in the air, which the engines will like. Look at the width of these cars. Kapadia coming through to his third place starting position. That's absolutely fine in the regulations.
As it should be. 5 different makes of cars in the top 5 positions, with the rarity of the March 821 on pole position. It was a really outdated design in many ways, done by Adrian Reynard when the team was flailing around trying to rediscover some form. But here it's on pole position in the hands of Stuart Hall. Lotus, Marco Werner in second. Williams, Alex Kapadia managed to get up after that almost inability to get away on the formation lap. Then the best, the Brabham, the BT49D, Werner Dansenborg and Jamie Constable in the Tyrrell. 5 mates in the top 5 positions. That is what I like very much indeed. They all look different, but they will deliver their performance in a very similar way. So if you're not at the front, getting to the front is going to be very difficult indeed.
And the qualifying for this yesterday, I mean, you know what it is now, but honestly, go back onto YouTube and watch the archive of the qualifying for this grid. It was stunning. Fractions of seconds changing at the end of every lap as the cars went back through again.
2 cars in this race running with turbocharged engines. We've got Ramzan Orubsayev, 9th place in his Ligier. It's the blue one, the very background of the shot, just coming out from under the tree. And further back, the Lotus 25, Sean Lynn. Both of those have got the Renault turbo engine under the back.
I love the fact that we are celebrating the last hurrah. And Alex Kapadia stalled it. Yellow flag. Celebrating the last hurrah of the normally aspirated engines before the turbo takeover. This might just delay the start again. And at this point, with a tight schedule, they may have to start losing laps from the 18. The car, the number 6 Williams, FW08. The engine has said no, and I think he'll just be pushed off the grid now.
Yeah. Alex Kapadia, he'll be absolutely gutted. Already it would be in his mind, when I stop on the grid. The worst thing about stopping near the front, you're stopped for the longest. Those waiting at the back, you know, you urging them to arrive, but when your car has not started and doesn't appear to be biting in even now.
He was trying to bump start it there, and the marshal ahead of him saying, do not do that. I want this car out of the way. We cannot delay any further. Engines revving in the background from the other competitors. They're going to push him straight back. The team will be out with the starter and try to get him going, so he may have a chance of coming from the back of the field. What a comeback drive that is likely to be. So drama before the last race. 18 laps still on the board. The team are there and they're talking to their driver. Oh, what a shame, because Alex qualified really well. Race control waiting. Yellow light going. I think we're going to have another formation lap. Yes, we are. So this will take a lap off the race distance. They'll come round and form up again. The 18 laps becomes 17. I suspect, I'll wait to see if that is confirmed by race control. As I say, they have a fairly tight schedule here to get through and get the road reopened.
Yeah, indeed. When you have a fixed curfew, you have to start trimming. So this is the extra formation lap. Alex Kapadia, hopefully that causes DFV will fire up in his Williams FW8 car from 1982, but it's not really going as yet. And now it is. It finally clicks in. So he's got to hope it can. He's held there by the red light. He can't just whiz around and catch the back of the train. He's going to have to wait until the last car comes past when the start is effected. But Stuart Hall on pole position in the march. Second place, Marco Werner, who absolutely loves this historic racing. See if he can find himself a win here at Monaco.
Great piece of hand signals there, because there's no radio. Is 2 fingers from his crew chief pointing to his eyes, to his own eyes. Use your eyes, watch the light pointing in the distance to the light at the end, and then go. And probably an expletive or two.
Keep it simple for the driver, and exactly that. Don't panic. Alex isn't the sort of driver who's likely to panic. He's a very cool individual.
Very good sports car driver.
Marco Werner, he has won this event before. 4 years ago, the penultimate visit, he won it in a Lotus 87B. What's he driving now? the same Lotus 87B, an ex-Nigel Mansell car, but Stuart Hall, who seems to become a Monaco expert, he is definitely going to try and keep his march at the front of the field.
And there's a few people, our colleagues, watching this and with connections to the Isle of Man, which of course Nigel Mansell had as well. May well be rooting for the car. Paul Pogba, international superstar, watching on. You're going to have to blow some air through that car in the pit lane for Alex Kapadia so that it doesn't overheat. The cars go past our commentary position on this warm-up lap. Still showing 18 laps on the timing screens. I've even refreshed my computer to see if we're losing a lap, but apparently we are not. There is a time limit as well. It may be they just revert to the time limit if anything goes wrong. What I don't know is if the time limit... No, the time hasn't started yet. So we will get 18 laps as it stands right now. So Stuart Hall has to do it again, right down the middle of the road, then turns right-handed into his starting box. The big yellow line is where the contemporary Formula One cars put their front wheel to be right on the sensor.
And for Jamie Constable, he's got a clear space ahead of him. He's in the green nose Tyrrell just on the left-hand side of the screen. The Tyrrell 011 from 1983. Oil, well, it's not oil, it's just fluid coming out of the back because it's overheating as it's sitting there.
That's Alex Kapadia's car. Yes, the Benetton coloured car. Second car back on the pit wall side, driver's right, with a clear start. Series G, final race of the weekend. This car's still moving at the back. Somebody's jumped the start and also somebody stalled at the back as well, but it's a good getaway from Stuart Hall. He's got the run into Sandevon, chased by Martin Werner in the Lotus. Kapadia yet to join, of course.
Yeah, the driver making the move at the start near the front, perfectly legitimate, was Mark Hazel, but unfortunately, oh dearie me, interlocked to a Tyrrell and an Arrows, and they're going nowhere fast. One of the ex-Sure Arrows, and a Lotus failed to get away, and that is parked at the side as well. I'm afraid he's simply gone in. I think that's a case of one car hitting the rear wheel of the other car and pivoting around. Up front, though, Stuart Hall pulling clear of Marco Werner. Third place is Werner Dansenborg in the Brabham.
John Iglesias and Ian Simmons, for my money, at the back of the field there.
That's 3 cars.
And, oh, that's going to be Nicholas Pink as well in the Arrows, is it? That's in there as well. All 3 of them.
Yeah, the last 3 cars. And you know, sometimes it's a problem because there's a curve at the start-finish straight and they're accelerating around the corner. No problems at all for Stuart Hall, rattling away in the lead in the Newsweek-sponsored and Rothman's march there, 8-2-1.
Safety car now would be handy for Alex Kapadia.
Would it ever?
Get him straight on the back. And the safety car is out. There it is. The bright yellow Toyota Supra, the GR Gazoo Racing Supra, and
picks up the leader. That's very good news at the end of the
opening lap.
Taking them through the pit lane again, very wise.
That is very, very. Oh, that's a disaster.
Oh, Werner Dansenborg probably looking down to think I'll go through the corner. He's coming through in third place, and I think he might have trapped Mark Hazel, the Welsh racer, in the Williams behind him.
He didn't make the pit lane entry.
You know, just was surprised by it, didn't know. And again, communication from the pit wall to the drivers isn't always clear of these cars either. So that is a real blot on the copybook. And Johnny Glazis does get going. Stone last, of course.
And they've now dropped a lap. He's probably dropped a lap because I'm sure the pit lane light will be green. And it's a red flag. It's a red flag. Our first in race situation. It was 3 into 1, don't go. Just a simple.
Yeah, well, Nicholas Pink made a better start than the 2 cars in front of him, and there was a pincer manoeuvre, and he was sort of, at that point, was accelerating hard and couldn't back out. So that was the 3 cars that were littered on the grid. And then, unfortunately, look, number 37, Mark Hazel, has also come through. Jamie Constable, they were coming through in 4th and 5th positions, with Werner Dansenborg failing to turn to run in through the pits behind the safety car. Mayhem, one should say, but with the red flag is there. They've just got to tidy these all up, and when they do get to start, one would have to presume it's not going to be 18 laps, and if it is, we're going to be missing our flight home, John.
Well, yeah, well, one more night in La Turbie and a nice evening meal. can live with that. We've got the intervention car coming through as well.
Well, from the Minardi forward, 3 just waiting for signal for where they should go. And for those that got it right, they've come in through the pit lane to avoid the cars that were stationary on the track after the tail end of the grid got caught up.
What they'll do is they'll restart those 3 that didn't come in and put them back in their original grid positions. This has been stopped before the end of the first lap. You will re-grid the cars as they're qualified. Now, does that mean, that could mean that Alex Kapadia gets his 3rd place start back because we haven't had a racing lap?
Yeah, well, I think you're probably correct in that, but it's going to be very, very close indeed. But we will see. So for Alex Kapadia, at the moment he's listed as running around in 18th position, listed as being in the pits, but of course he's not. He's running through the pit lane and he'll be coming back out again.
But surely they're going to put the Danson-Berg car, Mark Hazel, etc., back in their grid positions. It'll be a full restart on the red flag, and now we've got more cars coming through the pit lane as the marshals are helping to bump start the cars up the hill after Raskas.
Puffing and panting and smiling. You can see the contact point with the side pod of that number 20 Tyrrell, Ian Simmons' car. The 3-car pincer manoeuvre at the back, and in fact Johnny Glazes, who stuck his Lotus in behind them. Oh, more problems. Oh dear, one of the Arrows drivers just trying to work out which one that is. 2 cars side by side. Just confusion, I think we can say. They're sitting in the pit lane. Now they've stalled, I think, when coming in. So clear instruction. And our race leader is coming in the background. The first 2 or 3 cars, you can see Stuart Hall in his march, the Lotus of Marco Werner coming through, and Joe Macari, who suddenly got himself up from mid-grid to up in his Tyrrell up into 3rd place because he managed to turn into the pits while a whole host of cars in front of him were surprised that their cars were supposed to be turning in. But with the tight format from the exit of Rasgas, you double back on yourself for the pit entry, and they simply weren't ready for it. I can't blame them, or because they'd have been looking down thinking about what they were doing next.
What is true is that the race will be shorter.
Yeah, has to be now. I think they've got to reset the grid to starting positions. I realise you could say that it was the fault of the drivers for not coming into the pit lane. However, I don't think you can penalise Mark Hazel and the people who got caught up behind it.
Well, he had to respond. His job was to stay on the tail of the car in front of him. And Werner Dansenborg got confused, and unfortunately Mark Hazel had nowhere to go. He couldn't turn in because the Brabham was between him and pit in at that point, and the car in behind him as well. Jamie Constable in his Tyrrell also got caught out there. So a fair bit of shuffling and resetting, but one thing that's absolutely clear is that on the restart, Stuart Hall, as before, will be starting from pole position.
Yeah, absolutely
and
right.
Marco Werner will be starting from alongside in his Lotus 87B.
So the car's coming back into the Formula One pit lane, and I wonder if they will fettle them in the pit lane. They've been told to stay in the fast lane. I'm looking to the right as we're watching 1 or 2 of the cars from the back of the grid that were delayed. To my right, I can see cars running down through the pit lane. And down to 13th position, Werner Dansenborg. Alex Kapadia, by the way, has come into the pits in 12th. Now they've been stopped and everybody else is coming back around. So yes, they're lining them up in the fast lane.
Right, just for measure, the top of our timing screen says 15 laps to go.
Yeah.
We've got through 3 laps, one almost without incident. But then, of course, the rest has been reset. So red flag, the final race of the day, the Series G, Formula One cars, 1981 to 1985.
Like the Paillet.
Like the Paillet, racing earlier on.
Yep.
Now, is that the 3rd generation of Depailler racers that he's got with him
Should be, yeah.
this weekend? He's almost old enough to get in a cadet kart, isn't he? And there's Likes. As soon as I say that, there's Likes. Retirement plans put on hold.
Yeah, set fire to them, I think, frankly.
I said that to Nick Tandy as soon as Felix developed a penchant for karting. British champion, actually, last year in his chosen category. Nick Tandy, Porsche Works driver, Le Mans winner. world champ. He and the Tandy Slam, of course, winning outright in all the major 24-hour races, either in prototype, GT, or in one case, a GT winning the Road Atlanta Petit Le Mans as well, which was an incredible race. Yeah, Felix now doing very nicely, and Nick spannering for his son when he's not working. So everything's been wiped off the timing screen, and what we have is a restart in grid order, and therefore, as I suspected, Alex Kapadia has just had a free kick. That is incredible. He was going to have the race of his life from the back, but now, if the timing screen in front of me is to be believed, gentlemen, it's a 15-lap race. The timer is running, so it'll be 15 laps, or is it 45?
45 minutes.
45 minutes.
Yeah.
So we've got 35 minutes left of race time, and Kapadia will be allowed to start from his grid position. The crews are being allowed to check the cars over. I still don't think Alex Kapadia's car is 100%. What do you make of that, gentlemen? Full restart.
Well, I presume, well, they have to run according to the rules. They have a curfew at the end, so they've got to start trimming to make sure. Let's hope everybody can get away. Let's hope we don't have any contact, as we did at the very tail end of the grid. But for Marco Werner at the outside of the front row, he is still going to be starting from the outside of the front row. Stuart Hall will still be starting from pole position. For everybody else down behind, a little bit of shuffling in the first true lap of racing.
And now the timer for the race has been reset as well. So, moving target, we'll keep you up to date with what we know. The Saudi Williams, the FW08, Saudi Williams from 1982, being pushed towards the front of the queue, as is the Brabham BT49D, the Parmalat car, that needle nose accentuated by the paint scheme. If ever a livery was absolutely perfect on the shape of car to accentuate the design feature of the car, that was it.
Yeah, indeed. Super, super crisp even now. And I think the diversity of the liveries as well is particularly good. They just seem to be a lot simpler back then, so you should be able to pick them out a bit more easily. And certainly any Lotus in black and gold always looks crisp, and Marco Werner getting away with his. But that's the first time of asking. But Alex Kapadia sitting in the pit lane there, and then it got to the first true start, and there was a problem at the very back. You can't see it, the tree in the distance, and you could just see two cars clashing, and John Iglesias and his Lotus had nowhere else to go. At the front, though, it was remarkably clean.
Yeah, very good start by Johnny Iglesias, and he just, as you say, had nowhere to do. The gap closed. And that was the story there. That's all she wrote.
So for all the drivers just sitting in the pit lane, just got to consider what's up ahead of them, and the team's trying to keep them cool, calm and collected, but that was always a feature of Marco Werner with his racing, so he will have no problems. You just want to get on with it, frankly.
Race control in the ACM building. Just one or two screens in front of them there. They are working backwards on time with the average lap times of these cars. Speaking to the marshals, they'll communicate to the teams that everybody needs to start from their grid position, and that actually makes things very much easier. If they had to reorder them into some timing point, some intermediate timing point, the poor grid marshals have got to stand at the back of the grid and find the right car, the next car to send down. I've been in that situation before.
Yeah, way simpler for all concerned. But also this way we won't have some of the faster cars stuck down at the back, which makes the event a whole lot safer. And also it gets us the true runners who should be at the front are at the front. And Stuart Hall hoping for another win. All the drivers hoping to get a race, and well, that's what we come here to for Monaco. It's been a little bit interrupted here. The last event of the 8 races here on the Sunday at the 15th Monaco Historic, and it's had a bit of a hiccup.
Yes, you're absolutely right. This is the race that a lot of people will have been waiting for. It looks like there's a certain amount of rearrangement going on even before the cars go out of the pit lane to possibly save some time once they get out there, so that people aren't weaving through a busy grid.
Yeah, but possibly, yeah.
Or maybe there's simply a problem for one of the 2 turbo cars. It's the Ligier being pushed along, Ramzan Orubazev.
Maybe becoming too hot.
Yeah. And I think that I've turned them all off now, surely, if they've got any sense. So might we start behind the safety car then?
That's a thought that was just crossing my mind. I don't know. It might be
single
sensible.
file start behind the safety car, and that's why they're reordering them in the pit lane. So that's where, right, I'm off to the casino to put a bet on. That's where my €1 is going. Well, maybe 50 cents. I can't afford to spend all of my fee.
That's the one. That's the one with the string through the middle, isn't it? You can always haul it back if you made a bad choice.
Yes, that's right.
Fantastic shot here. Really unusual angle, looking down over the trees that basically run along the start-finish straight, and the grandstand looking down above to back over to the harbour. And what a great place to watch racing. And over the days, there's been so much enthusiasm from the fans, the families that come here. And they've had some great racing. We're just hoping we can finish this off in style. If it's a safety car restart, I think that's quite sensible, because if we have another incident in the opening lap of the restarted race, then they're probably not going to get a real race to go, because there is a curfew at the end of the day here.
Coming up to 7 minutes. In fact, it is 7 minutes before 6 Central European Summer Time. This race was scheduled to start at 25 minutes past this hour and finish at 10 past 6. The traffic plan is to reopen the roads at 40 minutes past 7 local time, and there's a certain amount of work that has to be done before that can happen. And they do like to keep to that and keep the inconvenience to the residents, and indeed people leaving the circuit, to the absolute minimum.
And for a lot of people at a regular race circuit, they would just be hanging around with not much to do. But at least if you're staying in some of the hotels like the Fairmont, you've got the roof terrace, or a lovely place to be, places to wander around, and a lot of people overlooking the circuit from various treasured apartments. They too could be in the back making a coffee or a cup of tea. And on the those lucky enough to be on the yachts in the harbour, well, they can turn to that. And then as soon as the engines fire up, they can get back to their vantage points and see what happens. So the sort of normal life and there's racing life joined here in Monaco right now. Just we're trying to finish it all. We'll get some more racing your way.
You don't need to ring the bell as you would in the theatre for going back after the intermission. The engines will tell you when things are going to get exciting again. So a slight pause in proceedings as we wait for the Toyota GR Supra to lead round the Series G cars, the youngest cars, the quickest cars in terms of lap time. Start line incident and a 3-car crash at the back of the grid. All the drivers got out. Nicholas Pink in the Arrows A5, Ian Simmons in the Tyrrell 012, and John Iglesias in the 97-1 Lotus. That's 1981, 1982, 1983, those 3 cars.
Yeah, so they are. I'm just wondering, I think everything has been cleared off the track. I think it's mainly administration and just being absolutely clear what they want to do. But hopefully they'll have their plan crystal clear. It's brightening up again on a day that started with the cloud very low over the hilltop, the mountain top behind Monte Carlo. Maybe potential little drizzle first thing in the morning. One little outbreak just before lunch. But right now the marshals getting back into position, and then hopefully we can get the cars onto the grid, whether for a start behind the safety car or forming up on the grid. I would favour the former, not just for speeding things up, but also to try and avoid any other potential clashes because always the most dangerous time for cars for colliding with each other is at the start of the race, particularly when they go into the stricture where they have to turn right at Sandevort at the first corner.
Well, I think the fact that they are putting them in grid order in the fast lane right now, using the dollies to move cars around, I think that is the biggest clue that we've had so far. And also the GR Supra sitting at the front of the field. So I'm going to suggest that will be, said that earlier, and I'm sticking with that. I don't think that is an outside bet there.
So, what are we going to have? Who is going to lead into the first corner? Stuart Hall has been an expert at getting things right, and he started a lot of races from Monte Carlo in pole position. And we'll see if he can do it all over again. Whether it's behind the safety car with a rolling start or otherwise, we will see. But hopefully we can get these cars, 1981 to 1985, the youngest cars in this moving history show, to get the final race properly underway at the second time of asking.
Not heard them fire the engines up yet. I did see a marshal walking down the pit lane with a 3-minute board. And he's not reappeared with that at the front of the field. So we are now coming towards 13 minutes away from when this race should have ended. And it should have ended at 6:10 at the latest. It is now 2.5 minutes before. Still a bit of shuffling and reorganisation going along.
It gives us some time to celebrate and to thank the ACM.
It's been, I mentioned it earlier on before we got into the race coverage of this race in between the last two events. You've got to say, this event, Bruce, the organisation of this event, the character, the personality of this event. And we've walked in every morning, their security, they have to check your passes, they wipe you down with the wand, and they check your bags. But has it ever felt like a chore this week?
No, everyone's been hugely happy and helpful,
yes.
and young volunteers, older volunteers, they're delighted to be here. And you know, even if they can't see all the racing, they can hear it and they can be involved. They are part of the show.
Every people say bonjour.
Yeah, everyone. And Adama at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's it.
It's been brilliant. Obviously, you know, we've been coming in at the same point and going out at the same point. We've seen a lot of the same people. Quite often, those aren't the easiest jobs to do, because there will be people who are trying to get places they're not necessarily deliberately, just, oh, I'm in the wrong place. And they have to do those jobs with care. And it's been very courteous, very smiley. The press room on Friday, when I popped in early on to get some bits and pieces, the staff in there were fantastic. The printed programme, thank you for a printed programme.
Yeah, something that's almost disappearing, and this is a thing of absolute beauty. Portraits of every single car, photos of every single car, history of the teams, history in the lessons in there, and also all the winners of all the events back to the first of the Monaco Historiques. It's a work of art, and one that I won't just put on my shelf. I'll put it on my shelf, take it off my shelf, read it again, check things out. And so many programs these days are diminished as to how they used to be.
And description of the cars in two languages, French
absolutely right.
and English.
Congratulations to whoever put that together. It is available online for those of you who haven't been here, so you can get an idea of how much work has gone into it. A little bit of a cheer in the background for the guys on the start-finish line waiting to get this one redone. Literally every part of this event has been thought through and has been executed with a degree of care that is somewhat unusual nowadays. The ACM will say, well, this is how we always do it, and well done to them for keeping their standards high, Bruce.
Yeah, but we're just very, very keen to get the cars out on the track. And you can, with marshals running around, that's probably good news. That means they're going to be getting back into position on the start-finish straight. And for those that didn't manage to turn into the pit lane, they'll be relieved at least when they were supposed to follow the safety car in. Anything from third place backwards got caught up behind, that they've been able to slot back in and undo the unfortunate incident down there. But with 3 cars clashed and locked together on the start-finish straight, just remember, lines of sight at Monaco are always so short. Absolutely the right decision was to throw that safety car out there and guide them into the pits.
Yeah, no other choice at that point. The track was more than half blocked. Drivers potentially, nobody knew the condition of the drivers. They're all fine and made their way out of their cars. But at that point, you have to make a decision. Now, there's the siren going off in the pit lane. That's a very good sound to hear. The car's about to get restarted and roll. I suspect that the time will start the moment we roll out of pit lane. And
yeah, I think you'd have to.
This lap will count. So this will be one of the 15 laps behind the safety car. That will be a quote-unquote racing lap.
So some of the cars down the middle part of the order. Yutaka Uribe, look at him in his Williams. Fritz van Aert, he's hopped from one car to another. Out of a Fittipaldi into a Williams, so he absolutely adores his Formula 1. Has a big collection of Minardis. And in behind, car number 35, Joe Macari. Remember, this is up in 3rd position because he turned into the pits while those ahead of him didn't manage it. But he's been put back down to, where is he, 12th, 13th in the order, middle of the grid.
All right, now we see a 5-minute board in the pit lane. So we're going to be getting underway and coming around to a green. If we do 1 lap behind the safety car, we're going to be going green just as this race was slated to end. So, just waiting for the engines to be fired. The teams will want to wait as long as possible. The 5 and the 3-minute boards have both gone. There weren't 2 minutes between them. There doesn't have to be. This is a countdown. The next one that we'll see will be, I think, the 1-minute board. And at that point, any moment after that, the cars can roll. I expect when the 1-minute board is shown that all of the engines will be fired. The teams will be as keen to get this underway as we are to see it happen and to be entertained for one final time.
One of the problems is all this waiting. Sometimes engines are temperamental and won't want to fire, and that would be super cruel. For those that didn't get involved, the Tyrrell fans are out in force again.
Yeah.
Good to see that. Good to see that level of enthusiasm. And the Ferrari, the Tifosi, little club of the Tifosi down in the bottom left, but Tyrrell en masse. There are quite a few of their cars to cheer on this time around.
Is that the Tyrrell Forzi?
The Tyrrell Forzi.
Yeah, and the there we go, the 1-minute board up, and as I suspected, the car's being fired up. Now, will Alex Capadia's car fire up, and will it stay fired up? Remember, he had a problem sitting on the grid. It's not firing up. They are pumping the air into it, and it's not going. They're trying to get the air starter to work, and he's in the line. They will not be given a second chance here. He's got a second opportunity. Is it going?
It's going.
It is going.
Because it's
no,
a good
it's
thing.
not.
It's not. Oh, I thought it was. He was blipping away on the. But I tell you what, it's a very narrow pit exit, so he's going to be blocking everybody from 4th place back. Christoph Dansenborg won't be able to
push start it. They're going to try and push start it. If they don't get that away, they'll not get a second chance. It was a huge free kick for the team and for Alex. Couldn't get the car started, had to start from the pit lane, did so. The car was overheating and spewing out some excess coolant. And then with the red flag, he gets his position back. The GR Supra rolls and the first cars, and it started.
Yeah, started.
There's fire. There's
Incredible.
fire in the engine. Now, can he keep it running? The good news is, it's not. I don't think this is going to be a grid start. I think this is a rolling start. The time has indeed started, and we are getting times and splits. So this is one of the 15 laps.
Well, that was salvation indeed for Alex Capadia, starting 3rd in the Williams. But starting is the operative word, because he has had so many problems getting that car away. Was wheeled into the pits before the first time of asking. Was going to have to start towards the tail. Got through. But anyhow, Stuart Hall still on pole position in the March 821. The 87B Lotus of Marco Werner, an ex-Nigel Mansell car, will start second. And let's hope everybody in the latest Formula One cars in the run of history we've had here in the 15th Monaco Historic, the cars from 1981 to 1985, will all not only get to take the start of this race, but come through to the finish.
Taking it nice and slowly in the safety car, which will not be to Stuart Hall's liking, but they've got to get everybody out of the pit lane. And I reckon there's still the sharp end of 20 cars to get out of the pit lane. There's going to be some non-starters. The three that had the accident, for sure, John Inglesis in the Lotus 91-7, the 82 car, the Tyrrell 012 of Ian Simmons, Nicholas Pink in the Arrows, who was trying to come through the middle. Nick Padmore at the moment hasn't got out of the pit lane yet either. That's showing his stop, so he might... Oh, John Inglesis, he's out of the pit lane. So we saw that car moving as the red flag was being cleared. So again, it's a restart. He can go. Octavio Ranson in the March 821 hasn't got out of the lane yet.
I feared we'd lose a couple. As I said, sitting there, would they fire up, would they not, after that delay, waiting in the pit lane? It seemed a long time, 20, 25 minutes perhaps. If not, maybe, well, let's call it 20, 25 minutes. But anyhow, for those at the front, Stuart Hall, Marco Werner, blameless thus far. But who's going to get to the lead of the race once the safety car is released? Of course, the person in prime position for that is Stuart Hall. March 821, a car that didn't achieve a great deal in period. I think I'm being polite by saying that. But for those behind, there are some cars that achieved far greater things, and they got to have a chance. But then Stewie at this circuit, they seem to be interlinked.
I've got a phone call for you here from the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. They want to offer you a job as a diplomat. Very well done, Mr. Jones.
I couldn't take the pay cut. I could do with a pension, right?
Well, there you go. Safety car bringing them round, and the safety car lights are still on, so it will be one more lap behind the safety car. Extra formation lap. Now, is the safety car pulling in? No, it's leading them round. So I cannot imagine that they are going to do a grid start here.
You feel they'll be asking for trouble to do so?
It might happen. It's in the regulations. You can restart it with a safety car or a clutch start, a grid start after the red flag.
Yeah, but can you do a grid start after you've led them round with the safety car? I'm not entirely sure that could be something that's good.
Well, this is actually now a race lap. So I think the answer is no, you can't, because this has now been one of the race laps counted. So effectively, we have started the race some 4 minutes ago behind the safety car. And there will be an extra lap to help everyone warm their tyres up. Immensely sensible from race control. Really like what they've done here.
Right, one of the two cars with a turbo in the back is the blue Ligier being weaved around by Ramzan Orisbayev. That's the Renault turbo engine in the back of the Ligier. Yep. The other Renault turbo is in the back of Sean Lynn's Lotus 95, starting from down in 20th position. But the rest, Ford Cosworth DFV power, still that engine note that really for so long was the real true sound of Formula One.
So, take a full deep breath now, because our 18-lap race will be no more than 13 laps when we get to the end of the safety car period. And the reason I said take a deep breath now, because it might be the last time you get to do one for the next half an hour or thereabouts. This race should have been finishing right now, and we've yet to get a full green flag lap. The Toyota GR Supra leading them round, and if the safety car lights go out on this lap, it will be just before the marshal's post at Tabac, and that will give us the indication, and more importantly, Stuart Hall, Marco Werner, Alex Capardia et al., that we're going racing, and that is the indication, Bruce.
Yeah, and the job for everybody else is to be as close as they can to the car in front. Already Marco Werner with the pink helmet is pushing very, very hard behind Stuart Hall and just trying to unsettle him. But for everybody else, now Stewart does the right thing. He backs everybody up, closes them together as they go around Piscine, and he's already floored it. Coming out of Piscine,
he's
it's
got to be
his
careful.
job to do, but he's guessing
pass
the safety car would have pulled in. He maybe got a clue from the pits. He hasn't passed the safety car. He's already pulled in.
Excellent.
He has done that to supreme effect, and he's opened out a lead of, I'd say, about 0.6 of a second over the start finish, like 0.8, 0.7 it was. There we are, half a guess, but into the first corner with no trouble from the Lotus behind, and really, really deep into the corner the march goes. Stuart Hall determined to add another Monaco win to what will be a fantastic weekend for him.
Already got one of the Tag Heuer Monaco winners watchers earlier on today. He's had 6 victories around this circuit, the same number as Ayrton Senna. That was important for him. He said, look, I know it's not the same thing as winning a Grand Prix, but I'm now on the same number as Ayrton Senna, one of his great racing heroes. We're off and running, finally, Olivier.
Yeah, and Alex Cabada has no more problems.
In 3rd position, coming down to Poitiers now, in that green and yellow helmet, and with a beady eye on the Lotus 87B ahead of him, and Marco Werner.
Well,
Stuart Hall, what a restart, what a restart that was.
Look, he knows the quality of Marco Werner. He cannot afford to be anything other than excellent to stay ahead, and he's absolutely throwing everything out there. He's pitching it right to the edge of the circuit, that March 821. Yeah, a Formula 1 race led by a March 821. Never happened in period, but it is happening here in the Monaco Historic, bouncing over the curbing on the exit of Piscine into Rascasse, and nobody to trouble him. He was 0.8 of a second clear at the start of the lap. He's already nearly 2 seconds clear with the final couple of corners to go. Through Virage, Anthony Nogues, he go not for the race, but just for the first flying lap behind when they've been released behind the safety car. He's 4.3 seconds good. Slow down, Stuart. No. Drivers never should slow down. If you're in the lead of the race, keep pressing on. It's when you have a lack of attention. And as Alex Capadia is into 2nd place because we've lost Marco Werner. He's dived into the pits. That's why the margin went out so much on that lap. Don't know what the problem was for Marco Werner. Maybe it came from the car sitting for a long time. Maybe it overheated when they were sitting in the pit lane. Long delay before the restart. But real battling. Tyrrell against Brabham.
It's not raining, and so that's not a chance of... I see that. No, it's not raining. Don't see any rain equipment from the spectators around the circuit. Battle for 3rd now. Werner, Dan Sonberg, Jamie Constable in the Benetton liveried Tyrrell, that is. That was Benetton as a sponsor before Benetton took the name of the team.
Yeah, at that stage, of course, the Tyrrell team was desperate for sponsorship. They'd had so many years with really long-standing sponsors, but it looked great. And of course, 1983, the last win for Tyrrell. Michele Alboreto in Detroit, and last win for the Cosmos DFV as well, so really quite a historic combination there. However, Stuart Hall just rocketing clear.
9 minutes into the race, 12 laps to go. Big jump over the curves for Jamie Constable in his race, and there's Marco Werner out of the car. He's on the left-hand side of the car. The Lotus number 9, the former Nigel Mansell car. That's, I'm afraid, will take no further part, and that is such a shame.
Racing cars need to be raced. Sitting in the pit lane is not good for any of them. Alex Capadia got away with it in the Williams that's now in 2nd place twice, but the lead margin of Stuart Hall, his first flying lap, the fastest lap of the race, has just been followed by one that's very similar, but he's best part of 2 seconds faster than anybody else has managed in this field. That's why he's going to Mirabeau Bass, while the next chasing car, Alex Capadia's Williams, is only just going through the hairpin.
Yeah, sad to say the Lotus then becomes an exhibit. Oh, there's a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of the Williams of Alex Capadia, the number 6 car.
Well, he's in 2nd place, but I don't think that's going to offer any visual clues as yet for Werner Dansenborg, because he's about 2.5 seconds further back in that Brabham. Coming out of the Nouvelle chicane, he may be slightly catching Alex Capadia, he may be not, but not close enough to see the puffs of smoke as yet. But will Capadia slow? Who knows?
Ooh, little sideways motion in the middle of the swimming pool, the piscine complex. Comes to Rascasse, turns in. Yeah, definitely a little bit of fluid or a haze of something coming out of there. The car was dropping what we thought was coolant earlier when it was sitting waiting to be waved out of the pit lane. They didn't dare stop it once they'd got it going. Understand that. It's not affecting his lap times of 33.7. Last time around, his best of 33.2. And he was 3/10 slower than Donsenberg last time around. So that gap has come down to under 2 seconds.
Yeah, we're going to see them coming into the top of the shot, surely, because we've lost sight of our race leader. Stuart Hall's just turned down towards Portier, and they're only now out of Mirabeau, down to the Fairmont Hotel. The Brabham is easing closer. Jamie Constable keeping him very honest in fourth place.
Jamie Constable can see a podium finish here. He's from where he is at the moment. He can see where he needs to be to put the car on the podium. That's the Tyrrell 011. Mark Hazel's another 4 seconds back, 3.5 seconds back. Then there's a big gap back to Valerio Leone in the Arrows A6, and he's under pressure from Christophe Donsenberg and the Ligier GS25, the Evgeny Kiriev car that's been driven for him by Ramzan Orazbayev.
Yeah, and he in turn has got Yutaka Toriba in the Williams FW07C right under his rear wing. Nobody, however, is under the rear wing of our race leader, Stuart
Another
Hall.
fastest lap from Stuart.
10 seconds clear.
91-second lap for Stuart Hall. Alex Gapardia, 33.1. A little bit of time taken again by Werner Donsenberg, just a 10th this time. Now the gap is in the wall.
Double waved yellows at Tabac. JPS Lotus driver, so it's certainly not
Is that Sean Lynn?
Marco Werner. It's Stephen Brooks, who's just had a rotten meeting, and he's left his car in a place where you're really you're sighted, but you know it's at a point where the track is very, very fast at Tabac, and it's a question of where is the removal point. It's behind him, I think.
Where's the closest crane?
Stephen Brooks.
Yeah, he's just lost it on the way in there, and this is being covered with double yellows at the moment. Safety car almost had to be, didn't it? These cars, you know, if this had been one of the earlier heats and a smaller car and much slower speeds, you might have been able to cover that with a couple of waved yellows at the 2 or 3 marshal points behind that incident. But the pace of these cars as they come through, let's say, he was in close competition.
He was about to be lapped by Mark Hazel, and he just...
Was that Mark Hazel? Was that?
I think it was car number 38. Sorry, no.
It's Fritz van Aert.
I beg your pardon, Fritz van Aert. Mark Hazel's not in 38, he's in 37, and he's further up. But, yeah, just simply he went and got on the marbles on the outside, got too close to the tyre wall, and was sort of drawn in. So Stephen Brooks out of the race. But Stuart Hall, bear in mind, at the moment he's listed as 13 seconds clear, but with the safety car about to pick him up, that lead's going to come down to next to nothing.
Yeah.
At the moment, though, Stuart Hall is third in that group of cars. We need two cars to be waved through, including, confusingly, the look-alike, the other March 821, which is car number 17. Our race leader is third in the batch. That will be slightly confusing. So we're going to have the number 12 Lotus wave through, which is John Iglesias. We have to have the number 17 March 821 that looks identical, bar the racing number, to our race leader. They have to go past the safety car. So let's hope this one can be sorted out.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Good point.
Yeah, just pick up the Rothmans March. No,
Yeah,
not that one.
That's me.
Yeah.
The one with number 18.
That's me.
They've done that very nicely. And so Alex Capardia has a car between him and the leader now. And that is Sean Lynn, the Classic Team Lotus 95, the number 11 car. Now, he's stuck there. He won't be waved by. We don't do the wave by for the lapped cars. I don't think this is an easy recovery here, gentlemen, because there's not an access point or a crane that's very close to that.
There is a gate that can be slid, but I'm not sure it's one you're allowed to open during the race. It's just further around the Tabac corner in front of the start of that blue-seated grandstand. However, for now, the Toyota Supra will lead the field around, and Stuart Hall, I mean, I'm not saying the race should be ended now, but if it would, he's done all he could possibly do to win this race. He's put it on pole, he's pulled clear. He was 12 to 13 seconds clear of the next car in the order, Alex Kapadia, just at the point the safety car came out. It was a remarkable run from Stewart, and he's going to have to do it all over again. However, there are other drivers between him for the restart, and only one car, in fact, because as they pass the stricken Lotus, Alex Kapadia is third in that line of cars.
At least one more lap behind the safety car. We are down to 8 laps. This is the 8th lap that we are on, out of a maximum of 15. So halfway through the race. I think we're going to be okay on time because we're only working up to 17 minutes at the moment. Oh well, that's absolutely brilliant by the marshals. I thought the suspension damage and the wheel damage was prevent them moving that car, but they've got the big trolley underneath the car and they are moving it away to an access point. They've got the best part of 100 metres still to go. Double yellows as they move down the track, being covering them right to drivers, right coming through to back and into the swimming pool complex, and they're just at an entry point now. That is absolutely incredibly efficient work once again by the commissaires, by the marshals. Now, brains trust in the Rovco pit, seeing themselves on television now as well.
Look busy, look busy.
Yeah.
But actually, Stuart Hall has just done such a stormingly good job there that they can trust him. He's clearly got the tools in hand. He's got the performance within him, and he's shown already that he can control a restart very, very nicely indeed. And confusingly, of course, last time he had a restart, there was a black Lotus in behind him in John Player special race livery. That was Marco Werner. Marco, unfortunately, a retirement to the pits with his Lotus 87B. And so really it's about Stuart Hall ahead of Alex Kapadia. Alex in the number 6 ex-Rosberg Williams FW8 from 1982. One car, however, between them.
Yeah.
This is difficult for the drivers. They've waited all day.
Yeah.
For those who were only in this race, they've waited all day. For Stuart Hall, he's been in and out of cars, but even for him, it's frustrating. This is your big moment. Your next chance to race here will be in 2 years' time. And just not to be able to go and run as you wanted, it will be disappointing.
I think we pay for all the clean races we have had today.
Yes, well, you might be right there. Racing karma, maybe. Safety car light still on. Again, I'll remind you, in the driver's notes and the regulations, if we're going back green, they'll go out right now, and they have. Just coming into back. So, Kapadia needs Sean Lynn to be right up the tailpipes of the leader. And Sean Lynn is doing that. That's really good by Sean. He's not letting Stewie get away. And now he goes, but of course, he caught Sean Lynn in the wrong gear. You can see him hunting for a gear, and Alex Kapadia can't pass him until, I think, till the start line.
Look, line of sight has already been broken because they haven't even got to Rascasse, and out of Virage Anthony Noggs. It's like he's in a sprint of his own. Stuart Hall rocketing clear. He's been absolutely brilliant so far. Wait for the rest, wait for the rest. They couldn't overtake the Lotus until they got to the start finish line.
They have.
No, yes, they have. They have indeed. So Alex Kapadia comes through. He's got Werner Dansenburg all over his tail, and Jamie Constable hanging on in the Tyrrell.
I'm going to suggest that there was a problem for Sean Lynn.
He came into the pits,
right?
So they didn't pass him. He peeled into the pits, but necessarily he probably be going a little bit more slowly to get out of Rascasse and turn hard right into the pits. And those behind but held up yet more.
It just looked like when he called for power, there was a big shunt in the drive line for that black and gold car. That's handed a huge advantage, nearly 6 seconds to Stuart Hall, and Kapadia unable to get away when he wanted to, has Werner Dansenburg in the Brabham, the blue and white, Brabham, white and blue I should really say, and then Jamie Constable right there as well in the Tyrrell. Then there's another gap back to Valerio Leone in the Arrows A6, but Alex Kapadia does seem to be getting into his racing rhythm.
Yeah, he certainly is. But you know what? There are very few racing circuits in the world where but let's put it the other way around. In most circuits in the world, if you have a driver has a 6-second advantage, you will see him at various points around the circuit. But here in Monaco, unless you see him, the driver in front, going up towards Massenet when you're coming through Saint-Devote, and I don't think they can with a 6-second gap, he's gone. They might be thinking, has he pulled off? Yeah. Alex Capardi might be thinking, am I leading the race? But he isn't. Yellow flag at SP13. I think that might be around Piscine, perhaps. Maybe just after us. Maybe down at Rascasse.
Alex Capardi pulls out a second on his challengers. So the battle now. We knew even at the restart that Stuart Hall wasn't going to be under pressure as soon as he crossed the line. Then it was about Alex Capardi consolidating second position. He's done that for the moment. It's not comfortable. He doesn't have to worry about Werner Donsenborg sitting behind him. Donsenborg has not thrown off the Benetton liveried Tyrrell of Jamie Constable. Then another 7 seconds back. Oh, massively straight on.
Well, that's Mark Hazel so far straight on. I'm not sure who's able to regain the circuit there.
I don't think he was.
Yeah, I think, in fact, the way it was going, it looks like he just planned to
Oh,
retire.
the Benetton's got a problem. The Tyrrell's got a problem.
It's hit something. It's hit a barrier. Clearly one of the... and a clash. Certainly Jamie Constable was all over the tail of Werner Dansenborg.
That was it's a left rear suspension issue. He's clipped the wall somewhere.
Oh, you don't want to be running slowly with the through the tunnel.
So Donsenborg now is clear. Oh, he's clipped the inside at the hairpin, right up onto the pavement there as he came in, and he's misjudged the rear width of the car.
Yeah, the rear is wider than the front, not by a lot, but just enough. And
see the wheel.
Yeah, it's absolutely akimbo. Oh, but, you know, Jamie Constable was really attacking. He was putting all the pressure down at the Fairmont Hotel hairpin, trying to put more and more pressure on Werner Dansenborg, who's running third in his Brabham. But alas, by small margins, success and failure can be divided.
So the top three now, 8 seconds between first and second, 2 seconds between second and third, and then 11 seconds back to a heck of a battle for fourth position. Valerio Leone in the Arrows, just half a second ahead of Christophe Donsenborg, who's half a second ahead of the Ligier, who's half a second ahead of Yutaka Toriba in the Williams. So those four cars having a cracking scrap.
Yeah, they're having a good scrap before the sort of restart, and then of course when the field gets bunched up by the safety car, they're still going at it afterwards. So for them, this is what they came to Monaco for, a real scrap around the circuit. One person not having a scrap, he doesn't appear to have any friends, whoever, of course, is Stuart Hall, I jest, because he is so far clear. He'll only see them when he gets to greet them, when the cars form up after the end of this race. 4 laps remaining, and Sweeping Ray's about to overtake the sister car, the car of Octavio Ranson. Here we go, one March 821 at the front of the field and one at the back, and in period they were mainly at the back of the field. So this is how things can change when you get historic racing, the cars being prepared so beautifully.
Steers to the right hand side. Nice picture across the line of the two similarly liveried cars. And Stuart Hall then down into Saint-Devote. It's the certainty that he has when he turns that car in. It's incredible. And the moment he turns it in, there's a little dab of corrective counter steer or opposite lock. Let's get back to that battle then. For fourth place, the Arrows is the creamish coloured car of Valerio Donsenborg. And don't forget, you've got a turbo powered car there in that blue Ligier. This is brilliant stuff, isn't it?
It is.
Fourth place.
And look, for the Dansenborg family, this could be very good indeed. They're running third with the Brabham of Werner and Christophe in this Williams, in the thick of the battle, and I feel this one may yet change around. We've got 2.5 laps left just to go, but looks as though Valerio Leon just has things under control at the front, because he's just praying that Ligier will keep on pushing and challenging Christophe Dansenborg, and hanging on the back, Yutaka Toriba, seeing what he can do in his Williams. Through the tunnel they go.
Marvellous. Absolutely marvellous. Is that a little bit of a gap that's being opened up in this 4-car strap for fourth position? Oh, massive dive down the inside by Christoph Donsenberg, and he's right underneath the rear wing of the Arrows. Looks to the inside, maybe into back. No, can't make that one work there.
I think he caught Valerio Leon napping a little bit. He didn't seem close enough to make a move, and maybe he's just trying to unseat
all
him.
You know, all tightening up. Is Leon struggling with an issue here?
I just simply think that Christoph Dansenburg decided, I'm just going to try and unseat you, dived in and gained a good 1.5, 2 car lengths in that dive into the chicane.
Coming down the start-finish line to complete another lap. And there's a battle behind for 5th and 6th as well through Sandevot, wide by the Arrows, and surely there's an opportunity here. That was an amazing save. I thought it would be certain that Valerio Leon could not get on the throttle early enough, but he seems to have. Now, can the Williams get alongside? No, it can't. No. Stuart Hall by 13 seconds. Alex Kapadia, 2 seconds, call it 1.8 now, ahead of this super quartet battling for 4th position.
Yeah.
The World Championship of 4th position this is.
Yeah.
I'm stealing a line from Garth Tander there.
Yeah, you go for that. Absolutely beautifully done there, John. But, right, Stuart Hall, class of his own in this race. And just this battle, Valerio, last time around, underbraking. The Williams, the white car with the green side pods, was getting closer. This time around, they've got a back marker up in front of them. Who is going to be able to pounce first? Valerio Leon goes past. So too does Christoph Dansenberg. The Arrows and the Williams get through. But those behind get backed up. So that's broken the four-way battle down to 2. That's going to make it intense.
That's John Iglesias in the Lotus 91.7. He was involved early on.
Oh, and he's really boxed those behind. Look, they're not really in shot. He finally moves out of the way before Raskas, but that's mean this battle for 4th and 5th place doesn't include those for 6th and 7th. Look how much ground they've lost. Only now is the Ligier coming onto the start.
Last lap
yes.
for these cars. Last lap for the 15th Grand Prix de Monaco Historic for 2026. Stuart Hall has under half a lap to go as he slips to the inside of one of the back markers through the tunnel. I'm not going to say it yet. He's just gone by the march of Alessandro Chawan.
Yeah, that was the car from the year before. These cars look relatively similar from the outside, but completely different underneath. Adrian Reynard tried his hardest to make the 821 competitive, but frankly, this is the first time I've seen one of these being really, really competitive, and here at Monaco of all places, so that's very special indeed. There has been a win for one of these before here. That was last year with a certain driver called Stuart Hall. Not last year, last visit. We come every 2 years to the Monaco Historic, but this is a big, big win for Stuart, and what a way to end his day, to end his weekend.
Back-to-back victories in the G category. Paul Pogner waves the checkered flag as they come across the line, and Stuart Hall is now a 7-time winner on the streets of the Principality. Alex Kapadia got the look there. Looked like he was out of it when the car wouldn't start, but then the red flag put him back. Managed somehow to get the car going and coax it to a 2nd place finish ahead of Werner Donsenberg in the Brabham. The battle for 4th was a cracker. Valerio Leon ahead of Christoph Donsenberg, just half a second as they went through. And Yevgeny Kireyev's Ligier, driven by Ramzan Orosbayev, takes the win in 6th for the turbocharged cars. And right at the end, still more drama as the number 12 JPS had a problem for John Iglesias.
Yeah.
And he was already, I think, a lap down.
2 cars.
Oh! So John Iglesias and who? Is that James Hagan?
James Hagan, number 3, yes.
It is.
With a James Hunt lookalike helmet climbing out of his car. So you're not at the finish until you're at the finish. So really cool. John Iglesias had a few cars bunched up behind him, but there we go. The race belonged to only one driver, Stuart Hall, chased home, but from a distance from the Williams of Alex Capani, who's running around behind him. In the end, though, 13 seconds. And bear in mind, there were 2 safety car periods that clawed back the advantage that each time was built by our race leader, our pole sitter, but our race winner, Stuart Hall.
And in fairness, yes, Alex was delayed on the second restart to about 7 seconds, but that means there was still 6 seconds put into him by Stewie. That's a heck of a run. I think Alex will be happy with that. It did look like they might not even get to the start with that car. So Raskas claims more victims. It was a dive down the inside. That was a low percentage lunge, I'm afraid, there by the Tyrrell. And broken rear suspension. The upshot of that.
Well, a little bit of an unfortunate end, but there was no fortune involved, good or bad, for Stuart Hall. He just got the job done. Pole position, yeah. Could he do what he did 2 years ago? Yes. Has he added yet another win? But he didn't just win, John. He did it in immense style and a huge margin of advantage, because twice his lead clawed back by the safety car.
1:30.8 was his fastest lap of the race. I reckon the next quickest lap was Alex Kapadia on a 32.3. He's incredible on cool tyres, isn't he? He's absolutely incredible.
Look, he's incredible on thin tyres, he's incredible on fat tyres. We've seen in the early 1960s Formula One race, the 1.5 litre cars, tiny little tyres. Superstar in that, didn't get the win because he had to hold his car in gear, came home in third place overall, but look at that. The pleasure, a final little burnout down the start-finish straight, and another podium ceremony coming his way. Stuart Hall does it again.
And another podium ceremony with 3 constructors. March, Williams, Brabham. Go down to 4th, it was an Arrows, then another Williams, then a Ligier, then 2 more Williams, then 2 Tyrrells, making up the top 10. Come on, says Stuart Hall. Waited for a while for his 6th victory, and now lucky number 7, and 2 in a row in this category. Already planning the hat trick for next year? You bet.
Well, 1 got away from him last year, 1 got away from him this year, and he's going to be a perfectionist here because he's got the measure of the circuit. He has some fantastic cars to race, but to win 2 times running, twice running in an 8-2-1 March, a car never fashionable or fasted period. Alex Kapadia, he'll be going, wow, I didn't think I'd get to the start, let alone to the finish on the podium. Pumping. Wasn't working, was it?
He just couldn't keep the car running. It would stop. So he was struggling, but got the car through. A couple of free kicks, as I said, for those guys. They looked like they weren't going to make the start of the race, pushed off the grid. Ideally being restarted and sent out when all the cars had gone, which happened. And then the red flag put him back in 3rd position. Then it wouldn't start again. Oh, my goodness. What a story that is for Alex Kapadia, and he will stand on the podium at Monaco.
Yeah, and with that long delay while the race was being sort of re-profiled and ready to get out, he must have had all that time to think, please get away. But a safety car restart was manna from heaven. He didn't have to do another stationary start on the grid. And there at the end, the reward, 2nd place for him. And Werner Dansenborg really pressured.
What a crazy race, Strout. Was it difficult to stay focused?
Firstly, I promise I'm not going to cry this time. Wow, Monaco delivers, doesn't it? You know, first of all, we had the aborted start, and then we had the melee with the safety car. I just followed the safety car because that's what we're told to do, and I see that Marco followed me, so I thought, well, I think I'm going the right way, and then I was sat there, and I thought, I really need a wee, and I didn't want to get out, but I've been drinking a lot because I've done 2 more races today, and I was thinking, oh goodness, any longer and I'm going to have to go toilet in the car. But thankfully we restarted, and oh man, these guys, we came here with a target on our backs, and what a car they built me. You know, it was just an absolute dream, an absolute privilege to drive it, and of course my wife and my little girl and my little girl that's due in a month's time back home. I reiterated earlier that I've probably been quite difficult to live with recently because I knew we had this coming up. I've been training really hard, preparing hard, and they've just stuck by me, put up with my business, and yeah, this is for them. This is for them.
2 wins for you today. What do you want to do maybe tonight?
Well, I had a 9 o'clock flight booked home because I missed my family, but I guess I missed that now, and I think I'll go to the gala with a couple of my boys and, you know, just take it all in. You know, just relax and take it all in. It's been a long day.
Maybe they are watching the live. Do you want to say something to your family?
Yeah, I love them very much. I can't wait to get home. And, yeah, you're everything to me. Cheers.
Great.
Bringing the final interview and the genuine emotion from Stuart Hall, taking his 7th win on the streets of the Principality. And is there a sweeter one than that? 2 today, back to back, and 2 in this particular grid, back to back as well. And there's no doubt he'll be going for the 3rd. We saw Michael Lyons earlier on taking his 10th victory. And surely Stuart Hall is going to be around long enough to challenge that particular statistic, that impressive statistic from his English competitor, British competitor. Great to see Alex Kapadia there as well. Known Alex for a long time too. A very impressive driver. Sports cars as well as with Stuart. Alex has worked really, really hard to continue his racing. Entrepreneur by day, racing driver when he can. Raced for my local team up in Corby, Corby, Northamptonshire, Nielsen Motorsport. The guys will be cheering him on. Olivier, your thoughts about that race in particular? It was all about holding your nerve and your concentration, really, wasn't it?
I think it was a little hectic, but at the end I'm happy for Kapadia to finish on the podium.
That's a really good story, isn't it? I mean, he benefited from the red flag, no doubt, but you've got to take the opportunity when it comes, and the team worked so hard to get that car started.
Yeah, and he had the chance that it was a start just after the safety car, because without that he could have been on the podium, I think.
Yes, I think you're right. So the 3 drivers for our final podium of the 15th Grand Prix de Monaco Historic for 2026. Thank you for joining us, and start the plans for next year. Michel Bory, the president
of the ACM.
Well, we've saved the big guns in terms of the hierarchy of the ACM to last, and the ACM should take a lot of credit from this weekend. Another brilliantly run event. And the Ayrton Senna trophy, the caricature, Antoine Le Pilot, and a second Tag Heuer Monaco of the afternoon for Stuart Hall.
Yeah.
He's already bartering it away for something.
He has 2 arms.
2 arms, 2 watches. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Alex Kapadia, 2nd place. Councillor and Minister for the Interior.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're the windscreen, sometimes you're the bug. They got to be the windscreen this time around.
Michel Ferrier, Vice President. I saw him many times doing the Monte Carlo Historic Rally.
Yeah, he loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Part of the club, but a competitor through and through. And now, the final national anthem of the day, and the one we've heard more than any other, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.